Okay. I fixed it. Okay, I figured it out. Was I streaming on a different page? I'm gonna have to check that out because I might have been streaming on something else. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Live. Was that the one? I have 2 live now? I'm so confused. Is there 2 live now, or is there just 1? I'm guessing this one's not actually live now. I'm confused. If this accidentally deletes what we're doing... Nah. Okay. We're good. Hello. I don't know what happened. It started a different stream, even though I already had this one set up. But it is what it is. We're connected. And everything should be good. Welcome to the stream, Flygon. There's 2. Actually, I might have deleted the wrong one. Oops, I deleted the wrong one. Okay. As I don't know everyone. There's not many people I know. The 2.
To all the Pokemon
Whoa.
fans tuning in from around the world. Welcome to day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I'm Anna Prosser, your host this weekend here in
No, we're on the
Yokohama,
VG
Japan.
stream.
In case you missed it, yesterday was
I just
filled with
accidentally
victories in excess of all of our titles,
started a new
including
stream,
the
I
Pokemon
guess.
video game, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Today, we continue the action to whittle down the top trainers until just the very best are left to face off on Championship Sunday. In Pokemon TCG, trainers Xander Pero, Jeremy Evans, Juan Andre, and Raktiatar Rico may have led the way in day 1, but now players like Pablo Meza and Torg Reklev are waiting to be unleashed with their day 2 invites. In Pokemon VG, players Alex Gomez, Gabriela Gatti, and Kaito Ari are waiting to flex their Pokemon teams and take on anyone in their path. Pokemon Go has trainers It's Axon, Wadaj, and Valiant Fish looking to stay out of the losers bracket and stay in the running for the grand finals, which will take
person
place
talking
tomorrow
dressed up like
on
Lorelei?
Championship Sunday.
I see it.
And teams MJK, Luminosity,
I see
and
it.
00 Nation from Pokemon Unite might be one of the first teams to crown themselves a world champion, as their grand finals will take place later tonight on this very stage. I cannot wait to see how this weekend shakes out, and I bet you can't either.
I need to pull up
For the action today, we want to extend a big
the
thank you to all the staff,
pairings.
judges, production crew, and more who are helping to put on such a memorable event this weekend. Let's hear it for them.
Okay. Yep. Good. Everything's updated.
Right,
Let's see
trainers, are you ready?
who of our people are
ready to
playing.
me.
Chuppa is
over to you.
playing Kurt Wonka, and Joseph
Thank you so much
is
to
playing
Amber for that
Alfredo
amazing
Chang
introduction, and
Gonzalez.
welcome everybody to our video game coverage of the 2023
So,
Pokemon World Championships. It's
here
day 2 here, and to kick off the action,
are all the pairings.
Aaron and myself will bring you through the first game.
80. Oh my, there's not
I'm
many
so excited. We saw so many wild games yesterday.
rounds.
Rose, I feel like all the matches we commentated yesterday just really were fighters. And today is the day.
Let's see. Is there anyone you guys want to add to the cheerboard?
I think this is what everyone has been spending so much time working for.
I'm
It's
taking a
culmination
look
of so much hard work,
myself.
an entire season's worth of play, and it comes down to these first 7
Um,
rounds of Swiss.
This is where
Let's
the pressure
see.
mounts even more. I thought day 1 was really intense, but day 2 is really where you're just one step
I
away
recognize a
from
few
being able to make
names.
the top cut and potentially take home the World Championship title. But let's go ahead and check out a video so you know what's in store for the rest of the weekend. 2023 2023 Pokemon World Championships
Like
event
Neil, oh,
showcasing
Neil
the best
and
Pokemon VG
Rogov
players and matches all
are playing
weekend.
each other.
Trainers from around the world are here to compete.
How do you get
for the
lucky and get a
title of
round one
World
bye?
Champion. Over $1 million
Insane.
in prizes and return invitations for
Insane.
next
Can you
year's
imagine
Worlds.
getting a round
Day
one
our
bye?
trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Players who finish day 1 with 2 or fewer losses and no ties will advance to day 2. Day 2, trainers who advanced from day 1 will meet those who earned direct day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds. Those who finish day 2 Swiss with 2 or fewer losses and no ties will advance to Top Cut and play in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All
How many
matches
rounds do
are
we have
best of
today?
3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at pokemon.com/play.
I'm very curious about that. Is how many rounds we have today.
So that's what we have in store for day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships. And as Aaron, you mentioned, we got 7 rounds of Swiss today for trainers to make
7 rounds of Swiss. Okay.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting is yesterday we had, I think, around 250 plus
Alberto
players
Lara, I
and
got you.
There were only 7 rounds of Swiss, so 64 players, I believe, advanced from day 1 into day 2, making this one of the largest day 2s I think we've ever had at a World Championship. But we still have the same number of rounds of Swiss, which is 7, and so that asymmetrical top cut I think will be a little bit larger than we've seen at previous World Championships. And so it's funny because I think about how intense Worlds
Okay,
was
we're
back
gonna be
in
going
2014, 2015, and even though you could make
until
back then,
5
it
a.m.
was very slim. You could only
for the
really
top
afford
cut
to lose one game.
rounds.
So now
No.
you can afford to lose 2 games and still, of course, make it into that asymmetrical.
Yeah,
top.
about
You're
5
guaranteed
a.m.
so you only lose
the
2
top
games,
cut
so
rounds will
that is
start,
something to
and
take
that's
into
gonna just be
schedule.
slow
Of course, we will be playing 7 rounds of Swiss today.
and
then followed
long.
by our top cut, we'll try to feature as many matches as we can up until we only have 2 players remaining for all 3 of our age divisions. And then they will be battling it out on Championship Sunday, but we do have a long road ahead of us and a lot of action to cover here in day 2.
9:05.
Our players who
So
advanced
Swiss
from
rounds
day
should be
number
starting
1,
soon.
It has already been off to such a
Um,
battle for them. And they
let's
have
see.
another hurdle to overcome today after
Shilong, I think his name is.
So many incredible players
3
on
a.m.
this list.
Well, 3:45
Many
a.m.
of them play on stream yesterday as well, and I cannot express how difficult
So basically
day 1 is.
4.
There were multiple world champions that competed yesterday.
He
4
played.
different world champions from
I
different
have the
years.
world clock on my phone to do translations.
So
Nice.
really just
But that's when
goes
they
to show
start.
how difficult the competition is these days. And all
Neil
those players
Patel.
you see on the list here
I've seen him on Twitter a lot.
after making it through
I might
a
add him
really, really
too.
cutthroat day 1.
It was. I mean, we saw Barish Akjosh have an incredible performance to his day number 1. Emilio Forbes as well, despite seeing that loss on stream, still did incredibly well to be able to move forward. And then you also have Simone Sanvito just seeing honestly across the table. Like, you could have put any number of the players from day number 1 in here, and it would have been stacked.
Yeah, I think day
Let's see.
1 has never been more stacked than
Yeah, we
this
can add
specific
add
year.
Neil.
And so many amazing players had to fight through so many difficult rounds. I think one thing that will be exciting to follow throughout the course of this tournament is, can someone from day 1 actually win the entire tournament? We've had this day 1, day 2 structure since 2015. Only one player
There we go.
ever has advanced from day 1 into day 2 and won the entire World Championship.
Let's
That
just
was
add a
back in
bunch of names.
2016. So,
That way,
I'm really
regardless
curious, can any of these names
of if it's cursed,
I think if it's gonna be
we
anything,
have a
it's
high
this
chance.
year, for sure. But the competition is going to be really tough as we take a look at the day 2 invites from North America. These are the 8 names that have been able to make it through. Joseph Igarte has an incredible season. Paul Chua as well, being an international champion alongside Gavin Michaels.
Paul, we can
That's
add Paul.
really where this competition gets really, really fierce. But I feel like day 2 for
Yo,
Day 2 is
Hariyama.
also stacked.
Welcome to the
Absolutely,
stream.
To
Add
stress,
Guillermo.
the players that
Okay.
you see from North America and Europe, these players were so good in their respective regions that they were granted an automatic invitation into today's day of competition. That is an entire season's worth of work. So these players, many of them have just been
Guillermo.
champions throughout the season, but have consistently performed tournament after tournament after tournament. You do not get to this list of players unless you truly were the most elite player in your region. And the day 2 race this year was the fiercest I've ever seen it be.
It really was. I mean, you could see how much the pressure was even sometimes getting to the players that were in those positions. The race was so close that it felt like like even just a couple
Any
of
other
championship
names?
points separated, like the 12th from 13th, 8th from 9th. It was absolutely just a tight race over there. But Latin America and Oceania have also had like a really great
Okay,
season.
our
Latin
cheer
America
board has
has a
been
lot of players
updated.
who've been paying attention to the World Championships from this list. Gabriel Agati ended up getting a second place this year at an international championship. And Paul Ruiz, he is a former world champion.
Yep.
He is going to be able to play in day 2.
Yeah, getting to skip that cutthroat day one of the remaining world champions left in this field. We also have some names that are very notable to those that have watched previous world championships, such as Megan Rattle from Oceania. She has top cut the world championships multiple years. And Sam Pendelis, who finished second at the
If anyone has a Palafin on their team, they're being added.
We also have to talk about our day 2 invites from Japan. These are just a couple of names, but as Anna said in the intro, I think all eyes are on Kaito Ari for this event.
Kaito
Ended up
Ari.
getting the first place at the Japan Nationals, taking
Cool.
the title and securing the day 2 invite.
Cool.
But
Okay.
even just looking at the
I'm
team
ready for the
run
matches to begin.
for the
I wonder
Japan
who's gonna
Nationals,
pop
they were
up on
all so
stream.
creative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I had to pick one favorite to win this entire championship, it would be Kaito. He has been so impressive. Of course, winning Japanese Nationals in itself is really difficult. And even though that was in a different format, he has had tremendous success in the Regulation D format. He was one of the first really high-level team builders that I've seen publicly post teams. And he had one team that had
What
a
if
lot of
Palafin has
success.
100%
And
usage? Then
on
everyone's
the
being
event,
cheered
he's
for.
fought Mungus. It's really clear that he understands the format really well. And
But I know that's not true.
finding those small adjustments is a
I bet
great
it's
way
down to like
really get an edge against the competition. So my eyes are definitely out
less than
on
like
him in this event.
5%,
Shohei Kimura is also a player
if
that has
that.
had really good performance, qualifying
I
for
wonder
multiple world
if I can
championships. He
see.
missed out on
I think
the
they take a
World
while.
Championships just by one round last year, so he's definitely looking for revenge. And for these players, this is the first time that the World Championships is in Japan.
I was gonna say, I wonder if I can
Definitely,
check a
definitely
website to
feel like
see
it's
how
more fun
many,
for them because winning
what the
multiple
usage for day
World
1 was.
It really would, and especially in
Like outside of our top
curve of
12
Japan
Pokemon.
in general, I think is really cool experience for everybody. We also have some phenomenal players that are coming in from Asia Pacific, and so we've
Oh,
gotta
the
keep
other thing
our
we
eyes
can
on
do.
these names because these are the
We can
players
pull
that
up.
won their respective nationals.
We can
to
pull
be
up
able to
my
make this
Switch
day
for
2
now.
invite as well.
We
But
got a little bit
I'm
of
sure you all
time.
are ready for the action. We're gonna get into that very shortly, but make sure you use the hashtag Pokemon Worlds on social
Probably
media
won't do
to
any
let us
battles
know what
before
you're
the round,
excited
but
about.
I'm down to fight
Who are you
again
rooting for?
after the
What are
fact.
some of the surprise Pokemon choices that you've enjoyed?
Palafin.
Just want you to be a part of the
That's
conversation.
all I care about is
Well,
Palafin.
Rose, let me ask you, what surprise Pokemon choices have you been impressed by?
Oh man, I mean of the Bramble Gas. Let's talk about the Bramble Gas.
Were you here? Did you stay up late enough to see the Articuno? Because that was a cool match. I don't think so.
Competitive Pokemon coming into this event.
Yeah, so here's a little sneak peek for you all. Our very first round is going to feature Emilio Forbes, who made it through yesterday's competition, finished second at the 2018.
That's sad. The Articuno was so cool.
Now, Bramble Gas actually came out on the games that Emilio played on stream, but it didn't actually have a huge impact. It was really interesting, but I think the main takeaway I had from it is that it's difficult to pilot, right? And
It was Abomasnow Snow Team with Bright Powder Articuno. And with its ability, it was like dodging everything. It's pretty sick.
Last year, won a regional championship this year, top 4 of the World Championships in the seniors division in 2014. These are two players that I would easily have on my top 10 list of players that I think can win this entire
Wolf had the biggest comeback until the curse board struck, as I saw. Yeah, he went 0-2 to 4-2, and then they put him on stream as the last match, and he ended up losing. It was a close fight, but
Spoiler alert, he has not.
Wow, okay,
And
yeah.
I'm actually really disappointed in that, just for the fact
But,
that I think Regidrago is a very cool Pokemon to be able to see in this
the thing
format,
about
but
Wolf
he
ran
had some strong
basically the
points.
same team he ran
Let's go ahead and
to
introduce
Hartford, I
our
think they said.
competitors for this Swiss round number 1 of day 2 of the
Like he
Pokemon
ran a
World
regulation
Championship.
C
We
team.
have Emilio Forbes and Eric
Which is
Rios
wild.
set up on stage, and we are just moments away from being able to get into the battle. But as we mentioned, you know, Emilio Forbes is going to be rocking the exact same team from yesterday. I'm not seeing any particular changes that he made, and I think that's going to
Listen,
be
I wasn't ready.
a
They're on the
trend
stage.
as we
Abort
look
the
at
raid.
day 1 players
I might
coming
have
into
to.
day number 2.
I think one of the biggest questions going into this tournament is, can Tornadus teams continue to succeed? Eric found tremendous success in the early format with the
Let me abort the raid.
Go as well as Reggie Drago, but I think that team had a
Abort the raid.
going into this event. So
for sure.
Eric's
Okay,
team
let's
is
see.
super interesting. It's actually got the
It's
Ursaluna
got Tornadus.
Now, Ursaluna is a
Urshifu,
really,
Heatran.
highly
Hey,
dynamic
we're seeing a
model.
Heatran.
Can you operate it correctly? Because this thing is an
Finally.
so Eric's running a really interesting set. He's actually got bulk up on the Ursaluna, and he's got Trick Room on his Flutter Mane as well. So the idea is that you can utilize this Ursaluna both under Trick Room and potentially under Tailwind from the Tornadus as well.
Finally,
Another
Heatran.
fascinating thing here is the Bramble Gas, of course, going
Yo, I'm
into
glad that
this
we didn't have to
Eric's
wait like an
well,
hour.
There is the Heat Wave, for example, from Heatran, and
For round
there
1 to
are a
start.
lot of Pokemon
Heatran
that
bet
can
again?
actually do well into. One other crazy thing about Eric's team is that he is running Rock.
Do we do the Heatran bet again?
Not a common item on that Pokemon whatsoever.
No, it is not. Usually that Rocky Helmet
Also
is always
Bramble
a bit
Gas. Yeah, it's the
more
same.
of a defensive Pokemon, but
Emilio
focus
ran
was
Bramble
something that
Gas
could be able
yesterday
to
on
take
stream
those
too.
hits and actually deal that chip damage with the Rocky Helmet. Maybe there just wasn't really another item that Eric wanted to be able to put for offensive pressure, but also still, like, when it's going to be rocking the Trick Room, that's a really big target. If you think Eric is going to be leaning into that Trick Room mode, just get it off the table.
Absolutely, yeah. I
So
think that's the big question for this, right? How do the players approach speed control? Because Emilio's team aims to just.
So can't we might have to bring the Heatran bet.
Emilio has taunt on the Tornadus, so if Eric leads that Flutter Mane, for example, you can just go for a taunt immediately onto it. One of the other questions I have is just the
I'm
interaction
ready.
between the Tornaduses here, but I think it makes sense for Emilio to just lead the Tornadus and pressure with they either go for Tailwind or taunt.
Here we go. Tornadus Urshifu. Wolf made a prediction about Bramblegrass winning Worlds.
We saw this yesterday.
It
as
could.
a common theme. You want to be able to lead the Tornadus just so you can
We
get
got
up the
double
table and
Tornadus.
use pressure to be able to match tailwinds on either side. So I think you have got a great call there to look at how the Tornadus speed.
I think Emilio has taunt. Yeah, he does.
That can matter if you can get the tailwind up first or not.
Absolutely. One of the things to pay attention to in this matchup is, do both players just set up Tailwind immediately? Does one player try to stagger their Tailwind potentially by a turn? Golden Game here definitely putting on a lot of pressure with that immediate Make It Rain. Won't be able to knock out that Urshifu immediately, so Urshifu can of course.
But if Emilio has a faster Tornadus, like
he
might taunt could be a cool thing to do.
That's actually going to have a huge advantage in this Tailwind matchup, where if both players set up Tailwind, well then the Urshifu will just be the fastest attacker.
Well, Emilio's Tornadus is going to move first with a Tailwind, followed by Eric's. We're going to see a match of that just so Tailwind is active on both sides.
U-turn.
It's the U-turn. They're always
Interesting.
seeing that move choice on a choice scarf just because you know you're going to be able to get that U-turn in fast and pivot into something else that would be able to fare better for Eric. And yeah, the Heatran makes so much sense.
Oh boy, he can taunt next game now that he outsped. Unless it's a speed tie.
Any other Pokemon here would take a large amount of damage from it, but Heatran is so.
You got to be a little careful on that.
Terra Leftovers Heatran was one of the most discussed Pokemon going into this tournament, and it has now hit the field, really walling both Tornadus and Golden Go. However, one thing that you can consider now on Emilio's end is to switch in the Bramble Gas. Bramble Gas, of course, is actually immune to that Heat Wave, so I wonder if we're going to see it. Oh, there it is! And here we
Oh
go.
boy, here we go.
You
Bramble
gotta
Gas
put it in
time.
there. You already have Tailwind active, so you're going to be entering into the field, getting a nice attack boost, and if it is a Heat Wave on the other side, then take another one. Why not?
Absolutely. This is one of the key ways to play around Golden Go, though, right? Like, make sure like the Make It Rain doesn't just pick up these big knockouts. Even though Tornadus took a lot of damage, you get Heatran into a really nice slot. But, man, Bramble Gas is hitting
Oh
the field.
boy, Wind Rider.
Immediately from Wind Rider. And if we see a Heat Wave come out, it's also going to get a boost from there as Honk goes into Heatran. This Heatran has Will-O-Wisp, so that's the main reason to deny it right now.
Yep. You also have
Ooh.
just to tank the huge hit there from the Tornado.
Focus Sash though.
Blast by any chance instead of a Heat
No
Wave?
way.
No, it is a Heat Wave, so it will be an attack boost. But Eric here is running that Air Slash rather than the Weak Wind Storm, so that's a great way to deal with Bramble Gas. Covers for that switch in. Bramble Gas now at +2 attack, but it's not going to be able to do that much damage to Heatran anyway. Your only real means of offense is either Shadow Sneak. You could go for a Terra Blast here, actually.
That would be very interesting.
Thinking about it, yeah. Like the question is.
Bramblegast having the ride of its life. It is indeed.
Bramblegast is a pretty speedy Pokemon, but you still have to worry about the Tornadus on the opposing side.
And you also have to consider whether or not you want to preserve the Terra for anything else that's going to be in the back.
Yep.
Just to be able to contend with these huge heavy hitters from Eric's side. That Heatran could be a problem if it ends up terastallizing to a grass type and your Tornadus just gets knocked out.
Oh boy.
Committing to it.
Here we go.
Oh, this could be an explosive turn. Are you able to just get a double knockout right now with your Tornadus onto the opposing side and then Brambleghast just onto Heatran? Here we go, 1 HP Brambleghast.
I mean, I want the Heatran to win, but the Brambleghast is such a fun pick.
It is so risky to commit to this when you know that the Brambleghast doesn't have too much longer to be on the field. And it looks so happy to get the Terra hat here.
Okay,
With the
Bleakwood Storm, is it gonna miss? It misses Tornadus!
way.
Oh.
Able to hang
Complete
on.
disaster.
But is this going to be enough now?
the
Because this
Brambleghast
is the
is just gonna-
question.
yeah.
Brambleghast is faster.
It's going to go into the Heatran, but is it going to be able to secure the knockout on this turn?
It
And
does!
it does.
Wow!
Huge knockout there.
Okay.
But Brambleghast is probably going to go down.
Storm missed, but the Tornadus here actually slower than the Brambleghast, and so Brambleghast
Well, now he
actually
definitely
gets a
knows
huge knockout.
that his
And I think that's actually a
Tornadus
good
is
trade
slower.
for Emilio because Heatran is such a big problem for Tornadus and Golden Go. Now you've eliminated that. Golden Go
Be
is
Bramble
not
Terra
gonna
Blast.
So looks like Emilio wants to conserve that potential, but what a Terra there.
Oh,
That's something
jeez.
that's
That
always
missed,
been about
though.
Emilio. He's found these unique strategies or these unique Pokemon that he can really use to his advantage.
That miss
And
was
he's
massive.
figured out how to be so preservative with the Terra and just weave it in at the perfect moment. But here is the Flutter Mane to take its place. And for Eric, we are going to see a Flutter Mane from him as well.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. So we've
But
got the
Eric
strategy coming out first. Let's see
could
what it's gonna be.
go
It is
for a
gonna be
Terra.
All right. And on the opposing side, Eric's Flutter Mane here is
Rocky
the
Helmet.
Rocky Helmet, as we talked about earlier. So very bulky. That previous turn, by the way, huge interaction. Tornadus actually ended up being slower than Brambleghast, and you can see it took that big
Unless-
drain on turn one as well. So if I had to guess, this Tornadus had very little speed investment, if any. It probably is
Unless Emilio goes for Scary
Sort
Face.
of route before Brambleghast, that would have been a disaster. But now Flutter Mane in a position to just put on a lot of offensive pressure. It feels like Emilio just has the faster Pokemon right now.
You could also see the bulk in just how it was able to tank that Make It Rain early on. So it is still on the field.
This could have been
Probably
completely
really
different, though, if
out of
Tornadus fainted last
situation.
turn.
With, you just have the Air Slash. That's going to be a great way to deal a little bit of damage. But it's a protect from Eric's Flutter Mane to kick off this turn. As the Flutter Mane on Emilio's side was trying to target that down. You want to get into a range that you're going to be able to get a knockout.
Oh, are we going to get another miss?
But can it connect with the Tornado?
Okay, it hits.
KO. It
And
does.
it lives.
Poke on Tornadus.
That's wild to see that
Wow.
happen, and now it's able to dish it back. But
Oh.
Emilio survives as well.
They both.
That's so huge because both
Tailwind can
players
go back up.
exactly, yeah, both players are able to set up Tailwind once again. If you are able to get the knockout onto the opposing side and the other person's Tornadus goes down, then you just have full speed control in this end game. But oh my goodness, the bulk
Flutter Mane is the most common shiny on the field because people catch so many. As long as they actually catch them.
The idea there is expecting the Flutter Mane on the opposing side to just go for that Terra immediately.
Yep. Yeah, it's Terra Water, so it would be more of a defensive Terra type, leaning into potentially the bulk investment being seen with the Rocky Helmet item choice. But I just imagine both trainers have to go for something like the Tailwind to match. Otherwise, you're not entirely sure you're
Okay.
going to be able to get the upper hand here.
Is
So,
there ever a trick room from Flutter Mane on the opposing side is my
That would be
question.
wild.
Okay, it's just Tailwind.
hey, you match it maybe just in case, right? But it will be Emilio's Flutter Mane going next. Tornadus
Now,
finally going down on
Eric
Eric's side
could
for
go for the
Emilio's
Shadow
side
Ball and
so
just
far
knock
in
out
the past
Flutter
few
Mane.
turns. And with the Shadow Ball in response, that's both Tornadus knocked out and a free switch
But he goes for
both.
Tornadus
Yeah,
instead.
this is such an interesting dynamic, right? Because right now Emilio has the faster Flutter Mane. It feels like he's generally had the speed advantage. You've got Golden going now, but
And
you do not
Urshifu.
have that Terra. Yeah, exactly. And you've got Scarf Urshifu coming out in the back. So that's the idea of setting up the Tailwind rather than going.
Is
for the
Eric's
Surging
Tornadus
Strike
mental
right
herb
now.
because Emilio didn't taunt?
Surging Strikes, of course, onto
Well, I mean, he knew his Tornadus was going to faint, so he would have, like, he wanted to get his,
Surging Strikes, because if so, that would be huge.
Trick Room or Tailwind off anyways.
What Terra does Eric go for? He still has that up his sleeve. You've got the Water Terra on Urshifu, so that helps a little bit defensively around Flutter Manes, but you also have the Water Terra on the Flutter Mane, which can be valuable in surviving a potential Shadow Ball.
Okay, someone's feigning
It's
this
gonna come down
turn.
to the wire already. Like, what an intense game number one to be able to kick off our day, but it's time to see what Pokemon is going to be terrestrialized. It is the Urshifu.
Okay.
Makes a lot of sense to try to be able to boost
This
up the
Urshifu's
Flutter
gonna be
Mane attack,
destructive.
also take away that dark type weakness to the Flutter Mane on Emilio's side.
So
And
does
that
it
could pay
target
off
Flutter?
in spades.
Let's see.
Surging strikes.
I would
It is
imagine
gonna
it's a
be into the
Flutter.
Flutter,
Okay.
but
yes.
that
Oh,
is
that's gonna knock out.
Yep.
That is not a bulky Flutter main on Emilio's side, and it will not be able to get a chance to attack.
Eric might get the win
I
here.
think with that, it's really difficult for Golden Goat to win the game, right? The way that Eric was able to get that second tailwind up was so critical. I wonder how differently this game would have looked if the Tornadus had actually gone down, right? But now this Fluttermane just gets the Shadow Ball off. Doesn't KO the Golden Goat, but Golden Goat can't win 2v1 here. It is
Dang.
just not able to do enough damage quickly enough.
Dang.
Flutter, but now you're just slower.
The Heatran won round 1.
Serve this Urshifu until the end was so
It did
smart.
indeed win round 1.
It's basically like, okay, we're both going to set up tailwind, so how do I figure to get a speed advantage to outspeed you? And the way that Urshifu was conserved with that Water Terra in this endgame was beautifully played.
We've seen that a lot already from the trainers that have taken the main stage, that Urshifu has been such a dominant force, and to see it preserved just for the final few turns has been super expertly done.
Now I wonder if we could see a
Getting that
taunt
board position around,
this
to
round.
even be able to do that, you have to think so many turns ahead.
Absolutely. I think one other thing that was critical in this game, of course, was that Bleak Windstorm miss onto the Tornadus earlier, but that's the downside of running Bleak Windstorm. I think it's really interesting because if you actually look at how both players are using Tornadus, yeah, they both have Tailwind, but the stats are clearly quite different based off the speed interactions, and also, Eric is not running Bleak Windstorm. With that Air Slash, you actually have so much more power into the Bramble Gas, because part of the upside of Bramble Gas is into a lot of common Tornadus sets, you can actually wall it, but with Air Slash here, you just, yeah, go down to 1 HP immediately, right? So I think what's really tricky in this matchup is how do you actually deal with Heatran on the opposing side, right? I think Heatran just is able to wall. It's able, like the way that it was positioned into the Golden.
I mean, you could go Urshifu.
So when I look at Emilio's team, for example, Shiyu can
Just
play
popping in to
Water
say I'll be on
Urshifu
for real after I
that's
finish playing
valuable,
D&D.
that's valuable,
Sounds
and
good. Have fun.
Water Urshifu on your
We'll
side,
be here
that's
all
really
night,
valuable in
all
this
day,
matchup. I think one of
all
the things
everything.
about in this matchup is I think Emilio needs to basically just get better speed control. Trading Tailwinds doesn't work out super well when your opponent has the faster Urshifu with that Choice Scarf in the back.
I wonder though if Emilio maybe is expecting like a trick room option here for Eric,
Yeah.
because it did seem like with the Pokemon that Eric brought to that game number 1, he had that available if he felt like he needed to go for that based on what Emilio brought.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what makes Eric's team so dangerous. If you look at Emilio's composition, it is just reliance on fast Pokemon. But with Eric's team, the Fluttermane can operate both inside and outside of Trick Room. Fluttermane just a really good attacker, but that Rocky Helmet Water Terra is so interesting. Could be super relevant against the Urshifu should Emilio bring that as an adjustment into this game. And so, like you said, Rose,
That is true.
how do you cover for both Tailwind
Rock-
and Trick Room, right? Because often, if you
So
cover for
tough.
one, you aren't able to deal with the other.
Rocky Helmet is kind of
Doing that
crazy.
in a best of 3 is so stressful, and so I really, really love Eric's team building here. And I'm curious if we see him go with the Trick Room mode in game 2 or just commit to the Tailwind mode again, saying, you know what, I've got Scarf Urshifu, that's just the best Pokemon in the matchup for both of us. I have so much speed with it, I'm just gonna outpace you with it.
I don't think Fluttermane can lead though if you are expecting Emilio to run back the Golden Go again.
Yeah.
Because then you probably have to commit the Terra to be able to actually get the Trick Room
Let's
off.
see. Tornadus Urshifu again.
Urshifu and the Tornadus once again,
And Tornadus Goldengo.
So I
Okay.
think what's interesting here is, okay,
Oh.
we're looking at the taunt this time around. So taunt was one thing that I thought could be really interesting because, like, let's say you taunt into the Tornadus, deny the Tailwind there. This is an option that we've seen Emilio have throughout the course of him playing at this World Championship. He hasn't really gone for it. He
Oh.
wants to just continue prioritizing setting up Tailwind. We're seeing actually the Choice Specs Thunderbolt lock in potentially this time, and the idea is, hey, if you are able to eliminate Tornadus immediately and your Tornadus survives, then you can go for a potential second Tailwind later on in the battle. But
Okay.
cycling between the taunt and the Tailwind, I think the main thing that
I think taunt would be so cool.
Let you get the better end of the speed control instead of just trading Tailwinds.
He's gonna go for it.
This is going to be so cool.
His Tornadus move first, but
It's a Terra,
a Terra?
though.
Is it gonna be on the Tornadus to Dark type?
Okay.
Oh.
I was gonna say that would have been one of the biggest brain plays, but the Urshifu makes a lot of sense too.
Okay,
So
Urshifu's going to do a lot of damage regardless.
We saw the terrestrialization on Eric's side go into that Pokemon
It-
in game number 1.
like, he might be
but
trying to
that's
kill
into
the
Eric's
Tornadus.
It does mean that it's not going to be able to use the Tailwind.
Surging
He might be
strikes.
able to get it set up once again, but
Into
especially when the
Goldengo.
Surging Strike is gonna go into the Goldengo,
It's gonna live.
He's gonna take that very nicely, and Emilio's Tornadus is still around.
Yeah, doing about 50 damage each hit. This is, of course, once again, the Choice Scarf Urshifu, so not able to actually knock out that Golden Go.
And this might knock out Tornadus.
Onslaught Tornadus.
Oh, it lived.
It survives!
No way.
That's not a focus sash, ladies ladies and gentlemen, it survived that Choice Specs Thunderbolt.
That is absolutely wild.
Wow.
Testament again into the bulk that this Tornadus has on Eric's team. This is not the first time we've seen such a critical survival of this Pokemon. And so you're still able to go for something like an Air Slash if you want to, but the very first thing on this turn is going to be that pivot from the Urshifu out into the Heatran.
Yeah, this is one of those
Okay,
situations
so
where it's like
Emilio's gonna get the tailwind now.
because you were taunted at this point, right? So you're not able to actually get that tailwind off. Your best bet is like an Icy Wind, maybe an Air Slash with the Tornadus. It is going to be the Icy Wind option. So it's a little bit valuable, but yeah, this Specs Thunderbolt honestly putting in a lot of work. I think Shadow Ball may have ended up being a little bit better in this scenario where Tornadus ended up surviving, but I was expecting Tornadus to go down there pretty much 100% of the time.
That's
So
insane.
A testament to LeBron
That bulk.
running because that's wild. And
Yeah.
this time around, Bramblegas a really nice switch in. Yeah, you can just go for that knockout onto Tornadus, conserve your Tornadus to get a potential second tailwind up in the end game.
Go for it. Make sure that you have that speed control for later. Bramblegas hitting the field, hoping it's going to be able to pay off in another big way. But it's still gonna be
Okay,
a
his Tornadus lives
as well,
too.
So not going for the Air Slash like we saw last time, as Fluttermane now coming back out onto the field. Heatran just protecting.
It's not gonna matter to Emilio.
That does leave this Fluttermane vulnerable to this Thunderbolt coming out from the Golden Go.
That's a
And
solid
going to do
damage.
A good chunk of damage onto both Pokemon.
Really decent damage across the board. I don't think I've ever seen Choice Specs Golden Go use so many Thunderbolts into every Pokemon, basically. So definitely has gotten a lot of value out of
Oh
it.
boy.
Look at this. We are seeing the potential Ghost Terra immediately onto Bramblegas. We know that the Heatran slot just protected, so it's in an awkward position right now. And the idea from Emilio's end here is to just try to guarantee a knockout until that slot. Say, okay, even if you switch out, hey, I'm going to knock something out, I'm going to accelerate this battle now.
Absolutely. This Thunderbolt could be really huge because we already saw that Heatran took about half damage when it did end up switching into the field.
Okay.
And you do get a little bit of leftovers recovery, but based on that, and the fact that this Bramblegas does have a +1 attack boost right now, I don't think there's much that Eric could switch into this situation that's going to be able to take it super well, but maybe you do end up throwing something like the Tornadus in there. It's already really low. Just sacrifice it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the other interesting things about this position is, yeah, do you feel forced to go for the Terra here, right? Because the Terra on the Fluttermane actually cannot be used yet. It's already the Terra on, of course, on the Urshifu's end, but the Terra Ghost here is valuable just to get more increased damage, obviously, get that Terra Blast up, but doesn't get baited. Wow, Bramblegas here, just going for the Terra Blast. No Protect here from the Fluttermane, but of course we know this is going into the Tornadus slot.
Okay, and then
Still gonna be valuable damage.
Fluttermane's gonna take a
onto that
Thunderbolt.
Fluttermane.
I
If it
cracked
is
open a
to
soda,
be
which will be my only caffeine for
Tornadus
today.
getting knocked out.
Good luck with just that.
It's an icy win, but it's Shadow Ball
It's
into
into the
Bramblegas.
Bramblegas.
So now
Just
it's down to 1
calling
HP,
it.
yeah.
Focus Sash so valuable though, just so it can hang on to be able to use that attack boost once again. And this Thunderbolt is gonna whittle this Fluttermane down to
Oh.
very low HP.
These Thunderbolts are doing so much, but just not enough to actually get those knockouts.
Okay,
Heatran
Heatran's gonna
now
faint
off
here.
the field. If we saw the ruse reverse, like Terra Blast into a Fluttermane and then just Thunderbolt into Heatran, that obviously would have been huge, but I think Emilio was saying, well, I just want to cover for Heatran. If you stay
Much
with Heatran,
safer.
I punish you really heavily, but I think Eric makes a nice play in giving up the Tornadus. Heatran right now fairly well positioned, and once again, one of the other things to think about is that there is the Rocky Helmet on the opposing Fluttermane, which makes things a little bit tricky as well. So right now, Eric can potentially consider just protecting the Heatran and attacking with the Fluttermane, go for something like a Dazzling Gleam, but Flutter goes for a Protect, does not want to feint to Bramblegas, but we know where Bramblegas is targeting here.
Ah, the double protect. Does Tailwind end here?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, the fact that you have Protect on both sides is a very common strategy to be able to deal with the Tailwind turns, and they're about to expire very soon.
I think it might be this turn.
Go, just a Thunderbolt, just leading into these offensive options, and Emilio is putting on a ton of offensive pressure with both. these
But
Pokemon.
it does.
Yeah, I think the idea here is for Emilio now, though, you can just set up Tailwind again. The way let you knocked out Eric's Tornadus and now can potentially set up.
So
Tailwind.
obviously-
Yep. So the Shadow Sneak Thunderbolt double up here covers for a switch into Urshifu as well, right? And even if you lose both
Like,
your Pokemon,
Fluttermane's Rocky Helmet's gonna knock out Bramblegas.
One other thing to notice that Eric does not have Aqua Jet on the Urshifu. So you can't just go for that Choice Scarf Aqua Jet to knock out Tornadus before it sets up another Tailwind. And I think that's really critical. So it's looking really
Okay,
good
bye-bye,
right now for
Flutter.
Emilio. Here is the Shadow Sneak onto the Fluttermane. That'll get the knockout right now.
Absolutely. Fluttermane did not have enough HP to be able to survive that, but the Rocky Helmet is going to also knock
And
out
this
this
will
random
also
gas
do
for
massive damage
turn.
against
So I think you're
um,
okay with that. Like you get a chance to actually just get something in.
Heatran.
Like the Tornadus could come into that slot
Exactly.
immediately, and you
Will-O-Wisp.
almost Tailwind, but you cover. You just have to cover for it.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you might be wondering why go for Will-O-Wisp in that position, and the idea is I think Eric realizes I have probably already lost this game unless Emilio really makes a big mistake. Could go for Heat Wave there, get the double knockout, but as you see, yeah, there's Urshifu and Tornadus in the back here, right? So Emilio's played this so well. I love the turn one adjustment.
Okay.
He did exactly what he needed to, which was eliminate the opposing Tornadus. And
Double
I think
Ursh.
in this game, the Urshifu switch up was also so smart. Now you have that guaranteed knockout with that Surging Strikes, and Emilio looks like he's about to take the second game.
Now,
It's going to be really tough for both of these Pokemon to survive that on Eric's side, so let's start thinking about this game number 3.
I think the main thing that I'm thinking about is Emilio really
what if
lost
somehow
the trade-off
Eric
in
knocks
terms
out?
of the speed control. Emilio won the trade-off in speed control in this one. Game 1 it was difficult because Eric just matched the Tailwind, but that taunt on Tornadus just denying Tailwind immediately is really critical. So one thing you can think about if you're on Eric's
Okay,
end is
goodbye.
Surging Strikes, KO Golden Go. Of course, we know that
But now Heatran's gonna faint too.
And now it's going to be a 2v1, and we should see Emilio secure the game from that spot. But you know, the main point to think about is there any way in which you can trade your Tornaduses on turn 1? So you kind of force the taunt out, but then Tailwind doesn't go up, right? And then now with Scarf Urshifu in the end game, you potentially outspeed everything. So we just see trades here, but yeah, Tornadus gets to come in for free, and it's a 2v1 at this point.
Yeah, even though Eric's Urshifu was of course faster with the Choice Scarf,
Tailwind's gonna get rid of it.
Have the ability for this Tornadus to go for that speed control to be able to take that away from Eric's Urshifu. And yeah, close combat is at least going to be able to whittle it away.
But
oh my gosh.
I was thinking the only way in which like you could actually win this.
How much is Surging Strikes gonna do?
Like your Urshifu was super bulky for some reason, and close combat was not even a 2-hit knockout.
It's funny how Reg D was announced. Some people were mad about its timing, but now people are just saying it is what it is.
I don't even know if that gets a
So
knockout, but
I like legitimately did not really like Reg C at all. So I'm personally like been enjoying Regulation D. But I can understand people feeling a certain way.
We're going to head to a game number 3 in our first Swiss round of day 2. And this match is already delivering.
It absolutely is. I think the adjustment to bring Urshifu
But I can see some upsetness, but like I really like Regulation D, the mons that are being used and everything. Just I don't like Ting Lu and Wo Chen that much. So seeing none of them makes me happy.
Really good for me. One thing that is critical is knowing that Tornadus actually can survive that Thunderbolt, which I was definitely caught off guard by. Another thing to note here is that Eric's Tornadus does have Icy Wind, so you could go for a game where you go for something like Tornadus Urshifu lead and switch it up on turn 1, expect a taunt, say, you know what, I'm going to go straight for Icy Wind plus Water Terra Surging Strikes instead, try to knock out your Tornadus, and then with that, I have conserved my Tornadus for the late game. I think that's one approach you can take. I think another approach is the Trick Room combo that we talked about earlier, but the question is how easy is it to really execute that? I think you can also look towards potentially leading Heatran immediately, but I think what makes Heatran awkward here is the Bramble Gas. If you keep clicking Heat Wave, Bramble Gas can just switch in and get that attack boost, and that can be a little bit scary. So those are a couple ways that I think Eric can potentially think about adjusting going into game 3.
What's really tough about...
I hope the taunt comes out again. The taunt was cool. The taunt was fun.
Flutter Mane is just at such a disadvantage when you take a look at Emilio's options to be able to deal with it right away.
Yeah.
And there isn't any redirection, so you can't necessarily get that up and running quickly. And because of how bulky and slow most of the Pokemon are, Emilio, regardless, can get a ton of damage down onto either side without really blinking or even taking as much damage in return. So Trick Room, I think it's risky. I think it could pull off, but I also wonder if...
Good blood plushies in my cheer squad.
What do you think of Heatran?
Who are we gonna add to our cheer squad?
Yeah, it's awkward because if it Terras, then you suddenly become weak to the Bleak Wind Storm from the opposing side. So that's one of the reasons why Tornadus is so good, right? Like having that flying coverage is super nice. So, but I am curious because I think Tornadus Heatran definitely a possible lead from Eric's end.
Okay.
I'm
ready.
Like Rillaboom Flutter for Trick Room. I think that's really hard to execute. So I would expect the Tornadus once again. It is going to be Tornadus, but
Tornadus Flutter
this time around. So
okay.
A brand new lead, but another
Urshifu.
It's going to be Urshifu.
Urshifu is hitting the field already, and he saw just how important the Urshifu was for Emilio's game plan in that game number 2. But what's really interesting about this is, you could taunt, but what?
Exactly. Like, this is actually really stressful to play because it's like, if you call the wrong thing, right, taunt into Tornadus, there is the potential Trick Room option from Fluttermane. This is Water Terra Rocky Helmet Trick Room Fluttermane. So if you go for that Water Terra and that Trick Room and taunt does not go into that slot, and there's like an Ursa Luna waiting in the back, this game can go really, really downhill very quickly. So
Oh
it's
boy.
a really interesting lead, right? Because I'm not sure like Tornadus can really, like, we know it's slower right now than the opposing Tornadus. So like, what means of speed control do you commit to? And actually, it's going to be Golden Go coming out, which
I mean, Eric could have gone for both. That's the thing.
Shadow Ball from Flutter here, but there's the taunt to start.
Okay, well, Tornadus is gonna fall for the taunt, but
Oh!
a sunny day!
Oh my goodness, the Shadow Ball!
Whoa!
The Shadow Ball to the Golden Go to call it, but Golden Go is gonna take so much damage despite the fact that it's going to be able to survive. That is a major amount of damage that
Wow.
Golden Go may not be able to recover from.
Yeah, you know, I was saying it's probably a pretty safe switch in there, but nope, Eric's like, I am just going to Shadow Ball there. Sunny Day, by the way, there, of course, would have activated the Photosynthesis and given Fluttermane a boost, and so that was kind of the idea there. So
That was crazy.
Golden Go right now, still really scary. Yeah, Tailwind plus Make It Rain here looks really, really powerful. We know that Tornadus is bulky enough to survive the Make It Rain unless you go for a Steel Terra. We also know that Fluttermane here has the Water Terra. If there's a Heatran in the back, you can consider protecting the Fluttermane, for example, just switching Tornadus out into Heatran, but a beautiful Shadow Ball from Eric on turn 1 here. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, he did swap out. Probably to Heatran.
It looks like it's gonna be
Ursa Luna.
So a huge adjustment here from
Wait a
Eric
minute,
because
is
we
it gonna
haven't
be
seen that at all yet.
Water Terra Trick Room? Is that a possibility
way.
right now? There's
Oh.
Terra.
It is the water type for this Fluttermane, and so no longer will it end up being a super effective attack if it is the Make It Rain. But Tailwind here, this is so
Probably
risky.
Trick Room.
This could go horribly wrong if it is going to end up being the Trick Room. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Make It
Probably
Rain.
going to be Trick Room.
After the special attack drop,
It is Trick Room.
It goes for it! Eric Rios gets Trick Room up. Ursaluna hits the field. Guts activates just at the right time thanks to that Flame Orb. And setting up Trick Room when your opponent has set up Tailwind is the dream come true right now.
You can see the switch though that Emilio is hovering over because at this point this Ursa Luna could get out of hand very quickly.
One thing to note about the Ursaluna set right now, it is Bulk Up, Headlong Rush, Facade, Protect. So with that Bramble Gas switch in right now that's being considered, you are completely immune to Facade. The burn damage is also slowly ticking down on the Ursaluna right now. So Bramble Gas honestly a great Pokemon to bring out in this current moment. One other thing to think about is with Bramble Gas out, you can actually go for, say, a super effective Power Whip now onto the Fluttermane. But
And Eric kept his Tornadus for so later in the fight.
You have to do like, just anything at this point because you set up
Oh,
Tailwind.
doesn't go
It's a
for the
headlong rush.
Eric is playing lights out right now. I'd say he's really played perfect.
I think Eric
Turn after turn after turn.
got
Gets
this.
the knockout onto Golden Go. Now the focus hash on the Bramble Gas is also going to be broken. And there's the Shadow Ball.
And-
Amazing targeting by Eric throughout the entire course of this battle.
Wow.
It's been just such
Wow.
an amazing game number 3. The fact that Eric has been able to make this adjustment into the Trick Room mode and, you know, Emilio going for the Tailwind. That was
Time to spam
absolutely
priority.
amazing. You're still able to bring in your own Urshifu.
Yeah, but I don't know.
But can you
Well,
actually survive any of these hits with this
Fluttermane has Rocky Helmet. It's gonna,
It's just so tricky at setting up that Tailwind earlier.
like,
right?
even
If
if you,
Tailwind goes up on the opposing side, you're just in such a difficult
Yeah.
position. You know, one thing that Emilio could have
I
done
can't
is
think of the
really
move.
call
Shadow
himself
Sneak.
super
It's not gonna do
fast
anything.
speed, for
Well, it's gonna
example.
knock you out. That's what it's gonna do.
Right now. So this is really tricky. You do have the Aqua Jet though to at least try to get the knockout onto the Ursaluna slot, but
Wow.
it's just not giving Emilio any room here as Rillaboom comes out. Another adjustment. Oh my goodness, Eric Rios is. I'm
so
I literally
impressed.
am at a loss for words right now.
I'm so impressed. Bramblegast is going to make a pivot as well, but this Rillaboom is just the perfect response for anything that Emilio can bring out here. The Terra commit, it does go over to the Urshifu and it makes it Terra Water, but what would happen at the end of the day? Rillaboom is on the field. It has Woodhammer to be able to pressure it down. And it's also going to resist any sort of water type attack when the Aqua Jet
Wow.
My goodness. This is so
It
impressive
eats
right now.
that.
So Rillaboom covers for that switch.
Moonblast.
Moonblast right now.
And that's enough to two-shot.
In this endgame at this going up on the opposing side is just like a complete nightmare, right? So, yeah, like you've got Tornadoes out right now, but it is just going to feint to another attack. The Urshifu has committed the Terra, but of course it will just feint to any potential grass type attack like the Woodhammer from Rillaboom.
I was wondering if you do end up like actually going for something like a scary.
Yo, Piggy, welcome back.
Safer to try to stall out another
This
turn in the
first
tournament.
round has been
It's going to be your
insane.
best bet. So it is going to be able to save itself from the Woodhammer coming out from the Rillaboom. But this Fluttermane still gets a chance to go for the Moonblast
And gets the
does
knockout.
knockout onto the Tornadus.
I honestly think Eric Rios has played this third game flawlessly. He has called every turn correctly. He's not given up anything. He made a huge adjustment after games 1 and 2. We had not seen this Ursaluna. We had not seen this Rillaboom at all. And he brought the perfect 4 Pokemon. And it's what we were talking about with that lead matchup, right, Rose? Like, you commit to taunting which 2, and yeah, you deny the
Ooh,
Tornadus,
going for the double
goes
protect.
up. If that turn had been a taunt instead of a Tailwind, this game I think would look really differently. But as soon as Trick Room goes up, such a good position. Urshifu goes for that double, but is not going to get it, and I think that should secure the game here. As we basically see a flawless game from Eric Rios in game 3.
Wow.
Huge Woodhammer to be able to knock
Wow.
out Urshifu. And this Bramble Gas does not have too much life left.
That was
And
insane.
with some fantastic adjustments in game
Bramble,
2, and even
Heatran
before
pet.
wild adjustments
I
in
said
game number
Dewey,
3,
Dewey.
is gonna be able to secure
I'll
the
think
win
about it.
here.
I'll think
As
about
he
buying the
gets
Heatran.
his Rocky helmet.
Just managed to get
Let's
a knockout
first
with the Fluttermane on the
update
way
our
out, but-
board.
Oh my goodness, that was such an exciting way to start this day, because if you look at Eric's Pokemon on his team, you're like, okay, these are all just fairly standard Pokemon, but
Yeah.
I love this team so much.
So,
Air slash tornado.
hey!
Tornadoes, you've got the Sunny Day as well. The
Eric Rios is gonna win the whole thing or just that round?
Because there's so many combos that you can go for. You can go for Tailwind and just start attacking.
Joseph
Go for Sunny Day,
won
go for
round
Fluttermane,
1.
boost, start attacking. Or you can switch it
Chuppa's
over
not
to
done yet.
Ursaluna and set up Trick Room with Fluttermane. This Water Terra Rocky Helmet Fluttermane with Trick Room I've never seen before. I've seen Trick Room
Alberto
Fluttermane with Terra, but Rocky
has
Helmet in
won.
addition to make Water Urshifu's life even more miserable is
Yeah.
fascinating to me.
I mean, Fluttermane, especially if you're able to kind of bulk it up a little bit.
Neil, let's
this is
check
really
out
starting,
Neil.
like, you have to deal with the Fluttermane,
They're not
and
done yet
then
either.
How are you gonna hit it? So you gotta
And
consider your options
Guillermo
here.
has
Rocky
also
Helmet's
won.
so
So,
nice, especially knowing
right
that
now,
also
we're sitting at 3-0 on our cheerboard today.
I really
The
wanna talk
exact
about
opposite of what happened
that was
yesterday.
I think you called out Rose. There's no
Thanks,
direction,
Piggy.
right? As we
I love
look
them
at
too.
some
I love
replays,
the
there's no
Imperialism
redirection
videos,
on this team, right?
making them so
setting
much
up Trick
fun.
Room is not exactly that easy. Right now we're looking at game 1 and that air slash just into the Bramble Gas. I mean, Eric was lights out with this targeting, covering for
Yo,
switches
that
throughout the course of this
fight
game.
though.
Emilio made a really,
Okay.
really cool play in that first game, and of course he did have a pretty crucial miss.
Anyone want to
This
drop
first
a
game
battle?
was also nuts where both Pokemon end up surviving just with a sliver of HP.
Heatran
But
Imperialism.
what I think about here is
Every type of
the
Terra
goals of the
Heatran.
opposing Tornadus, right? Eric realized, okay, my Tornadus is slower than yours and you have Taunt. I can't just consistently outspeed you with my Tornadus, and so makes this brilliant adjustment to go for
anyone
Trick Room in
want to
gameplay,
battle?
And it was such a different mode from anything we had previously seen.
And this team is also so different from the tournament that he
That's
won,
insane. Trick
right?
Room
Where
Fluttermane.
In Regulation D, he had started to bring out a few more like Pokemon, but at the end of the day, you were really looking at like the Regidrago. I think that was also like such a standout from that particular tournament. But Eric has just been on such a tear as a competitor. I mean,
I think
after
you should
being
do,
able to win the 2022
I
European
would,
International
but I would
Championships,
like to
he's
save
just
my
been
Switch battery for later. Sounds good.
constantly
We
on
can
the
also do them
rise.
later.
If I look at
Legendary
Eric's
or
team, I think this
mythical?
team has the
So
potential to
mythical
win
is gonna be
championships. I
really
think this
difficult
is
to do
easily, in my eyes, the most impressive team I've seen across both days of competition so far. And
because
the
of
main reason for that is because, yeah, it is
how
a
hard
lot
it
of
is to get the
standard Pokemon,
mythicals.
but
And
one,
the legendary one, on the
playing
other
against
hand,
Ursaluna, they almost always expected it to be on Cresselia
I just have
so,
to
Cresselia, Ursaluna,
spend the
Iron Lance,
time
Heatran, Rillaboom,
to
Fluttermane,
actually
Trick Room.
catch legends, which
This
is a little
Ursaluna
rough.
is a flex pick where
but-
it also has bulk up, by the way. We didn't see that come out, but it has bulk up, and you can use it potentially under.
Did you get your Mew? I did.
Or Trick Room
What
Fluttermane.
type did
You
I?
have
What
Tornadus
type is my
Fluttermane,
Mew?
which, when I saw that as a lead, I was like, okay, like, I'm pretty sure you can do, how much damage can you
I mean,
actually
it's pretty
do with
easy
that?
to
But
get them
now
in
it's a
Pokemon
Fluttermane.
Sword and Shield
At the end of the day,
DLC.
this Water
It's
Terra Bulk
easier,
Set,
but it's still a
Fluttermane,
little
right?
bit
It's
of
not an easy base special as tax
effort.
stats, so there are just so many cool combos
Yeah,
on
I
this
got
team,
my
and Eric
Mew.
has so many
It's
attacks on
Rock
every
Terra.
single Pokemon. So, starting with Tornadus, you've got Air Slash and the Icy
So,
Wind plus Sunny Day combo.
it's
On
it's
Fluttermane,
nothing
you've got Water
crazy.
Terra, Rocky Helmet, Trick Room. On Heatran, you've got the Grass Terra Will-O-Wisp that we saw previously. Ursaluna has the bulk up. And then the
Why
Choice
is
Scarf
that not
Urshifu as
updating?
well. So
I got my Mew Flying Terra. Yo, that's cool.
If there's any player to do
Flying
it, I
Terra's
think
cool,
Eric
but
came into the World Championships last year as, in my eyes, the #1 favorite to become World Champion. And
Agreed.
he showed why he's been one of the best in the game for over a decade. With
Yeah,
that
that game
last
was
game.
flawless.
I mean, just
That
a
game was
normal
flawless, and
or
it
just a
definitely
rock.
left us both speechless
Modest
with
nature.
just
I don't
how
know if
well he was
that
able to navigate those
is
board
set.
positions. And I mean, also just seeing that
I got
he
the
even
classic
covered
ribbon.
for the taunt, like going for the sunny day, maybe even being able to get the photosynthesis boost on the Flutter main in that game #3. Yeah, this has so many cool techs. It's such a balanced team.
It really is, and I think it was hard for Emilio.
Why do I hear
Emilio made a
fireworks?
beautiful adjustment in that second game. You could see how smart he was in
Yeah,
thinking about how to
why
play
is that
it.
not updating?
You know, the main thing is that Eric, with those 2 different speed modes to consider, it's just so much harder to play. We were talking about that going into one of the games. Like, how can you
There we
possibly
go.
cover for both?
Okay.
And sometimes it feels like you can't. You have to make just kind of
To make my Mew Ghost Terra, I threw it off the cliff, but I flew and got the Flying Terra. Oh, that's funny.
I just love Eric.
Tried to get the Ghost one from you too, but
It's so good.
didn't work
I
out.
can't wait to see how far Eric will be able to go coming in as a day 2 invite for the Europe.
I just want to do a
region.
casual battle.
We do have him on stage
I'm
for
probably
the
gonna get wrecked in this casual
and
battle,
that victory.
but we can try.
Thanks so much, Eric. Backstage,
I know how this
we're
team
seeing
works,
running
too.
around like flawless, perfect play, maybe the best game we've seen.
I
so
can't use
far
my
this
Switch right now.
season.
That's sad.
In that game 3, do you feel like it was perfect?
I think it was not perfect, but
Battle against
good.
Ivan.
Because when I play aggressive teams,
Okay,
I
Baskia Legion,
need,
Pelipper,
find the
Thunderous,
ball,
Amoonguss,
Tegrum or Tailwind.
Goodra.
I know that any of this, his
But I
tournament
suck at
was
PvP
out,
anyways.
so it's
I just find it
tricky
fun.
to
That's
maybe play
about.
Trick
That's
Room
really
against that.
why.
But I knew if I could put Trick Room in my team, I think I could just win with.
I feel like
so-
Iron Hands
so
is really
I
good
recognized
here.
my error, before in game 2, and
Roaring Moon could be
I
really
played
solid.
game 3 and worked really well.
The casters have been saying how much they love your team. It looks pretty standard, but it has some really cool things about it. What's your favorite
I
thing
definitely
about
need
your
the
team?
Flutter main.
The favorite thing I think is Flutter main.
Maybe I go Flutter main second.
Item that didn't see before Flutter main. I think it's really cool because can force a lot of Urshifuls to.
Amoonguss,
think,
maybe?
About
You could try to rock out with this.
into the Flutter main, and also have
I really don't have much. I guess I have Iron Hands for Goodra.
To beat down those Urshifu with that, yeah.
Let's go back to the first 2 games. In the
But I'm
first
just
game,
rocking a Series
how
2
did you
team,
feel
so I'm
about
at a
it? Were you
disadvantage.
conservative? Were you feeling out your opponent? What was happening there?
In
Hey,
the
it's
first two
Lando.
games,
Shiny Hunt for
playing,
Finizen and then
I
Union
think
Circle to
safe
evolve it.
to see,
Crazy that you say that. I
know
recently
Emilio, but
just
I think
got
this is the first time I'm playing
a
Emilio.
Shiny
So
Finizen.
I knew him. He's really good player, and the first 2 games I played so.
Okay, I feel
safe to see what happens, to see the matchup because.
like a Thunder
he's
Wave
Also really cool.
is going to be coming out
like
against me.
Farmergas with Terracores that I didn't see before and has a lot of potential with that. Yeah, I was playing some safe and see the best turns I did, and just in game 3 I tried to.
Let's
to do
fake
something
out
different to maybe do better than.
Dazzle
game 2.
Gleam.
Was the Brambleghast the biggest surprise for your opponent? Was there anything else that surprised you about their team?
I think it's the Bumblegas.
Okay, solid damage.
Because the other stuff is pretty standard, so Bumblegas
We
with
get the
Terracores,
flinch.
which Focus
Ooh.
is, I think for me,
Oh.
most strange.
Oh, I probably misplayed there.
Your team is looking very strong. Do you feel like this is a good start to what could be a winning run for you at Worlds?
I hope.
Let's try this.
Have been playing 10 years of Pokemon and have been top 8 at Worlds, top 6.
Because he's probably going to try to go for my Flutter main.
Someday, and I work really hard for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna
tournament
eat this
because I want to win someday the
pretty
tournament,
well.
So hopefully.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about your history as a Pokemon player. You've
Hurricane's going to hurt a little.
Yeah,
Not too much.
I won the international last year and also a regional, so it was one of
This
the
isn't.
players last year,
One
but
second. This
before,
isn't Prankster.
like,
is it?
Like this year,
This is
because I
Volt
was playing
Absorb
a standard
one,
team that I felt
right?
comfortable all the year.
Or am I wrong?
A lot at the end, so this year it's a new format, so didn't have a standard team to
Therian.
feel comfortable,
Yeah, this
so I
one's
started
Volt
working really hard
Absorb.
with friends, and thanks to them to
Interesting.
always supporting me and help me to tournaments.
Got to switch to my phone because my
Really
iPad.
really strong team,
Okay,
let's see how
sounds-
it goes.
What were some of the
Sounds
inspirations
okay.
for your team? How did you figure out some of these really cool ways they could work together?
Um,
I was thinking about the meta game.
So he's
the
gonna
start of the
try to
game,
go for
the
big damage.
Bullshit Tornadoes teams, pretty standard, and I tried to stop all the standard things with some strange.
What do I have? I have Assault
But I
Vest
think at
on
the
you.
end, the standard teams
You're probably
are
gonna
way
try to
better
spore
than the
me.
strange teams. But if you can try to build a standard team with the strange items to beat the other standard
I might
attack,
Terra,
I think this is probably the most
Drain
effective.
Punch.
I love that. Now you mentioned
Send out a
some of the
Mungus.
friends
What
there
Pokemon
you
games
wanna
you
say
have?
hi to or thanks to while we're here?
I
want
think
to
I have
thank,
almost
Gerard,
everything. Minus
that helped me a lot,
Crystal.
for this tournament.
Crystal might be the only game I
my
don't
family and
have.
friends that have been supporting me all the time.
I'm expecting the
Prayers,
Spore to go into one of my
and
Pokemon.
my Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much.
And thank you. This has been a fantastic game. Best of luck as we continue in the tournament.
And I'm
We're
still
gonna
gonna
take
be
a quick
pretty
break, but we'll be
resisted.
right back with more from the Pokemon World Championship.
Wild Bolt Storm. We eat that. Ah, the paralysis, of course. Pollen Puff. Oh my Lanta. That still does good damage. Maybe you could make a Gigantamax Z move Imperialism.
We are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023.
Oh my, that's a
Taking
lot.
broadcast, I am standing in front of the
The
Poké Center.
only
Welcome
issue
to the
is-
models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now,
I'd
we
like
are
to
going
get
to
out
find
of here
some
with
clothing,
you.
Some accessories. What are you looking for in
And
there?
spore you.
For Pokemon themed things.
I've heard
Or-
there are some of those in there.
I got a
Are you
little
looking for anything
like
particular?
emoji blocking it, but still
We are super excited
We
to
could
get you
try.
started. Let's go.
The only hard thing is I can't really we eat that. I can't really record my 3DS. I don't have any access to that. The Gigantamax we could, but the only issue, actually no, never mind. Have to go by. Okay, hope to see you later. Humanoid Pokemon Imperialism. Ugh. Ugh, thinking about humanoid Pokemon. Okay, we get the Spore off. Is Trick Room? Okay, I meant Tailwind's done. I survived Tailwind pretty well. I'm gonna try to Acrobatics. Actually, you know what I probably want to do? I probably want to Protect. And then swap Iron Hands into this. Because I don't know if an Acrobatics actually one-shots. We get the guaranteed sleep turn. Makes sense. The rain stopped too. I don't even remember. Oh, Pelipper did. Now. I'm going to try to Dragon Dance Fake Out. Because Amoonguss is tanky. I don't know if one knocks it out. Who is your... Bascule Legion. Okay. Does Iron Hands knock out? If it does... Dang. Teal Mask DLC will most likely be Regulation E. Yeah. Well, Regulation E, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I kind of wish that Iron Hands did faint there. Because Roaring Moon is going to take a lot of damage, but I still think we try. That's fine. That's fine. Acrobatics one-shots Amoonguss. Let's go! Yeah, that'd be cool seeing the Teal Mask. I wonder if we're going to get Walking Wake finally.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser on the floor in Yokohama for the Pokemon World Championship.
Do you still have another Pokemon?
And I've just made a new friend. What's your name and where have you come from?
You have Thundurus still.
Hello to the Pokemon fans. My name is.
Did you
Imachi.
Terra?
in
I don't think this dude Terra'd yet.
And I'm from Korea. Actually, I'm
No, he has not.
Pokemon cards in Korea.
Very cool. What are you up to
I'm
here
not
today?
sure
What are you
what his
doing here
Terra
at the
could be.
championship?
Actually, my co-founder is one of the TCG player. So
Who?
yeah, it's Ho-Sung-jang, HS Ho-Sung. So I'm here.
So I'm gonna just wild charge into Bastia Legion.
Do you think that he will
Try to
play very
scout
well
the
with
Terra,
the
but it
win?
doesn't look like he's gonna Terra anything. Amoongus vented into its Pokeball.
So I hope he go to the final.
Great.
Yeah.
What
Last
else will you
respects,
do? Will you
right
be
into
shopping or watching
you. That's
other
fine.
trading card game players or even the video game?
Yeah, but actually the TCG play.
You don't need that at all. Let's go! We won. We won one fight. That's crazy.
I noticed that you're traveling with a lot of friends. How has it been being with your community here?
Actually, there are so many
I'm fine with you dropping.
I hope they.
I still have my Amoongus, but I don't think it matters.
At the world,
I think we're safe just to hit it with a throat chop
If someone has never come to a Pokemon
and a
event
Moonblast.
before and they're watching at home, what would you tell them it's like to be here?
Let's go!
Actually, I'm so nervous, so.
That was
vibrating
nice.
my body.
That was nice. My regulation
Stadium is so
2
big,
team,
and, all those
series
steps
2
is so
team, so
high.
good.
Yeah.
This was kind of the team I brought to
Come to the
Charlotte,
championship,
other
you will
than
get a fresh
swapping
That's
Goldengo,
true, too.
Golden
It
Go,
is so big here, and they're all full of
out
so
for
much
Fluttermane.
excitement. So let's go enjoy it some more. Thank you very much.
Listen, that's actually the first time.
We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Oops. No. I don't want to play it.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser,
We
and
played
I'm
one
here on
round.
the floor in Yokohama,
Who knows what
Japan.
can happen?
I've met a new family.
Um,
Tell me, what is your name?
That might have been probably the best I've outplayed someone with Tailwind.
I'm Patrick.
Very nice to meet you all. And where have you come from?
That was nice.
Calgary, Alberta.
Oh, I gotta check out our other
Wow, that's a
people.
long way. And I heard you've been traveling
Chuppa
in
and
Japan.
Neil.
What's the coolest thing you've seen here so far?
Probably like all the people playing games. You know, like there's so much, like
See.
yeah.
What is your
Hey,
favorite
Chuppa
Pokemon game?
won.
Probably the TCG.
And
But I do like all the other ones too.
What about
hey,
you?
Neil won. We're not cursed today.
Probably say TCG.
Are you guys ever going to compete in TCG, do you think?
Yeah, we're here competing.
You're competing now. How's it been going so
Let's
far?
go. Undefeated cheerboard.
And what about you? How's it going for you?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. Are you guys going to win?
I hope so.
That means
Maybe.
we could be seeing.
All right.
We could
What is
easily
your
have
favorite
one of
you're
our
playing with in TCG?
boards be playing against each other,
Yeah.
but
How about yours?
we could have a cheerboard going on the main screen.
Always works. Always wins.
Almost.
We got 1, 2,
Wow.
3, 4.
Consistent. Like 99.
I won't ask you to tell us because then all the pro
We got
players are
about,
gonna start
what,
stealing your strategies and things
56
we don't want.
tables
Thank you all for
in
spending time
Masters?
chatting with me. I hope you have a great time traveling in Japan. And
So
here,
100
best
people
of luck in
playing?
the tournament. We'll keep an eye out for that, and we'll be back with more from the
Pokemon
World
Imperialism, but
Championship.
double battles, so 2 Pokemon can pair up. So one can be Dondozo Tatsugiri, the other is Mouseape. That could be possible, but what combinations like past that though?
Honestly, first game of the day, Scott, a
Like,
certified banger.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't
You
know, what
two of the
else
best players in the world
is
for
there
sure.
to
I think
run
if
other
you had a
than
short list of
Dondozo
favorites to win the tournament,
Tatsugiri
most of them would have been I.
and
What do
Mouseape?
they deliver? You know, we were kind of talking yesterday at the wrap of the show. We're like, you know, I just don't know if I'm feeling what I saw today. You know, nothing really feels like it's like got world champion winning vibes. And boy, I mean that third game, right? That's the sort of thing. Like, all right, you know, I could see this getting one of those Pikachu trophies. At the
There's
end of the weekend.
Lilycole.
Yeah, I can confirm that the vibes most certainly are on.
And I think the
after
other
game
hard part
one.
about that
I think
is
that's
we're
gonna
going to be
a trend
banking on
that we
like
see
people
throughout
understanding
game number 2 as well. We
competitive a
obviously
little.
have a bunch of top players from around the world. And it kind of checks out, right? You add a bunch of the best players, and you're going to get.
I
Some
think
of the
it
best
could be
games
cool.
when they face off. So I'm excited for more. We've got. Is it?
I think
6
it
more
could
rounds
be
of
cool.
Swiss
Oh.
to get us through to our top
I might need to
five.
take a
So
stretch.
symmetrical, we're gonna get extra
Probably going to take a
rounds of
quick
great
stretch.
games, which I'm very excited for. So really
Because round
looking
2
to keep
pairings
going
haven't
games.
even been
But I think
posted, so we do have some
already we're
time.
seeing a little bit different teams
I don't even
in
know if
field
all
that
the
we
round
scroll through and
2s
take a
have
look at what's kind of
finished,
available
round
to pull
1s.
from. And
There's
we also
still
have kind of slightly different usage. I think
There's
it's
still
not
one more
probably
match in round
a little
1.
bit different, but
Okay, give me
usage
1
excited about
second.
what we had
Stretch
available. Let's try
time.
and take a little look and and see what we've got coming up in the top part. I do just want to drop a clarification nice and early. You're going to see 2 Urshifus on there, and it's not an error. It's actually, of course, the 2 different forms. So it is going to be the Rapid Strike in 2nd place, and then, of course, Single Strike in the 12th spot here in Yokohama.
Yeah, Urshifu being a little sneaky. They're not showing off of its style until the battle starts. But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting looking at these stats. Maybe on top, not so different, where Fluttermane for the 2nd day in a row at exactly 171.7% usage in the field. But everyone else, moving up and down a little bit. I think Iron Hands was 2nd yesterday, sliding down just a bit. But we have a pretty clear group of top Pokemon. I think one Pokemon I'm particularly interested in is this Rillaboom. We saw very little of it, if any at all, yesterday. Looked pretty good in that first round there, helping pick up the win during the 3rd game with decisively switching in to effortlessly take that Aqua Jet. We'll be excited to see how that does today.
I was wondering where the Rillaboom was yesterday. It's something that I thought obviously would be pretty strong coming in, being able to deal with that Urshifu really nicely. It just made sense on paper, having some really interesting coverage as well, which is something that certainly adds up. Like, yes, Grassy Glide is fantastic, doesn't care about speed control. Wood Hammer does huge damage, but filling in that last slot, always something I think that the Rillaboom can do really well. Down at the bottom, I mean, Single Strike sneaking in on the graphic, definitely something that we didn't see yesterday, and a lot more people pivoting over. So want to see where these Urshifu line up as we approach Top Cut as well. I think that's going to be something to really consider. And personally, I like Single Strike. I think it gets a lot of knockouts that you might not be expecting. But in some teams, it feels like a real downgrade, because then you have to fill in that water type gap. And, as we look across, that's the only water type that we see in our top 12. It's something that throughout our regional and international circuit, there's always been a debate over which water type to go for. But a lot of those have fallen very promptly by the wayside, and we are at this established group, I think.
Yeah, I think it's sort of interesting, too, where I think because that Rapid Strike Urshifu is such a critical part of the metagame, it's tough to get away with using different offensive water-type Pokemon because you tend to be countered by the same things. We did see some other water types if we're looking for the team.
Oh, shoot, I missed the usage stats. Oh, no. Where's it at? Where are they at?
Championships on a couple of teams. Gastrodon still rearing its ugly head, trying desperately to be distributed one more time at the World Championships.
I might be able to pull it up.
Cool too. And speaking of the Single Strike Urshifu, I'm interested if that isn't kind of like a harbinger sort of what we're seeing, where another way to kind of work around the things that counter the Rapid Strike.
No. Rewind a bit. I could. I just didn't want to get behind. Holy cow! Fluttermane back to 71%. Urshifu I think is up, because what's its face was 2nd, but I don't think he's really down. Shen Pao is more used. Maybe not. I don't remember the usage stats. Where are the usage stats of yesterday? Where are they? Where are they? VGC usage stat. Oh, I can't find. That's cool. That's changed. Heatran's still up there. Chiyu's still up there. Lando's. I wish I had world's usage. Okay, so Fluttermane was 71. Okay, Fluttermane has stayed exactly the same. Both exactly 71.7%. Iron Hands has actually increased from 41% to almost 47%, but has dropped a spot. Urshifu has jumped 8%. Tornadus has also increased, but has gone down. Amoonguss stays in the same spot, also increases. Shen Pao has increased 13%. Lando's in the same spot, has increased a bit. Heatran increased but dropped a spot. Rillaboom increased a spot. Chiyu has dropped in usage. Golden Go has dropped but less. So Chiyu and Golden Go have swapped. And then Ursaluna dropped for Urshifu to increase. So a few changes. Almost everyone except for like the bottom ones like increased.
Across the day, because there are so many decisions to be made, and I think coming into
Interesting.
this, I like your point on Focus Sash actually, because I'm
Interesting.
Like Focus Sash must be on every single team. I must use it. But now I am seeing the argument where maybe there's just better items out there, and we are spoiled for choice for once in what is definitely one of the.
Technically, it's 60%. Yeah, that's insane. The fact that Urshifu can be 60% and Iron Hands be
even down to the training could be big today.
over 40%, like the amount of like overlap between the fighting types, the amount of overlap between the ghost types of Golden Go and Fluttermane, it's pretty wild. You know what I might want to do as we wait in between rounds? I might just try to build some Pokemon. I'm gonna write a list. Oh, I don't want you here. Make a team on Showdown. Well, I kind of want to start my like Pittsburgh prep. So Shifu.
Yeah, already some really exciting gameplay and some great tech choices, but we want to keep the ball rolling. We want to get some more fantastic players, and I can tell you, to be quite honest, that round 2 here on day 2 is going to be fantastic. So
but it doesn't look like I can catch most of these Pokemon on this game.
A little bit more of what we can expect here in Yokohama.
Was thinking Amoonguss.
Thank
I was
you
actually
very much,
thinking.
guys. I am joined by the wonderful Lee and Lou, and we are here to discuss day 2
Is that
of the
my
World
6?
Championship.
That
Guys,
is my
that
6.
first round,
So this is
I
kind of the
don't think we could've
team
picked a better first match to get
that I'm
things
currently
started, and
thinking.
I'm just thinking, what's going to win this tournament? We're going to come down to just 2 players at the end of the day. And I'm seeing a lot of Water Urshifu right now.
It's kind of the team I'm currently thinking.
Might be your favorite Pokemon.
Well, Gastrodon, I think, there are a couple out there in day 2 at the moment. There are a bunch yesterday as well. I think with the amount of water types that are running around, you've mentioned, obviously, the Urshifu, but also Bascu Legion has been a Pokemon that I did, pick at the beginning of yesterday, but I also think has gone above what I was expecting it to do. It's been really, really strong, and all these water types running around, I think, is a really great call.
I don't know if I saved.
Yeah,
Oops.
I'll
give you Urshifu for a Fluttermane. I can get you a Fluttermane. But I think I have an Urshifu.
It was just such a surprise, I think, and the way that he kind of used it in that game to set the Trick Room up on the Tailwind and then get that Ursaluna.
Let's see.
It's like Ursaluna's dream at that point, really. It's
Yeah, I do have an Urshifu.
Yeah, the
Urshifu Water. It might have
the Urshifu as well. It's really interesting because
some
the rocket
stats.
helmet on that Fluttermane, it kind of really puts you off kind of going into the Fluttermane with that Surgeon Strikes in the first place. So it kind of gives you that little bit of
But I can reset it with berries.
In those situations.
So I'm not too worried. Hey, look, it's our baby Pokemon. Our Imperialism baby Pokemon.
The adaptations that different players have and the item choices and things is really interesting to see. And it'll be, yeah, I have no idea. at this point
Where's my
what it's
shiny
gonna win,
box?
but we could put our money to
I don't
say,
have any of these.
Urshifu's probably going to be in one of those top 2 teams, I think.
I'm really hoping we see an Urshifu versus Gastrodon war. Not just for your sake, but for, I think it's just really
Make them
interesting, right?
adults
One
and
of the
have them
reasons why
fight again. I don't know if that's going to be
Gastrodon
fair.
is
Where are
because
they?
You use it just to really give Urshifu
Electivire is pretty strong. Clefable's pretty strong. Togekiss is strong. Jinx falls off. Roserai's decently strong. Blissey's tanky, but it's probably not going to do much. Toxtricity is pretty good. Wobbuffet is trash. All 3 of them are kind of meh. Lucario's good. Raichu's alright. Mr. Mime, meh. Sudowoodo, bad. Azumarill, good. Igglybuff, not good. Where's the champion Munchlax? I don't know.
For me, I don't know. I was expecting to see a little bit more from
he might be on my other game.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he's probably on the other
talked
game.
about it being this amazing Pokemon with access
The
down to
shield that I
Spirit
was using,
and giving it all this extra flexibility and
because I
defensive
probably
flexibility
didn't
that it
trade him
already
back.
had, but let's slap another 10 times on that. And it felt a little underwhelming.
Okay,
I
so we
thought
got
I would see a lot more
Urshifu.
Assault Vest variants, so I saw a bunch of life orb,
What
particularly walking
Mons can I
around as
catch on
well,
here? I
and
can catch
a few
all of the
maybe
genies
citrus
technically on here.
variants, but I think the Assault Vest one was the one I was expecting to see, and I haven't seen it yet. I haven't been convinced that Heatran is
Tornadus
as broken in
Landorus.
Regulation D as I think we were expecting it to be.
Yeah.
Let's try
I think-
something.
I was surprised we didn't really see more and this isn't just because we're on the.
I'm scared.
Or anything, but honestly,
I'm
I
scared to
honestly feel
start
like
around
I
now.
expected more Gastrodon because
You
Basket
you can
Legion
catch
definitely
Cresselia and
is a threat
Heatran.
coming into this format, I think.
Yeah, but I don't
Also,
use.
Urshifu as well. And Gastrodon just
I've
feels
got
like
I could.
thorn in your opponent's side straight
So
away.
Amoonguss can swap
How
to
much I think we should
Cresselia,
preview how much
and
we're
Heatran
allowed to
can
Gastrodon,
swap
unless you're running, like,
with Arcanine.
Terragrass,
But I
Urshifu,
saw so many people
Parallax,
use
you don't
Hisuian
really have,
Arcanine
a
to
good
such like
running
greatness yesterday
the Pokemon that you want to bring. You've got to think of a game plan to get
that
around
I don't know if I can go.
so
I don't
we're
know if I
able to see
cannot
Gastrodon
bring
today
them.
to kind of combat
And I like
the
Amoonguss
threat
so
because you can
much.
see from the usage stats how strong it is. It just feels like an easy pick.
Yeah, after next round, I guess I could try to like get some shinies, get a shiny Cress and Heatran. The issue is I'm kind of gotta hope for 0 IVs. For those two, Tornadus. We're probably running special too. Oh, it would be so nice.
Totally, I'm glad you guys.
But
brought this up
Fluttermane
because
really
we
hasn't
made
been
some cast
used too
predictions
much.
before the tournament where we predicted the Pokemon that we expect to see. So let's quickly take a look at
What
that.
Lando form?
You guys think you're
This
doing
Lando
relative to the
form.
cast predictions. I think for me, I knew Flutter and Hand.
These Lando
would be number one
forms.
and number two going into the tournament. So
I just
not super
Intimidate's
surprised
gonna
there.
be so good.
I, like, figured
That's
Urshifu would
kind of
be
why I
good.
wanted to run
I didn't
Arcanine was
realize
the
it would be
double
good. I
Intimidate.
feel like it's looked so dominant in every game. I still feel decent
It
about the Landorus
helps.
prediction. My main
Iron
reason
Hands,
for picking
Chin
Landorus
Pao,
was
other
expecting the
Landos,
Japanese players to have strikes on
Rillaboom's,
it. It looked
Ursa
really good in
Luna.
that final round of Swiss yesterday as well. There's so many different ways you can run it.
Not
Especially
really
for
Urshifu,
example, Assault Vest, Choice Scarf, Choice
but-
Band, so many viable items. Chiyu is interesting. I think actually really all the treasures
Okay,
are
let's
very
take a
interesting.
look at our
Xianpao is something I've
pairings.
expected to see more of in
Let's
these
start.
games, but it doesn't seem like
Joseph
it's
is
had
playing
as much of
Eric.
an
Oh
impact,
boy.
but I feel like it has
Good
the potential to still
luck.
become a world
Good luck,
champion
Joseph.
Pokemon, so
Can you
that's
run
one
my
Pokemon that I have
AV
my eye on,
Fissure
and yeah, Chiyu, I
Fissure
think
set?
these
I
spots
hate
I feel
Fissure
the
so
least
much.
confident about, but definitely still feeling
Fissure
okay about
makes
the
me
big tiers. How do you
so-
guys feel?
I mean, there's no
Fissure
Chiyu
makes
out
me
on the
sad.
cast predictions
Which is
at
wild.
all,
Yeah, now
actually,
look at it, I'm
right?
like, wow.
Chuppa
Yeah,
is
like, it's
playing
obvious, like,
a
it's
guy
not-
named
But
Luca
Chien-Pao and Urshifu are
Tregut.
a big combination that's been really, really strong. And I think,
Yeah.
Aaron, you had very solid choices with Flutter and Iron Hands. Do you know
Alberto
what can also be in Iron Hands?
is
a
playing a
Ghost
guy named
Gastrodon,
Hodaka
Okay? Because
Okay,
Ghost Terra
okay.
Gastrodon,
Hate
you can't hit it very
Kayama.
well. You can before it terrors, okay? But then when you terror to Ghost, you don't have to worry about any of those fake outs
Neil
or any, close combats, anything like that.
is playing a
Gastrodon,
guy
I think,
named
is
Scott
really, really strong. Gastrodon Legion's definitely been the one that
Iwafuchi.
I thought was maybe the spicy pick coming in,
And then
it's really, really strong.
Guillermo
I'm a little sad for Dondozo. It was definitely
is playing
a Pokemon
against
that has had ups and downs this
Francesco
year. Might still
Iozia.
be on a little bit of a low at this point. I haven't seen
Luca
a lot
has
of
top
it,
cut
out
regionals.
on the floor
I think
here,
I've-
and we obviously haven't seen that a lot on
I
broadcast.
think
The
there was
one
a lot of
player
Lucas
is
though.
Golden Go.
Yeah.
I think it's come back really, really strong. Lots of nice
I can't
flexibility in
remember-
stereotypes as well, and lots of versatility when you're running choice scarf, choice
This
Band,
might be the
Choice
Luca
Speed,
that
Light Orb, and there's a lot of nasty plot sets running around as well. So I think
struggled
Golden Go is
against a
definitely a pretty good choice
fissure,
by
but I'm
these
not
players.
100% sure.
Yeah, I really like Goldingo, and especially coming into this tournament, this format, I think it really suits the Goldingo with the array of different speed control options that we've got now, and I think Goldingo really thrives on those speed control options that
Let's
you have to
go
kind of
back to
support
my
it,
screen.
especially things
Luca.
like Tornadus with the tailwind that put it in that position where
Yo!
Emilio, I think it was
Welcome to
choice
the
right, so
stream.
you can-
The
you can
Honorable
almost
Napoleonic
feel like
Company
you
of
start
India.
firing off those make it
There's a
rain
lot of
massively,
Lucas.
and that's
There's a lot of
great
Lucas,
position for
Aaron's,
Lucas to be in.
and James.
I think as well. I had Urshifu on there, but it was a single strike. I kind of want to change it now to the rapid strike. They look the same, right? So
In all fairness, I think both are really good.
Yeah.
And I wanted to talk because I think your predictions, round 7 of Swiss yesterday, we had the Dark Urshifu, we had the Hisuian Arcanine, and man, did they look good in that, right? That was a
There's
choice
not
by
many
Dark
wolves.
Urshifu,
There's one wolf.
And we also had Hisuian Arcanine. That was the Rocky helmet set. What's really
There's
interesting
one
to me is kind of
Chuppa.
how different all these Tailwind teams
Catch
are.
a shiny?
This is obviously
I'm kind of
everywhere,
thinking
but
about
those
trying to
pieces
catch a
that are
shiny.
Are actually maybe not what I would have fully expected going into this tournament. I think there was a lot of hype around this, like Reggie Drago.
I might,
plus Rillaboom,
in
plus
between,
Golden Goat
like
Tornadus,
after
obviously some
this
of the
next
pieces
round
that
plays
are
out,
there,
I
but
might
it's
try
really
to
interesting
do
see
a Crown
kind of
Tundra
differences
round.
between all of these different
They
ones.
take a while,
It's like
so
Tornadus right
I
now,
don't want to
they top
start
one
it
of the
now.
front runners to win, given how many elite players are picking them right now.
Yeah, Tornadus Swiss is
definitely, I think, been a hot favorite coming in. We've seen Tailwind as well on Roaring Moon
Actually,
yesterday as
since
well,
he's
which is
Chup
definitely
across the
that
fourth, I
difference.
beg to differ.
But I think you're right, speed control is
Okay,
definitely
there's
really
not
important
many
in this.
Chup across
Less about Tailwind, but more about
competing
Icy Wind.
in
I've
competitive
seen that a
Pokemon.
lot coming through from a variety of different Pokemon.
A shiny
Focusing on
Makuhita?
a bit of chip damage, on
I don't know.
critical
Is
focus
Makuhita
sashes,
in this
but
game?
also getting that one speed drop, and it's forcing players to make a lot of
I
switches.
probably
And I
won't
think
try
you're
to
right,
shiny
tournament
hunt
in
it.
Day 2, I think, is going to be a force to be reckoned with, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to pick up on the Icy Wind. 'cause
But I am
can't
curious,
remember which
is
stream game
Makuhita in
yesterday,
this
but
game?
The Fluttermane running Icy Wind. And I just think that's such a good tech on something like
Not
Fluttermane that has a natural
in
speed
there.
as well. To
I haven't
just
completed my dexes,
really
so
hinder your opponent,
I can't
but
really look
something
for it.
supporting the Fluttermane in a really nice position going into that next turn, you know, or that
It
last
is?
turn.
Well, I have a shiny Hariyama
Surprised we've not seen more
on
Thunderous.
Scarlet
Really
Violet.
expected Thunderous to be something that players are picking up on. Whether or not we see Thunderous,
I probably won't hunt for it
the rest of the day or the weekend.
because I'd like to try to get a shiny Landorus.
Thunder Wave is something.
What
that,
do I have?
We've seen in the past be used. It's not as quite as effective as it was in
Do I have
previous
Lando?
formats, but it's still a nice option
Oh.
that Thunderous has taunt as well. and
Oh.
just that type advantage as well against.
That's sad.
opponents.
That would be nice if I had the
We-
genies
all
ready.
the Tornadus players don't really want to be facing down against a Thunderous, so I would have expected to see more of that.
I'm
but
wondering
we'll
though, how
see.
cool is shiny Makuhita?
Well, let me tell you, I can
Let's
never
see.
see a Thunderous for the rest of my life ever again.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring that up, Aaron.
We'll see if Thunderous does make an appearance. I actually think
It's-
Thunderous and Zapdos are two
it's
Pokemon I
okay.
have my eye out on going into this tournament specifically because of how they can match up against Tornadus, Zapdos being able to manually set up Tailwind as well.
It's
So,
okay.
let's
It's
see how
nothing
players
nothing
counter
like
these strong
crazy.
Tailwind compositions, but that's going to be it for us here. Let's throw it back to the casters. Thank you so much. As always,
Are we
for joining
getting
us.
ready? Are we about to get to the next match?
I'm not sure I appreciate stray comments about my Thunderous pick. It fit the theme, and I'm pretty happy with it. So maybe it'll crop up later and make me feel better. Of course, we are getting ready for round number 2 here in Yokohama.
The
and
couch
I
segment
think
is
overall,
done.
I'm excited for what we've got coming up.
Well, absolutely. We're getting to see the best players from 2 different regions that we don't get to see a whole lot on stream.
Oh boy.
The top player from LATAM taking on the top player from Oceania.
Yeah, that's the 2, I guess, smaller regions. They send less players, I guess, but the players are no slouches at all, especially when you're number 1 in your region. You've got to be feeling pretty good about your chances as you approach the World Championships. You skip day 1, you come to day 2 as the best in your area, and you've kind of got a bit of a point to prove. You've already proved plenty, and it sets you up in good stead to try and take down the tournament.
Yeah, I think, especially Oceania, I think they're always kind of looking for a little respect on this stage where you don't get quite as much attention as everyone else does because there's a little fewer events in that region. I think in part because of that, I think Gabriel Gatti, the top player from LATAM, going to have exactly double the championship points that his opponent does, even though they're both number 1 in their regions. We definitely didn't both individually check on our calculators to make sure that we could multiply numbers by 2 and avoid making a critical math error on stream.
Yeah, do you know your 2 times table up to 500?
I'm surprised by the lack of
Yeah, I
usage
thought
of
it did, but I
Hisuian
really wanted
Gudra.
to make sure.
Guess it's a
I'm
ladder
gonna
thing.
save the hilarious missteps for later in the tournament.
Huh.
Oh,
I mean,
when I'm working with you,
the hard
it's gonna
thing
be a lot of
about
fun to play.
Gudra is
No,
Landorus.
598 championship points, leading your
Urshifu.
region is
That's
nothing
like
to
the
be sniffed at.
struggle
That
of
is a
Gudra
serious number of
is
points.
it's
That
just
is
countered by
essentially
like a lot of the
multiple
top
divides
mons.
with the
Lando,
for
both
Oceania.
Urshifus,
Gabriel
Iron Hands.
What a season he's been having, putting up great performances at IC.
So that's probably the biggest reason due to the lack of it.
196, and I think that just shows, you know, just how big and how good he's been in his region, being able to make those runs at ICs. He's still missing, I think, the one thing he wants is one of those huge wins to really kind of get back into things and show that he is, you know, not just the best in Latin America, which, you know, you can hotly debate that one. He was over 400 points ahead of number 2 in Latin America, which is quite a jump, and I think his big IC performance definitely helps those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, he looked great in that tournament, and he always seems to.
Hisuian
Right?
Gudra is the sole usage of why I run Fissure on Lando T.
Every time we have an international
And on Dozo too, I guess.
Latin America in general, the top players in that group, a handful of them just seem like they've been factors in every big tournament for a long time.
I mean, Hisuian
now.
Gudra's weak on what, the special end?
Players all across the world to change the way they look.
So I
at
guess
Latin
like
America as a region,
it
right?
is a bit
These are really
tanky.
scary players.
Where's
I
my?
think they tend to almost always
Where did my
present
mouse
really
go?
Really interesting takes in the metagame, you know, where they
Oops.
all, it's not like a situation you
I hope
see
that didn't mess anything up. Pursuing Gudra.
They all have in common is just that they all have
Gudra.
a perspective in the metagame. They're never just
Like,
using,
oh no, it's got the special
same
tank.
group of
That's what it
six
is.
that you see, all over the
Its
field,
HP
and
is
it makes them really difficult to play against.
decent. Its
I think when
defense
you're
all
prepping for a
around is
tournament and
decent.
You know that Latin America are going to be
It is
there,
a
they're gonna
good
be showing up.
Pokemon.
You're obviously trying to figure out what each region is trending towards. It really is a case of sleep
I don't know.
open. Make sure you know what is going on in that region, because if you get paired up against one of them and you've just ignored what they're
I don't know.
doing, that could be an auto loss.
But yeah,
matchup.
there is a
And
lot
then
of
you're putting
Pokemon up
yourself
there that
down.
kind of like
So I like the way that now
eat it.
I think a lot of people have woken up and started seeing, obviously.
I mean, it does have
some of these
gooey.
top players come to the fore over and over again. A little bit more coming out when it comes to preparing and understanding the way they want to play the game.
Yeah, I think what's fun about it too is they're really
48K.
difficult
Dang.
to prepare against.
48,000 people are watching on Twitch.
Because there isn't
8,000 people are
what's
watching on
some
YouTube.
Similar Pokemon, you kind of just have to roll with it and figure it out once you get to the tournament, right? Where there was a number of archetypes I think players were really prepared for. Aaron kind of has mentioned the whole Reggie Drago thing that hasn't really shown up as much on stream so far as we were expecting it to. But I think what's fun with these guys is it's always stuff that we're not quite expecting. And I think it used to be years and years ago, they're like, oh, that's just that's not a real team. We don't have to worry about that. And then we get to the top cut phase, like, oh, all those guys are still in the tournament, huh? Guess we should have taken that a little bit more seriously.
Oh, that is a serious point in prep, is you cannot ignore, particularly at the World Championships, like a whole region. That's absolutely crazy.
Also, Regieleki, where are you? I'm a little shocked about Regieleki, but I also have seen arguments that make sense why no Regieleki.
That is an early exit for you from a tournament, and that is when it's the final of the season, not what you want to be seeing. So I think that's a really tough one. I do want to focus on Oceania as well. They had a very different season to us, and they played their events, their regionals, and of course their international championship a lot earlier. Their international championship was back in February when we were in Regulation B, I believe, and their regionals were very close behind, so they didn't have the same kind of growth and build. I mean, we do have to call out as well that we weren't ready for the video game championships when Latin America had theirs, so they definitely took a little bit of a breather as well, and that really does show, that these players are at
Yo, Piggy, welcome back. My initial Regulation D team that I wanted to use had Regieleki.
They'll be 1-0 against each other here, and I'm excited to see what they bring because of that, right? I think some of the other players we've gotten to see more of over the course of the season, so we kind of have a pretty good idea of the sort of strategies that they tend to trend toward. I'm not as sure about these two. I think Alistair in particular we haven't seen on stream in quite a long time, so I'm excited to see what he brings. I think that it'll be an interesting match to watch. I think probably for all the players in the field, maybe they're hoping they can finish up their round in 2 games this time to check the end of this set, learn a little bit about players from the regions we don't get to broadcast as much, because I think these are both players that are very likely to go deep in this tournament and be factors as we start.
That is pretty crazy how early
we are talking about these two players, just
the two regions finished. We're getting Gabrielle and Alistair. That Joseph Ugarte and Eric Rios fight's gonna be so good. I want to see what Joseph's has. How would you react if Explosion and Azelf won Worlds? That'd be a little weird. What happened while I was gone? We might have finished round 1 while you were gone. Maybe, I'm not completely sure.
Versus Eric Rios. These are names that both trainers, want to see on top. Both fans, for both of them, really backing them to do well and go deep in this tournament. And to be matched up this early, I mean, this is a matchup I could see in top 4. I don't think I'm a little bit too early to say that. Like, that's where I'd expect to see those kind of players.
Gabrielle
and of course, Carl Livinghouse versus Melvin.
Got second in EUIC. Had to eat for real. I don't blame you. I might have to go into my snack bag already. And we're only hour and a half in. Okay, that's cool.
Poor Eric Rios, right? Like, what a couple of opponents to start your day out against, where no match is easy here. I know sometimes we go to the regional championships, and
I still got my Skittles from yesterday though. I might rock out with that for a second.
The second round, where you got like a champion player playing off against someone in their first tournament, or whatever. Like little Timmy from Ohio. His favorite Pokemon is Charizard, and his favorite food is glue. Not going to happen here. Where I think every match here careful, buddy. Every match is so challenging.
My favorite Pokemon's Charmander, and I like eating glue.
It's like exclusively players where you're
Why is little Timmy's favorite food glue? And why is he just...
What's your favorite game you have?
I think anyone's gonna be able to take this one.
Probably Pokemon Fire Red.
Exactly.
It's like one of my first games. Oh, bye, Piggy.
Let's throw it down to there and see what we have cooking up in this one. Hopefully, it's something much more delicious than glue. It is going to be Gabriel Agati versus Alistair Sandover. It's Gabriel on the left, Alistair on the right, looking laser focused.
Yeah, it should be a really great matchup here. I'm just so excited to watch both of these trainers. And yeah, it's I think as we start getting the match here, one of the things I'm most excited for is that we do see.
It's going to be either of those two. Interesting.
I
don't know much of the players.
Day one, right, where you're seeing,
Like most of my knowledge will come from the like North America region, if I know anyone.
You know, what was going to make these teams different from everyone else, and I think both these sides have Pokemon that might make that difference.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it.
Show me the teams.
Into this round.
Gyarados. Oh, Roaring Moon. Lando. Dondozo by itself.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned before, if you're not going to go with Urshifu as an offensive water-type Pokemon, then you kind of get forced into a defensive water-type Pokemon instead. And we have the Gyarados at one side of the
Interesting.
field, which we saw a little yesterday. It seemed like it was struggling, whereas like mostly that Wolf Glick group of players who brought the Gyarados in, none of them were able to make it onto day two. On the other side, we do
Don Solo, cue the Star Wars music. Dun 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 dun.
Opting to bring it today.
I do like the Roaring Moon.
Strangely, it was actually the day two players who seem like they're taking a few more risks compared to the day one, where I think many of the team choices were a little bit more conservative.
Maybe this is a telling sign of the amount of Regulation B events that Oceania had to play, that they're still really big on the Dondozo. Like, hey, in Regulation C we learned there was other ones, and maybe we need to pivot around that one. But both teams certainly bringing something a little bit
Both
different.
teams are interesting.
Be great. It's nice to get a little break from the Urshifu as well. But we're going to head on into the match, and Dondozo taking the field in the lead for
Diversity of water types. Kyogre would be so proud.
Well.
We got tiny Kyogre.
I'm sure Aaron Zhang will be happy to see that. I know he's a little worried about the prediction. Here it is. We found it, buddy. I think this will be interesting to watch. You know, the Chi-Yu certainly threatening the most damage on the field, but also not loving the opponents on the opposite side. Both very sturdy Pokemon who can potentially safely take one of these attacks. And then, you know, Dondozo, I think it's great to see. You know, we were kind of making fun of it over the course of the season, just could never seem to win the big one, especially in North America. But we did just see the solo Dondozo win the North America International Championships. I think everyone's taking this Pokemon a little more seriously now, even if it doesn't have its buddy Tatsugiri to help it out.
Ooh.
It's certainly an interesting one, because it's now just taking up...
Oh.
There is going to be the fake out there from the Iron Hands of Alistair's side. That is heading into...
I did solid damage.
A Dark Pulse from the Chi-Yu goes straight towards that Dondozo, brings it below half, but of course the Citrus Berry activating, making it nice and healthy.
Yawn?
Oh yes, Dondozo with the yawn. I can imagine this is going to start causing some interesting problems.
Yeah, Dondozo doing what it does best there, kind of slowing the game down, not taking too much damage, and you're sort of forcing those switches, right? Yawn, if you're not familiar
Dondozo. It's so crazy, like, the swap between, like, how Dondozo was to now.
Forcing these rotations. Unfortunately, I think this is a team that's very good at rotating, right? See both the Mungus and Gyarados in the back. Mungus, the Regenerator ability, likes going in and out. Gyarados, the Intimidate ability, also likes going in and out. These two Pokemon typically known for using physical attacks, so two great options. It is the Mungus who will be joining battle.
Feels like a very safe switch, nothing really threatening it immediately, but the Dondozo...
Bye-bye, Dondozo.
So both trainers trying to get a little bit
Lando.
of the Iron Hands on both sides, but an Amoonguss coming in for Alistair. That's the Intimidate that we were maybe expecting the Gyarados, but we got one instead from the side of the Landorus. The Wild Charge will head towards that
Eats that, though.
That is going to be quite nice. Maybe trying to catch the Gyarados on the way in. There's that Rocky Helmet you were talking about, as he is taking a little bit of damage for itself.
And Lando just...
Even worse Wild Charge, though, for Gabriel Agati, as it does land into the Landorus. And guess what? That does even less.
Yeah, both sides making some very good defensive switches there.
This feels like it's gonna be a slow round.
Pokemon, but neither of them catching anything on that turn.
No, well, the Iron Hands on Alistair's side will leave
Like a slow match, kind of bulky.
Anymore as the Dondozo comes back in. These guys seem to be on the same page as the Iron Hands for Gabriel does leave as well. And there's the Gyarados, so a bad time for the Iron Hands to be switched
Like,
out.
nothing crazy is gonna happen.
Only as the oblivious on the Soul Dondozo will keep
We're
it
just gonna have a
and
nice,
safe, not worrying about the
like,
unaware.
laid back
So this is gonna be the
type of
sport
match.
for Amoongu's kind of left free to do it. Feels pretty good.
The Yondozo didn't is the one that got put to sleep.
The Landorus and its stomping tantrum. So a really good turn there, I think, for Gabriel.
Yeah, looking like Ray Rizzo. Sneasler out here just can't hit any attacks, but Gabriel's found himself in really good positioning now. Gets the spore off. Not a whole lot that Alistair's going to be able to do in that other slot either. You have an intimidated Landorus. Amoongu's not being threatened at all. Potentially could spore that other slot. And even though there's not like a lot of offensive pressure coming out from this fearsome duo of support Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field.
A literal sleeper pick.
You have one sleeping Pokemon and the threat of another.
You know what I think is really cool? Spore goes and puts him to sleep in one turn. Yawn takes two, and I think that's the big advantage. The Landorus will keep itself safe from the incoming waterfall here with a simple protect. The Amoongus is kind of left to try and do something as the Dondozo does continue to sleep. And Amoongus, yeah, following up with a Spore, maybe trying to catch a switch on that slot from Alistair, maybe trying to catch
Get that Iron Hands.
Waterfall better on the way in, but no dice. So Alistair just getting one step closer to Dondozo waking up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great turn on Alistair's side in the sense you get to burn the turn of sleep, but, I mean, still, even if Dondozo wakes up, I mean, the yawn is a problem, right? You don't want your Pokemon to be put to sleep, but not really threatening any damage. Gyarados is going to resist all of its attacks. Amoongu's going to resist the more important one, and also, has that Rocky helmet, so neither side really in a position where they can generate a whole lot of offense.
Like I said, this is going to be a slow round. Rock Slide. Misses!
Will miss the Gyarados and catch the Amoongus, not the preferred target there. As Gyarados fires right back with the waterfall. The Landorus brought down to about 25%.
Wild. How many Swiss rounds today? I think it's 7 again.
As Amoongus fires off a leaf storm.
Oh, almost knocked it out.
Gives up its special attack for its troubles, but that is a very
I think it's 7. And I think everyone just has to go 5 and 2 and they cut.
Adaptations I was talking about, we're kind of looking for players to have a few clever tricks to get ahead of the metagame, maybe that we weren't seeing yesterday. Leaf Storm and Amoongus.
Wait, don't they show top 8 as well? They show top cut, I think, all the way to the final 2.
Because there's some abilities in this format where just
so
attack drops, even though we won't be seeing
it's
any in this match.
Yeah, well, the Amoongus has done
it's gonna be a late night.
And leaves the field to reset its very valuable special
Ooh, I think he predicted that Dondozo is gonna faint.
From the side of the Landorus, doesn't want to get felled by a follow-up waterfall here. As the Dondozo does take the waterfall in its stead and is easily dropped.
Yeah, I think we got all of the top cut rounds except for finals coming up. And I think they plan on showing like multiple fights per round.
Gabriel, and I think honestly he's been playing this one really, really well.
Yeah, Fluttermane, such a powerful Pokemon, on 271% of teams, but, it's threatening not enough damage, right? It's not going to one-shot either of these Pokemon, most likely in the situation. That Landorus has been intimidated, so it's not going to dish out a ton of damage the other way either. Maybe you could try to get a double target out of his Iron Hands, but to just switch into battle, it could potentially be threatening, I assume, a fake out of its own.
Bye-bye, Lando.
The Landorus, though, so being able to save that Intimidate for later would be nice to land that on both of the Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field, as his own Iron Hands takes the stage. The Gyarados, the Intimidate on Gabriel's
Yeah, are we gonna say goodbye to Fluttermane? But hey, 2 Swiss rounds before 10. We're already going faster than yesterday. That is true. We are going faster.
Heavy Slam goes into that protect from the Iron Hands, and we're right back to the same kind of position where we're just trying to find an opening. Both trainers needing that one turn to be able to push on.
Yeah, I love this pairing of Pokemon Gabriel is out here. Doesn't go for the fake out there, although it's just as ineffective as if he had. But it's nice to have these two out together, right? Where threatening either a Heavy Slam or a Spore in the main spot. So something bad likely to happen.
Oh, jeez.
Any potential Spore, so a great adaptation on Alistair's side to help deal with this Amoongus.
Yep, the Iron Hands will flinch. The Amoongus Spore will head into the Iron Hands.
That's scary. Substitute Fluttermane's a little scary.
For the Fluttermane. I think when you're down a Pokemon, you need that extra bit of wiggle room. Giving up 25% of your health seems like a decent trade for that one in my book. And now this Fluttermane feels...
Pollen Puff, maybe Iron Hands?
Yeah,
keep it alive?
Really, really important here where Flutterman is going to have to do a lot of work in this matchup where there's now a sleeping Pokemon next to it.
Or you could Rage
Lando's
Powder, I guess.
significantly weakened. You've got to do something to try to get going here. There's been almost no damage.
I guess you can Terra.
Gabriel's side of the field because Amoonguss is healing up the regenerator ability. We're going to see a lot from Fluttermane if Alistair wants to win this first game.
It's going to be a long stretch, and now the Iron Hands is going to be the first Pokemon terastallizing in this set.
That's a slow terastallization. We've been going, like I said, slow fight. Protect, okay.
As Fluttermane keeps up this defensive act, throwing out the protect.
Gabriel made that prediction.
That way, got to imagine there's some potential large damage in its direction. That is going to be the Iron Hands remaining asleep. So no shock there in this turn, as the Iron Hands on Gabriel's side will Drain Punch it for quite a significant amount. Feeling pretty good about that one, and making its way all the way back to full health. The Amoonguss will follow it up with the Leaf Storm, but that's not going to be
lives
in this case. Will drop its special attack and will not get the knockout on the opposing Iron Hands. Definitely in range though for an easy knockout with a follow-up Drain Punch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, right? I mean, probably a little more damage they're used to seeing from these two Pokemon onto an Iron Hand. But with the critical hit and this more offensive Amoonguss, I kind of like it, right? Where, you know, it's not like it could do anything else.
Ooh.
Spore wouldn't be able to be effective on either Pokemon. So, hey, you know, this offensive Amoonguss is looking pretty good.
I'm feeling it. I think it could be one of those nice adaptations. I mean,
Terra what?
This is definitely a solid answer to something like Urshifu, right?
Terra Fairy. I mean, it's going to do more damage, but it's going to take... It's going to lose its sub.
There is a Terra Fairy Fluttermane, though, as it
Dazzling Gleam. It's not going to do too much.
Moments later with a Dazzling Gleam. So just trying to get some damage down. You said it had a lot of
Yeah, that really didn't do too much.
Damage it's putting down, Scott. It is going to take a lot of turns to get there. Iron Hands remains asleep for Alistair, and the Iron Hands Heavy Slam will break that substitute. So making sure that that's a little more vulnerable. What the Amoonguss gets up to, I think, would be really, really important here for setting the tone of the end of this game.
And Spore. I think this is a win.
And that is just terrible for Alistair.
Yeah,
I think this is over for Alistair.
Was big, being able to catch it out of its substitute. It's not able to throw another one up, at least this turn, because it's asleep, and you've got to imagine that that Iron Hands is feeling pretty good about its opportunity to Heavy Slam. It will be the switch. I think the Amoonguss pivot and the Gyarados swap in and out feels really good.
Okay, Lando's probably... Oh, Lando has to come out.
Comes in. Okay,
might cause the Fluttermane to live.
Okay, well, the Iron Hands is still doing a huge amount of damage as its attack goes down, but Amoonguss leaves the field. Gyarados will take its place and get an Intimidate down on to that Landorus, trying to keep it in check a little bit more, and of course not be vulnerable to Stomping Tantrum as well. So certainly limiting options here. There is going to be that turn of sleep for the Fluttermane.
And how much is this going to do?
This turn, and Iron Hands gets the Heavy Slam in there.
And it doesn't matter. It's over.
Going to slow that one down, and it's going to be 2-4 in Gabriel's favor.
Yeah, just an excellently played game so far by Gabrielle, making it look easy in this round.
Yeah, Gabrielle is just tearing it up.
The reveal of the Iron Hands.
We are getting to like a round per hour, so that's cool.
In a sticky situation, but I really don't see a world where these two low health Pokemon for Alistair are able to fire back and win him this game number 1.
Yeah,
And Chiyu's just chilling in the back.
Right, he showed up at the beginning of the game, pieced out, let his friends handle things, and that is a decisive victory in that first game of the set.
Landed a Dark Pulse. I don't know what else you want. They did a little bit and then left. It's a pretty fair trade for Chiyu.
That was a good... It was a good slow fight. Like, it's one of those, like, more defensive, like, slugfest.
There was a couple of slow turns in that game where it could have gone either way, but I really like the way Gabriel played it and was able to bounce out and make sure he always had the upper hand.
Yeah, I know, just a perfectly played game. You know, he's showing why he has all those championship points, why he's the top player, in a very hotly contested region. And yeah, I think Alistair's really going to go back to the drawing board here.
We can take a look at the key moment in that match as well, being able to really understand where this...
Are we going to get a replay?
With our replay here. It starts right at the top. They're both getting ready for it, but there's the Spore on to the Dondozo. That slowed that one down. There was a nice sub. I think this was like the beginning of the fight back, trying to be able to get through this one, but this Terra Fairy came through, and at the end of the day, the Heavy Slam was able to connect, because once that Fluttermane was asleep, it felt like it was really comfortably in the hands of Gabriel Aganti.
Yeah, I thought one thing that he did perfectly in that game, just he never got greedy, right? He took what was available to him. He didn't go crazy trying to over-target the flutter main, which was sort of like the last real threat on the opposing team. He waited for the appropriate
Australia's never won Worlds, so Alistair is quite the candidate to be the first.
Just a smart, well-played
That'd be
game.
cool. An underdog.
If you're on Alistair's side of the field going into game 2 here, you got to change things up. I think, maybe you can somehow avoid getting controlled like that, but I think you made a key point. The game, right?
Pokemon Worlds.
Quicker than Yawn is at disabling teams. If you just have a bunch of Pokemon out in the field who aren't really exhibiting any offensive pressure, that's where Amoonguss thrives. It is great there. I think that
what countries do we got?
This up a little bit because I don't think he's going to win the slower game if they just keep fighting with the same combinations of Pokemon.
U.S., Italy, South Korea, Japan, U.S., Japan, Ecuador, Japan, Portugal. Cool. There's a couple unique ones like Ecuador. Ooh, Torn.
Yeah, I mean, I do like
that's cool.
Here, I mean, certainly, Tornadus versus Amoonguss is a positive type matchup at least. But I hope it's just an indication that Alistair's going to try to play this one a little bit quicker.
I think he has to, and getting some more damage down early, something like the Bleak Wind Storm, maybe the Tailwind to help out as well, could be really, really big. Just able to kind of speed up the game and try and play this one better. There's going to be
fake out.
Between the Iron Hands, with Alistair's going first.
Taunt.
Tornadus landing that vital taunt onto the Amoonguss, so Amoonguss very limited in what it can try and do right now. Iron Hands flinches.
Ecuador is thanks to Paul Ruiz' 2018 win, and he is still competing, so
he's won the speed matchup in the fake out.
Still really cool though.
Got that Amoonguss in a really sticky situation.
Yeah, the taunt's a big deal here too, right? Where sort of limits the potential bad options. Tornadus very likely to switch out of battle now with the threat of the wild charge in, but Amoonguss, despite having that leaf storm,
like I'm cheering for U.S. for the sake of Joseph and Chuppa.
Slugging it out with leaf storms for too long. Sort of a strange spot now for Gabriel. Well, he's the one who probably doesn't really want either of these Pokemon on the field right now.
Yeah, this is a tough one as well. I think both, once again, having in game number 1 as well, both these trainers want their Iron Hands to land a big attack into a premium target, and it's all about...
I didn't see what he used.
Switch. There is going to be the Intimidate from the Landorus onto the Iron Hands on Gabriel's side, so that's going to be a problem. Wild Charge into the Amoonguss, expecting it to leave, but it's not. It's
4 out of the 5 of the cheerboard is U.S. So...
but it wasn't available to him. It's the same game, turn 2 from game number 1. Apart from this, the Amoonguss does go for the Pollen Puff this time, healing up that little bit of damage on the Iron Hand. So very, very similar indeed, but, Wild Charge is not into premium targets.
Yeah. One of the fun quirks of Pollen Puff is that even though it's kind of effectively a supportive move, it is an attack, so you can use even though you're taunted there. Clever move there not to just make the obvious switch. We'll have to see if this time Alistair can call the Gyarados switch in.
Well, there's the Gyarados with its Intimidate.
But the Intimidate's going to help.
Premium targets in the combination of Landorus and Iron Hand.
Stomping Tantrum.
Stomping Tantrum into the
avoids it. Oh, but he gets the Wild Charge, though.
Better this time. Gyarados gets caught by the Wild Charge, and it's felled as soon as it came into the field.
A great
wow.
2 different moves. Would have been super effective on either Pokemon, depending on the switch was made or not.
Yeah, well, Amoonguss fires back with the Leaf Storm. It does take a good chunk off the Landorus, but doesn't feel as impactful as it did against that Dondozo. That said, the taunt is now over, so Amoonguss is back to full power. All of its moves are available for it to play with, including that ever-present Spore.
Okay. Come on, Chi-Yu. Pull it back.
As it switches in and lowers the special defense of everything with its Beads of Ruin, certainly going to help out against something like that Iron Hands, which is relying on its Assault Vest to be able to cause some problems.
Yeah, but the Drain Punch. Believe it or not, Lando has only won in 2015. That's crazy. Lando's such a good mon that it's crazy to only have won once.
A bit of a problem for this Amoonguss, even though it's not, exactly threatening a one-hit knockout or anything.
One of the 22 items that you can give to Landorus in this meta game and make sure it's still a very good Pokemon. So the Amoonguss being asked to do a lot if it's going to try and slow that down. Landorus will
okay.
a little bit of time though with the Protect here. Wants to make sure that it can maybe see what's coming out from the side of Gabrielle. It is going to be the Rage Powder now available since he shook off the Taunt. Chi-Yu will Heat Wave, so it's not going to connect with the Landorus.
Is he going to hit?
Try and get some good damage down onto the
okay. That's solid damage. And the burn! Woo! It's viable every year, but people usually over-prepare. But with the early Reg D, people couldn't prepare as well. So we could see a Lando come through. I'm hoping.
and the burn should end it for Iron
Oh.
right away. That is a massive turn for the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, the Iron Hands basically knocking it himself out there. Certainly, Alistair not anticipating it would have been burned, but hey, maybe this is the 9,000 elo move where he gets the free switch to the Tornado.
But I probably see a tailwind coming out here.
Yeah, the Lander's probably in range to be quite threatened, I would imagine. So being able to deal with that problem, maybe getting things a little bit faster with a tailwind, and then of course being able to land a big knockout on the Chi-Yu would be huge. The Chi-Yu carrying the choice specs, not able to hang on with something like a focus sash, so a stomping tantrum would be absolutely fantastic there. Of course, the Amoongus really struggling to say no to Landorus right now.
Yeah, Amoongus not loving the situation. One Pokemon on the other side of the field has safety goggles. The other one's at least threatening taunt, although the only way you could use it on this turn if you're making a pretty hard read. And Amoongus just getting out of there.
Yeah,
bye-bye, Amoongus. You'll be back.
Of course, we'll be able to get some regenerator going as well. Iron Hands comes in. We'll be able to slow things down next turn. The big thing, though, is the Chi-Yu is kind of stuck in this situation. Doesn't have a choice, so there is Terastallization on
Terra Water.
Water Terra. So maybe trying to help out a little bit, but does awkwardly make itself vulnerable to this Iron Hands and its Wild Charge. Tornadus will fire off the taunt.
Ha!
Into the Iron
He
Hands.
fell for it.
Trying to get the Amoongus there. Of course, Landorus
Heat wave.
Heat wave with this Terastallization.
Nice damage.
But it's just not able to really stop big damage. Anyway, a Stomping Tantrum goes into Chi-Yu, and definitely feels like this has been an interesting one. You know, the Chi-Yu is locked into Heat Wave. You are keeping yourself safe from that. But I think Tornadus needs to definitely try
fake out Lando.
The threat of fake out is a problem, though.
Exactly, and now it can't, right? Where the fake out can come down in either of these Pokemon and create some serious problems.
Or fake out Tornadus and not get tailwind.
The tailwind up in that turn is going to be really costly. Landers is protecting, hoping for a fake out, but I'm not sure it's going to work out.
No, the Tornadus doesn't have access to protect. It's got Sunny Day, Taunt, Tailwind, and Bleak Wind Storm, so it's just not able to do that as Tornadus will flinch. Chi-Yu's Heat Wave, obviously going into the protect.
Will it hit?
Tornadus needs to dodge this one.
And it
Not
hits.
though, as it is felled, and that one little bit of
Okay.
health has been able to
Now,
so now
depending on
it's just
who
Landorus and one mystery Pokemon in the back.
Alistair has.
The Chi-Yu because of the lack of tailwind.
Flutter.
Coming to the fore. Obviously, Alistair banking on that one to be his end game win condition, but he's certainly going to be up against it. He needs to get a lot of damage down very, very quickly.
I mean, the Flutterman in a much better position in that previous game. Still not looking super decisive or anything, especially with that full health of Amoongus in the back, but at least is able to check the Chi-Yu to help Landorus out. Could perhaps succeed.
I think Fluttermane is the bigger threat. You might want to Terra Iron Hands.
Yeah, that's certainly something that can force some switches, and the Amoongus is going to be the big problem.
And just hit it with the heavy slam.
Sleep is going to be huge. We have talked
Or
about
do you
multiple
predict?
times, making sure that Alistair
Okay.
ups the ante a little bit, and I think honestly, Gabrielle has the option to slow that down. You really want to try and pick up the Chi-Yu with the Fluttermane, and then get a good bit of damage down onto the Iron Hands, then finish it off with a follow-up. Not able to do that.
Yeah, and there's a huge terastallization coming in here. Iron Hands previously looking down a very disadvantageous type matchup with the ground type Landorus and the fairy type Fluttermane. So, like,
I guess getting rid of Lando would be really good, because then it's just Fluttermane. And this Fluttermane's kind of not super offensive.
Iron Hands takes that really, really well. I don't think the Stomping Tantrum is going to threaten it.
And just eats that.
Iron Hands though will take advantage of Landorus's type change, which is just punishing immediately with that wild charge.
But how much health is Iron Hands gonna have? Like, will it live a Moonblast?
This big old Amoongus, which is at full health, and at some point is going to put you to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like a really tough spot, right? There's a bunch of different potential solutions to this game. You have to worry about the Rage Powder, so using the Dazzling Gleam, I don't think that's going to be enough.
It's not enough on the Iron Hands nor the Amoongus.
And that does it. Both slow fights, but they were both good fights.
Gabriel Agati making a bit of a statement here at Worlds, to be honest. Round 2, that is a comprehensive win. I felt he was just comfortable throughout the whole set. But
Yeah, he did really good.
Picking up where he left off at some previous events.
Let's see.
Yeah, for the second round in a row,
Joseph Ugarte's not done. Chuppa is 2-0. Let's go.
It's an excellent game there. Played so
See, Alberto.
Gabriel's gonna be a player
has lost.
excellently played match.
Is
He
1 and
looks
1.
just kind of falling behind there a little bit, able to
Neil
avoid giving up that tail
looks like Neil has won
I think
too.
both games, there were some really key turns.
And
where
then
it was
Guillermo
just, okay,
has
we're in a bit of
also
standstill,
won.
We're in a lull. We're taking a moment, taking a beat.
Nice.
And then
Now we're just waiting
Gabriel
on.
found that moment and found that way to pivot situations. There was definitely a couple of turns where I was like, okay, the prediction is.
Now I'm
right from our start. I
talking
like to
about
change
people
the game
over
of the
preparing.
team,
I'm
but
surprised no one with a
able to
went with a team of 6
you know,
Flutter main counters.
down as much as you like. We're gonna go all the way
Yeah,
back
but
to
if
the
you
game
go
to find
6
ourselves
Flutter
back.
main counters, that's kind of what Iron Hands is kind of doing,
But as you pointed out,
is
the
countering.
score goes quicker, and that was a big thing in game number 1. Even though Alistair tried to play the slow game, get the substitute set up, just wasn't able to get a handle on the game. And once that substitute went down, he got put to
Okay,
sleep.
we're gonna
He got taken out by
update
the
our
Giants.
board.
The big thing here in game number 2 is we had this adaptation to the Tornadoes. Then it was going to be the Among Us. Yeah, it wasn't able to get sporing on turn
And
number 1,
let's
but it still felt very
get this
valuable.
going.
He did manage to catch the Gyarados and the switch.
I'm gonna play one round of this.
He just wasn't able to do enough against this Chiyu, and I think that turn where he taught
Anything is fine.
Tailwinds was absolutely massive for me because that switch was
Let's
great by
see what I'm
Gabriel.
gonna get.
You can see once again
If we do get more people going, I'm down to play with other people too. Let's run Combuskin. A Dynamax Adventure. Yeah, we're gonna rock out a Dynamax Adventure.
It's a great play by Gabriel as well, right? Where you know the
What
knockout
type?
Gyarados is huge, right? I
Pick
think it was a great job
Pelipper?
of setting up
Pelipper's a
game
good
where
mon.
he's gonna get a whole lot of
Dragon.
return either way. Gyarados is the big prize, right? That's the best way of entering that
Let's
play out.
see.
I think at that position, Alistair
The
had a
issue is
huge
it's so
lead in that
tiny. I can't really see
However, I think what Gabriel did there
that well. I feel like I kind of want to go the water
maybe
routes.
learn something from, right? He's like, well, you're in a
Put
losing
a pull
position.
for.
You've got to make plays that can get you back in the game, right? You know,
The
just like
I
Sal,
would
losing
if
less doesn't do anything for you.
it didn't
I
take
think
so
they
much
get that
time.
wrong where, you know, if it is the tail end that
Like these
gets you,
Dynamax
it's
adventures
almost
are
like
like bam, bam, bam. You
there's
better
overall
be
no
moving. You better be
4-0 the
quick.
other direction, but it's worth it, right? Because you know, who cares if you lose 1-0 or 2-0? You
We're gonna
gotta
be
win.
playing fighting a
You get to do
dragon.
that with the move you made.
I hope
I
it's
really
not
enjoyed the game
Zygarde.
plan.
Zygarde's
The best
awful
way
to fight
figure out
against.
How you make those decisions, those crucial, tough decisions to keep you in the running here at the World Championships, is by talking to Gabriel himself. So we're going to throw it on down to the stage, have a chat, see what he's thinking as he stands.
Okay,
up
let's
to
run
winner.
physical Max Knuckle. A good boy appeared.
Thank you so
I
much,
I
Adam.
feel like
Scott, I am
Stoutland
Gabriel.
has
Congratulations on that last
Ice
match.
Fang.
It was really convincing fashion. How are you feeling after that last match?
I'm feeling really good. Winning is always great, especially on stream. And yeah, I'm just really happy.
Yeah, it's a great start to the day. Obviously, 2-0, and you're hopefully going to continue that on.
Get this.
The interesting thing that I really wanted to ask you.
Ooh,
coming
wow.
into this
Wow, the one
great
shot.
today, but you're not using any of the new Pokemon that we've got access to, any of the Hisuian Pokemon, or any of the other Pokemon that we now have, like.
Yeah, but why run a non-stab 65 power Ice Fang? Just because I don't know. I didn't have any Ice type options.
To be honest, I saw the scene letter and I thought it was pretty strong. I really wanted to use Chiyu for Worlds because I think it's a good call. And yeah, I mean.
Okay,
Dragon is
decent
really good.
damage.
It's the best Intimidate user, maybe.
Giga Impact
Urshifu.
into me.
So, yeah, using
It could also be Kirama or Reshiram. It could be.
So yeah, I saw the scene letter and I just took it. Did some changes. I changed some moves and I don't know the spreads, of course, so I did my own. But yeah.
I really hope it's not
So,
Zygarde.
thanks, Jude Lee. You are a great team builder. Yeah.
You put your own kind of spin on it as well, which is really nice to see, and it's obviously worth.
Okay, this is gonna do decent damage now.
That core of the
Stoutland's gonna recharge. I'm gonna do big damage.
In EUIC, we saw you kind of piloting Palafin to really good success, getting to the finals in that game. But with the Gyarados and that core, where you've got that.
Now I just have to live a hit.
Kind of have that interchangeable team where you can kind of switch around quite well, and you've got that defensive core there paired up with the Chiyu. It must be kind of
Crunch.
It's not something that probably
Not
a lot of
enough.
players were expecting to see coming into
Mystical
today, when
Fire
you're expecting to see a lot more, like you said earlier.
is enough. We only got one knockout. Let's
Has
go.
it you've obviously been
It could be Reshiram.
the tournament today.
Latias. I don't think I have the Ultra Beast yet.
It's my first time playing like Shield guards and stuff, and I only got the team like 2 days ago, so I didn't get much practice with it, and I was very nervous. I couldn't pilot this really well, but in the end, I think like playing balance is playing balance, and I just need to make sure to do the right defensive switches, know my win counts, and yeah, it's a very strong team. So I'm just happy so far. I've been able to play.
Okay,
well.
I don't want this one.
Yeah, it's definitely working out for you. And I think
Kind of trash.
Game 1 was very convincing. You went into Game 2, and Alistair made the play.
It could be Reshiram with them
quick,
like
and then
trying to
the
force
wild
water
charge
and
from
ground.
Gyarados on the switch. What were your thoughts
That
at
would make
point in the game?
sense.
It looked like you had a bit of a handle on that and making it more difficult for you to kind of close that second game out.
What is this gonna be?
Yeah, so on game 2, he wild charged my
Azumarill.
right, trying to predict the switch. 'Cause,
I'm probably gonna take Azumarill.
and if I actually switch, it would be really bad. But in next turn, where he goes for wild charge into Iron Hands, I know that even if he uses wild charge into the Gyarados switch, it's fine because Shield comes for free.
Oh, I'm not doing very good here.
Mangoes will be in range of Shield. So, yeah.
Oh,
Just need to
I
make
gotta
sure
counter
it's
my
spoken at
teammates.
the right time, I guess.
Yeah, and you called all the protects perfectly in that game as well. So just showing your how comfortable you are with the entire team.
Azu
Not
best
gonna keep
encounter
you
covers every
hours. I know you're
possibility
gonna
except
get
Dialga.
prepared, get kind of your thoughts
Can
on
I
the
get
next
Dialga?
round in this big important tournament. So,
'Cause I have
before
Sword.
we leave, I just say
Oh,
congratulations
no.
once again, but is there anyone at home or
I don't know if I can get
a shout
Dialga.
out to
I think
before
mine's
we let you go?
Palkia,
Yeah, thanks to all my Brazilian friends,
but I could be wrong.
all the Brazilian community. You guys are amazing, and yeah, that's it.
It's been a pleasure being able to interview you.
Yeah,
Good
Torkoal
luck in the
still
rest of
eats
the
that.
tournament, Gabriel. I'm hoping we'll see a bit more of you later on in the day, and we'll throw it back to
No, I got
Scott on
Dialga.
the desk.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Lee.
I thought it was
Wonderful insight
Palkia.
from a fantastic
But I
player.
also
Does that live up to your
haven't
potential
done a lot of
world
like a
final
lot of
caliber
different
that
kinds
you
of
were
these.
expecting?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think he's proven once again that he's just as good as we all think he is. And I think it was great to get to see both of those trainers on stream. Not only the top players in the region.
I'm
but,
hoping for a
two
shiny.
people that only ever
If I
have
can
great
get a
things about,
shiny
really strong pillars in our community.
first
It's always
attempt,
great, I think with like the best players in the region are also some of the best
that'd be
people in
nice.
the region. So really good to get to hear from him. And apologies to Alistair. Hey, it's just one loss. I think he's still very much alive in this tournament.
Still definitely able to
Round.
advance. I mean, make it through. There is a
Ice
little bit of
Fang,
wiggle
not
room
gonna
on
do
this
anything.
day number 2, and not much.
I think
but some, so
Reshiram's.
that's fine. Of course, every game is going to be exceptional.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I feel like I've seen. I think Reshiram's sword because I think I've seen Reshiram.
What is going to be at the top at the end of the day? Because I'm already thinking that the teams we've seen so far are good, and I know out in the field there's even more exciting teams. It's going
Okay, we're gonna be playing this back and forth game.
I'm just honestly impressed by the first 2 games and the fact that we have 5 more rounds of that coming up. Yeah, we're in for a good day.
Yeah, I was really wondering yesterday, right? Like maybe the secret sauce doesn't exist. They're trying to get like the last little bit out of the bottle and it's empty, maybe. But no,
Let's
I think
put the sun back
it's
on.
Cool because again, it's not like I can't believe it. He's using Pikachu on stream. It's something like that, right? But it's still,
I did
it's
nothing.
different enough. Those little adaptations, the way the Pokemon are trained, the moves.
Okay,
kind of
this
like
should do
the couple
decent
of extra
damage.
Pokemon on the team. Just so critical, and I think the players are just so smart, right? Where the right Pokemon, the right way to train a Pokemon on one team might not work on another.
I got my
team.
Reshiram plush, so
Figuring that
maybe
out.
luck will transfer.
Generals are so
Maybe.
good at playing, that balance archetype
Ooh, it's a
here.
crit. I don't even know what move crit, but that crit was
I would love to see
nice.
that too, right? I think at World Championships, I want to see the players kind of just
I
like
live.
take their back, like, all right, I think I'm one of the best players. in
No.
this. Beat me at my best if you want to knock me out of this tournament.
I really enjoyed his comment as well, where he's like, well, I leaf stormed it, so Chiyu just gets the knockout. And that's like some really long-term thinking, being able to understand the ranges.
Bye-bye, Azumarill.
His Pokemon, being able to go, okay, you know what? Leaf Storm did 30%, but Choice Specs Dark Pulse is doing the
Yo,
other
shiny
30%.
Azumarill would
It's
be cool.
fine giving up that Gyarados, and that is such a
I don't know
confident
shiny
player,
Stoutland
right?
that well.
A lesser trainer, not saying there was any here, but maybe little Timmy would be so scared to give up that Gyarados because it has Intimidate. It's your water type. It's a huge part of this Fire, Water, Grass core. But he knew that that was absolutely fine. He was going to get that Leaf Storm done. All right, cool. Then I'm going to get the knockout with Chiyu, and that just shows the level to which he is playing this team.
I am taking Azumarill though, but it's Sap Sipper. Ugh.
That round,
That's
won.
gross.
I think the decisive game in both sets one thing came to mind is that the players kind of gave something up that maybe looked a little bit sketchy at the time it was happening, right? Where, it seemed like in round 1 that, Eric had, lost the first turn. It seemed like in that situation,
Let's go Life Orb.
Gabriel's falling behind in the game, gave up an important knockout.
Kind of a
but it was an
crazy
affordable
way to
loss.
go.
Like, well, this isn't like the perfect way for this
I
game
can't
to
tell
play
what
out.
that
But it
is.
gets me in a position where I still have a path toward the end of the game, right? Again, you don't get bonus points for winning the game 4-0, right? All that matters is who wins and who loses, and making sure.
I mean, I already got my Pokemon.
On the board and kind of keeping up pressure in the game as well is really
Whoa.
important. I think that's one thing that Gabriel did really well in both
Oh,
game
never
1
mind.
and game 2 was that
Ground is
even
Golurk. I saw
in
Golurk.
game 2 where he's falling behind, or game 1 where it didn't really seem like anything going yet. He always kind of had the advantage when he was on the board, where he was sort of dictating the actions that Alistair could take. And I think that's just a really impressive way to play that archetype.
Yeah, and understanding the nuance too was
Unfortunately, we do have Torkoal on our
trying
team.
to find that secret sauce, getting the last bit out of the bottle, and I think some of these trainers have got to that point, right? They're like, I need a little bit more out of this team. I mean, I'm thinking of the classic. Sometimes you can like
Ice
slap
Fang,
the
that's gonna do
bottom. I know
decent.
some people have, like, put the
Wanna
knife
take
in
the
and
chance for
twist it
Dialga
around
or
to
Reshiram.
balance it out. I wasn't expecting anyone to find Leaf Stormer Moon.
Kinda
I've
helps
heard
for
a little
both.
bit about it, but I just wasn't
But then I gotta like
sold on
hope
it.
that one of my
And
teammates
now
takes
I am
it.
very sold on it. Like, I have been sold this Pokemon move choice. It
And
feels
I'm
good.
also gonna be
I know some
taking
of the previous
massive
games we were
damage
see, we were kind of cracking wires about
from
everyone was
Life Orb.
trying
I
to do
should have
damage with
taken
all
Muscle
of them.
Band. Why did I take
Something
Life
that's actually
Orb?
real considerable damage and hitting some of the best meta threats for good chunks of damage. I'm genuinely.
I'm a
impressed.
fool.
Yeah, I think it's really
Oh.
clever, right? But again, the different Pokemon for different
Ooh,
metagames.
big damage.
right?
And the burn.
That relatively frail but like horrifyingly powerful Rapid Strike Urshifu is such a key player. You need tools to help deal with that. And
I don't wanna
think
die.
Kind of just like having that sort of tool on the team is also an indication of how well he was.
Of
prepared.
course, they
He's very
don't
modest
attack.
On stage about his feelings about this tournament, but I heard a lot about that from the most engaged players, right? And I think
Thank
that was
you,
one of the
Torkoal.
interesting parts of preparing for this tournament, where we don't have a bunch of international championships or regional championships on this.
Should have taken Leppa for the bounce.
Format. It's just Worlds.
Oops, no!
What's happening
I
on the
messed
ladder
up.
and what
I'm so
players
used to not catching in terror raids.
testing groups when they're
I'm
doing
not gonna use bounce that much though.
another, it's a little bit different, right? And it seems like he was really on top of things. We're kind of seeing what that's turned into for him, and I wish him all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, I
I'll take my
messed
loss.
up.
Honestly, I don't get
That
sold on
Golurk
until I see it on a big
would have
stage.
been
I'm not saying
shiny.
that you can ignore like a scrim result. but it really doesn't feel
Ooh.
as good until you see it like masterfully handled.
Ooh.
I think that's something interesting. I do think Alistair.
Okay.
I think
This is gonna be
Alistair
tough,
really
but
did show that
okay.
there's a lot to that team. But in this case, like maybe Yorn is a bit too slow, and I wonder how that's going to serve him over the course of the day. Obviously, being dropped right in at day number 2 does give him a certain different.
Guys,
perspective on
guys,
this
just
tournament.
attack.
So I
Oh
definitely
my.
thought that was a good game. We're keeping it up. We're keeping it rolling here in Yokohama. We're going to throw it on over to the guys in the lounge. They're gonna
My
have a
team
chat
has to
about what
actually
they think about
attack,
the day,
though.
and we'll be ready for round 3 real soon.
Thanks so much, Adam and Scott. And we are here to bring you some in-between match content. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I am joined by the Aaron Cybertron Zhang and the Ray Rizzo. And we're going to play Guess That Pokedex. Are either of you prepared for this?
Oh, I'm gonna
Prepared
faint.
to expose how bad Ray and I
I'm
are
not
at
gonna
this,
get
so
to
see who's worse.
Aaron, don't
Dynamax.
speak for me, because I know you got the best of me yesterday. I'm coming for my revenge right now.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah, Aaron, you were able to beat Ray Rizzo on the caster battle that we had, but we're gonna make this into like a best of 3, right? Like you win the caster battle, but Ray,
Okay.
I think you could come back here with the Pokedex entries.
Okay.
I think so too.
Oh
Thanks.
boy, we're having another game between them.
Got your back. Well, let's go ahead and start with the very first Pokedex entry, which is its flame sac is small, so energy is always leaking
Hey,
out.
that's cool.
This energy is released from the dent atop its head and flickers to and fro. What are you thinking?
Okay, guys, you just gotta survive one
I've
more.
got a guess.
I've got a guess as well.
You guys want to say it at the same time?
Sure.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Cyndaquil.
Those are good. I feel like it has to be a fire type, right?
I would hope so.
All right, we got Litwick and we've got Cyndaquil. Show us the answer.
Come on.
Wait, go!
You're both wrong.
Okay. Well, I was close. I guess the starter Pokemon.
Imagine it's
You
not a
did.
fire type. That would have been
Half
crazy.
point.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna give Ray half a point.
What
here.
the heck?
And we've got another Pokedex entry, so let's see. Aaron, come on, pick it up a little bit, right? It chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers. What type are you thinking?
Ghost.
Dark,
Yeah.
ghost kind of deal.
Kind of spooky, kind of
Hypno.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I feel more like Trevenant, like in that range.
I
I
feel
have
like
a guess.
have two.
Yeah, I have two in mind. They might both be wrong.
Okay.
I was thinking Darkrai. It's known
That-
for giving nightmares.
Yeah, but
I'm thinking this feels kind of like a ghost type, so I'm gonna go with Haunter.
Haunter. You think Darkrai's the bait? Like
think
like
so.
Nightmares is the bait here. What do you think, Aaron?
I was gonna say dark.
Oh, I think it is Darkrai.
Okay, so
And if it's right, then you know, thanks for the answer, right?
then right through. So it's gonna be Haunter and Darkrai. Let's see if it's right.
Gosh.
It is Darkrai.
Come on!
Right, you got.
We did it!
That felt like a trick question because Darkrai felt
did.
too obvious.
It felt way
It's
too
way too
obvious.
yeah.
I
like
agree.
I think the Haunter guess should get a point, honestly.
I agree.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you half a point.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Because
We're
you-
tied.
So you guys are tied
I
up
got a single
1-1.
one right.
Half a point, half a
Let's
point.
go ahead and see. And the next one, we've got this Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. Plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused.
I have a guess.
That
but
kind of feels like
I have two guesses.
Yeah, you go first so I can.
the baby
Okay,
Satitan.
I'm going with
Or Satotl.
Abomasnow or Snover.
I like that.
Okay.
That's a good guess.
No shiny.
With either of them.
Really?
Yeah, the play around innocently, leaping in and out. I like what you're thinking with the snow warning. I'm actually going with Vulpix.
Ooh,
Vulpix.
Like a Alolan Vulpix.
Oh, I think you're right.
That's a really good guess.
I think you're
Steal
right.
my answer?
No. I'm
You're
sticking-
locking it in?
yeah.
All right, we're locking it in.
Which one? You going with both?
Snover.
Snover. Okay, Snover, Alolan Vulpix.
It's the innocent part. You're right.
yeah,
There's-
you're right.
Abomasnow doesn't look innocent.
No,
so
it looks
evil.
angy.
He gets Earth power now too.
Okay, that wasn't what I was thinking.
Wow.
This thing just destroys everything. Focus Dragonite,
Dragapult?
I don't know.
Urshifu?
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, Chiapa's kind of evil. Maybe a little evil.
This is the
Wild.
problem when you make competitive players guess because we only know these Pokemon in the context of competitive, and there's nothing innocent about Chiampao in the slightest a competitive Pokemon. That thing is not innocent.
I agree with
I
you
thought
on
so
that one,
too.
I do. Although I do also see Chiampao as an Ice Weasel. I know it's not, but it looks like an Ice Weasel. to me.
It is.
I think it's a
What is
snow
it?
hybrid, though.
Okay.
Jury's still out on that one.
Very well. Innocent, I mean, I guess we learned something.
We did learn something. Yeah, Chiampao's innocent.
I guess it's supposed to be. Jury's still out on that one, but it has always been
Yeah, Slowpoke.
thought, but no one knows what it is thinking about.
Uh-oh.
It is good at fishing with its tail.
Okay, I know this one.
Yeah?
This is a softball.
An easy one.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Slowpoke.
We finally got. Well, I finally got one.
Show us the answer.
Wait, what if we're wrong?
There's no way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Imagine.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, so 2-2. We're tied up still.
That's right.
Yep, that's right.
All right, let's see if we can get the tiebreaker in here.
Oh,
See
we
if
gotta
can
still
pull
take a
ahead.
look at how
This
Joseph
Pokemon's
did.
body is covered in blubber and impressively round.
You said that message.
Faster for it to roll around than
That's
walk.
feel.
Okay. I think I've got this one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think I got it too.
Okay.
I think so.
But the blubber's.
Let's see.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Hey, Joseph won too, and we have the match list for round 3.
Roly
Roly-poly, yeah.
Roly-poly the roly-poly.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm confident on this one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Let me think a little.
This is the tiebreaker, eh?
Yeah.
I
Yo,
think we still
framed.
have more than this.
Welcome to the stream.
We'll see.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in my guess for this.
I'm pretty confident in my
I'm
guess.
not, so I guess Aaron's gonna win this too.
Okay.
Okay, so Joseph
I go first.
is
I say
going against a
Steel.
guy named
That
Kengo.
was what I was
That's a
thinking.
good guess.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Well, I'm going with Roly-Coly.
Oh,
Alright, Steel,
jeez.
Roly-Coly.
Chuppa
See what it is.
Yes.
It's Steel.
is going against
Look at it, it's so
Yosuke.
cute.
It is adorable.
Yeah.
It is
Alberto, the only one that lost,
That's true. That's true.
is going against
Alright, so
Nils.
3 for
That name
Aaron,
sounds familiar.
2 for Ray,
Nils.
Okay.
but you can come back.
Okay.
'Cause we've got another one.
Neil
I need all the help I can get.
is playing Aaron Brock.
Me too. It can make its whole body transparent
And
by
Guillermo
clearing its mind and
is
focus.
playing a guy named
It
Luca.
has to be like a psychic type, right?
Luca Lusignol.
Huh.
I don't know that one. Meloetta?
I'm trying to think of actually transparent Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like nothing is coming to mind.
I have one guess, but I don't think it's right. Yeah.
That's my
Actually,
feeling.
I also have a guess for this one.
My guess is not a psychic type, which is why it feels wrong.
I was thinking of a non-psychic type too,
Are
which
we
is why
thinking
I
about
think
the
it's
same
wrong.
thing?
Metacham? I don't know if I've ever seen a transparent Metacham.
What type?
Normal.
Normal type. Okay.
Sounds like you have a different answer.
I was thinking a ghost type because they can become transparent.
True. I am thinking of a psychic type for this one.
It has to be a psychic type.
I feel like I've seen Meloetta be invisible. But it doesn't say anything about dancing, so
what's
probably
your final
not.
answer?
Rose, you gotta participate in this one because it sounds like we all have different answers.
Okay.
I'm curious if any of us can get it right.
Okay, I was thinking Reuniclus.
Ooh. I was going with
Ooh.
Kecleon, but I don't think that's the right answer.
That
Heck.
doesn't
Oh,
become
that's a
clear
good-
though.
That
That's
is a good guess.
Yeah,
But I don't think it's from Clear Mind.
Does Kecleon clear its mind?
I think it actually
No,
already
I think
has an
that's
empty
it.
head.
I don't know. I don't think so.
That's it because it's always transparent in the game.
Right,
You are
it's
right,
true,
Aaron.
that's
I don't know.
true.
I don't think so. I don't think
Yeah,
that's my
I think
guess.
that's it.
What's your guess, Ray?
I'm just going with like Haunter again.
The default is Haunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good guess though for like every single entry that we've had. So maybe one of us is right about this one, but we could all be
I think
wrong.
I don't think
Kecleon.
any of us are right.
No, I
honestly.
think
it's
we're all
definitely
wrong.
Kecleon.
I don't, no, no, I don't
No,
think
it's
so.
Kecleon for
Let's
sure.
see it though. Let's see it. Come on.
Let's see the answer.
Come on.
Dragapult!
Okay, well, it was a ghost type.
Wait, Dragapult can become transparent?
Yeah.
that's. Yeah, it does.
I joined the stream late. Can you tell me what is happening? We're just having a chill watch party.
Is it just
Yeah,
actually
'cause when you're
clear?
in
It's
the wild,
currently
in Scarlet
Pokemon's
Violet,
Worlds,
it's always
Pokemon
transparent.
Worlds competitive events happening,
It like
for a little.
floats and then
Yeah.
it
and we
flickers.
just finished round 2
I would not.
out of
It's somehow
7
Dragon
Swiss
Ball and
rounds,
Chien-Pao, the two
and then
weakest
after
spots
the Swiss
that
rounds will be top cut. So
we were completely off on. So
Kecleon was a good guess though.
it's gonna be a long
I
stream
did
feel right.
where we just chill out, watch
Never guessed
Ghost type.
the stream, play some Pokemon.
I felt like a psychic type for sure,
Mm.
but I guess Ghost is like the second guess after. so.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Okay.
That was tricky. That was tricky. Wonder if anybody else got that.
Yeah, so we're just chilling.
Go ahead and see the next
We're just
one.
having fun.
People fear it due to a belief that it devours any who try to cut down trees in its forest. But to the Pokemon it shares its woods with, it is kind.
That feels like Trevenant.
Okay.
It devours people?
I have a.
I
have a guess.
but I don't think it's right.
I think mine is right.
Okay.
Are you gonna steal it if I guess it?
No. Rose, you can count us down.
No, I'm just still caught up on the fact that it devours people. Or just any, I guess.
It devours anything, I guess.
Like
I
other
mean, that's-
Pokemon.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Oh, I just know I'm gonna be
that's
so
actually
like
right.
I'm already
Yeah, okay,
pretty tired.
We're just gonna count down. 3, 2, 1.
Trevenant.
Oh,
It's definitely it.
You think?
Yeah, I think we
That
both
has
got
to
it.
be it. I was thinking
I
about
definitely.
like Grandpa, because he also has a really interesting dex entry for anyone that wants to go look it up. But I think you two are right. I think you two
It's
are
gotta
right.
be.
But yeah, I'm already feeling tired 2 hours in, and we still have at least 10 more hours.
Let's go.
Yes.
I lost count of the score, but I think it's
tied.
4-3.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
It's tied. It's tied. All right. All right. I think we have another
They're just
one.
trying to let Ray win.
Oh gosh.
It elegantly avoids attacks with dance-like steps, then launches a devastating blow in the same motion.
This could be Meloetta, but I don't think so.
I have a guess.
I do too.
I knew it was Trevenant, but I was also prepared for
Oreo
Magikarp.
or Quaquaval for this one.
I was gonna say, is it Quaquabull or Quaquabull? I literally
I-
never got
It could be Meloetta, but I don't
Don't
know.
look at me. I don't know that one at all.
I have not seen that Pokemon on a VGC stream since Scarlet and Violet.
Then we don't need to know how to pronounce it. Is
I
more like
think-
where we're all at with
I
that
think I saw this. I think it is Quaquaval.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Which one?
both.
I'm going with
I need all the help I can get in this game.
Okay. We've all got different answers. Let's see what's right.
Metacham. We've guessed a lot of these beforehand.
Wait, just What?
I didn't know he was dancing. Like, I thought he was meditating.
Capoeira? Thinking. Well, capoeira is like a dancing, like fighting type style.
That should count. I guessed it earlier. Just like I guessed Trevenant earlier.
I don't think that one makes any sense.
Yeah,
actually,
I
I think this game is rigged.
I want to know what devastating blow it's delivering to its opponent. Like,
Yes,
high
it's
jump
got,
kick?
well, it's got huge power, so it's doubling its attack. I mean, that's devastating.
I guess so,
That's
yeah.
true.
That was
That
Metacham
is
said, "Oh,
very
weird."
true. Okay, well, you both are still tied.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
So let's see another Pokedex entry. It picks flowers with its vines and decorates itself with them. For some reason, flowers won't wither once they're attached to it.
Okay.
I have an
I
immediate
feel like
guess
this
for
is
this.
too obvious that I'm worried.
Really?
Tangrowth?
Okay.
Count us down, Rose? Do you have a guess?
You got a
Yeah,
guess?
but I mean, I'm thinking it could be any of potentially 3 if it's right.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
well, this
You
is
have to
going to
pick
be
one.
the
I'm
tiebreaker.
picking one.
Xerneas?
This is going to be the tiebreaker, so
Okay.
you both got to lock it in.
I'm confident on. Well,
Okay.
I'm confident. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm confident that I believe. Yeah.
I get it. No,
Okay.
no, I'm with you in that
All
one.
right.
Right, we're going to count down. 3, 2, 1.
Comfy.
Venusaur.
Comfy.
You guys didn't think
idea.
of Florges?
That was my other guess.
Okay. Comfy's good. Venusaur
Yeah, I
is
like
good.
Comfy.
Huh.
But Vine?
I don't like either of their
I don't know.
guesses.
I didn't know it was a Vine.
I think it's a vine. It's like a
Yeah, it might
circular
be.
vine.
Let's see it. Let's see
Okay,
the answer.
well, is this tiebreaker?
What?
Oh, no.
What?
You got it. You got the tiebreaker.
What just?
That means you win
Huh?
the best of 3. You won the caster battle and you won the Pokedex entries.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ray.
I'll see you next year, Aaron.
See you next year.
You guys are gonna see each other.
That's
at
a
the
vine?
Finals of the World Championships.
That's
Isn't that
right.
right? Well, unfortunately, that is going to wrap up our
What?
game show here. I hope you all
My mind
enjoyed
is blown.
playing along with us today
That's a
to get
vine.
those Pokedex entries
Hey,
right.
I
As
do think
we
we're
are
about to
on
get
the
straight into the
analyst
next
here,
match, though.
Now we're gonna go ahead and get ready for more Pokemon action here at the World Championships. So don't go anywhere.
Okay, if this is a commercial break, I'm gonna take a stretch break.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back for some more epic Pokemon action. It was great to see them in the lounge with those Pokedex entries. I was quite proud we got a few of them while we were sitting here prepping.
Yeah, they did great. They did good. It was good entertainment as well. Really enjoyed
That was
it.
fun.
And,
I enjoyed that.
Pokédex segments are always a lot of fun.
Yeah, always a lot of fun. Well, as you can see, the casters have changed out. I am Luke at Josh Cromie, joined by the desk by my partner in crime here, Lee Provost, once again. I mean, it's day 2 now. The action is only hotting up here. at
Hey, it's the
Performance.
Gastrodon stream again.
We've had some incredible matches so far, and the caliber of players as well that we've featured so far has been amazing.
I'm already
It is
sore
top
sitting
of
here.
players. So we've got a great match lined up for you next. We'll get into it as soon as we can. But yeah, what's been your highlight from today, Lou, so far?
Honestly, seeing Eric Rios just set the tone at the beginning of the day, I think was
Yeah.
magical. You know, we've been able to watch
Eric's
growth
team was
in
very
Europe,
fast,
particularly
and
with
then
that win against
Gabrielle's
Portugal
team was
just
very
3
slow.
years ago, I think really did highlight the caliber of player that Eric Rios is, and if he's confident, if he's focused, he has the potential beyond a doubt in order to win. this
What type of
championship.
fight are we
After
gonna get
that
this
amazing
round?
start, he's a force to be reckoned
I gotta
with.
go.
If I was
Might be
expert,
back
Ray,
later.
he'd
See
be
ya.
up on the pairing.
Thanks for
Yeah, definitely.
popping
I feel
in.
like
I'll
we
see
have
you
a
later if
special
you do
treat
hop in.
for
This
Eric
stream's gonna be a
Rios.
while,
We've had the
so
pleasure to cast him, see him
if
kind
you
of
do come
dominate
back,
a
we'll
lot
still
of
be going.
beats in the VGC circuit so far, and yeah, I mean, coming into that game 1 today, first game of the day, and just, you know, against Emilio as
It's
well, who's
strange,
always such a
Gastrodon
top player and having such a
sounds like the
dominant
name of a scary monster, but
That-
it's just a
that very
vibing
game
slug.
where, you know, the trick room play
Yeah.
where he was with Aaron a little bit earlier on the desk and getting that Ursaludo
Yeah.
off the field and kind of just
Gastrodon.
paving the way from there for him to take that victory and then move on to round 2. It was really nice to see. It'll be great to see how far he can go in today's tournament, but definitely feels like he's fired up.
Gastrodon.
Definitely, and I think as well the team. I'm glad you mentioned it.
Did they
because
say
it's
who
so
was playing?
flexible, Having a fast and a slow mode, and I think we've talked a lot about different compositions of teams, whether it's maybe a weather variant, something like a rain mode or a sun mode. but then actually the speed control options, having the flexibility in game 1, game 2 to maybe go fast and slow, I think does show how versatile that team is, and that can be a
That
really
was a
great
cool
asset in
team.
the
That
Pokemon World
Eric's
Championship.
team
In a
game
regulation
1
where we don't really know what's
was
happening. The
pretty
meta's only
cool.
been defined by 1 day of competition, only 7
Today
weeks,
might be
right?
shorter than
And
yesterday.
that's
I don't
something
think
to
so.
work on to build these teams going into day 2.
Because
I
after
wonder
the
what
7 rounds of Swiss, we have to sit
Yeah,
through
you make a really
the
good
top
point
cut,
about the flexibility of
which
the speed control, because a lot of players are kind of relying
is
on
still
all of
going to be
those
quite a few
aspects, you know.
people.
A lot of players are kind of centralizing around just tailwind.
Also, literally, when I woke up,
centralizing around
TCG was still going. That's
with Eric's team,
crazy.
like you said, has that
TCG
flexibility
won't,
to kind
like,
of mold itself around whatever the opponent
TCG is going to probably go later, but I think,
That's exactly what we saw in that game 3, kind of
I think
adapted
we'll be
against the
fine.
tailwind there, but he does
Like,
have
ours
that
is going to still go for a while, though.
that he can utilize, and I think that's really nice. And what you see with really successful teams is they have that kind of gel together flexibility where they can, a drop of a hat, just kind of go on the fly and say, well, no.
TCG is going to go crazy,
this, no, I wanna
probably.
go for the tailwind, and kind
But
of
yeah, we got to
that
wait for
really
top
makes
cut,
it very difficult
which
for
is
your
anyone
opponent to kind of play against
X and 2 and better,
really what's gonna happen. I mean, you do know what's gonna happen because
which is
tornadoes
still
down,
sitting
you
at
know the
everyone
tailwind's
right now.
going
We're going to
down.
start cutting people.
But if you have
Yeah.
tornadoes and Flutterman out on the field at the same
What's
time,
gonna happen?
yeah, it does really make
2,
it difficult
3,
for the opponent.
4,
I think it gives
5,
Eric a
6,
huge
7,
advantage, not only
8,
on its
9,
speed,
10,
but it is
12,
on its
13 people will be eliminated after this round.
if he does decide to go with,
Your prediction is
things like that.
4:30?
I think we used to see that a bit
That's
with Indeedee
kind of how we ended yesterday. I don't think so. We'll probably finish up Swiss. So we're going an hour per round. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2. So Swiss is probably going to end at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, Icy Wind Flutterman, and I have to give a little shout out to Adam as well. I totally overlooked the fact
Maybe
that he did
slightly
the
early,
Swiss
but like not too much earlier than 3 o'clock. And then we're going to have to sit through top cut,
I think he's definitely onto something there.
which I can't.
You know,
I
think
We're
he
going to
works
lose
well with
13.
that
I wish I could tell. Like, I
Very
wish I could
good player in
math.
this tournament. I hope to see more players with it because I think that you still being
How
able to
many
utilize that move, to quite
we're going to lose.
devastate
We're going to lose
that kind of
13
fight
people out of...
chance to stop your opponent from moving is huge, whilst also lowering his speed as well. It's an instant speed control. It doesn't go away. You know, it is stuck there for the rest of the game unless
13,
you have,
14,
you know, some ability
15,
to remove that. But
18,
most of the time
19,
it's going to be there
20,
for the rest
21,
of the game.
22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. So 56 times 2 is 112.
The best C variant. Yes,
So
it's
round
called
3,
WC.
we'll have 100 in play.
Gastrodon,
Get your Gastrodon.
the
I will.
there's a 0 in the code on your copy of Scarlet and Violet. You'll be able to pick up this
Round 4 is going to have 99 people left.
14th of August. So do grab it while you can. I know you've already got yours.
I do, of course.
I've already got mine.
Good. I expect no less. And do you know what's been really lovely? Walking around the venue. these
Round
guys have come
99.
up to me and kind of said,
That's not what I
"Oh,
meant.
switched
Round
up my
4 will have
Gastrodon,
99
and
people
I just
playing.
love Gastrodon lovers
Oh,
going around
that's
this venue.
great.
It's amazing.
I heard the Pokemon Center, it's sold out of Gastrodons.
That's actual fact. We
Yeah.
checked yesterday because we were going to try and get a few more Gastrodon for the broadcast, but it seems like, you know, the Gastrodon hype is running rampant. Everybody's picking up the Gastrodon plushie at the Pokemon Center. And I'll have you know, in day 2, there are 7 Gastrodons in the Masters division, 3 in juniors and 3 in seniors.
Wow.
Yeah. I believe
Round 99 will be scary.
there's only one Gastrodon
Yeah, guys, we're on
in the
day
Masters division.
50 of the
And
event.
because the Dream is still alive at X2, they're all still in contention.
They are definitely in contention. We know the player that is running that Gastrodon, so we are secretly rooting for them in a
Ow, that
exclusive
was my
Gastrodon
knees.
club.
That was my
Yeah.
kneecap.
Out there and bought these lovely Gastrodons at the Pokemon Center.
Gastrodon gets KOs. Fact.
You're not...
And it's not a
Oh, what
breakout
is
window
happening?
either.
That is true.
And it loves Trick Room.
It loves trick.
Is
and it loves
frames
any
dropping?
attacks.
It does, and with terrestrialization, you know, that grass type weakness that it's got, not a problem if you want to turn into Terra Grass. Or I'm still an advocate for Terra Ghost. because
I
Iron
hope it's
Hand
not dropping
that.
too bad.
very, very strong.
If it
So
does,
when
I
you're
might
not
restart the
worried about
stream.
that ground typing means you're not gonna take any
I don't think
damage
I
from
have
type
to,
attacks.
Yes.
And then if
but
you know,
we'll
you're
see.
worried about maybe a fighting or a normal type attack, turn into Terra Ghost. You have to worry about Flutter Main at that point, but that's why you have a partner, right?
It's a nightmare for...
I'm not really listening to what's happening right now.
What does Rapid Strike Urshifu do
Nothing.
to a Terra Ghost Gastrodon.
That's so true. There you go. Problem solved.
Terra Ghost.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. Lose. Secret call of the day.
I mean, Gastrodon's just great, no matter what you do,
It
to
is.
be honest.
Brilliant Pokemon. If you didn't notice, we're big fans.
Yeah. If you're only just tuning in, where have you been?
Yeah.
Gastrodon is here. But we also have a match ready and waiting, so we'll be diving over to it.
Let's go. Let's get to the match.
Let's take a
Yay! We got Joseph.
pairings here. The top one on your blocks there.
The lag is on my TV too. It's going on their video.
This is gonna be
But I got a couple frame drops on my end. Let's go, Joseph.
Internationals at regionals, and then earlier this year he was able to win the Portland Regional Championships. That I believe was a title that he was defending at that tournament and was able to take it back-to-back Portland Regional Champion.
Yeah, it was a great display from Joseph, and you know, he's been very consistent again throughout the season, coming back here into day 2.
Coach.
Throughout this tournament because a very, very strong player. Nice to see him getting that regional win. Kenjo as well. This is actually his first time at the World Championships. He finished in the top 6 at the Japan National Championships earlier this year. So completely new to this event, but coming in, having a really good start to the day, and I expect a lot of things from Kenjo as we go into this tournament. Also running a very, very strong team.
Yes, and again, so many great players on here as well. I was able to watch a little bit of Abdullah's round 2 match. He was against Baris Akjosh. Was able to be victorious in that match.
Okay, we got our cheer board on stream.
Forcing your opponents to make some over predictions, and it does just show, you know, he's such a young player that he's just got this natural ability to look at a board state and kind of say, let's do this. This will put my player in this position where they're forced to do this, and it was great to see that masterclass in play.
It's brilliant to see when you can kind of observe these players, especially newer players to the scene coming in and having that natural ability with their skill level to go forward and kind of go into a big event like this and kind of perform on this high level. Another match from the highlighted ones, Kentaro versus Shohei. I think that's going to be a great match. So really want to keep an eye.
Joe did put Electros in F tier that one time, so if he loses to Electros, it's justified. I don't think he's gonna be fighting an Electros.
Yes, we'll be able to talk about the teams a little bit later once we confirm the headsets are on. But just one Pokemon to give you a bit of maybe interest. When we talk about our Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, we've talked about Chi and Pal, we've talked about Chi-Yu a little bit, but there's one Pokemon we really haven't mentioned much.
It's a Tapu Bulu of the Ruin Pokemon.
Oh boy, did Joe use Wo-Chien?
Desperately trying to make work, and it does share a typing with Tapu Bulu.
It definitely does, and it's the snail Pokemon.
The good old Wo-Chien. Yes.
Yeah, I think look, it has been a Pokemon that I think a lot of us have thought, who's gonna kind of make it work? You know, get a team built around it, and Joseph seems to have done that.
Oh boy.
Start to the tournament today, and he is piloting it into this tournament.
That's crazy.
I'm very, very interested. Hopefully we will see it in this match, but it is something on his team sheet.
Yes, and of course the other Treasure of Ruin Pokemon to talk about is Tinglu, a Pokemon we saw yesterday. I believe it was on Patrick Donegan's team.
Yes.
With that, you know, it was
Oh yeah, for Slug Imperialism, Wo-Chien can be in it.
Correctly that time. That has been a word that's difficult to say. I'm not going to say it again now, so I'm going to jinx it. But those snowy Pokemon were doing so well for Patrick, but the Tinglu was also a part of the team, and I think when regulation was it C?
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm cheering for my coach.
A bulky Pokemon. It was really difficult for players to find a way to defeat it quickly in a match.
Yeah, it started off when it first got introduced, there was a lot of fissuring going on with it. But then, yes, there was all that little period of time. But then players really kind of adapted to it and made it into a very kind of difficult Pokemon defensively. Terra Poison was kind of the choice. So Terra Water variations on there as well. But, you know, the ability to kind of support the rest of the teammates, and because of its sheer defensive ability anyway, it makes it a very difficult Pokemon to deal with. Good ground type as well, and with that dark typing on top of that, made it quite good against a lot of the kind of ghost threats in the formats.
And I think as well, having Terra type axes like Terra Poison, Tinglu we saw running around a lot as well, does make it that little bit more weak to ground type moves. And everybody says you need a ground resistance some way on your team, right? And getting a poison type isn't the way to do that. But I think this natural bulk and the fact that you had other Pokemon that were able to KO those pesky ground types against you.
If you translate Chi-Yu to English, it says eat fish. Well, I mean, it is a cooked fish. Basically.
And Tinglu, when it was introduced, kind of is the perfect Pokemon to come in against.
I could have stretched before this round.
Coming out from Goldingo pretty well, and then threatened back with those big stomping tantrums and even dog type attacks to a certain extent, so it's a very, very good Pokemon, and nice to see it integrated into Regulation D. We did get to see it featured yesterday, because I think between Tinglu and the Roshen, that they're kind of the two-room Pokemon that we don't see too much of. You know, Chien-Pao is one of the probably more popular.
Someone said playing round 3 without open team sheets.
These lesser picked Pokemon kind of coming up and making an appearance in the World Championships as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely still haunted by all of those fissure Tinglus that we saw earlier in the season. But
like on Twitter.
The stage where our two players, Kengo and Joseph, are ready and waiting for Swiss round 3 here in day 2 at the Pokemon World Championships 2023 in Yokohama, Japan.
Okay. I think it's getting ready to be time.
We will get into the teams, Lou. I'll go through Kenjo's team. We've got Joseph actually on the screen, so it's probably better if we start.
That sounds illegal. I don't know why, but I'll keep that tweet pulled up so I can see maybe more information.
Yes, one thing I really like is some potential synergy that's going to be going down on Joseph's team. The Wo-Chien we'll get into in a minute, but Thundurus and Fluttermane. This Fluttermane is running a move Hex. Now, Hex with Specs is devastating when it goes down into a Pokemon that has a status affliction. And that's where Thundurus comes in, running something like that Thunder Wave, particularly with Prankster, where it's going to be able to get that priority.
Hex.
The speedy
I actually did run Hex on my first team.
Great potential synergy of Thunder Wave, Hex, KO.
Yeah, we've mentioned the Thunder Wave, and we are going to
double Heatran.
Something that Joseph is utilizing. Alongside that Hex, a very strong combination. But over on Kenjo's side of the field, we've got the Urshifu. But it is, in fact, the single strike variant, not the rapid strike. So an interesting
Wo-Chien, Heatran, Thundurus.
Dragonite, Fluttermane, and the Rillaboom.
Heatran bet for sure now. Oh, this team, I kind of like Joseph's team. Hi, Joseph.
Going to be activated. It has that priority to be able to switch the Pokemon on either side. It's taken a little bit of a nerf in the sense that you can't run it as consistency. It has the chance to fail if you're using it back to back, but still, that first chance that you get to go for an ally switch can really throw the momentum in your favor of a match.
Yeah, and it's one of
oh, he does have a Heatran shirt.
Already puts mind games at the forefront of the battle, because are you thinking, when are you going to click it? Are they going to click it? And it makes you question some of your move choices, making it already difficult before you get into the match. Never mind if the Cresselia comes out and you have to kind of think about it in the heat of battle. So I really like the choice of it. It looks as though it is a more supportive Cresselia. Running the Moonblast obviously is its offensive option, but with that ally switch, it's got Lunar Blessing as well to support the rest of its partnering Pokemon, being able to heal itself and its partners, and also that Trick Room.
We gotta cheer for Joseph. Heatran shirt. He's got the frog.
Slower options that Kenjo has got access to, namely the Rillaboom, the Heatran, are really going to enjoy that Trick Room environment, whereas things on Joseph's side of the field probably aren't going to like it too much, but that Wo-Chien is something that probably will thrive under a Trick Room environment, especially with the set that he's running.
Particularly with that Fire Water Grass core that Joseph is running, you know, the Wo-Chien for the grass, Heatran for the fire, Urshifu, Rapid Strike for the water combination. And I think they're a really solid, consistent three. Wo-Chien may be a more niche pick. We're often seeing Pokemon like a Moongus or Rillaboom really filling in for that grass typing. But Wo-Chien, very, very bulky, has again this Terra type poison.
Oh yeah, PM7 never tweeted back, unfortunately.
Set up nicely with something like a Giga Drain to regain a little bit of HP. We often see it running something like Leech Seed. That is not the case here on Joseph's side, which indicates it's maybe a little bit more of an offensive style.
Yeah, and interestingly enough as well, both players opting to run Heatran as well, a Pokemon that was talked a lot about yesterday, about how it's a very good typing, it's very strong into this format, especially with that kind of commonly used Terra Grass type. Now, Kenjo is running Terra Grass on his Heatran, but Joe opting for the Terra Fairy, a little bit different here. But, you know, I think it comes down, if both Heatrans are broad, which Heatran has the speed advantage in particular, and which one, if at all, can terrestrialize. If Kenjo can terrestrialize his, then it comes a little bit easier to deal with the opposing Heatran, of course, because I think even when you are on Joseph's side of the field, if you do go for that Terra Fairy on yours, you're still going to be susceptible to potential Earth powers that could come out, whereas if you're on Kenjo's side and you go for that Terra Grass in your Heatran, you're not going to worry about any Earth powers coming out, and especially anything like any fire type attacks with that nice flash fire ability.
Very, very true. Another Pokemon I want to talk about is a kind of throwback to the very beginning of this tournament, not this tournament, of this season, is the Dragonite that Kengo's running. It's that classic normal Terra type with a choice band and extreme speed. Running that multi-scale ability.
I didn't even notice the Dragonite.
That it needs because you can pack a heavy punch with that choice band and being able to deal so much priority damage with the extreme speed. And I love the coverage on her as well. Not only do you have priority extreme speed, you also have Aquajet. And having these priority moves means you're allowed to invest a little bit more into the bulk of your Dragonite. It doesn't have to be the speediest thing on the field because of the access to these priority moves.
Yeah, the one thing that you would say from Joseph's side of the field that would support him against the big physical threat of that Dragonite is the ability Tablets of Ruin on that Wo Shen. So it will kind of mitigate the damage slightly from the
So Heatran won in 2015 and 2018, and if it wins here, it would win every 3 worlds. Well,
especially because the Dragonite does have that multi-scale
15, 18, but then 23 was 5 years ago.
Those pesky ghost types. But let's jump into the battle. It is going to be Rillaboom and Heatran on Kengo's side of the field, and Joseph, you guys
okay.
off with that Thunderous and the
What you gonna do, Joseph?
Giving a little bit of recovery to those grounded Pokemon.
Hex.
Yeah, starting off with that combination.
Ooh. T-Wave Hex.
Coming out the traps here for Joseph. So something that the Heatran and the Rillaboom both need to be quite careful of going into this first turn.
Let's do this. Get rid of that Heatran.
Thunderous has to be a little bit careful, and that's what we're going to see going into this first turn, Lou.
Oh.
There we go. Rillaboom has to watch out though as well. The Rocky Helmet going to do a little bit of damage back in return. As Floodmane follows up with the Hex, we can only assume that Thunder Wave was possibly the move coming out from that Thunderous.
Magma Storm, how much is that going to do?
So this is going to do a
There was no Worlds in 2020 or 2021.
in that swirling magma, going to keep Thunderous on the field. It has no escape at this point.
That is huge damage coming out from the Heatran, as well as trapping that Thunderous, which is an added second to this move, making the Thunderous
Every 3 worlds it could that we had.
Now to utilize that Prankster ability though, and go for something like a Thunder Wave, and then combine it with that Hex that we've just seen from the Fluttermane to double the damage on that move, which puts the Heatran in a little bit of a precarious position because double damage might see that Heatran go down this next turn. The Rillaboom though does have access to U-turn, so can probably be a healthier position. The Heatran maybe goes for a Protect. We see a U-turn come out here.
Okay.
So just allowing Kenjo to reposition.
Yeah, that'd be good. Some great positioning here from Kengo.
But Rillaboom's getting out.
Rillaboom, the Prankster priority, going to be able to connect that status move before Rillaboom has a chance to attack here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the U-turn go just to follow up. But here's the Hex, the synergy we were talking about.
But it lives.
However, and U-turn goes into that opposing Fluttermane.
Ooh, that's a tanky Rillaboom.
Allow Kengo to go for these switches. The Assault Vest, I think, on Rillaboom there, really, really strong.
Definitely helping, but a great call there from Joseph, not falling for the trap, going after and chasing that Heatran, making sure that he is getting some use out of that turn.
Does Thunderous live?
In the field, that single strike, Urshifu gonna put on a little bit of pressure, in particular to that Fluttermane.
Yes, Fluttermane is choice specs as well on Joseph's side, so it's not going to be able to protect at this point. It's going to have to possibly fall victim to something like a Sucker Punch. Speaking of falling victim, Thunderous has gone down thanks to that Magma Swarm from the Heatran. You can see celebrating in the background.
Yeah, and it looks like Joe is going to bring in that Landorus now, going to drop and intimidate onto this single strike Urshifu. Obviously, it is going to affect it on the side of that close combat because of Wicked Blows. High chance to critical hit, or guaranteed.
Now we could see a Terra.
Going to affect it too much. And the interesting thing that you would say from Kenjo's side of the field is it does have access to terrestrialization, and the one thing that you would maybe say here is that he could go for that Poison Terra type. It would have been great until that Landorus came out, but if you go for it, you're going to have to risk taking a big Earthquake in return.
Yeah, Landorus looking mean and ready to go here. Wo-Chien, the fan favorite, is jumping onto the battlefield, however, for Joseph here. It's, of course, going to appreciate the grassy terrain, the opposing Rillaboom set up previously. Heatran's going to get out.
Bye-bye, Heatran.
Lots of ball position changing up here. Kengo
But Rillaboom?
Heatran is preserved.
Oh, Cress.
For later, doesn't want to have to worry about the Landorus.
Oh, that did a lot.
Guarantee chance does a huge chunk, but it looks like it's going to have to do 3 more in order to deal with that opposing Landorus. Landorus not connecting into that Cresselia because of his Levitate ability. Great switches all round.
Yeah, it's a nice option, the Stomp and Tantrum as well, coming into this match in particular where you are seeing Rillaboom, where the grassy terrain would actually lower the damage of the Earthquake. The Stomp and Tantrum not affected like the Earthquake would be in your single target attack as well, but going into the Cresselia there on the switching from that Heatran, not getting any return, but this next turn, Stomp and Tantrum should be doing double damage if it does make contact with its target.
Wicked Blow. Lando lives.
Another one of those wicked blows, and in Tantrum will connect down.
Solid damage.
That opposing Urshifu as
Lando lives.
KO on Landorus.
This assault vest on Landorus is putting in a lot of work.
Hey, there's an assault vest Lando for you.
Now the Urshifu going down, the Wu Shen coming in and doing some work.
Fantastic plays there. That Landorus means business. I think it's great though, like you were talking about the Stomping Tantrum, that's a new move that it's got access to. Previously had to go for that Earthquake if it wanted to deal.
Okay, Heatran's coming back out.
Physical ground type, same type attack bonus. Heatran joins the field, but it's going to be quaking on its little paws here in the face of that Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine here, if Kenjo is going to go for the Terastallization at any point, it's going to be onto that Heatran to get that Terastallization type. So it is going to be able to kind of not have to worry about those Stomping Tantrums coming out from the Landorus.
Ooh, predicting the swap.
Here we go, Terastallization out of the blocks. It's going to be on that Wochien, and it's going to be going for the Poison Terra type here. Great defensive capabilities.
Yeah, and the Wochien doesn't really have a way to hit the
Or just trying to get that double damage Stomping Tantrum, I guess.
Snarl is something that the Heatran does have to watch out for, but just going for the Protector's turn as that Wochien does go for the Terastallization, and we are going to see another Stomping Tantrum into that Cresselia, but the Moonblast coming out, I'm going to be able to...
Gonna knock out Lando.
Knock out onto that Landorus.
Yeah, long live the Landorus no more. It has been finally felled by that opposing Cresselia as Wochien does go for the Snarl. I think you make a great observation that there's not a lot that Wochien can really do to that opposing Heatran. Whereas the Heatran on Kengo's side has access to Earth Power, now that you are this Poison Terra type on that Wochien, you're going to fall vulnerable to those Earth type attacks.
Yeah, and if you can utilize that Magma Storm once again to kind of trap it in, so you've got it on the field, sitting on the field, making sure that it cannot switch out, and then you can utilize, like you say, those Earth Powers after that. The one thing you've got to watch out for if you are Kenjo is that Snarl, because it will slow your offensive capabilities down quite considerably, and you really...
Probably just Shadow Ball.
It's a very good defensively built Pokemon. It's going to be able to soak up these attacks pretty well, and even better...
Leave the Heatran alive. Interesting.
Lowering that special attack on Kenjo.
But I trust my coach. He does really good. Very.
And it's going to be on the Fairy Cresselia. Really nice to see this coming through from Cresselia. It can always have access, obviously, with Moonblast to deal even more damage, getting a 50% boost to its Fairy type move.
That's crit!
Not enough to get the KO.
Flash Cannon.
No!
A crit!
Wow, critical hits all round, Lee.
Yeah,
no.
Two critical hits back to back, and the Cresselia going for the Fairy Terastallization, really nice there, taking away that weakness to the potential Shadow Ball that came out from that Flutter Mane. Unfortunately, critical hit there for Kenjo.
Trick Room.
A little bit harder to take there, but the Cresselia setting up the Trick Room now, does have access to Lunar Blessing. Is it going to be able to get that off before that Wochien? It'll be interesting to see how the speed interactions work here. The Wochien in a position potentially to knock out that Cresselia before it can do anything, but with the Wochien against everything pretty much on Kenjo's side of the field, looks like we are going to see him lock in the forfeit here and Kenjo take game one.
Wow, I mean, the Trick Room is very interesting there at the end. Wochien generally pretty slow, wouldn't have minded necessarily a little bit of Trick Room action, but like you pointed out, there were too many Pokemon on Kengo's side for the Slug to be able to...
That's sad.
Well, Snail, not Slug,
that's sad, no.
Over here in this match, but this is why we have a best of 3 set. Joseph has the possibility.
It's not the curse board, it's the curse stream. This happened with Wolf and Naoto. Yeah, the stream might be cursed.
Maybe some decisions in the game probably might be better. I think he got definitely caught out with the Magma Storm on his Thundurus. Really didn't get much return on that Thundurus at all, you know. He got some good damage onto the Rillaboom, but it kind of got out of there with the U-turn pretty quickly. I think you need to, if you are bringing the Thundurus, get a little bit more utilization out of it, because that fake out Magma Storm turn 1 really affected the ability for him to kind of utilize it probably the way he would like to.
Last thing, it's ironic that Joseph Ugata's got a Heatran on his t-shirt right now, because there's a Heatran on the opposing side of the field that really put a thorn in his side with that Magma Storm.
Yeah, I think maybe utilizing your own Heatran could be a way to go around it, but I do like the Landorus in this match as well. I think if you can get the Landorus onto the field once, at any point, it really does threaten quite a lot of things on Kenjo's side. You know, the Heatran not going to appreciate any of those Stomping Tantrums, and it can Terastallize as well. It can threaten things like the Rillaboom for good damage. It can threaten the Urshifu as well if it doesn't Terastallize itself.
Okay, come on, Joseph.
Play a big role for Joseph. I think
pull it off.
Get a bit more utility out of his genies that he's brought on his side of the field.
And you could really see all the sparks fly as well with those critical hits at the end of that game 1 as well, getting lots of damage there, particularly with the flash cannon. But I think at the end of the day, the Wochen just had a little too late towards the end of that. It was a little bit too much of a mountain for it to climb. Coming through into this next game, I mean, the Urshifu, I feel like on Joseph's side has a lot of potential. He can deal some big damage into something like that opposing Heatran, can even hit Cresselia.
Okay, double Genie.
Something like the Surging Strikes, if it wants to go particularly for that Fairy Terror and apply a lot of pressure with Moonblast, you want to try and negate that as much as you can. Speaking of the Genies, Lee, that you just mentioned, we've got the Thunderous and the Landorus out on the field for Joe against Rillaboom and Heatran. The Intimidate really going to pay off against that Rillaboom.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this puts Joe in a much more comfortable position, but he doesn't have to worry about, you know, that fake out. Still, it is going to come out, it is going to shut something down, but I think the trade-off here is probably if you get the fake out into the Landorus here, then at least the Thunderous is kind of left alone, potentially this turn, to get that Thunder Wave off and kind of start disrupting Kenjo's side of the field.
Exactly, we're going to see an early terrestrialization here from the
Fake
Landorus.
out into Landorus.
Blast into this opposing Rillaboom, but it will be felled by the fake out. Eerie Impulse, really nice pranks move going down into that.
Nice.
Going to be lowering its special attack, meaning it's not going to be able to deal as much damage.
And it misses!
That's a really good turn for Joseph here. Unfortunate that the Magma Storm is one of the drawbacks with this move. It does have low accuracy, so it can miss. Joe taking advantage of that. He does get that Thunder Wave off as well. Great for him, and he's in a great position now. You know, that Eerie Impulse as well, we saw how much damage that Magma Storm did in game 1. Really,
bye-bye, Rillaboom.
That, making sure that your Thunderous, if it is the target, sticks around in the field a lot longer. But you know, the Landorus now
Crest is gonna eat it.
has access to some big, powerful attacks to threaten that Rillaboom.
Okay, kind of a nothing turn.
There's the Thunder Wave, but it's going to go into the protect of the opposing Heatran. You can really see that Kengo feels threatened by this Thunderous, constantly trying to attack it down. Landorus free to move this turn, no fake out to contend with, is able to go for that Terror Blast. Lovely switch by Kengo though. Cresselia
Dang.
so much better
That's some good
than
damage.
Rillaboom would have been able to. And Rillaboom now safe in the back to come in and fake out later in the match.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this is as well, I think, you know, Joseph making a really good lead here because it's forcing Kenjo to make these switches. He hasn't got any damage off onto the field really yet. And, oh, the ally switch coming out as the Thunderous goes for that taunt as well to try and shut it down.
There we go, ally switch, you love to see it. It's going to be the taunt coming down into that opposing Heatran though, so Cresselia able to switch out of the way.
Yo, ally switch is cool. I know most people hate it, but I think it's cool.
That opposing Cresselia. Fantastic adjustment by Kengo, allowing
Magma Storm hits. It's not gonna do much.
This time on the Landorus, however, maybe giving up on trying to catch that Thunderous, just trying to trap in the Landorus on this occasion.
Really good call there from Joseph as well to call out the Cresselia slot there with the Terror Blast, because obviously thinking that the ally switch coming out, you're not going to target into the Heatran slot. It's not going to be very effective against the Steel and the Fire type unless you're predicting maybe terrestrialization there into the Grass type, which can come out from this Heatran, but you can see how effective that Eerie Impulse is in really slowing down that Magma Storm, especially with the Assault Vest on that Landorus, able to take it pretty comfortably. It is trapped now, so it has to watch out going forward in this match, but things looking all right on Joseph's side of the field.
And Heatran can't protect now.
Heatran with a big stomping tantrum still, something that Kenjo has to watch out for, but we are going to see terrestrialization from Kenjo's side.
Yes, it is going to be onto that Heatran. It is now Grass Terror type, and this does leave it a little bit more vulnerable, like you mentioned, Lee, to something like that
Interesting.
Terror type. Again,
but I guess it's to protect against
thanks to that Eerie Impulse, and it's going to have to take another one
the Earth move, the ground move.
But at least it's in a position where it can maybe start going for something like another Magma Storm and try and trap in the Thunderous. Landorus going for the Terror Blast this time into that Cresselia.
Bye-bye, Cress. Let's go.
Yeah, and Heatran not going to be really worried about that stomping tantrum anymore, but it has
and it's going to miss.
Coming out from the Landorus. Another miss from that Magma Storm into the Thunderous here, so the Thunderous really not wanting to get affected by it like it did in that game 1, but the Heatran 2 Eerie Impulses on.
Okay, we're probably going to get another fake. Oh, not fake out.
Having any impact on an offensive level going forward, but we do see a nice partner come in. That Single Strike Urshifu for Kenjo hit the field, and it is going to be able to pressure things on Joseph's side of the field, but you've got to worry about
Wicked Blow.
Coming back if it doesn't get naked down, but it
doesn't eat it.
Down with that Wicked Blow.
It's down and out. Urshifu too strong with the critical hit. Will fell the Landorus, and now all eyes are on this Thunderous for Joseph. It's going to go for this Wild Bolt Storm, a new move.
Can we get a paralysis?
On both the opposing
no.
Pokemon, and Magma Storm, third time lucky, manages to find its mark onto that opposing Thunderous. Does a little bit of damage, but the critical thing here is
oh my, Wicked Blow crit. What are the chances? What are the chances? Almost like 100%.
didn't go for the Thunder Wave there into the Urshifu, but because of the Prankster ability not affecting Dark types, that is one of the reasons the Thunderous and Joseph didn't go for that
Makes
move
sense.
to slow down the Urshifu. He had no option there to use any of the speed control. So the Wicked Blow coming out and cleaning up the lander is taking it down before it is any more of a threat to that Heatran in particular. So Kenjo protecting his side of the field really well. But Joe still in a good position, has lost his Frostlight Pokemon, but he still has his Fluttermane to come out, and one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format to really put a lot of pressure in particular onto that Urshifu this next turn.
Yes, and the Fluttermane rocking those choice specs as well is going to be able to hit really hard into something like that opposing Urshifu. You have to contend with the Focus Sash, though, on Kengo's Urshifu, so you're going to have to find... Oh, it's obviously had its damage chipped here, so you're going to be able to get a nice KO cleanly onto it. Kengo's in a bit of a difficult situation.
Try to knock out both?
Maybe wants to go for a Detect, try and find a Flash Cannon to deal with that opposing Fluttermane, but with all the Eerie Impulse drops that Heatran has got, it's going to be really underwhelming.
Yeah, and you kind of think at this point as well, the Heatran would probably prefer to be its regular typing here against the Fluttermane and the Thunderous here, because, you know...
I thought it got taunted, but the taunt must have ran out.
That combination, though, of that Thunder Wave and that Hex combination. But the Rillaboom coming in this turn, really nice switch from Kenjo, has access to that Fake Out, going to be able to prevent at least that combination for one turn, while the Heatran can maybe fire off a Flash Cannon again into that Fluttermane, which it is affected by, super effective.
I love this switch here by Kengo, knowing that you can't go for the Thunder Wave into the Dark-type Urshifu. Hey, let's try our Thunder Wave, maybe Hex combination into the opposing Heatran instead. Rillaboom coming in now has that Fake Up potential. You don't have to worry about a Thunder Wave going forward, and now we know that that Fluttermane is locked into the Dazzling Gleam as well.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say if you are Joe is I don't think you really worry too much about that Flash Cannon. 2 Eerie Impulses onto the Heatran. It's not really going to be hitting for big damage, so you've got a lot of room to kind of just start chipping things down. The Assault Vest on the Rillaboom on Kenjo's side of the field soaking things up well, but, you know, Joe still has access to one more Pokemon, and we are going to see it hit the field now, and it is going to be his own Heatran, which matches up really well against that Rillaboom in particular.
Well, 3 Heatrans on the screen if you're including Joe's shot there. The Thunder Wave is
Thunder Wave.
onto that opposing Rillaboom, slow it down in its tracks just a little bit, trying to get a little bit more momentum on Joseph's side of the field.
Oh, he predicts it though.
Oh my goodness, huge.
But that doesn't do a lot.
Heatran is going to have to take a couple more of those in order to get the knockout. I mean, that little bit of extra chip could be detrimental, but I think it can still survive, particularly with the grassy terrain recovery. One more of those Earth Powers.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
There, just covering bases in case the Heatran did come in, if that's what Kenjo expected, and really catching the Heatran, making it difficult for Joe to kind of get in a position with it to really utilize it this next turn. Rillaboom is paralyzed, though, so it is going to be affected by a big Fire-type attack that could potentially come out from the Heatran this turn, but Joe's Heatran does have to be careful because that Earth Power coming out from Kenjo's side could be really devastating if it, in particular, if it does take the knockout this next turn.
Heatran, I think, is definitely going to be key here. You need to make sure that it's going to have that longevity on the field. You can see Joe really hesitating over that substitute button. Maybe wants to try and keep it a little bit safe. You might think, hey, Heat Wave, look great. There's 2 grass types opposing you, but that Flash Fire ability on the opposing Heatran will still be activated, and it's not going to take any damage.
No, and we are going to see the Rillaboom switch out once more, and the Urshifu come back onto the field here as the Protect comes out from Joseph.
Okay.
Not going to contend with any big threats this next turn as the Thunder Wave finally connects with the Heatran on Kenjo's side to slow it down and give it that paralysis status.
The only thing that this Thunderous does better than Revenge is getting paralysis onto the field.
Earth Power into the Protect. Joseph, you can do it.
You can see the recovery as well from that grassy terrain. Really nice to gain that little bit of chip recovery in order to maybe survive these big moves like the Earth Powers.
Yeah, I think for Kenjo though, he's made a really nice switch. He's made it very difficult this next turn for Joe, because I think you may want to switch out your own Heatran, but you can't really switch out your Heatran into the Fluttermane because there's probably likely a Wicked Blow coming into that slot, and even if not into that slot, the Wicked Blow is going to be going into the Thunderous, and you probably don't have enough.
Oh, barely survives.
Big survival.
Absolutely amazing. Windbolt Storm able to fire off back, not able to get a KO.
Heat Wave.
Does go for the Heat Wave. Will of course connect onto the Flash Fire, but
nice.
Get the knockout onto that opposing Urshifu. It is down and out, and now Kengo only has 2 Pokemon remaining. The Rillaboom will be forced to come back in.
And the paralysis.
Terrible turn there for Kengo.
That is a huge turn for Joseph and a great comeback. He is really starting to build this momentum now. Getting the knockout onto that Urshifu, huge here. Making sure that, you know, the survival there, this Heatran able to take that wicked.
I think Joseph's got this. Because both of them are paralyzed.
It's obviously a real bonus for him not to have to deal with an Earth Power, even though probably at this range of -4, he would be able to probably take that, I think. But the fact is that he's still got the Heatran, he's still got that Thunderous on the field, and the Rillaboom is going to enter the field, but it is paralyzed at this point. Both Pokemon pretty healthy though on Kenjo's side.
Yes, wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a Protect on Joseph's Heatran here, just in case there is going to be that rogue fake out coming out from the opposing Rillaboom. You don't want to have to take any unnecessary damage, particularly as the Heatran on Joe's side isn't looking the most healthy, and you can try and fire off some big damage in the next turn. There's the Protect.
Yeah, and just burning this fake out. Is it going to come into the Thunderous slot? But
no fake out.
Impulse really hindering this Heatran, putting it down to -6 special attacks.
Paralysis.
As the fully paralysis comes out from that Rillaboom, not going to be able to move this turn, and the Thunderous avoiding as well.
I mean, that Thunderous is incredible. It's now dodged 3 of these Magma Storms from the opposing Heatran. And Heatran, you know, like you said, -6 special attack is really not going to be dealing too much damage at all. It's a lot of pressure being applied onto it to really neutralize the pressure it's got. Yeah, the one thing you would have to watch out for if you're on Joe's side of the field is the Rillaboom on Kenjo's team does have access to Stomp and Tantrum, so that can be a big detriment to your own Heatran, so you got to watch out for that.
Okay.
Yes, only the Heatran taking a little bit of damage from this Windbolt Storm. You can see it's really not doing
Heat Wave.
Not a lot Heatran can, that the Thunderous can even do in this situation.
Ooh, big damage.
Can do a lot to that opposing Rillaboom.
And the paralysis again.
The Rillaboom's unable to retaliate and get some damage off. Magma Storm finally will connect back down onto the Thunderous. But to be honest, if I was Joseph at this point, this Thunderous is set on the field. There's not a lot more it can do. It's throwing out all the Thunder Waves it needs, and the Windbolt Storm is really underwhelming. I'd almost be happy for it to go down to bring my Fluttermane in from the back to start cleaning up this match.
Yeah, I think that's what you would like if you're Joseph. You don't really want to make the switch and get caught with an attack on the switch. You kind of want to bring your Fluttermane in a really healthy position and just get.
There we go. Let's get the Fluttermane in. Finish it off.
To give you that free switch, and like you mentioned here, with that chip damage from the Magma Stone, giving them the free switch into the Fluttermane, coming in fresh onto the battlefield and going to be able to throw out some big threatening attacks to both of these Pokemon. The Rillaboom now taking a lot of damage from that Heat Wave, putting it in range for this Fluttermane to do a bit, you know, even a Dazzling Gleam here is probably going to be enough. But we are going to see that Hex combination, double.
Bye-bye, Rillaboom.
Onto the Rillaboom, and that Heatran in a position now where it is not really going to be threatening after all of those eerie impulses. Joseph
and a sub.
Perfectly going for a substitute as well, as it is the faster of the two to the paralysis.
And paralyzed again.
From the Heatran on Kenjo's side, not going well for Kenjo in this game. Really unfortunate from that side of things, but really paying off for Joe, utilizing that Thunder Wave, and you can see the added bonus of that move and utilizing it like he has done in this game.
Yeah, insult to injury.
This is nice.
A little bit with the paralysis, and Fluttermane in a great position.
It's a slow round, but it was a nice round.
Coming out from this Heatran, but thanks to all of the special attack drops and the power of Hex, it just needs one more in order to clean up that match. But it looks like Heatran's got its back, going for the Earth Power. Not enough to get the KO, but there's really not a lot the opposing.
But it's over.
The threat from Joseph's side. Here's the flash.
It's not going to do much.
The opposing Fluttermane. Look at that tiny damage. That's not something we see every day when a Steel type move connects with Fluttermane.
No, not at all. The special defense drop there, not really going to matter too much because this Fluttermane in a position to just clean things up with that Hex now going into this next turn. And you've got to say that Joseph has managed the game a lot better in this game too, to tie it up, to take it to a game 3 here. It's inevitable now that the Hex will be enough to pick up the knockout.
And the battle was cancelled. Let's go, Joseph. Luck is a skill. You make the right moves to raise the chances of getting lucky. Yeah, T-Wave.
That he wanted to get off was activated. He was able to drive a lot of offensive pressure with Pokemon like the Heatran, and as well, you know, the Fluttermane, keeping that nice and safe in the back, but making sure that it could come in a position where it wasn't feeling threatened by that Heatran, I think was a really critical strategy for Joe to be executing there. Going into this game 3, however, do you think Wo-Chien is going to come back onto Joseph's 4 that he's going to bring?
I don't know. I think that Joe led so perfectly in that match. I think it really put Kenjo on the back foot from the beginning with that Landorus coming out to support the Thunderous there. I think Wo-Chien.
Okay, we can take a look to see if it. I feel like these rounds have been going so slow.
The Fluttermane in the late game, once he'd been able to kind of do all the work that he needed to with his other 3 Pokemon, was kind of the perfect strategy. He got so much return from his Landorus as well, making the right choice with the Terastallization. pressures the Rillaboom, pressures the Heatran. If it does terrestrialize, it pressures that Urshifu if it comes in. And the thing is with Kenjo's side as well.
Okay, let's see.
The single strike, when you see
Masters round 3.
a little bit antsy, you think, oh, this thing is going to be.
Oh, Chuppa lost. That's
That
sad.
blow, it's not, hitting as hard,
Alberto
which is great for Johnny. Probably picked up on from that game 1, so I think a comfortable
also
lead
lost.
with that Thunderous and Landers
Oh
gives you
no,
an
is this
option
the
to
cursed
really
round?
shutting down options on Kenjo's side of the field.
How about
So I think
Neil?
maybe going for a bit more of a physical offense
Neil won.
from Kenjo might be an option
Okay, I'm doing this quick.
potentially see rather than that
Doing this
second
quick.
offensive side.
What was that you said? Physical offense?
Oh, and Guillermo lost. So this was a very cursed round. But let's double genie it again.
On the field for Joseph, the Intimidate definitely going to be detrimental to Kengo's side. So thank goodness Wicked Blow critical hits every time.
Yeah, but the one thing you would say about leading with both the Rillaboom and the Urshifu is they're both very susceptible to this Terra flying that could potentially come out from the Landorus. But Joe not wanting to contend with that, switching it straight out, keeping it for later.
Yeah, and there's going to be an Urshifu joining the field on Joe's side. It is, however, this one's a
Fake out into Urshifu. Cool. It's a crit. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Dealing too much damage. And now this Thunderous once again in a prime position to get out some good damage. The Wildbolt
No.
onto the opposing Rillaboom. Unfortunately not able to connect onto that Urshifu. That would have been
But the paralysis.
But there's an early paralysis on the Rillaboom.
Yeah, the secondary effect of that Windbolt Storm, picking up the paralysis and doing easy work with a bit of damage like the Thunderwave without actually clicking into it. Now, the Urshifu switch here is nice for Joseph because he has been able to kind of soak up that big Wicked Blow that came out pretty well, pretty comfortably. But it is going to be threatened this next turn from that Rillaboom. It is going to threaten it, even if it is paralyzed. Paralyzed. It is still, if it connects with any of those grass type attacks, especially under the grassy terrain, going to threaten it pretty hard here. And the Terra type
Come on, Joseph.
defensive type,
You can
allows
do it.
It is that water type, so probably needs to kind of switch it out here. Both Pokemon have been intimidated, but we are going to see the Urshifu on Kenjo's side
Nice.
switch out this turn.
Yeah, just wants to make an adjustment. Doesn't want its focus sash to get unnecessarily broken. This is a nice adjustment, though. The Choice Band Dragonite has Graces with its presence.
Oh.
Storm comes through. It is going to connect down to the Dragonite.
But it gets rid of multi-scale.
Later on in the game here for Joseph, as close combat
Doesn't do a lot.
down into the opposing
Kind of ate that.
Urshifu now very, very vulnerable, having its special defense and its defense drop.
Woodhammer.
As the Woodhammer is in retaliation,
Aw.
KO against it, boosted by the grassy terrain. The defense drops. That was unfortunate there for the Urshifu.
Yeah, and getting some nice damage onto the Rillaboom here, but not quite enough. I think Joseph probably would have liked to have seen the fully paralysis there on the Rillaboom. I think that would have really helped him out. Keep that Urshifu on the field. The nice thing that he did get though was
Could we get
that
a
multi-scale
Dazzling
strike.
Gleam?
Whilst chipping down the Rillaboom, putting it in.
Yeah.
Potentially a Hex is going to be enough to pick up the knockout with that Flutter Mane joining the field, and the Dragonite, of course.
Bye bye, Dragonite.
Said, I'm just showing up. I'll come back later.
Yeah, particularly with its dragon typing and multi.
Okay, Heatran.
Have to take any unnecessary fairy damage, and there was the Dazzling Gleam as well. We'll get the KO on that Rillaboom, but Heatran, the perfect Pokemon to switch into any of these fairy type attacks, and it looks mean and ready to get some retribution here. Wildbolt Storm will connect.
Can we get a para?
Damage to that opposing Heatran on the switch.
Let's go!
On it, insult to injury from this Thunderous. It is really staking up a rivalry with this Heatran throughout the set.
Yeah, it's a single target attack rather than a spread attack. It's doing a lot more damage, a bit more impactful. So the Heatran really getting caught out there. The Dazzling Gleam picking up the Rillaboom. So Joe's still hanging in there.
Okay, now we're probably gonna get an Eerie Impulse.
Especially like you say with those resists to that Dazzling Gleam.
What can Kenjo do now? Like, Dazzling Gleam's gonna hurt.
Makes it a little bit not as impactful as it probably would like to be with that kind of paralysis combination, status combination. We are going to see the Dragonite now hit the field though for Kenjo, and not really going to be affected by the Eerie Impulse like that Heatran is, but still has to watch out for that T-Wave that could come out, Thunder Wave from Thunderous.
And Joe knows the Dragonite is Choice Band, so isn't going to be able to protect here. I think it's a wise terrestrialization here from Kengo, going for the normal Terra type.
I mean, loses the super effectiveness. Extreme speed.
Extreme speed, obviously, it's not going to be able to connect into a Ghost type, but it can connect down into the Thunderous and start applying some pressure. Rocky Helmet going to keep
interesting.
And the Choice Spec Dazzling Gleam still
It's going to do big damage.
Dragonite is not safe in this next turn.
Yeah, not safe at all. The Wind Bolt Storm not making connection with the Heatran, but does connect with that Dragon.
Bye-bye, Dragonite.
Pick up the knockout.
Now,
Really getting
this might
into
knock out
the
Fluttermane,
advantage
though.
here, and this Thundurus putting in a lot of work for Joe in this game.
I love the way this Thundurus has switched to the offensive. Windbolt Storm after Windbolt Storm here. Fluttermane
Lives!
from that
Let's go!
move coming out from the Heatran, but it is able to survive. It does have a pretty good, decent special defense on the Fluttermane,
Yeah.
but still big damage coming out from that Heatran.
Yeah, and the thing is, it hasn't been affected by the Eerie Impulse this turn, so that Flash Cannon you can see doing big damage, really putting that Fluttermane into knockout position this next turn. And where the Urshifu kind of in the field now, it does have access to Sucker Punch, knowing that the Fluttermane is locked into that Dazzling Gleam, it can go for the Sucker Punch quite easily here. Or do you lock yourself into something like the Wicked Blow and predict the switch out? Because the Fluttermane in a position now where, yeah, it's going to be a sitting duck to take that Sucker Punch this next turn. So you could catch something on the switch, maybe that Landorus if it does come in to try and get an Intimidate off, and also then double up with maybe a big spread. Oh, well, just the Magma Storm maybe from the Heatran. It doesn't have access to the Heat Wave, unfortunately.
Well, there is going to be adjustment. Landorus able to jump in. Of course,
Okay.
the Focus Sash still intact on that opposing Urshifu. Joseph has to find a way to hit it twice to be able to try
Oh.
Wicked Blow is what the move
That's
choice was for
big
the
damage.
chunk to that opposing Landorus on the switch, and here's the Wild Bolt Storm once again. The Urshifu dodging out of the way. It says, hey, if you can miss the Magma Storms, I can miss your Windbolt Storms. Magma Storm, however, is going to connect down onto Landorus.
No!
Yeah, not a really unfortunate miss with that Wild Bolt Storm onto the Urshifu, because you wanted to break that Focus Sash, and it's not the Pokemon that you want to be missing. It out of the two, you think, let me just hit the
No,
Urshifu.
I think Joseph lost.
But a great turn from Kenjo calling the switch there, knowing that the Fluttermane was in a really precarious position with what it was locked into with that choice specs. Sitting duck for Sucker Punch and taking advantage of that with the switch into Landorus. No impact from that Pokemon. Kenjo putting himself in a really good position to look like he's going to be able to close this one out, but it's not over just yet.
It's definitely
Come on, Joseph.
Position, though, to go for something like that Sucker Punch. You know the Fluttermane can't protect, so to no surprise, Joe going for the Fairy Terra type onto that Fluttermane.
Live one Sucker Punch.
To these Dark type moves. Whether it's going to be enough, though, we'll have to see. Fluttermane does not have very good physical defense, and we know that Urshifu can hit really, really hard as well. So if that is the target choice, and it is the Sucker Punch.
Lay! Let's go!
Coming in clutch, able to go for the Dazzling Gleam. This will bring the opposing Urshifu right down to his Focus Sash. A little bit of chip onto the Heatran, but wow, let's go Fluttermane.
What a huge survival here on the Fluttermane. Great choice for the Terra, able to get that.
Okay, this Windbolt Storm needs to hit.
No! Which one? Oh,
no!
Not the target this again. So unfortunate for Joe, but the Flash Cannon coming out into the Thundurus here, and both Pokemon staying on the field for Joe, but gonna be really in such a precarious position this next turn, because the Sucker Punch is now, although it didn't do too much.
Windbolt Storm has to hit both.
Knock out this turn onto that Fluttermane and leaving the Thundurus in a position where.
Come on, Windbolt Storm.
From the Heatran.
Let's see. Wild Bolt Storm, you can see that Joe is praying that it's going to connect and do enough to the opposing Urshifu. It does connect.
Let's go!
Joseph Ugarte is going to be able to take this.
Let's go!
Thriller.
That is an incredible comeback from Joe, not giving up as well.
Oh.
Last minute, the Wild Bolt Storm giving him so much trouble through that whole set, missing the Pokemon that it didn't want.
Come on, Joseph. I believe.
Final move locking in. Getting connection with both Pokemon and picking up the knockout to pick up the knockout.
I am absolutely enchanted with that Thundurus doing so well, being able to dodge out of the way the Magma Storms earlier in the set, then getting all the paralysis down in one game, and then in this game, the Wild Bolt Storms just going on the offensive and getting these knockouts, getting the paralysis as well as the secondary effect. Wow, well done, Joseph Ugarte.
Yeah, amazing comeback there, and really right down to the wire. I could not believe that last turn. You think everything is just...
Oh, man, that was crazy. He did beat the curse board after all those misses. I'm going to take a quick stretch because, oh, I'm sore. I feel like we're not going to have too long in between the rounds because that fight went forever.
He was able to just land that last Windbolt Storm. And you know, out of all the misses, you think, I'll take all of those other misses as long as his last one.
Yeah.
I guess there is a couple fights left, but I am going to take a quick stretch. I need it. I need it.
The Urshifu dodged out of 3 of of those Thunderous attacks, but that last critical one it needed to do. If it had dodged a fourth time, Sucker Punch would have been able to clean up the game in that very next turn for Kengo, but Joseph Ugarte wasn't going to fall a fourth time into that trap.
Yeah, backwards and forwards that set. What an exciting game. There was lots going on throughout. You know, I think the Thunderous really showing how good a Pokemon it can be. It really stuck around on the field for probably a longer period of time than Kenjo wanted it to. It was really difficult to remove with how it was trained by Joseph, and the ability to kind of really disrupt everything on Kenjo's side of the field just put Joe in such a good position. It looked very, very close at times where Joseph was about to lose the match, especially when those misses kept coming out and you kind of heart was in your hand at those times.
Yes.
And you think, oh, I couldn't get any closer than this. Very exciting for our viewers at home, but what a way to end the game.
Wow, I mean, day 2 Pokemon Worlds was already off to a terrific start, but the action is just getting more and more intense, particularly as well when you look at terrestrialization. Joe, I think game 2 went very early on with the Thunderous terrestrialization, being able to go for that Terra Flying, I think in turn 1, and then saving in this game 3 that Terra Fairy right for the end, because if he didn't have access to it, that Sucker Punch would have taken out the Fluttermane. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think like even going back to that last game there, where he really didn't get much use out of his Landorus in game 2. He really utilized the Landorus masterfully. He was so good in that game, but really didn't get much or any return on it in that game 3. And when he got caught on the switch in by the Wicked Blow and then the Magma Storm kind of combination, you thought, it's really not looking good. But then hanging in there, utilizing the tools that he had left and just clutching it out right at the last minute. A great game. I'm gonna need a minute, I think.
I think I am too. So I think it's wise to throw it over to Joseph Ugarte and hear from our amazing winner from that round 3 while we take a little bit of a break. Whew.
Thank you so much, Lou and Lee. I think you guys deserve a great rest after such an intense match. And you do too after that as well. Like, what even was going through your head in the final moments of that game 3?
I think honestly, when you're using a move like Wild Bolt, right, it has, or Wild Bolt Storm, it has like the, drawback of if it misses, it's obviously not a great move, but you also saw in the set 2 is getting a bunch of paras, so, you take what you can get, right? And I was definitely very, very nervous, especially in that last turn when I just needed to connect that last Wild Bolt. And right after Flutter survived, it was an insane game, and my opponent played super, super well. So.
Yeah, the Terra Fairy to be able to survive the Sucker Punch was absolutely huge, and it bought you so much time to be able to try to get that final knockout after the Wild Bolt Storm had missed a few times. But you're the type of player that over the course of the season, you have wanted to lean a little bit more into these less than accurate moves. So how do you manage that when you're team building and approaching these matchups?
Well, I think it just depends on how you view it, right? So there were like some consistent options on my team that were like 100% accurate. There weren't really like any moves that can miss from certain Pokemon. And then you have the Pokemon that are a little bit more risky, right? Typically, I think if you're running risky moves on a Pokemon, it has to give you a lot of value in return, right? So Wild Bolt, even though, yes, it missed a ton, the paras it got were super valuable. Throwing out Thunder Waves is really valuable, right? So I think that when you take risks, right, you have to just kind of it's almost like hedging your bets, right? You have some safe options and then you have like your more risky options. And sometimes, the riskier options are better in the matchups, right?
That's very true, and that Heatran had a lot of trouble actually getting a move off after it ended up getting paralyzed in that game number 2. But talking about risk assessment, Wo-Chien, kind of a big risk for this tournament. So what made you decide to go down that route?
Okay, so without getting like too into the specifics of the matchups, basically, so I had a really good like 5-mon core, which was the Urshifu, Heatran, Thundurus, Landorus, and Fluttermane. And I had a Moongus there originally, and I was just trying to make this Amoonguss work, and it was just not working. And I would play so many matches where I'm like, man, I wish Amoonguss was something else. And like,
oh no, I'm missing.
It wasn't super great.
I'm missing
like,
Joseph's interview.
And I also like need it for some other matchups. I was like, why not just try Wo-Chien? And then as soon as I put on Wo-Chien, I was playing ranked battles on on the Switch, and I shot up from like number 500 to like number 2. So I was like, I guess it's good enough, and I just put it on the team. So that's kind of how I just picked it. Like, I just tried it as a joke, and then it just ended up working. So I was like, I'll just keep it.
Well, you're 3-0 now. Has the Wo-Chien been effective?
Yeah, so I actually played versus Eric Rios last round, and the Wo-Chien came to every single game. It was really good. This set, it wasn't as good because the Heatran had Magma Storm, which was putting on a lot of pressure on it, and it couldn't really do enough in return. But yeah, it was really, really good in the last set I played.
You have played against some really unique options, especially when we take a look at all the day 2 invites that are
Pulling
coming
out a
in.
snack.
Storm is definitely one of those that
I'm feeling a little tired. Gonna take a snack to try to help.
Going up against other heat trains.
Yeah, so it's a move that I've seen before, and I had even kind of tested a heat train using Magma Storm before. So
Perfect.
As you can see, you know, I have the heat train shirt, so love heat train. But yeah, I tried it out. The thing with Magma Storm, which I guess you saw in that set, is it has a lot of risk, kind of the same risk you would associate with like the other moves. But I think the drawback of it is it's just so all or nothing when you're using your only fire coverage as Magma Storm. Because if you just don't connect it, you're not getting any significant damage out with Heat Train. And I think like that's kind of the risky part of using Magma Storm. When I saw it, I was definitely scared because if they all connect, it's doing a lot of damage, it's trapping you, putting on a lot of pressure. But luckily, you know, got some dodges.
Also, I have seen that tweet before.
Listen, you talked about it. Hey, it giveth and taketh away sometimes when you're running those types of moves. Well, Joe, you're the type of player, you've had a lot of success on an international stage, 2 top 4s at international championships back-to-back last season, and you also ended up winning the Portland Regional Championships this year. You're 3-0. Are you feeling confident going into the rest of the day?
You know, when I won Portland, I said I was coming to win the whole tournament, and that's what I really wanted, and I was going to do it, and that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to give it everything I got.
Let's go, Joseph.
I really want to take a world championship home.
Who's supporting you at this event?
I have to say, honestly, I mean, Sierra's right there. I love you. Thank you for, you know, obviously always supporting me. Mom, Dad, you know, all my family who's watching right now. Also, all my friends, Navjeet, Argo, thank you guys. I incredibly appreciate you. And everyone else, Pato as well. Yeah, just big thanks to literally all my friends and family. It really means the world to be able to do this, but also have people around that are like helping you and, you know, supporting you.
It ends up falling on you at the end of the day to be able to play out the game, but it's always great to have the support to be able to team build and also practice with.
Can I give one more shout out? Alfredo, thank you for being my Pokemon. Yeah, I need or training them. I like would not have had my team if he had not like helped me with all the resources he had in this game. So thank you.
Well, best of luck, Joe, to you for the rest of your rounds today, and congratulations.
That was
again.
probably last night after they saw the disqualifications.
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. I'm going to give you a rest after that intense game number 3. So we'll see you all after this.
And by rest means immediately get into round 4. No, now we have to wait.
At the Pokemon World Championships 2023, I am joined by Jack, one of our video game competitors. How's your tournament experience in Japan going?
It's quite an experience for sure. I mean, I've never
The Rice Krispie treat is the biggest one I've ever seen. It's a big one.
London being last year, quite close to home, you know, it wasn't. I've never went through this far.
It's a big one.
Yeah. And how's your tournament run
Oh,
going
shoot.
so far? Are you still in the competition?
I am, yes. 2 rounds to go. I'm 3-2, so I've got a hope and pray I can clutch it out. So I lost the round 1 in an incredible set against my opponent. We had a game where we lost. It was like a HP war, and lost. It was going down to the timer and such. For place Wolfie, that was a quite exciting time. We've got a run back after placed him at UIC last year.
Let's see if we can pull one of these off quick enough.
When a matchup felt impossible against Dondozo plus
No thanks. I like my things.
I still managed to pull it out with my rain team. I've decided to go with a Basculegion.
If I'm gonna swap out anything, it would probably be putting Lando in here.
I struggled a lot with this format for sure. I went back and forth with different archetypes. I thought I was sold on Chimpao Dragonite stuff for a while, and then fell out in and out of
Okay.
You're trying different pieces here and there. Saluna Crest was an interesting.
I think I'm gonna bring Duraludon. Can't put an Eviolite on it in this game, but
Good old rain core that I've loved for a lot of this year.
still good.
So I loved it in Reg B. I've got the Moongus Eye in the hands. Kind of a combination that I don't know why it works. It just works so incredibly well. The speed's maybe a bit
Ghost type.
energy, the rain,
Lunala?
perfectly well to just really
What other
allow your other pieces to go hard with the Basculegion and its Chimpao I've got now. So there's some
ghost type? Lunala is what I'm feeling.
One last question for you. Which is your
Oh, we
favorite
could get
Gastrodon?
Giratina again.
Well, Blue Sea for sure. In fact, I have to show. I have the blue Gastrodon ready in the bag here. So, you know.
Everybody carries a Gastrodon Gastrodon for luck, right? It's how you win games.
The slug. Duralanon gets a G-Max and Evo. Yeah, that's pretty weird and crazy.
Thanks for chatting to us, and don't forget, there's more Pokemon action happening at the Yokohama World Championships 2023.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back to Pokemon World Championship 2023. I'm your host, Anna.
I don't know if I do have
Tell us, what's your name and where are you from?
Ultra Beast unlocked yet, though.
What are you most excited to see here?
Big old building.
Nice. What about you?
Good damage, good damage.
Specifically cheering on here?
Good damage, good damage.
And same?
Destruction. I don't want Frostmoth. I don't care if we're going to be fighting a dragon.
Totally understandable. We all love to root for our home country. What's it like to have the Pokemon World Championship?
So now we can prepare for every possibility? Yeah. Hey, Piggy, welcome back. We've got 3 rounds done. 3.5 hours in, 3 rounds done.
And what about you?
I don't want this. Piggy, you missed Joe went on stream with Heatran. Yeah, I'm just knocking out a few
What is your favorite Pokemon?
Dynamax raids. In between.
Great. And?
Trying to go for a shiny. I have a shiny Mimikyu already, but I'd take another one.
Awesome. Choosing Pikachu is always a great choice. He is the boss. So, thank you so much for spending time talking to me.
We're just Ironhead. What cool stuff you caught? I didn't get a shiny last round. Whoa, what happened?
Hello, Pokemon trainers.
Okay.
I'm here on the Players Board checking out some of the action that's going down at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I am joined by Jack, one of our video game competitors.
We just watched this.
It's quite an experience for sure. I mean, I've never really traveled out this far before. I usually stick to the
I'm refreshing because that's just exactly what I want. What the?
I've never flew out this far. It's incredible, honestly. Yeah.
We just saw this.
Run going so far. Are you still in the competition?
I am, yes. 2 rounds to go. I'm 3-2, so I've got to hope and pray I can clutch it out. So I lost the round 1 in an incredible set against my opponent. We had a game where we lost. It was like a HP war, and lost. It was going down to the timer and such. Placed Wolfie. That was a quite exciting time before I run back after placed him in the UIC last year. It's just some incredible sets. Like even when a match I felt impossible against a Dondozo plus insane.
They put it twice in a row. Why? I don't really want Mimikyu.
I've struggled a lot with this.
I'm kind of hoping someone else takes Mimikyu.
I was sold on Shimpow Dragonite stuff for a while, and then fell out in and out of love constantly. You're trying different pieces here and there. Saluna Crest was an interesting one, but eventually, it's not surprising in a way. I kind of fell back to my good old Raincore that I've loved for a lot of this year, which got me my Worlds invites. I've got the Amoonguss Iron Hand.
Please, like, Ivysaur take it? Okay, that's good. Yeah, but
your other pieces to go hard with the Basque Legion and its Shimpow I've got now. That's some crazy offense once you position.
I just don't really want it.
Love to hear the Basque Legion. One last question for you. Which is your favorite Pokemon and why is it Gastrodon?
Well, Blue Sea for sure. In fact, I have to show. I have the blue Gastrodon ready in the bag here. So, you know.
Everybody carries a Gastrodon for luck, right? It's how you win games.
We've got to rep the blue Gastro. So, yeah, I mean, Candle's the fave as well. But yeah, you can't go wrong with this little.
No play rough. Yeah,
100%.
so.
Thanks for chatting to us, and don't forget, there's more Pokemon action happening at the Yokohama World Championships 2023. Oh, welcome back.
I don't know if we really need to max Steel Spike. What are my stats looking like? Can I look at my stats? I have way higher special attack.
Welcome
Okay.
back to the lounge, where I'm joined by Scott, Ray. You've seen them before, but another special guest for the weekend. We've got Yuki joining us, who's local-ish, I believe. Yuki.
Peonia battling with you, is that rare? I feel like I've seen Peonia a lot.
We hang out a lot, and it's great to just be talking on.
So I don't think Peonia is that
And
rare.
Yeah, I was a competitor yesterday.
No, we're back in the lounge.
Started 0-2, kind of had like a downhill start to begin with, and I went to 3-2, and I was like, oh, I think I can do this just 2 more rounds. And then I hit a matchup where I just wasn't as familiar. I think I was using a team that gave me a lot of breadth, like I can do a lot of things to various different teams, but I actually worked really hard to
I'm eating more Rice Krispie.
at the level I had to. So unfortunately I ended 4-3, but it really means a lot to me to compete in the World Championships somewhere that is
Big damage.
I mean, we were rooting for you. We were all following
Not
you
so
through
big
the day,
damage.
and I'm sorry you couldn't make it all the way through, but now we've got you free, which is really cool. We get your insight on what we've been seeing, and so far today, okay, it's just been 3 games, guys.
I have Pokemon Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, which are the only Pokemon games you have there.
I've enjoyed everyone in a different
Right now, they're kind of the most important games to have, so
but after the 3rd game,
that's okay.
What are the feelings about day 2 so far?
Yeah, I mean, we talked before about how the quality of the matches seemed like they're just way higher today, especially like the winning players are just so impressive. Maybe
Rice
even more
Krispies
shocking
are
now,
fire.
We saw that dominant win by Eric Rios in the first round. He's now 1-2, which I think really establishes how difficult the tournament is today.
Whoa.
I think, the last round maybe was a little bit more kind of.
That's crazy. Eric did so good in that first fight.
Kind of like the chaos of Pokemon really achieved a new level that round, but it was a lot of fun to watch.
Scarlet and Violet are really fun. I
I
agree.
don't know about you, but watching that most recent match kind of brought back some memories. Me and Aaron, the Aaron Cybertron Zeng, we're backstage watching that match, and
I don't want it either.
Landorus, Heatran, Thundurus. It was like, what year are we in? And not only that, obviously seeing the Thunder Waves and the paralysis and everything that was going on in that last match also brought back some kind of memories for Aaron specifically. But
Oh yeah, it is Giratina because I can't get Lunala's not in my game.
I'm glad Joe was able to pull that out. That was phenomenally well played. That was a fantastic match. I'm glad we got to get that on stream.
Yeah, and I kind of want to extend on what Scott was saying about like the variance, because I think there's variance not only between the matches but between the same game.
That Estelgor is so bad.
So, I think in the Joe match that we just watched, for example, in the first 2 games, I don't think there was too much like prediction happening. It was like a really steady state game. Each player was trying to get like incremental advantage on top of each other. And
Okay.
then, it kinda just,
we could
like,
still have a
phased
chance.
Out, whereas in the 3rd game, it was like pretty explosive, right? Like in the very end, we had the prediction that the Flutter
I got so much Legends from the Frozen Tundra. It is such a nice place to get the Legends.
If that prediction went wrong, it could just end the game on the spot. So I think it's really cool that in the game of Pokemon, you can have so many different ways
I just, on this account, I don't like catching the Legends unless I get a shiny.
All the games, I like when it goes to 3 games. I'm a simple man. I like extra Pokemon throughout my day. Talking about Eric, actually, we watched.
So I haven't caught much Legends.
Eric's in a great position. His schedule since then has been Joe Ugarte and Melvin Kane, who you were talking about when we were on for round number 2. That is a brutal schedule.
Want to hear a sad story? Oh no. What's the sad story about?
A number of great players already making it to 3-0. I mean, thinking about it, you only need to go 5-2. I say only. It's a pretty tough field.
I can attest to that from yesterday.
Yeah, the field's even harder.
When I first got Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, oh no.
Hey, you guys enjoyed yesterday? Haha, top 8 from NA. Haha, top 12. Like it just got a lot less fun.
I didn't know the rules of shiny hunting. Oh no.
Is there anything looking forward you're expecting to see, or maybe hoping to see, as we hurtle towards that top cut?
I'm kind of curious to see what comes out on top from like a metagame perspective, where you're like, whoa,
I found a shiny. Oh no.
Checklist of things to expect this weekend. I'm really excited that Joe Ugarte is the one using it because the Joe Chien jokes are so free. But yeah, I think
Joe Chien.
Yeah, I think like the winning teams are
And
something strange like that, right? Like for me, Wo Chien might be a little too strange. I'm rooting for him, but I'm not a believer. But I'm curious what it'll be, right? It's not just going to be.
I used Michael Axwell and Aqua Jet.
Stuff, right? So I'm glad we've seen players.
No, not the kill. That's sad.
It's not like we're not really cherry picking.
Azumarill shiny is so good too.
Everybody's got something that's a little bit different, right? And I'm curious kind of who's
that's sad.
is going to be the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, and we talked about this a bit yesterday
Oh,
with some of those
jeez.
top Pokemon, how they can run so many different sets. And we actually saw in that most recent game, even though it didn't come out on top, the Magma Storm on Heatran, that's one of those moves that Heatran can run. It's an incredibly powerful move.
Want to hear my sad shiny story? Oh, no.
You know, it's been a popular move that people have been testing on Heatran leading into
Bro, I
Worlds.
think we might
I'm really
lose
excited
this.
to see just how far it can go, because it does lead to a lot of variance, but if it hits, I mean, that move is devastating.
Only after the incident I learned that you can just save and get, yeah.
This is a really novel World Championships in the sense that this is the first time we've ever had a format only be around for about a month before the World Championships. And I think we can talk about
Assurance.
variance, but, you know, I think that
Decent damage.
imagine if you had a World Championships where the first day of the format
I accidentally ran into a shiny Nimble and only had one Pokeball and no false swipe. No.
So I'm really interested.
Okay, yeah, Shadow Claw me. Hit me.
That reflects that, or are there
One more hit. Come on. Weather Ball. Let's go.
Like I know a lot of Japanese players.
Oh, that's sad. Can we pull the shiny Giratina after 2?
Pokemon, and I'm really curious to see like is that the winning proposition?
We're having shiny hunting sad stories. We gotta have a happy story.
Right? Like we've seen it in previous years. Like, okay, this is the 6. We're gonna play it better than the rest of the world. But interesting point.
I actually have a sad shiny story. So
The shortest kind of prep window we've had for Worlds. Do we think
back in X and Y era, I was doing the Friend Safari. I'm trying to remember which order it happened in. I was in the fighting area, and I ended up getting a shiny throw. I didn't catch the first throw. I wasn't prepared, really. I didn't have enough Pokeballs, and I failed the first throw. I don't know if I knocked it out, or just happy Pokemon shiny story. I knocked the throw out, I think. I ran out of Pokeballs. I failed the throw. Sad. I was like, I need to come back. I need to get the Pokeballs. I need to come back prepared. So I came back, kept trying, and I got another shiny throw. So I caught the throw. I was like, perfect, great. We're good. I'm happy. I reclaimed my failed shiny throw. And then I forgot to save. And I lost throw a second time. And then I was just so like determined. I tried again, and I finally got it. Saved. The third time I caught it and I saved immediately. Shiny happy story Graveler in Legends. Full odds? Nice. Nah. Okay. Let's see. I can't tell if Frostmoth is shiny. It's not. Mimikyu. I don't think that's shiny. It's not.
And as a player who also used
A
to
Selgor.
team yesterday and didn't
Not
quite
shiny.
work out, I think it can
And
feel
last,
both ways.
but not least.
Called the player diff sometimes. But something else I want to touch on that's kind of related to format is how
No
you
shiny.
think, at first glance, you see like we're hosting the World Championships in Japan. Oh, the Japanese players must have an advantage, right? Like they don't have to travel, they don't have to deal with jet lag. It's gonna be easy peasy.
I don't really want to add you in there.
Year-round, the Western players are doing
Wait,
a lot
I
more
forgot what
prep
Pokemon
of best of 3 open
about
like the Japanese players never had to do that all year.
the shiny sad story. It was throw.
Playing circuit, the actual Japanese nationals itself, they were all closed team sheet best of 1. So
Do we have the tournament pairings yet?
a pretty big moment for Japan if we can get like if they can get a big
We
representation
do.
of the top cut because they
There's a lot of people who left. How many?
Sometimes, like, oh yeah, they know all of the moves. This definitely changes how the game plays. So thinking about regional differences.
128 to 80.
Still got a lot of players in the
So,
I don't wanna start picking names, I don't wanna
Joseph is playing Kentaro Matsumoto as his opponent. I thought you said throw. Like, throw the Pokemon. Yeah. Average reaction from a shiny hunter sigh. I guess I'll just take the creator of the time and space. So Joseph Ugarte versus Kentaro. Was Kentaro just on stream, I think?
It's a pretty significant disadvantage for the Japanese players. However, every year somehow it just works out for them anyway, right? Like the players are so good that they're able to.
Then Choppa is playing against someone named Kaito.
really like a lot of the teams I've seen.
Alberto has to win this match. Is playing against a guy named Juan Muhammad Aquil bin Juan Huran. That's a long name. I don't have a shiny happy story though, because the shiny Azurill was my only one. Oh, you gotta get a happy story. Neil might pop up on stream. Is playing against Maurice.
Team Japan's bandwagon. I've always been a huge fan of how they build teams and how they play.
And last but not least, Guillermo is playing against someone named Scott.
Since Wolfie did it, 7 years ago. I know, with NA having so many players, it doesn't seem like such of a hot take, but North America has kind of disappointed at times at the World Championships, considering
how many people can get eliminated this round?
But watching that day 2 race throughout this entire season, seeing just how many incredible
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,
I really agree with
20.
Points on US. Like, I think if we look at like the CP boards, I think the US.
So we can lose 20 people
Like 1,000 CP for certain players who made the day 2.
out of.
They had a lot of like time to really
Oh wait, we can lose 21 technically. But one of the 1 and 2 people are playing against a 2 and 1 person. So I'm not gonna count them in this, but we could. I'll count them in it.
Like, even if they haven't had as much time to really process how to use open team sheets and things like that. Like they
10,
have done a lot of
11, 12, 13,
to,
14,
really practice and get used
15,
to it.
16,
And I think that's something that is
17,
not as
18,
visible to the West.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29,
Really take this home.
Well, nobody brought it up, but I
58.
have to say, I mean, Latin America,
We have
Puerto Rico,
98
all
players.
remaining former world champion
98 players, and we can lose.
well in the tournament so far. I think Latin America has a great shot. We saw Gabriel Agati have a really good performance on stream. I mean, Europe, none of you guys even mentioned Europe. Europe also has some phenomenal players who we've also seen on stream.
And we
So
can
I
lose
just think
20 or
Europe is a
21.
incredible world champion.
So we're either going to be down to top
I'm gonna go for Europe, actually. I think there's
77 or
something
78.
about the European region. I imagine there was a little bit of hurt from what happened at EYC, right? Like Europe
Did you miss all the rounds? Have you missed all the rounds?
by European players, particularly the IC.
I'm not sure.
This year, seeing that finals, no European players in it, that's a little bit of a chip on the shoulder, right? Yes, they're not quite at the top of the tables right now, but they're still phenomenal players. They're still players.
Got to go.
boosting those core digits,
See ya, Piggy.
And I
We're
just
going to have
think
the next round
they're
start,
gonna
and Piggy's going to miss it again and then come back after.
Top cut. But something like Eric Rios, who maybe like, yes, is 1 and 2 right now, but still has that caliber to do it. And there's a couple of them out there that I think, yeah, maybe the setback is not going to be a setback when we hit top cut.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, right? And I think maybe the prompt's a little different, right? It's like if I had to take like Japan or North America or everyone else, I'd probably take the everyone else bucket, right? But I think just by sheer quantity of players, the big advantage. And I guess kind of the same story you told though, right? I mean,
Then
North
Swiss
America also
round
coming off into
5.
national championships where, as usual,
Top
it feels like
64.
in NAIC,
Yeah,
things
we'll
gotta go right,
after
we,
round 5 we'll
took
cut
the
down to
VGC
top
video, we put it in
64
the
for
VHS
sure.
player, and after Masters
Probably
finals
another
rolling,
20.
once again, North America was not the region that came out on top of their own international championship. So hopefully that makes the players a little hungry too.
I think a lot of people.
Then
forget,
top
like,
6
how
will probably
dominant
count into the
finals
top like
actually
30.
from Gomez. I think a lot
We'll
of
have to see.
people
I'll keep doing the
really
math every
forget
round.
How quickly and cleanly he took that one.
And then top
Yeah,
7.
that's something to watch
So
out for.
what is top cut going to be about top 16?
It was just Dragapult, Terra Blast, everything. Game over.
Yeah. Speaking of Europe, I mean, Europe dominated the World Championship last year with both finalists. I mean, they seem like they're in prime position to have a really good run again. I know I picked NA. I mean, it's a Ray Rizzo hot take, but Europe I could easily see winning this World Championship.
So you've got like the Ray Rizzo hot take, the Ray Rizzo mild take. You're really just covering all of it. Do you want to?
Yeah,
do you
I
want
gotta look good up here, Adam. Come on.
Then maybe we can finish before 5. I don't think we're finishing before 5.
Yeah, sure, throw that in there. Yeah, I mean, no,
Because
sure,
of how
we're
long,
strong players.
like top cut, we're gonna get like a few matches per round,
Easily win. We've seen Sam Pandelis reach second place at Worlds.
and then I'm sure top 8 will be everyone.
Oceano always has a chance.
Yeah, Alistair got back up to 2 and 1, right? He's still in it.
Yeah, I was just going to mention Alistair Sandover. I mean, I don't want to be held to the statistic, but I think he's made day 2 at every IC and might be the only Australian player to do that this year, and I think that's quite impressive. So, I think definitely
I still think it'll be at least 7, probably even 8.
Out in the field.
where we end.
I've been spoiled, I think, so far. I think the next 4 rounds are going to be great. But of course, there is that standing where, you know, we don't do what we did yesterday.
I'm already feeling it though.
Players
We're only 4 hours in.
Go take a rest. Now we've got those players who sometimes come in at 5 and 2, or potentially come in at 7 and 0. Now, in my opinion, it really doesn't matter when you get to Top Cut, right? If you want to be the world champion, you have to beat everyone ahead of you. 7 and 0, you could lose to a 5-2. That's, you know, a really tough one. But just, you know, another prediction game, a little loose one. Do you think that somebody can make it from, like, you know, I call it the buy-in round when we have the Top Cut. Do you think it's going to be somebody from that end of the spectrum taking it, who's had to kind of grind and graft a little bit more, or one of those players who sails in at 7-0? Because, like, last year, Eduardo, you know, one of those undefeated runs, everyone was like, okay, this is an easy pick for finals. There's something about this year that makes me think it's not going to be that way.
So I just want to hop in because that makes me think of Naoto.
I mean, I'm sleeping by 4, so I'll watch the VOD when I wake up. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to make it.
Went all the way to go 5-2, but I think you know, the way the matchups worked out, I think he was in the.
I'm gonna try my best.
Had to play a win and.
But I'm not 100% certain how late I'm gonna be able to make it.
But he had to basically get a win and to.
Because I'm already feeling tired.
And then obviously just went undefeated. So he started 0-2 and then went undefeated. So.
I just didn't like.
Someone do that, like Eric Rios, who might not have had a great start.
Yeah, I think it's very possible, right?
I think that will be what will be pushing me. Is the people I'm cheering for, like. For the Swiss rounds, I mean, obviously it makes sense to play like to get your seeding better. But like Joseph only has to win 2 more because after Top Cut's all single elimination. We need Chuppa to win 3. Alberto has to win out 4. Neil only has to win 2, and Guillermo has to win 3.
Both. I've gone 4 and 2.
So just me cheering for those people, especially Chuppa and Joseph, will be what keeps me going.
And still come out on top as world champion. But if I'm a betting man, I think I'd have to go for the players who get to skip that kind of buy-in round, like you mentioned, Adam. It's just a nice advantage getting to, you know, bypass an entire round because.
But we're gonna try our best.
Can happen, like you mentioned, Scott. You could have a really bad matchup where even if you built an incredible team, there's nobody who's built a team that's great against everything possible.
Oh my.
You can't just cover for
this is such a. Oh my.
Many Pokemon as possible.
Look at.
I do think in this particular
look at this thing.
That may be even truer than ever, right? Where with less time to prepare for this tournament, I'm going to assume that almost every team.
What is that?
Are a little bit less bulletproof than they normally are, so you know, we could be more volatile than ever.
I mean, at least the good news.
Like the mental, like stamina aspects of the buy-in round, like if you don't have, if you can skip out.
Is that can be kind of like a meal finals is going to be way shorter. I mean, we will have to stay up till VGC, but it is way shorter. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming. Looks cursed. I agree. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming all of the finals. It just depends on what time I get home. More cursed than the board. I agree. Yeah, I'm at least going to stream all of the VGC.
Okay, so we've got fantastic players, past and present. If you had to give one piece of advice to those guys in the field, obviously we're getting ready for our next round, getting ready for round 4, but anyone who's just taking a break out there in the venue with us,
give me round 4.
All of the players still in day 2, one piece of advice to take through their next 4 rounds, what would it be?
Don't do what I would do. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we still got 4 rounds left.
It's weird, right? Where no one's solved the book on this, right? I mean, again, you know, other than Ray, no one's done this more than once, and we've seen very few players even get to like the top 8 multiple times. I think for me, it's just kind of like maybe to like try and keep calm and not freak out too much about any individual game, right? Again, probably the most volatile World Championships we're ever going to see with the way this format played out. I think you're going to lose some games. You're probably going to win some games that don't feel great. And I think it's important not to get in your own head. I don't think anyone's going to have the sort of performance that Adu did last year, and I think people just have to be kind to themselves a little bit as they work through this tournament.
Yeah, at this point, the teams are all locked in. You know your matchups if you're one of the competitors. And so at this point, like you mentioned, Yuki, a lot of it is mental. A lot of it is just stamina because this is a really long day. You're competing, especially if you make it all the way to the finals or top cut. You're playing a lot of games back to back to back.
Yeah.
I mean, that can get really tiring. And so you just have to stay cool, stay calm, stay collected because inevitably you're likely to lose some games to just elements of bad luck. And so when that happens, you just have to move past it and just focus on what's upcoming.
Yeah, kind of like tagging on to what you were saying, Ray. I think like everything is locked, like the team is locked, the matchups are locked in your mind. You're not going to think of something super innovative in between rounds, right? So I think the only thing that you can really change is your playing. And I think in day one, and something I can attest to is that it's kind of hard to assess what is the exact skill level of the player you're playing against. Like, you could be playing world champion, you could play someone who just started playing VGC like very recently. So you kind of have to, temper your playing, but you're in the day two now. Everybody is just playing out of their mind. You also have to play out of your mind. You can't play super safe. So I think that would be my advice.
Yeah, push the needle, see what you can do.
Absolutely.
Speaking of pushing the needle, I know I keep asking you guys so many questions, but your insight is fantastic. I want to keep it going and try and see...
Since Ray Rizzo and Eduardo kind of were the only people to win Worlds undefeated, what will be the win record of World Championship this year?
Choice, Pokemon, whatever. What do you go for?
I'm gonna take a guess, and I think 1 loss.
Let's go in reverse order. Let's start with you, Yuki. I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm very happy you put me on the spot because I had something in mind.
I think 1 loss, but I could also see Joseph going all the way. That's my hope. That's my hope. And if he doesn't win it, I hope Chuppa wins it with 1 loss.
It can resist like all of Champau's attacks, Chi Yu, and it could solve the format. Well, we have that in Azumarill, and it doesn't have as good of stats, but it's a lot more offensive. It has a priority move. I think it has a lot of potential. So, I don't know if somebody has it locked in for day 2, but I really hope someone does because that would be my dream.
I gotta go check the numbers on that to
Please
see
do.
if there is one.
I'm very invested in this.
We'll try and follow it along. Ray?
I'll give 1 because, Adam, we casted this yesterday. I don't know how it's doing today, but I would love to see Articuno have a deep run here at Worlds in day 2.
I believe last update it was 1 and 2 is what I
Oh.
saw.
It's still in.
It's still in. It's still in. It's gonna have to follow the 5Ds of dodgeball to be able to avoid the snow cloak and the bright powder. Definitely a lot of work to go, but it's still technically in the tournament.
Hey, as we learned in the days when we had to play against Bright Powder, Sandville, Garchomp, sometimes it just works out, right? I think for me, what I would really like to see is kind of like one of these more defensive stat boosting teams that kind of just really enjoy the strategy of team where either get screens up or just kind of have some sort of stat lowering move and kind of build up your sweeper, especially the kinds of, like we saw even in the caster battle, I guess, with Spectrier, with the draining kiss being able to keep recharging it. I think, there's been a lot of passive play yesterday, and I think that while play has been more aggressive today, I think there's some room to take advantage of the pacing of these games and kind of just outslow people a little bit.
Something I just want to tag on to that is I was talking to Kaito Ari, the Japan national champion from this year. We went to a grassroots tournament together a few weeks ago, and I was talking to him about hey, I noticed that you really like using these kind of screens, bulky teams a lot. You had a lot of success with it. You won the national championships with it. Are you thinking about doing something similar for the world championships? And then he said, yeah, I don't know with this new format, we have Urshifu, and even if you can respect it as a lead, the really good players will have it in the back, and you just kind of get overwhelmed by it, so I'm not too optimistic. So, Scott, I'm kind of on the same page as you. I would really love to follow along to see if these teams can work out, because, one of the best players, one of the favorites to win it, is a little bit pessimistic.
Yeah, I think even just regular stat boosting, we talked yesterday about how some of these top Pokemon, like Fluttermane, like Heatran, can run all kinds of different sets. Well, one of those different sets, Fluttermane, can actually be one of those stat boosters. It can run Calm Mind with something like a speed boosting booster energy. I believe that's out there in the field and doing quite well, and I think that's the kind of
Interesting
strategy that we could see. We saw it yesterday.
That's an interesting strategy.
On Urshifu. There's a lot of standard Pokemon that can actually fit those kind of moves on their moveset and take advantage of some free turns and passive play, like you just mentioned, Scott.
Are we already getting other rounds starting?
At this point of the year, we usually see more and more players kind of trying out these really steady defensive cores.
I feel like we are.
Long games, and you can either try to beat them at that game or you can take advantage of it, right? And I think it's tough, especially in a format like this. But I think one of the advantages too of the volatility of this format, right, is the defensive teams probably are.
How many undefeated players do we have?
They would normally be, right? So there's gonna be some kinks in the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're down to 14 undefeated people.
or 4 levels of a boosted attack and just start going crazy one-shotting things?
Well, we are approaching the halfway point of the tournament. Everything's heating up, and I think we've really started to have a good dive on where things are going. I'm really, really grateful for your guys' time. Yuki, thank you for joining us. I really hope we can spend some more time chatting because your insight has been phenomenal. You two have done good as ever. That's all Scott needed. But we are about to go over the halfway mark here in day number 2, Swiss. Round number 4, 5 will be coming up? No, it's 4, right? Round number 4 will be coming up immediately, so we'll be throwing it over to the guys on the
Let's
deck.
go. It's time. I'm ready. Give me round 4.
Thank you so
2 of the
much.
undefeated are on the
Fantastic
cheerboard. Yeah.
analysis to be able to have between
Neil
our
and
analysts
Joseph.
As we get ready for Swiss round number 4 at day 2 of the Pokemon World
Let's do
Championships.
it. I'm ready.
It has already been an incredible day so far, and it's still going to get better and better.
We've seen a lot of different team compositions already. We started with a Tailwind mirror match kind of in the very beginning of the tournament, and now we actually have Trick Room. Trick Room was actually featured in the first round, but it was kind of unorthodox. It was actually Flutter Mane that was used to set up Trick Room. Now we've got some of the more conventional Trick Room compositions, Cresselia plus Ursaluna, a combination that we've talked about a
Okay,
lot
we got a
throughout the
Trick
course
Room
of this
team.
tournament and before the Worlds even started. And we've got a classic duo in Indeedee plus Armarouge.
Whoa!
Was used a lot in the very beginning of Scarlet and Violet, but
Whoa.
has fallen off in terms of usage. And so, really excited to see how these two teams play against each other. Torkoal also exists on both teams, as well as Ursaluna.
Whoa.
So interactions are going to be super critical here. We talk about it in terms of like how Flutter Manes match up against each other, how Tornadus can. When it does come down to these
Neil was the total underdog, a day 1 competitor coming out of nowhere and taking lives. Listen, I would be okay with him doing good.
Trick Room is always so awkward because you are wondering, do I actually set up Trick Room? Do I let my opponent set it up? How fast are my Pokemon relative to my opponents? This is where the training that you do with your Pokemon can be really important.
Double
right?
Trick Room
having
teams.
At as minimal speed as possible on a certain Pokemon can really give you an edge if Trick Room is up. But if you actually have a little bit of speed investment, then that means you don't necessarily need to rely on Trick Room being up in order to sweep your opponent. So I think this is going to be really interesting to watch because both players basically have to first spend some time figuring out, okay, who's faster than the other Pokemon. And obviously there's some fundamental Pokemon that are similar between the two teams here in Torkoal and Ursaluna. But on one hand, we've got Pokemon like Armarouge as well as Hatterene and Hisuian Lilligant. And on the other hand, we've got things like Cresselia, Mungus, and a Choice Specs Flutter Mane.
Yeah, I think it's like the Lilligant and it's the Flutter Mane that make this matchup even more interesting to me because you have the Torkoal that can set the sun. Well, Flutter Mane's going to be able to get a photosynthesis boost from that.
Yep.
And Hisuian Lilligant is able to take advantage of its chlorophyll ability.
This is going to be a
So if
fun
it really
fight. Like,
feels
they're
like
helping
you
each other.
yourself into a bit of a pinch, then you could go for something like the After You, maybe help set up something like a Torkoal Eruption. That's a very common strategy that we've seen, but from normal Lilligant. Normal Lilligant. I don't actually remember the region that it's from. But you know what? That's not what we're here for. Not that or
Unova Lilligant.
Hisuian Lilligant is really cool. I definitely agree with you on the Pokedex entry part, by the way. Hisuian Lilligant's really interesting. It is a brand new tool, obviously, coming from Legends Arceus. And so Lilligant plus Torkoal has been a duel that's had success throughout a bunch of different generations. We saw it win an international championship in 2017 and won a regional championship in a couple formats ago earlier this year at the Vancouver Regional Championships. But Hisuian Lilligant adds some new tools, right? Regular Lilligant generally would rely on just one offensive attack in Leaf Storm. You would run Leaf Storm after you Sleep Powder and Protect generally. Hisuian Lilligant can run multiple strong physical attacks, such as Solar Blade, as well as Close Combat. Now, Close Combat's a really big deal because Heatran is now back in the format, and so having a way to hit Heatran, of course, is really
Cool.
valuable. Not super relevant in this matchup specifically, but
I don't know if I would ever personally use a Hisuian Lilligant or a Lilligant at all, but cool.
Very true. It's just really helpful if you've got like Tailwind or something else on
Okay.
the other side.
I don't
But
know our board.
We talked a lot about the teams, and it is going to be the teams from our premier match. At the top,
Paul would be cool to
Yosuke
watch.
Takayonagi versus Michael
Unova Lilligant has a niche and slightly stronger Pollen Puff and no psychic weakness.
matches too. I mean, we saw
Interesting.
Kentaro Matsumoto yesterday, the 2022 Japan Nationals champion, going up against Joseph Ugarte that we just saw on stream, and just kind of all the way down the list.
We can add Paul to the list too.
National battles.
Yeah, definitely a ton of North American representation here. Paul Chua, of course, the semi-finalist from the World Championships last year. And there's been this trend where every world champion basically since 2014 had either gotten top 8 at a world championship before or won the Japanese national championship. So Paul, of course, in that running, one of those players having top cut worlds multiple times and almost winning the entire tournament last year. So definitely a player to watch out
Yosuke
for.
does sound familiar.
We are ready to throw it to the stage.
Let's go.
With this match. I am really
Oh,
excited to see
I got myself in an uncomfortable position.
and of course the Ursalunas going up against each other.
Yeah, these Ursalunas are so interesting because we do see differences in how they're trained already, just taking a look at their movesets. For Yosuke, we do see the sword stance set, and we have for Michael, the headlong rush, it's going to be the big difference there.
Yeah, so I think one interesting thing about Ursaluna in this format is what 4 moves do you actually want to run? The most common set, of course, is Flame Orb, and you'll have Protect to try to get a turn to activate that Flame Orb. And generally,
Happy Saturday for the East Coast. It is Saturday.
And something like Shadow Ball, for offensive coverage, and then you, of course, can use setup moves like Sword Stance.
Yo, these teams.
To further enable your damage output. So really interesting because once again, this is a Trick Room oriented matchup. Yosuke, by the way, went 4-3 at the World Championships last year, just missing out on the top cut, I believe finishing 33rd. Also made it through day 1 last year to get all the way into day 2. Maiko here is a player from the Oceania region who actually has been using a very similar core throughout the season, even in previous different formats. Back at the Oceania International Championships, using Pokemon like Armarouge, like Torkoal, like Indeedee, and like Hatterene. And so it's really interesting to see that he's stuck with the core and really adapted it even in a completely different format.
Yeah, and this
Cool.
is going to be the exact same team that Michael used yesterday to be able to get through day number 1. And both of our trainers actually making it through day 1 and looking at completing and kind of doing it again for day number 2, as they are both sitting at 3-0. As right away for Michael, we are going to see the Armarouge and the Indeedee hit the field with the Amoonguss and the Fluttermane coming through for Yosuke.
Yeah, jumping right into the battle.
Oh,
One thing I
boy.
was going to say is Armarouge is just really good in this matchup. Expanding Force.
I'm going to try my best to understand the
One thing
moves.
that's really interesting is that the Amoonguss in this matchup is actually a Focus Sash variant. So, of course, it can take an Expanding Force, potentially look for a Spore. Turn 1 here, you could go for something like a Protect. I think if you want something to take the Expanding Force, the Cresselia switching here is really your best option. But, you know, if you switch in Cresselia, it's like, what is Cresselia and Amoonguss really going to do damage-wise? So, really interesting option here immediately, looking for the potential Shadow Ball. But, of course, the Follow Me from Indeedee here could prove to be problematic.
It really could, so you need to be very careful about that. But the Indeedee is going to terrestrialize to the grass
Interesting.
type. Going to really be able to keep it safe, especially if a Spore is going to come through from that Amoonguss on the other side. And you also don't get Rage Powdered if you want to.
I can't read the moves he's clicking, but I know my animations.
Able to kick the soft
I
ball,
see
bring
Follow
up
Me,
Shadow
Shadow Ball.
Will be able to hit the Indeedee since it has
Ooh, that
terrestrialized
did
to the
big
grass
damage,
type.
though.
And
The
the
Sludge Bomb too!
Sludge Bomb.
That is actually such a sick turn 1. So the idea is
Wow.
the grass tire on Indeedee, yes, like I give up my immunity to Shadow Ball, but the idea is, hey, you're probably going to look for a Spore, but Armarouge here is going to set up the Trick Room. So we don't see Expanding Force. The idea is, okay, now at least I get Trick Room up and I get a free switching, but that Sludge Bomb is such a cool call, and now you don't have that grass terror anymore. Like, the terror was just completely wasted, right? If it was just a normal Follow Me there, at least you would have gotten so much value, but what an amazing call by Yosuke to say, okay, I think you're going to go for the Terran. Wow, that is such a wild turn 1.
Exactly, and now when the Trick Room has been set up, this Amoonguss feels so set up for success, depending on how it has been trained for speed. But Torkoal, that is
Imagine it's
Pokemon
Wonder
that's
Room
also
Armarouge.
naturally incredibly slow, and when it sets the sun, I think what makes this now really interesting is that the Fluttermane here is in a really nice position with a Photosynthesis boost.
Yeah, I think the main thing that's awkward for Fluttermane is just getting hit by, for example, an Eruption from the Torkoal, and so I think the Amoonguss having that Focus Sash and having gotten the Terror out from the opposing end is a really big deal. A single Spore here is huge. Now, the main thing is, who do you actually decide to go for Spore onto, right? Because Torkoal, of course, could
Spore
just
into
protect
Torkoal.
here, and then the Armarouge could then just go for an Expanding Force. That would bring Amoonguss down to its Focus Sash immediately. And then Torkoal potentially can just outspeed and go for an Eruption next turn. So we saw the Spore is going into the Torkoal slot. Torkoal, however, does not go for a Protect. It is just going to be the Eruption, and that is
Big
so much
damage.
where the Focus Sash
It's a crit.
Yeah, it's going to really be able to help that Amoonguss.
I don't know on who, but it was a crit.
It's bulky. It's going to take a nice hit here as the Amoonguss gets a chance to go next to be able to put the Torkoal to sleep. But it's already kind of done the damage. It's been able to do a lot here as we do see now the Armarouge able to
Cresselia
follow it up with
lives.
some nice spread damage that's going to be coming through from that expanding force.
This is a really fast-paced battle so far. So Ursaluna, the perfect switch-in right now, but what's awkward, and this is the main fundamental issue with Ursaluna in this format, is that Flame Orb just does not activate immediately. One other thing to note here is that there actually is the wide guard on the Armarouge, and so Armarouge could spend the turn just bypassing the Earthquake. You go for the wide guard, and so if wide guard here just stalls out a turn, and I think that's really essential. The awkward thing is, of course, you could go for Facade right now, but it's not going to do that much damage with the Flame Orb not being activated. So here's Helping Hand to start off.
Well, that's one way to try to make up for a little bit of that mitigated guts when it's not
Oh,
active.
but there's no wide guard coming out.
Okay, that's one way to be able to kick off this turn, as of course the Torkoal has to take a mandatory turn of sleep. But the
That's
Earthquake here, when they
wow.
do the Cresselia, it's just gonna knock out the Armarouge in one hit, and Torkoal is on a sliver of HP.
So I think this is one of those scenarios where, because it's open team sheet, I think Michael's probably thinking, hey, you know I have wide guard. There's no way in the world you would ever actually just click Earthquake, right? But Yosuke's like, hey, if I get it, that's great, and even if not, you're not going to do that. You can't do damage to me with Torkoal, right? So you spend a turn clicking wide guard, Torkoal burns,
Wow.
but then the Ursaluna's Flame Wars is activated, so you can go for Facade afterwards. So, yeah, I think Michael trying to take a gamble there, it does not pay off. Another thing,
Wide guard mind games, exactly.
it is choice specs. It's locked into that eruption. It is going to do no damage at this point. So that slot is essentially useless. And the Hattery here also does not have Protect.
So you're very safe to just continue to go for attacks here. Not only do you have that Guts boost activated on the Ursaluna, but it's going to be the Helping Hand as well, as Torkoal is going to actually get an eruption off, but even Cresselia takes like 1 HP of damage. Hattery is able to follow it up. A nice bit of damage.
That did big damage, though.
But it just still isn't going to be enough to take it out before
But I think Ursaluna's just going to get it here.
huge attack here.
Yeah, it's going to be that Earthquake here. Helping Hand boosted, Guts boosted, and that is just going to get
That's it. GG. That was crazy.
Game one here. I think a couple things to call out. If Torkoal had locked into something like Heat Wave instead of the Eruption, it would have done less damage to the Cresselia, of course, but would have been actually crucial in this endgame because the Eruption just did no damage once you were locked into that. And so that was one play. I think
That was too quick. That was a quick match for a trick room. Try to go slow, but you go quick.
Actually calling it, like, that is an absolutely insane play.
Yeah, like, what a read to be able to get that right. Because if that is not a Terran,
if you just go for follow me,
like
exactly.
It's great. It's great for Michael, and that ends up being such a big boon.
That whole thing was like mind games.
But it just wasn't enough, and just
like, this is
great
crazy.
call.
I'm even just looking at it like, oh my goodness, like
who?
literally
Who would
Shadow
come
Ball,
up with
Bam.
that?
Sludge Bomb, like that's just a hard read expecting Indy to go for Terror on turn one, and like. Amoonguss is such an important Pokemon in this matchup, right? Because it can survive that Torkoal attack. It can outspeed everything else under Trick Room and go for a Spore. And the Focus Sash is so essential.
Sui and Lilligant would be a great adaptation.
The Earthquake, even in the threat of Wide Guard and just sweep with Ursaluna was really impressive. So Michael definitely, I think, has tools that can potentially deal with it. Even if just turn one plays out slightly different.
It would help against
plus expanding force on
Ursaluna, but then it kind of struggles against Cress and... Yo, Parker, welcome. We're on round, what, 4? And our cheerboard's actually doing pretty decent today.
But that's the type of
We got 3-3-0 people on it.
in order to become the world champion. And we even saw this in Eric Rios' match.
A lot welcome to round 4. Yeah, and Joseph did win on stream, so...
risks to be able to have the payoff of making it forward to the top cut at the World Championships. But one of the things that I feel like Michael could be a little bit more safe to do is one of the reasons why like the Ndidi is just so good is just hit with that spread damage. Just follow it up with the Armarouge. Maybe just go for the expanding force there. Sometimes, like, these Pokemon are not necessarily trained to be the slowest that they can be, just so that they can operate on their own if Trick Room isn't active.
Yeah, definitely.
But we are on round 4 with the Heatran shirt.
Don't have Protect, right? So if you are bringing them out, you really need to overwhelm them with offense as quickly as possible. I think Michael could potentially think about playing towards a fast mode in this one as well.
Like Lilligant.
Exactly. Like Lilligant Torkoal, I think, would be really interesting. The Focus Sash on Amoonguss, though, is kind of a big deal because it's like, okay, even if you go with Lilligant Torkoal, you can potentially just go for Water Tear with Amoonguss and then angle for a Spore onto a Torkoal slot. Critically, there is no safety goggles on Michael's team, so his answer into Amoonguss is really going for Grass Terra. You You've got Grass Terra on the NDD, you've got Grass Terra on the Armor Rouge as well, so that's valuable. But yeah, I think Armor Rouge just really didn't do any damage. Or it got that one expanding force off, but at that point, the game was already pretty awkward. And I do want to explain one play going into that first game as well, when everyone's probably like, why didn't you just click Wide Guard, right? And I think Yosuke's Ursaluna has Earthquake, Facade, Swords Dance, and Protect. So I think Michael was like, okay, you know I have Wide Guard, you're definitely just going to click Swords Dance this turn. But Yosuke is like, you know what, if I just get this Earthquake off, I probably win the game immediately. So that's kind of the mind games that can happen when you have this open team sheet environment.
And it ended up paying off in a big way. So as we head into this game number 2, Yosuke is going to be
okay,
up 1 game in
game
this best of 3.
number 2
We
time.
have a change up here for Michael. We see the Hatterene next to the Ndidi this time around.
Ooh.
Hatterene, another one of the Trick Room setters that is available on Michael's team. But it's a run back here for Yosuke with the Fluttermane and the Amoonguss.
So I think what's interesting here is the Hatterene and the Amoonguss, like maybe you just start being aggressive in terms of damage output, try to get a knockout immediately onto the Amoonguss slot. This Amoonguss does have Protect, right? So if you try to double up onto Amoonguss, we see the Hatterene just going for the Fairy, Terra, Dazzling Gleam. Both of the opposing Pokemon are going to take a lot of damage. So I feel like a lot about this game is how are you able to respond to this Fluttermane Amoonguss lead combination, and the Spore obviously applies a lot of pressure. You, of course, could go for the Grass Terra again with NDD this time around.
Oh.
But after how the first game played out, it's like, do you feel comfortable doing that?
I don't think so, but I think that's also why we're seeing this adjustment from Yosuke to go for the Fairy Terastallization earlier on in this game. Fluttermane is in such a nice position to be able to just start
It's gonna be
dishing
big
out
damage.
damage.
Follow me.
Does not Terra this time
That
around.
does not matter. That's exactly kind of what Yosuke was hoping for.
Fluttermane, it just gets free reign to go for this spread
Oh
damage,
my
and Hatterene and
goodness.
Ndidi just get chonked down like that. With
And the
Spore coming out as
Spore.
well. Grass Terra would have been nice, but you can't feel safe to go for that again.
No, Yosuke just calls turn 1 completely correctly once again. He's hard won turn 1 both games. NDD now has to take a guaranteed turn of sleep. The Amoonguss, of course, has Focus Sash, so you could go for a Sludge Bomb, yep, exactly, to just knock out the Hatterene slot here. And
Wild.
The Fluttermane just did so much damage immediately, right? So part of
Yosuke's doing, like, big brain plays.
Those couple of turns. And Yosuke is saying, you know what, I have this really aggressive lead duo. You seem like you're really prioritizing setting up Trick Room. I'm just going to deal a lot of damage, but playing turn 1 perfectly both games, so critical.
So good, and if you go for the Sludge Bomb as well, it covers for any type of switch that might happen if the Hatterene wants to switch out. You're going to be doing damage to anything else that comes in, and even just a chip away.
Imagine if he like
is
tries
going
to bring in
feel
Torkoal.
nice to get that damage down, but Michael's taking his time with his turn to be able to
Swaps
figure
out
how to
Ndidi.
doesn't even want Ndidi to take that mandatory turn of sleep. Instead, going to
Torkoal.
cycle it out to be able to bring the Torkoal in, and let's go ahead and set the sun.
So I think even though Michael's turn 1 might have looked a little bit rough, I can see him completely sweeping potentially once.
Torkoal's gonna do a lot of damage.
You have Torkoal and you have your final 4 Pokemon out on the field, and they can just do so much damage, right? So the Amoonguss here is going to get outsped, but Psychic actually critically going into the Cresselia slot. So Amoonguss here.
Imagine
healthy,
no more.
Probably expecting a Protect potentially on that slot. Now it is able to just get the knockout onto Hatterene.
Bam.
Michael now has the position where you can bring out your final Pokemon and just potentially go for something like, if it's the Armor Rouge, for example, Eruption plus Expanding Force at this point. So,
I
for
mean,
Yosuke's side, it is going to be the Armor Rouge.
ooh.
Yeah, can you stall out these next couple
This
of
could
turns
be massive.
as well?
That would be so big. It would be so big if that happens, but when you're looking at the Torkoal, we've been able to see it just get some damage off right away when it comes down to the speed interactions of all of these Pokemon. We haven't seen Cresselia too much yet, but this Cresselia set, it does have the Trick Room, but it's also the Lunar Blessing. We've got the Moon Blast as kind of one of the staple moves on this one. And, of course, we saw the Helping Hand and how much that was able to do, but Amoonguss is in a little bit of a weird spot.
Okay.
It's not able to do very much damage now to kind of either of these Pokemon, but you still can put stuff to sleep.
Yeah, and I think critically here, the Amoonguss wasn't brought down to 1 HP previously.
We're seeing a Terra.
To target that slot, so of course you can go for a pretty much a guaranteed
Terra
slot.
Torkoal.
Torkoal's gonna be
Fire. Oh, this is gonna do massive damage. Oh boy.
not target the Armor Rouge with the Spore, saying, okay, well, I know I get a guaranteed Spore off into a Torkoal slot because we don't have Protect, but here is going to be a very, very...
Oh, jeez.
Sun, Choice Specs boost.
Oh,
Knocks out Cresselia
jeez.
in 1 hit after that Psychic from earlier.
Yeah, which is so wild to see based on how much bulk Cresselia has, but that's the power of the Drought plus the Terra plus the choice specs on the Torkoal. But
Yo, imagine Groudon.
into that move and also locked into taking a turn of sleep in this next one. And Armarouge able to follow it up. It's down to the Focus Sash. That Focus Sash is now gone.
This is exactly what hard Trick Room likes to do, right? It's like you set up Trick Room and you just get your
That was
in and attack,
massive.
attack, attack. So now there's Fluttermane and Ursaluna in the back. Obviously, we know that it's choice specs Fluttermane, so you can just go for something like an armor cannon into that slot, try to knock that immediately. Of course, Ursaluna still has the pressure of Earthquake. I think what Yosuke is looking for is this end game where you can just sweep with Ursaluna, and obviously the Torkoal slot right now is just rendered completely useless. So I think the main question I have here is, for Armarouge, who do you decide to target, right? And I would expect Armarouge to be able to potentially survive a Facade or an Earthquake this turn. You could potentially go for a Swords Dance here with the Ursaluna if you're willing to be a little bit daring. And the idea is, okay, if I Swords Dance, I can just start Earthquaking or Facading everything, and just one-hit KO everything. And the other question then...
It's choice. So can you really go for...
I would just try to get the knockout onto the Fluttermane immediately with that armor cannon.
That would be a really nice knockout to have, and then all of a sudden you're down to the Ursaluna, which you're likely going to be faster than when everything else comes back out. But the Ursaluna, like this is definitely very risky. But I could see a world where, you know, Michael, he had to make the adjustment last time around.
Switches Armarouge out!
Okay.
Wow, okay.
Indeed,
wow.
back in. It is already quite low, but the Torkoal has to take that turn of sleep, and now we have to look at how
Swords Dance!
Swords Dance! Finding the opening, knowing that there is a huge path to get that Swords Dance off and then be able to make use of it later. Plus, you're going to be able to get that Guts
Oh, Earthquake.
this next turn as well.
Guy said I can't decide.
Goes into the Indeedee slot. Now the interesting question
So I'll just go, yeah.
If Torkoal wakes up and gets this eruption off, that's just so much damage, right? So the main question I have here is Torkoal going to wake up? I think Ursaluna also had the potential to go for like an Earthquake, right? Like look at that double knockout. But then the awkward thing is the Armarouge comes back out and can potentially just armor cannon you. So the main thing here is Torkoal can't protect. Indeedee doesn't have protect either. It's only taken one turn of sleep. So my question is, does Torkoal wake up right now?
It has to. It absolutely has to, because this Torkoal is just the biggest offensive pressure that Michael can put onto Yosuke right now.
Let's see.
And it looks
Indeedee sleeps.
Torkoal is the main one. And Torkoal is going to stay asleep.
No!
Any damage. And so here just comes a Facade. Indeedee has to take that, and it gets knocked out for all of its troubles. Now Michael is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and this is his last game to be able to get into this series.
Yeah,
Shadow Ball.
Let's see how much it does. Oh,
Woo!
I mean, that's so much damage, and once again,
That's big damage.
Choice specs Torkoal, so you
It's
clicked
just
eruption
locked
earlier,
in.
exactly, and so that was kind of the idea behind prioritizing getting this amount of damage onto the Torkoal, right? And yeah, it basically came down to, can you wake up with Torkoal there? If it wakes up, you just do so much damage, maybe even get the knockouts there. So Armarouge is able to come back out, but yeah, now you can safely Shadow Ball and Facade, and it's looking like a win for Yosuke at this point.
It definitely is. Really well done and so well navigated. Those first 2 turns of every single game.
And Trick Room's over.
In such a big way.
And down. Wow.
Closer to the victory with the knockout onto the Armarouge. It's just that Torkoal left, and Yosuke becomes your winner of this Swiss round number 4.
Wow.
Fast-paced set, and I think that's the
Fast-paced Trick
right,
Room.
it's like, how do I figure out what my best way of
A lot happened in 17 minutes? Yeah.
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 A couple things that made things a little bit awkward here, especially the Amoongus, right? And I think what really gave Yosuke a huge advantage is
Okay.
played per one perfect. I mean, that
Hey! Joseph won, guys.
truly, like, I'd say maybe the hardest read I've seen.
4-0.
Shadow balling
Yeah.
in front of an EDD and going for sludge bombs.
Chuppa
It's just remarkable.
hasn't done anything. As soon as I put Paul on the board, he loses. So I cursed him. Alberto won, so he's surviving. Neil also won 4-0. And then Guillermo also won. Let's go. So I guess Paul wasn't meant to go on our board. Joseph won faster than... Well, they also probably started their round faster, too. So we're only just waiting on Chuppa.
But ultimately, Yosuke just called for one so well.
Yos
Yeah, he really did. I mean, both games. Game number 2 as well, just to speak to your point again.
So yeah.
What do you do?
We just gotta
Like,
wait
you
on
put on
Chuppa.
so much defensive pressure with that lead just right away.
We might
that
see
even
Neil
if Yosuke
versus
found
Joseph next
the
round.
Hisui Lilligant and the Torkoal on the other side, he still had some really nice options to be able to like, switch it into that and make
Yes,
sure that he
please.
wasn't getting too much damage.
Yeah, and I really want to talk about the Amoonguss.
I'm gonna try to knock out another one.
A bit different. It's got the sludge bomb focus sash, and it has
You
the smoke
know?
as well. So one thing that's really interesting is when people play against Amoonguss, Grass Tower, of course.
I want to go for Suicune because I love Suicune so much. But I'm gonna try to go for one of my Pokemon.
That's exactly what happened in turn 1 of game 1, and so Amoonguss is traditionally not built like this, but with the focus sash, you don't have to go for a defensive Terra
both of
on
these are
that.
pretty
That
good.
allowed Fluttermane, for example, to go for the Terra and just deal more damage with that Dazzling Gleam on turn 1.
Give me
really
Flygon.
trick in itself there, and
I don't know if you're gonna have time for an adventure. There's still so many fights left, so I'm not too worried.
Maybe a low against Torkoal lead, but I think, yeah, when you are up against a player that just hard reads turn 1 like that, it's really difficult.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Amoonguss
Fairy.
too, like we have already seen Leaf Blade pop up
Xerneas.
over the course of the tournament so
Any
far,
of the
but when
Tapus.
you're in front of an Amoonguss, like, yeah, okay, you probably want a Terra Grass, that's nice, but think about all the water Terras that are also such a common defensive Terra in the
We'll
meta
go this
right
way.
now. This Amoonguss under Trick Room, kind of a beast.
Yeah, I love that point because Torkoal exists on this team, right? And so Torkoal loves getting those defensive Terras out. Water is going to be really...
I don't know what the water type
And
is.
this team, as you see, has Iron Hands with Wild Charge.
Ooh,
and
Seismitoad.
As well. So it's a really
I like
smart way
Flygon a
to-
lot.
I'm going to force you to Terra defensively, and then I'm just going to use other Pokemon to deal with you. So it's interesting because these two teams are
But
very
I'm gonna
similar,
have to
but
drop
yeah,
Flygon
that
because
Trick
it
Room
is a
was
little
actually
weak.
on Yosuke's side, he was just saying, okay, Fluttermane and Amoonguss does so much damage immediately, and Choice Specs Fluttermane really just one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format.
But he also let Michael
well,
set up
net
the
max
Trick Room.
for rain.
He didn't
Yeah,
even
Flygon
make the
is
call
great.
to really try to set that up himself. Like, that didn't really come out in the leads that he ended up bringing to either game. He just said, yeah, okay, like, let me
I think
just do damage. and
Flygon
set
was
up the Trick Room for me.
like within my top 5 Pokemon that I got to level 100, so it's got a special place in my heart. I did it in like White 2. It might have been the first one I got legitimately to level 100.
So the tricky thing in this game is Michael basically did not really get value out of the Terra. I'd say you got value out of the Torkoal Terra.
Super tricky.
And once again, I think if Torkoal does get that one turn wake up immediately, it's very likely that Michael
It can take Xerneas or any of the Tapus. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It is weak to them.
Yeah, I just keep harping back at the Lilligant. I wonder if Lilligant and Torkoal could have pulled something off, but I can get the hesitance to maybe not feel super comfortable with that because the idea is that the Amoonguss with that.
But I will hold on to it to beat the Steel type.
Immediately, a single spore really goes a long way in this matchup.
It really does. But major credit to both of our trainers. They made it through day number 1. Michael still has a chance. It's just one loss under his belt, but Yosuke is one win away from being able to make it to day 2. And let's hear how he's feeling after this match.
Thanks so much. I think we're feeling pretty good up here. Yosuke, let's talk about game
That was
1.
easy.
It seemed hyper offensive. You were both really on the attack. Tell us what was
It's
going through
Terra
your
Fairy. No. No.
両方の選手たちがすごい攻めに行ってたすごい激しい試合となってたんですけども、まあどういうようなことを
Not again.
戦っていたんですか。
まずマッチアップとして自分の構築が相手に勝つのにかなり厳しいというかきついマッチアップだったので一点読みを通さないといけないなと思っていて相手のイエスさんの草テラスタルが見えていて
Ooh, this is a good Pokemon to have against fairies. Someone take this. Okay, we take those.
キノコの胞子を読んで草テラスをしながらこの指止まれを打ってくることを読んで
Now let's go get a Steel
シャ
type.
ドーボールとヘドロ爆弾を重ねて取り切ったところが多分試合を分けたんじゃないかなって。
Well, yeah, my matchup compared to the opponents, it was pretty harsh, so I really knew that I had to be careful going forward in what moves I used and my tactics. I could see that the opponent had a grass type terrestrialization coming, so I had to prepare for that.
Sludge
Right in
bombers.
the first round, I went in for the sludge bomb. I went in for the really strong hitting moves. And just
What
tried to
the
get
heck?
all out there on the offensive right from the start.
Great. And then in game 2, how important was sleep to your strategy?
2戦目はですけども、結構キノコの胞子っていう技を使ってて、
Screech.
それぐらい
Scorching Sands.
の
Oh,
眠り
big
状態
damage.
眠り状態にしなきゃいけない
It's a crit.
ポイントにして
What's my Pokemon hot take?
大事にしてたのですか？
Hmm. Yeah.
1試合目を踏まえてなんですけれど、もう相手はイエスさんを腐って
I mean, I personally think that Gen 2 is the worst generation. There's a lot of things I like in Gen 2, but it's personally my least favorite. It's like the hardest for me to play through. And I'm not sure if I've ever beaten it completely. Fair. Welcome to the stream, Lua. It's just the level curves makes the game like just less fun. Gen 2 worse than Gen 1. So I'm like overall talking about like any Gen 2 Pokemon like game, like including like Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Just overall, like they had the opportunity to fix it and unfortunately they didn't. But just Johto in general, the level curve is awful. There are a lot of good mons. Like I can't say it's a bad game because I like every Pokemon game.
So yes, you know, physically I'm feeling a little bit tired, but I'm so happy that I was able to win and get to this point. So mentally, I'm feeling absolutely great.
I know a lot of people will probably say Gen 7.
Do you feel confident going into that?
But when I think of Johto rather than Gen 2, that is a hot take. Piggy, my favorite Pokemon hot take is that Vanillix is the best ice type Pokemon. That's an insane hot take.
Yeah, I really want to get up to those 7 wins.
Piggy showed up after the fight ended. That's so funny. Ooh, I barely lived.
I see you have a lot of people here cheering for you. How does that feel? Is there anything you
I hate Gen 5, the anime and the games. I love the games. I know a lot of people say Gen 7, but when I played Gen 7, I'll fight for Avalug's honor here. I never think of like Sun and Moon. I think of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and that fixed the game so much. Bro, we're getting bodied here.
Yeah, as a representative of Japan, I'm so happy to be here.
What ice types do I like?
Take that forward and bring in the win for Japan.
Sounds
Here,
great.
after this round, maybe I'll pull up. Can confirm.
We'll be back with more right after this from the Pokemon World Championship.
#1 Avalug fan. That's funny. Oh, you champ, Jolteon. I just like him so much. I can't blame you. Avalug's not bad. He said that to someone who started in Gen 5, and Vanillix is just a happy guy. What gen did everyone start? I started in technically Gen 3, but I started with Fire Red, Leaf Green.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We're out here on the floor in your
Bro, 14-minute break.
What's your name and where are you from? And what about you? What's your name? What are you
My
most
hot take
excited
is
to
Gen
watch
8 is the
today
best
at the Pokemon
generation.
Championship?
Wow. That's a big take.
Your first time here, what is
Played
the
some
most
Gen 2.
exciting?
Started at Gen 4. Cool. Gen 4 also has a special place in my heart because when I was playing Fire Red, I just went Charizard, Charizard, Charizard. Like, Hey, it's the Xerneas. Gen 4 is when I finally, like, understood, like, hey, I should build a whole team.
All right, well, we'll let you get to it, and we'll let you walk around on
I
your
wouldn't
own.
say Gen 8 is best, but it's better than... I agree with that statement.
Coming right up at the Pokemon World
100%.
What's going on, Pokemon trainers? The action here is non-stop.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm checking it out with the competitors to see how their event is going down. I'm joined by Shopper, who's one of our competitors here at the
I agree with that statement. Gen 8 isn't as bad as people say.
Not playing today. I'm waiting to play tomorrow because I qualified for day 2 of the competition.
Okay, they're showing this ad a day late. Gen 5, my first starter is Snivy. I was more of an Oshawott fan. I don't have an Oshawott plush, but I prefer Oshawott.
I heard that somebody strong was going to be bringing it, and I'm amazed that like somebody like that is using it and making it succeed on the big stage.
Yeah, I think we were all shocked to see that Pokemon. Are there any Pokemon you're worried about potentially seeing? Obviously, I don't want you talking about your team as it's all a secret for day 2, but are there any Pokemon that you're maybe nervous to face or think are going to be really strong?
Yeah, let's see. I think Indeedee is a little bit of a sleeper pick. I think being able to block priority redirect attacks is something that
Started the anime at Gen 5, but started playing in Gen 8. Tell me your opinion on Hisui and Avalok. I like both. Avaloks are pretty cool.
Enjoyed most about Japan. Wow, I think it's just like overall the culture. I feel like I get to enjoy something.
Cheppa's such a good guy.
Coming from in New York, even though it's still another big city like New York, I'm just loving the experience.
Fantastic. I love to hear that. And my last question for you, Chopper. Who is your favorite
Ow!
Gastrodon?
My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon. So, you know, we've got the region right.
That's true. I'll take that a little bit, but you know, Drifloon, very cool Pokemon.
That's big damage. Okay, if I can not faint here, I can do big damage here.
World Championship Series, Yokohama, Japan, 2023. I'm not Robin. Joining me today is
Live me.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a long time. Glad to make it to Japan.
This is scary.
See old friends like you.
Oh boy.
Could you tell us a little bit about your team?
Hornleech?
Yeah, I'm running the
Not into me, that's okay.
Ninetales and Altaria core. It's done me well so far. I'm still undefeated.
Sounds amazing. Could you tell us like maybe something that you weren't expecting to happen today?
The difficulty level, do you like too easy or too hard? Too easy. I will say, if you do think it's too easy, try to play it without the experience share. Because I think it's like a whole different like story without the experience share.
Strategy with what you developed for your team today.
So at its core, the team relies on Frostlass.
I think I lost.
In bad matchups. So like.
Gen 6 would have benefited if it had Pokemon Z come out.
Rely on that energy to sweep teams in the back.
Sounds really, really good. And the plan has been working
Is it
really
over?
well today, given your record, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
3-0.
Xerneas wrecked us.
I think we got one more kind of a different question for you about Yokohama or just Japan in general.
Seismitoad, not shiny. Z was 100% so necessary. Zygarde just got thrown to the side and was like, I don't care about you. Not shiny. Last chance. Doesn't look like any shinies.
I'm so glad
Unfortunate.
and even better that you're competing really well. Yeah. So, I think that's
I'm gonna swap back over to the main screen. Stretch again. Because I think stretching's important. And since we've still got so many hours left, I can't just stay like rusty here.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
Zygarde said you will care about me in the Dynamax raid. Yeah, Zygarde's a little scary in these raids.
TCG and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships
Okay.
History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
7-star Terra Ray Zygarde with its ability will be actually impossible, even with 4 ice types. Yo, that's gonna be crazy when we start getting the legends on Terra raids. Like Mewtwo is gonna be difficult.
It may be true that the electric squirrel stole the show at Worlds.
Like I know
but first, let's focus on this
I should probably like
From South Korea,
Terra my Mew, but I don't want to Terra my Mew. I want to keep it the way it is. But I know it's gonna be smart to Terra it and use Mew. Terra Dark Mew. Okay, let's take a look at the tournament pairs to see if it is updated. We gotta check out Chuppa too.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this
Hasn't
time,
updated.
he would need to utilize his
And no, Chuppa lost.
Seijun's team was built
Chuppa
around
is
Pachirisu,
sitting 2 and 2.
actually a team revolving
Has
around
to win
another
out.
uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados.
He needs to win what, 2 more?
For VGC with Pokemon X and
No,
Y.
3 more.
First 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game.
Claim your Terra Flying Zacian.
Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014
Everything that counters flying.
parental bond, and Mega
It
Mawile
counters?
was also
Interesting.
picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of
Interesting.
physical attackers in VGC, Seijun
So,
gave Gyarados
we got the
its intimidating
updated board.
ability as a great counter that other teams wouldn't expect.
Most of our players are still looking pretty strong. And I mean, can't count Chuppa or Alberto out of it. What's crazy?
Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a
The
quintessential
round hasn't
example of
updated
how
yet,
properly
so we're
team
still
building
quite a
is.
bit
Whether it was
away
Talonflame to double the team's speed with Tailwind, or
from
Gothitelle
seeing
to endure almost any
the
hit,
next
or
round.
Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip
Most
damage,
likely.
Each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on
We
his
still
team,
got a way to go.
Marowak and Magmar.
We're sitting 4 rounds.
Means were these 2 Pokemon staples
Yeah, I
in
think we're gonna get a
provided Seijun's
late round
team
this
a
time.
specific type of support needed for
It's gonna be like after, quite a bit after. I think it's gonna be after 1
redirected electric attacks away
before
from
it
his
starts.
Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks. to
I'm
the
gonna
key
still
targets.
hope.
How could Seijun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer
But-
was Pachirisu.
We'll see.
Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Seijun was the trainer who fully
Marowak
realized
and
its
Mag
potential as the
is
ultimate
crazy.
teammate. As a
Late
player,
round, what else is
it
new?
only had one
Honestly, today they've been
with
all
its
going
ability
pretty
to
quick.
absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so
Like,
it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from.
They've been going pretty fast.
Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Seijun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that.
That's
move
good at
actually
least.
be
Yeah, because we're 4 rounds in
now it comes out
at 4.5 hours. We were averaging about around an hour.
Remaining HP, which helped the rest of Seijun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Seijun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take.
Yeah, we're sitting at 3 more rounds of Swiss.
Pokemon World by storm. In the finals, Seijun would face off against Jody
But those top cut
Azarelli.
rounds are going to take a
The
while.
VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y,
How many
Jody had
VGC
multiple
days
roads
are
to
there?
victory. Jody wished to be the home country
3,
hero and give the US a full
but tomorrow is just the finals.
top division. But the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be
So-
the hero of this story.
Today is day 2, and then tomorrow's will be the finals. Tomorrow the stream is probably going to start quite a bit later. I don't know exactly what time. I don't know how much of the other championships I'll watch, like between TCG and Go. But the VGC doesn't start until like 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Normally freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could
And
fly
I'm excited to watch the juniors and seniors matches because their international ones were crazy.
For Seijun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Seijun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame has Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Seijun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Seijun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Seijun Park
Wow.
of this best of 3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch.
Honestly, when they announced Pokemon Go competitive, I was thinking they were going to run around the venue and then fight. That's funny.
appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO.
Wow.
Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence. And the Earthquake, is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn one for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
The thing is, it's like Pachirisu wouldn't really work now.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the
In
most
open team
iconic
sheets.
moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon
This is
remaining,
why
it is
2014
time
South
for
Korea
VGC to
should be
finally
real as
gain
10-year anniversary.
Pachirisu's not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back out there. Critical hit. A critical hit. Station Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Station Park is your 2000
Damn. Could you imagine getting this far and then losing?
in the Masters division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Satan, everybody.
This film with the statues was used in 2022 Worlds.
Seijun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Seijun proved that success is a team effort. Seijun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was
These
the best
statues are
Pokemon
cool.
ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments
Okay.
in VGC history by using the hashtag.
They were, but they're still great. Let's take a look and hope that the tournament pairs have updated. They have. Okay, so starting with Joseph is playing an Italian Luca Luzignoli. I don't want to pronounce his name wrong, but I probably did. Chuppa is playing Gabrielle, who was on the stream earlier.
Pokemon player of all time, because not only was he a VG World Champion, as we just
Yeah.
saw, he's in the trading card game World Championship.
Alberto is playing against a guy named Flavio.
And he's even qualified for the Pokemon World Championship
Neil
so Seijun, an
is playing Yosuke.
Even the
Ooh.
retired Pokemon
Ooh, that's gonna be a good fight.
was definitely up there, but he is an incredible competitor. Let's focus up on where we are in the tournament.
Let's
There are so
see.
many people
Guillermo
around. Think about that moment.
is
We're now
playing
9 years
a guy named
from that, and we
Taran.
still talk about it. Honestly, the way
And
this
then
tournament's been going,
Paul
I just have a funny feeling that we're gonna see a moment
is
like that, maybe in our
playing
maybe in our top
a
four.
guy named Kai.
That's just the way I'm thinking this one's going. It's our first time
Interesting.
in Japan. It's just been such
Okay,
a great
let's
experience.
see.
Yeah, I mean, it's ripe for some kind of major
How many
storyline
people
to
are
come
still
out from this
playing?
event. Like you mentioned,
1,
this is the first time
2,
Japan has
3,
ever
4,
hosted the World
5.
Championship. I mean, if we can create an
7,
incredible memory for the
9,
stream
10,
a decade from now
11,
that we're still
12,
watching
13,
and
14,
memorializing
15,
like Seijun's
16,
Pachirisu,
17,
I mean, that would be
18,
incredible.
We gotta keep
19,
going around
20,
this. We've gotta make sure
21,
we've got more videos to
2,
create more of those
8,
huge moments to
25,
capture and relive
26,
for us a few
27,
years later.
28,
I hope I don't
29,
mind,
30,
signing up for that one a few
31,
years down the line.
32,
Adam, do you
33,
think we're gonna see a
34,
Pokemon like
35,
Pachirisu that just
36,
comes out of nowhere that nobody has been using
37,
to have success at
38,
Worlds this year?
39,
I don't know about an individual choice. That's what I
38.
thought coming into yesterday morning. I was like, right, somebody's going to bring something weird and wonderful. It's going to be crazy. What I actually think it is the way we've sort of started boiling it down to it.
38
It's a strange
is
texture, right?
76.
It's the way that
So we have
the
77
That's where I'm
round 5. We have 77 players in round 5 remaining, and we could lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We could lose up to 21, but we could only lose 19.
Not really in that kind of Pachirisu tier where just absolutely nobody is respecting this Pokemon heading into Worlds.
So,
much more likely, like you said, where we
what,
see a pretty
76?
commonly used Pokemon just have a very unique kind of set, which
56?
we've seen up to
Anywhere
date. We've
between
seen Thundermane
56,
have really
we're going to be
good
down to the
even
top
though it's on
56 to
over,
58
what, 70%
at the end of
all
this round.
teams. We've seen Rocky Helmet Trick Room Fluttermane. I mean, nobody was testing that. I mean, we've seen Magmastorm on Heatran. That's a really cool tech choice. Even Urshifu dropping close combat to go for something like Sword
Oh yeah,
Smash,
baby,
go for
top
something
24,
Taunt. There's a
top
number of options.
64.
I've even seen Trailblaze be used in that slot at times leading up to Worlds. It's going to be really interesting to see how players adapt those really commonly used
Which means
Pokemon
round
to
6.
suit what the metagame is here at Worlds.
I think we're going to be about top 16 to top cut. We'll be top cutting.
So I really feel like that's something that, you know, I wouldn't expect it. I've seen so many different move options across some of these Pokemon, and that's where the nuance is getting to, which is what makes these matches even more exciting for those of you maybe watching for the first time, trying to get into the video game championships. It's not all that it seems. We are looking at some of the top players in the world. Not only are they the
I am
top
tired
players
though.
points-wise, but they're now showing off.
We still have
undefeated 4-0 players in
3 more
essentially
rounds
the hardest
left.
competition of the year. It's the elite trainers from around the world. Anything that you see, you think, okay, I
Round
know what
5,
it is.
round
But these
6,
trainers
and
are
round
gonna show
7.
you that something different can happen.
Yeah, and speaking of something different that can happen, I mean, this is a tournament where it is the first official major tournament of this Regulation D rule set, and we go into every World Championship saying anything can happen, which is true, but at this World Championship, it feels even more likely, where players, it could be their first year attending competitive tournaments, their first year.
We're not doing any battles tonight. I'm down to do some battles. It'll have to wait till after this round because I don't know how long it'll start. But I'm down to do battles. Joe and Neil only need 1 more win. They only need 1 more win, but they are probably going to keep playing. I'm down to do battles. I'll have to swap games though. So let me prep it up.
They were placing highly in 2018. Some of them going even further back when I think about somebody like Barish, who we had on stream yesterday. I mean, I remember competing in
Okay, we
tournaments with
saved.
Yeah, we even have a former world champion still alive.
Let's swap
Paul
over.
Reed, so it's going to be really exciting to see how some of those veteran players who have
I'm probably going to bring my Series 2 team with Palafin. Are we doing... I don't know if we have enough people for multi-battle, but we can do some single battles.
Still in the running who, you know, I recognize them from this year's regionals, and I think back
I gotta put my headphones on. I can't hear.
They said that was their first regional. I mean, yeah, we saw a couple of our newer faces drop out yesterday, but I can assure you, there's still some here in the tournament who, it was their first regional, they won it, and they're still undefeated here at Worlds. So just because it's your first year, just because the room is full of veterans, full of experienced players, doesn't mean you can't show up and take it down.
Yeah, and speaking of veterans, I mean, again, there are just so many incredible players.
Not enough for multi. Yeah, I didn't know if anyone was lurking.
For example, Hirofumi from Japan, the home region here, he's won national championships in Japan multiple times, had numerous top finishes at the World Championships before. I mean, this tournament is loaded with players.
We can just throw a couple battles around.
And I'm really excited to see what kind of matches we're going to get presented with to close out the day.
I really do like seeing the difference between an old player and a new player, right? Just the way that they kind of approach the game mentally is so differently, because I feel like sometimes the newer player has a little bit less to lose, right? You know, there's no shame in losing to a player who's really experienced. I mean, there's no shame to losing to anyone in this
I wonder who is going to be on the stream. Let's see.
Okay, then it's going to be a difficult one, but you can approach
I could see.
a little bit different.
Yeah, you're like the underdog going into
we got
and so there's a lot less
1,
pressure on
2,
you
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 remaining players undefeated. Yasuke was already on stream. Joseph was already on stream, so we're probably gonna get a person named Mao versus Abdullah. Those are the only 2 undefeated people who aren't playing someone who's already been on stream. I'd say it could be Neil, but Yasuke was just on the stream. And same with Joseph. They could always pull the other person, Taro, who's 4-1 or 4-0, but they're playing against Hirofumi, who is 3-1. So I'm probably leaning to the 2 undefeated ones who have yet to be on stream.
Making those predictions is really, really interesting, because it's like I think about, you know, certain players like Wolf, for example.
Yes.
Now, I know Wolf is going to switch at any opportunity that he sees fit. He's very liberal.
My pet snails are being very cute. A bunch are
to his
cuddling, and another is hanging on the lid of the aquarium.
who
That's
have a
so
target
cool.
on their back at any event. Everybody wants to face off against them, take them down, and anytime you match up against them, you're always considering like, wow,
That's so cool.
this is my one chance to play against, you know, for example, you're matched up against a player like Wolf. This is my one chance. I got to give it my all. I'm really going to go heavy on those reads. I'm going to really try and soul read Wolf to try and figure out exactly what he's going to do. And so as one of those players who used to have a target on my back, I can say that, you know, whenever you're playing against those kind of newer players who are maybe not as experienced in competing for a long time, they're going to bring their A game. I mean, it's their one opportunity to try and take you down. They want to take down the champions, and so they're really going to bring their A game.
Isn't that what happened to you in Players Cup? Is that not what happened there, Ray?
I don't know if that's what happened in Players Cup.
I believe I was watching the VOD,
Yeah?
but yeah, the target was definitely still there, and I think
Absolutely.
you went and increased it even more with your pre-game talk.
Absolutely.
Would you do the same?
If Neil and
would you even go further?
Joseph win
I would.
next round, they might actually play against each other.
You still got that competitive
We're going to be
spirit.
down to 1, 2, 3, potentially 4,
Such a rare opportunity.
3 or 4 remaining undefeated people after this round. Hey, welcome back, Framed. We're just chilling. We're about to start, I'm assuming, round 5. It is round 5 time.
Nowadays, I mean, they're far better than me at this point, right? I mean, it does motivate me to really
I'm
get
holding
back and
on.
give it my all, but at the end of the day, I know I'm just happy to be here.
Holding on mentally.
For now, I'm just here to enjoy some Pokemon at the first World
Sitting at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, I'll follow up on that with you maybe a couple weeks from now. I'll reach out, see what you're thinking. But it's been a genuine pleasure to have you up on the desk and get back to it because, you know, thinking back to some of those previous years, it's like, has Pokemon just got better every single year? Because I think it probably has.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the innovation that comes from these games. I mean, the terrestrialization mechanic, we never would have imagined that 10 years ago. I mean, what a crazy thing to be able to change your Pokemon's type mid-battle. I mean, not only can you use it offensively to increase your damage output, but you can use it defensively, whether it's to get an additional attack off that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise gotten, whether it's to, you know, start setting up with stat-boosting moves like a Swords Dance, like a Calm Mind or something, or if it's to use a game-warping move like a Tailwind or a Trick Room to maybe avoid a Fake Out or, you know, start resisting an attack that would have been super effective previously. There's so many different tricks that you can do with terrestrialization that I think are really cool. Not to mention the whole way abilities factor into that. We've seen Heatran go for
Okay.
Terra Grass, which normally
I'm trying to mentally survive. I got another snack in my pack. I got some Doritos chilling in there.
Favorite grass type. Grass type has been
So.
one of the best terrors being thrown.
Ooh,
around
I wonder.
of the year, and I
Oh.
would love to see, exactly which Pokemon
Did
are taking
Sejun
advantage of
switch
that.
over to
That said, I know
TCG?
we love a good walk down memory lane. I want to laser back in on the tournament at hand. We've only got
Interesting.
a few more rounds to go. This is round 5,
Interesting.
so you get players
To
playing
World
about
Champion
then they're just fighting out position.
the
Then
video
after
games and
that,
go,
win an instant
I'm done
game,
with the
that's
video
the
games.
firings, and see who is going to be fighting off against who to try and punch their ticket in. We are, of course, going to be taking a look at our stream game first. That's Mao Harada versus Abdullah.
Yeah,
Muradin.
the 2 undefeated people.
Newer players, we'll get to talk about it a little
I
bit
can't
more
believe I'm
today.
messaging my friend on Discord at 1 a.m. Also, I think it's time for my snack.
One of our players we looked at earlier, Joseph,
Maybe you should take a small break soon so you can get more energized.
making the case for Joe Chien being able to take on
I mean,
Zuka,
I'll probably like stretch, walk around for a second after this round.
high placement. We
But
saw Yosuke that we're going up against Neil Patel, another one of those
that's
players
probably
that
about it.
really big run through this tournament.
That's
making
crazy.
a
How do you
statement.
go from
You mentioned Hirofumi. He's going to be going up against Taro.
video game world champion
Representation heading towards
and go, I'm competing in TCG now?
We
That's
also have an
wow.
European matchup. Marco Hermanza Caladura Silva versus Leonardo Bononomi. Two fantastic players that have been
But I probably will stretch.
top of their game. And the last match we want to call out is going to be Shohei Kimura versus Federico Camporesi.
But we got a long while left. We got 3 more rounds left of Swiss.
Over and over again.
Yeah, there's a lot of players who are veterans of the World
And
Championship
then
circuit,
how
but
many,
also
however
have
long
players
Top Cut
where it's
takes.
Their first World Championship having incredible performances. Neil Patel, one of those players, having an insane performance this entire weekend. both yesterday and today. So I'm really excited to see how some of those newer players match
There's
up.
the
against
top
some of those
16.
Well, we can see which of these players are going to be punching a ticket in this one. We do have 7 undefeated players remaining. We're going to be looking at
4
7
people can
versus
punch
1
their
in this
ticket.
one, Mal versus Abdullah. But Neil Patel, 4-0, it's just been really impressive to see. And like I say, 5 wins will get you there no matter what happens at the end of the day. The rest of our players coming in at 3-1. We're not usually able to talk about them all. Morris Uteg, a player coming through from a good regional performance, being able to take one of those rounds
Didn't
this year,
Cybertron start in
being able to
TCG
make it through
and
day
switch to
one. It's almost
VGC
like
during
the
a tournament?
driver of your
I'm
being
not
able
sure.
to make
I want to see a
stages
tournament
like
between
you have
only
as
world
West
champions to see
Store,
who is the best world
being able to
champion.
represent Australia,
That would be cool,
really
but
push
I
him to
think
show what he can do.
a lot of the older world champions would be like at a disadvantage because of how like
Really incredible
long
teams
ago
leading
they've like
North
actually
Player, one of our
competed.
really early North American regionals.
How many
One
cheerboard?
name I've definitely seen before.
1,
Guillermo Castilla, 3-1, still in the mix.
2, 3. It looks like.
Kaito as well, all on 3-1.
Yeah,
So
3
plenty of
people.
players not quite able to
But
get there,
Paul
it's a
is
massive
probably on the
step high
cusp.
on elite, closer to top cut in this round.
Yeah, a number of those players can book their ticket for the top cut with this next upcoming round. So it's going to be really exciting to see how that plays out. But even
So-
players who have already dropped a game, maybe even 2 games, who didn't even make it, to these rankings that we've shown on screen, they're still in the tournament. You just have to finish X and 2. They just have to keep calm, stay cool, win out these last few rounds, and anything can happen. We've seen before with Naoto losing his first 2 rounds, actually went on to win the entire World Championship after that. So even dropping games, even dropping matches, you're not out of the tournament until you get that 3rd loss. So a lot of these players are still right there in it.
Honestly, I really don't think
Yeah,
it's
our whole cheerboard's still in though.
matters that much at Worlds. I think everyone is of such a high caliber that it's just going to be a phenomenal game whichever way it shakes out. That's my opinion. Some people can disagree with me, and that's fine. That's what social media is there for. Get involved. But being able to argue that out is something that I think shows the depth of the field that we have here. That, yes, no matter who you are, as long as you make that requirement for the top cut, as long as you make that requirement for day 2 yesterday, you deserve to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's really important to see, too. Like, when you are one of the new players and you do get...
I was switching between windows and I misread Aaron Brock as Arbok. That's funny.
Severe obstacles up to this
Arbok.
championship and you drop a match, it's important not to let that snowball into more losses. You just want to, move past that match that you lost, learn from it, and then move forward into your next match.
Yeah, one game at a time is the real theme of this one. And I hope for a lot of trainers out there, they do take that one seriously and laser in. But that's how they have to approach this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, like we mentioned, backstage.
I'm gonna miss Jesse and James. Yeah. Yeah, it was sad that they're gone too.
At the World Championships, it's a long, grueling day. You're playing.
I haven't watched any of Horizons, but the way the characters look, they look more like actual like anime.
Yeah, tilt is something that we don't really
Like the
talk
style
about.
feels
It's
like
gonna be meant
more
to stay-
anime-y.
There's multiple terms for it, but it is absolutely huge to be able to stay focused no matter what happens. Of course, the stage does add a little bit of pressure.
I'm gonna miss Weezing's constant suffering.
Adam making it to the finals at the World Championship in 2010.
Weezing doesn't suffer here.
Felt that pressure, and I felt like
It's okay,
did not
buddy.
play nearly as well as I could have, so I completely understand for some of
I
these
won't
players
let you
where maybe
suffer.
It's their first time actually getting on stage to have a stream game with tens of thousands, if not more, people watching it live. I mean, the pressure really is there, and you just have to, phase it all out, just ignore it, play your game, do your best, and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the stages get bigger too because, some of these trainers, we're talking about them, the biggest kind of event that they've really been on stage at is like a regional, and it's a very different feel, right? There's definitely, a much different vibe. in the
5
regionals.
hours,
They're
come
having a
on.
Time just trying to get some championship.
I'm ready for the
Go to
match.
the ICs, it's a bigger stage. There is, of course, a little bit more pressure, but it's still not the same as what is going on behind us. I mean, there is not only 1 or 2 games like we had.
Just
in the
because
past,
you'd be suffering
it's
doesn't
been
mean
4 games
Weezing
on
itself
there.
is.
Huge
Exactly.
crowd. Unite's been having a great weekend. They've been going wild behind us as per usual. But to be honest, I think as long as you can block out that wall, you can drop that wall from the end of the stage. That's it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it's just kind of tough to do that. I mean, I know, right? You can't hear anything when you're on stage, and so you're in the zone there, but you just know. Even if you can't hear it, you know there's a huge crowd out there chanting and cheering anytime something insane happens during the match, and so you just really have to ignore that that's all going on and just focus solely on the game, because it's easy to get overwhelmed by the pressure, because I've been there. I've been overwhelmed being on stage for the first time. It's not easy. So all you can do as a player is just, play your game. Just focus on what you can control, and that's it.
I think that means I owe you an apology because
Yo, I want to go on stage, but I feel like I'm gonna do so bad.
Noise. I was there in 2011. That was the first one I attended, and yeah, I was one of those hooting and hollering out in the crowd for you to get the back-to-back.
Like, it seems so scary.
North American group, and I'll always treasure those memories. But seeing you win that second one in a row, yeah, it was one of the noisy ones. So I'm sorry about that one, Ray.
Well, at that point, I was kind of already used
Paul
to it.
winning both EUIC and Worlds is crazy. Thought that he would be the best in Europe, the US, and the world.
Would be nerve-wracking, but you do get to a point where you're used to
Sorry, I gotta go. Too bad I couldn't stay longer. If there's a day 3, I'll try to make it. It's okay. Have a good night. Day 3 will be later though. Like, day 3 VGC is gonna be starting about like this time.
You can't hear anything on stage, and obviously you played on stage yesterday in our cast the battle. I think things might have been a little bit different back in the day. All I remember is in that crowd is when the way that your Thunderous was trained became very apparent. I believe it was our friend Danny standing up screaming, "It's bold, it's bold," letting the whole crowd know why it was able to tank that rock slide.
Yeah, and speaking of that caster battle, I mean, there's no trash talking during the match like me and Aaron playfully trash talking, so that's also not a factor in the actual game. So.
Very different.
Very different.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the players are so respectful as well of each other, and that's something the community this year has just gone on leaps and bounds. Seeing these brand new players' first event take down a regional in North America has been honestly inspiring, and I hope people at home do feel like they can get involved now, because hey, if you can go from taking down your first regional, Abdullah actually, I remember vaguely, he seemed to say at the end, he was like, yeah, it's great to take the regional, we're not really sure what I'm going to do for the rest of the
I
year.
respectfully disagree. Day 3 VGC will start an extra hour from now. It could be a little later, but I think the time said 1:15 Eastern Standard Time.
Motivating to see the kind of work that goes into that. I mean, you can't help but cheer for that.
Oh, Worlds is one of the most incredible atmospheres, right? I mean, I went and I was like, okay, like, this is going to be a good year. It was my summer vacation, and yeah, here we are.
Let's
12 years
see.
later, still involved in it. So
Yes,
it's
Sunday or Saturday, I mean.
I'm so glad that
10:15 Pacific Standard Time, which is 1:15. Well, 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah.
In spades, in absolute droves to support all of our players, and it's been an absolute pleasure and an absolute honor to be out here providing coverage.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better time than the present to actually
I wonder if any of our
make that first step towards a
rounds have started.
I mean, there's so many different levels of events that you can attend. Of course, here at the World Championship, I mean, this is the top of the top, but you've got local tournaments, you got regional level tournaments, you've got international
Got
tournaments.
quite a few 3 teams dropping. Barish dropped.
No better time to get started than the present.
Yeah, I think this really is the symbol that you can just start this season. As long as you put a little bit of time in, make that effort, learn the craft. And if you want to learn the craft, stay tuned. We're going to be teaching you the craft all weekend. All of these
Yeah, TCG is probably going to slow it down tomorrow.
to be the very best.
But
yeah, even me when I was first getting
tomorrow we
started,
got to stay up because of the closing ceremony.
Players play the game who have been around a long time, and so that's a great way that you can learn to see what these top players are doing during the
Finish my
matches they
snack,
have,
nice.
because
I'll start eating my snack
the players are playing their
soon too.
absolute best, and so you can really learn a lot from watching these games.
Well, let's start watching one of those games. This is going to be round
Yay! The round is starting.
Down to the stage and meet our players a little bit more. See the teams and see what we're working with, as one of these players will be securing a seat in Top Cut later today.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I know there's definitely some interesting things about the teams themselves.
Players are here.
Standard Pokemon on the teams, but some of the move choices I think are really unique, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out. One of the moves, for example, Iron Hands, a Pokemon that is, I believe, #2 in usage in this entire event, commonly has Assault Vest and Heavy Slam. It can actually deal with Fluttermane pretty well. But sometimes Iron Hands opt to remove the Heavy Slam for Volt Switch to give you more flexibility when it comes to pivoting your Pokemon in and out. Now, if the opponent doesn't have Flutter Mane, which, to be fair, is pretty rare looking at the usage stats, well, you don't get punished for that. So some of these move choices that are different from the standard sets, I think are going to be really pivotal in this matchup.
Flutter Mane is, I believe, now at 472% usage, so it's one of those that's a little bit
472% usage.
If it is able to get there. We are, of course, seeing Abdullah on the left of your screen, and now we are looking at Mao. So both these trainers desperate to get that early, secure seat. Don't want to have to worry about it. Don't want to have to stress about it. These teams are certainly interesting, and I think that being able to avoid some of the nasty situations which, you know, can trip these teams up is certainly going to be big. So it looks like the players are getting ready. They're head on down.
Let's do it. Let's take a look at these teams that they keep saying are interesting.
They go for team preview here. Just getting ready to see exactly what they've got.
Yeah, and I think the Urshifu here is going to be really interesting because Urshifu can actually go for a Terra Grass, Terra type, and that way it can bypass Amoonguss completely. And it's already essentially immune to the Landorus Intimidate because of Surging Strikes always getting those critical hits. And so if you're locking into Surging Strikes with a Choice Scarf, outspeeding everything, threatening massive KOs, the Chiempao with the Focus Sash, you can bypass that because it's a multi-strike move. The Landorus Intimidate you don't really care about because you're always getting critical hits.
Terra Grass Urshifu is overrated.
There's a lot of things that this Urshifu can do. And
I don't know. I'm more of a Terra Water type of guy.
Blast, if you lock into that instead, now suddenly the opposing Urshifu is at risk. So there's a lot of cool
It's
things
all
that can
about
happen
Terra
with
Steel.
With the terrestrialization that I'm really excited to see.
There's something on Abdullah's team I need to talk about. It's something that keeps coming up in North America, something that keeps coming up in these regionals. It's going to be Pelipper. Pelipper was really, really impactful earlier in the season.
Pelipper.
One of these really
Okay,
Pokemon
common teams.
just what teams needed, was able to help out these water types. And in this case, it's helping out clearly the most prominent water type in the game. It's going to be the leads hitting the field, though, for both of our trainers. Double Iron Hands, no real shock there. Seems to be a really, really big lead. But Golden Go for the side of Abdullah, and then the Urshifu for the side of Mao. Just to be clear, that is going to be the rapid strike.
I mean, Abdullah kind of going for this. Kind of has to hope it's faster.
Potentially get a nasty plot up here and set itself up to sweep in this match.
As long as you keep the Urshifu at bay, and that's going to be big for Abdullah, making sure that his Iron Hands does go first.
Oh.
As Fake Out lands from Mao into the opposing Iron Hands, then the Golden Go is, as you called it, Ray, trying to get that nasty plot going, getting a special attack up, and away.
It's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to survive, though.
These surging strikes from the side of the Urshifu. It's going to be a lot of damage, but Golden Go revealing
and the berry
right away. That is, of course, going to be the Citrus Berry, putting it well out of range and into safety. It's still under half, but it's got that nasty plot off.
Yeah, but what was interesting there, the Iron Hands Fake Out going first. However, that Golden Go outsped the Urshifu, which is going to be really big moving forward, because now Golden Go is going to get to at least take advantage for at least a turn to fire off a massively powerful attack thanks to that nasty pot. So there's some serious damage coming out from the side of Abdullah.
Yeah, it's got the choice of Make It Rain or Shadow Ball here to try and get big damage down. Does know that that Urshifu is not holding something like a Focus Sash. It is Mystic Water.
Oh, the prediction.
Protecting to keep itself safe. Targeting from Abdullah is huge here as he goes after that Iron Hands, assuming that it is going to be...
Kind of ate that, though. Volt Switch.
The Iron Hands is not happy with the
so Mao definitely has the faster Iron Hands.
Confirmation on the Assault Vest for those of you at home, but it Volt Switches away. What Abdullah decides to do with this Iron Hands could be big. Just trying to catch some extra damage for free at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be really interesting to see what comes in. If there's a Landorus in the back, that could potentially make a good switch in here, depending on how it's trained, if it's able to outspeed both the Golden Go and Iron Hands. However, the Golden Go does have an interesting Terra type, and because it's faster than the Urshifu, if it were to terrestrialize Urshifu, you know, it's slower, so it's not going to be able to take that knockout. So it'll be interesting to see what comes in from the back here.
Making sure you make this choice is going to be a big one for Mao. Has to be careful. I mean, the Iron Hands is gone. The Chiempao coming in could, you know...
Chiempao would be dangerous.
Feels like a good choice here. But do you want to give up the Focus Sash for free? No,
okay.
Ooh, that's a big one. Yeah, the Drain Punch, of course, not able to connect because of the Ghost type. You have to be mindful there, right? The Heavy Slam actually could have been a really interesting choice, able to get great damage down on Xianpao and Fluttermane, but of course, pretty non-effective. I'm actually a little bit interested with the Drain Punch there. Maybe not expecting the side of the Iron Hands to switch, maybe expecting to Drain Punch itself, because it was a double target there.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to see a potential terrestrialization. One of the big differences I talked about was Abdullah does have Heavy Slam on his Iron Hand, so he can heavily punish the Fluttermane on the opposing side. However, Mao, on the other hand, he doesn't have Heavy Slam. He has Volt Switch, and we saw this past turn how effective having that switch out opportunity is, especially because he could take that Shadow Ball really well.
I don't know if Golden Go's gonna live anything.
But don't forget, I mean, this is still a really, really troublesome Golden Go if it's allowed to start firing off attacks willy-nilly. It still has that nasty plot. It wasn't a huge amount of damage onto the side of the Iron Hands, but the Assault Vest helped it. There's no more Pokemon with Assault Vest. You have to be careful. Of course, we are going to start off the turn with the Fluttermane.
Gonna knock it out, probably? Yeah.
The plot boost has not been utilized well, as it is taken off the field as soon as it's trying to give an answer. The Surging Strike's going into the Iron Hands. It's now a Grass type, so these are not going to look as impactful as we might usually see. They are going to start to do a little bit of damage, but I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. 3 critical hits doesn't matter. Let's see what this Iron Hands can do. It does Wild Charge, taking care of the Urshifu.
Nice, big damage.
Yeah, so at least there's a trade.
Big damage.
Terra Grass, I mean, that is a very good defensive Terra here, and Iron Hands is still threatening the opposing Fluttermane. However, that recoil damage could put Iron Hands in range where there's a chance, depending on what's coming in from the back, it could be at risk of a knockout here. So that's why, with Abdullah, he's going to need to switch in something that exerts a lot of pressure. That way, there's not a free knockout on that Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, that Golden Go didn't get much done this game. We really enjoyed that early setup with the nasty plot, but didn't feel like you got a lot of value. Something to bear in mind for game number 2, potentially. But the reveal of the Urshifu on Abdullah's side does mean he's got some options. This is now going to have to put in a little bit more work. The Iron Hands comes back to the field for Mao as well. I really like this Fluttermane's position, though.
Yeah, and being Choice Scarf, this Urshifu can protect from a fake out. It's at risk here. Fluttermane, of course, threatening, and it's not like the Urshifu can terrestrialize defensively because Iron Hands already did, and so it's going to be really interesting to see how this turn plays out because there are some threats coming from both sides. If you ignore the Iron Hands, what is threatening the Heavy Slam onto Fluttermane? However, Fluttermane, likewise, is threatening a KO onto Urshifu in combination with the fake out.
I think the Urshifu on Abdullah's side is in a lot of danger. With that Choice Scarf, would be forced into a switch, but even looking at that one, we can see that the Xianpao is in the back, and that's something you don't want to give up for free. So certainly some decisions to be made. The in the field is scared enough of that potential Heavy Slam coming through. There is the confirmation of the Amoonguss, though, and I think this puts Mao in a great position. There's Fake Out onto the Urshifu. Let's see how much this Iron Hands can do.
So Heavy Slam is a pretty high base power against Amoonguss.
Decent damage.
Terra Grass means it can bypass Amoonguss here moving forward. It's going to be immune to Spore. However, the Urshifu not really in a great position here. And like you just mentioned, Adam, if Xianpao's in the back, you don't really want to switch it in here. It's not a great time to bring it in. And so it feels like with Urshifu being choice locked here, it is still in a pretty rough situation. And so we'll have to see how Abdullah can kind of navigate this because he does still have some tools remaining to navigate an endgame here.
I feel this is a bit of a tale of two playstyles, right? Abdullah's team definitely leans a little more on the offensive than Mao's, and you just don't have that same kind of, particularly with the 4 he's bought. He does have an Amoonguss, but has left it at home.
Okay, that eats that.
Going to be trying to get some damage done, but honestly, these Surging Strikes are underwhelming at best. Not even that big, bulky Iron Hands, even with all 3 critical hits. There's the follow-up Drain Punch. Iron Hands on Abdullah's side, able to take that one quite nicely and get a little bit of health back. It's not
a little bit, like basically everything.
Can navigate this one. It does fire off the Drain Punch of its
own. Ooh.
That is not enough to threaten the knockout because the Drain Punch went first on Mao's side, so he got to heal. Amoonguss has been left completely unchecked in this one.
And the Spore.
Yeah, let's stop those Surging Strikes coming through. Let's pop that Urshifu to sleep.
Yeah, very safe. There's no way you can switch into the Spore. And now with Mao's Iron Hands being faster than Abdullah's Iron Hands, it's just a big deal here, right? Because we just saw it healed up enough with that Drain Punch previously, and now there's so much threat. If you're Abdullah, you just can't switch
I don't think even with a heal up.
Because it just got put to sleep. Mao right now is in a commanding position, and like you mentioned, Adam, the fact that Mao is running a more defensive-oriented team, he can utilize switching a lot more than Abdullah. Trying to switch in a Chiempao or an Urshifu, it's a little bit trickier, but switching in something like an Assault Vest Iron Hands, that's why it has Volt Switch going into Flutter Mane, using Iron Hands to take the attack. We've seen Amoonguss switch in and out. I mean, it's a very more flexible style of gameplay coming out from Mao, and I think that's really leading to him being in such an advantageous position here.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are, in a way, almost identical, right? They've both bought the Iron Hands, they've both bought the Urshifu.
Wild charge, that might... That knocks out, wow.
That fourth Pokemon to be a lot more defensive than the side of Abdullah. He is going to lose his Urshifu free of charge there with the Iron Hands, just throwing off a wild charge into it. Will get itself knocked out with the recall.
Probably Pollen Puff.
What Iron Hands can do to the side
Decent.
of
Citrus Berry probably heals it back up.
Punch, get a little bit of health back, not a huge amount, just 19 there helping it out. But will activate the berry on the Amoonguss, so that is going to be doing even better than it was at the beginning of the turn. Of course, it's going to be given the option
Going to be
Pollen Puff.
nice
Bring the
damage.
Iron Hands real low. Of course, it's a super effective hit thanks to that terrestrialization. That said, I mean, we're coming down to what is a pretty clear 2v2, and Chiempao's got a lot of work to do, to be honest, because I can see the Iron Hands going down quickly.
Yeah, this is a really nice position here for Mao. He's got the Amoonguss to help support this Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane should be able to just clean up this game. Iron Hands is just too low. It's not going to be able to take any kind of Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Flutter Mane. And Chiempao, obviously not a very bulky Pokemon. It can take a hit with the Sash here, but Mao just has too many Pokemon left. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, Mao's down to his last two, right? It's Flutter Mane Amoonguss versus Iron Hands Chiempao. This
What type?
Amoonguss is about to cause
Terra Water.
Terrestrializing into the water type. If Abdullah could call this, it could be a very different turn, but of course, has to be careful with that very low health on
Rage Powder.
Rage Powder. So that's keeping itself safe for this turn and giving the Flutter Mane plenty of time to try and clean up the game. There's Dazzling Gleam, there's Iron Hands gone, and Chiempao left on a
Yeah, that's it. That's GG.
Chiempao is going to be able to clutch this one out.
Yeah, the support from Amoonguss is just too much here, being able to redirect any kind of attack that Chiempao could throw out. And Flutter Mane, of course, having enough damage here. The Iron Hands is way too low. And this terrestrialization defensively is just flawless. It just ensures that nothing can really go wrong.
Nice.
For Mao.
Yeah, knowing
Wow, that was a good play. That was a good...
Super
Oops.
valuable. Has got to feel
It's a
really,
good match.
really good. So Mao Harada stepping one game closer to being one of our first players in Top Cut. I love that game. I think there was some really bold plays by both
No!
It felt in control,
Joseph
right?
lost.
He felt in control the entire time, but I think there are some things that Abdullah gained from this last match. He learned a lot of important
Chuppa's
factors
still
from
playing.
how the teams interact. He learned that the opposing Iron Hands on Mao's side is faster. So like we saw in game 1,
Alberto's still playing.
Nasty Plot. If his Iron
Oops.
Hands would have been faster, I mean that would have been a fantastic turn. But learning the speed
Neil is still playing.
is big. Seeing that the Chiempao was outsped by
Guillermo
the
won.
could also be pretty
Guillermo's 4-1.
Well, my thought is
And
that
then
maybe
Paul
play one of these hyper-offensive selections, which
has
both
also
teams
won.
are pretty similar, right? There's at least
So-
4 Pokemon that are identical. Abdullah played it more aggressively. He bought 4 Pokemon that were all about offense. Iron Hands, I guess, is the big pivot in
We're
that
still
one, but
waiting
it
on
still
Chuppa,
contributes with big wild charges,
Neil,
big heavy slams, particularly in this matchup.
and Alberto.
If you're playing it that way,
Amoonguss may
you've
look
gotta go
unassuming, but its spores... Yeah, Amoonguss is such a good Pokemon. Such a dangerous, such a helpful Pokemon.
You got a nasty plot,
Its
you can
supportiveness is
capitalize
just
on it. That's what I really wanted to see, Ray.
Yeah,
top tier.
The fact Golden Go couldn't really capitalize on that. I think the adaptation of possibly bringing Golden Go in the back, because it does make a pretty nice switch into a lot of Pokemon, and so I think that could be a good adaptation. And then also the Urshifu, it got pinned kind of towards the end game, where it was locked in with Choice Scarf, Fake Out was threatening it, Flutter Mane was threatening, but you didn't have anything bulky to switch into, so you just had to leave the Urshifu there and just let it go down, because it's not like you can switch a Chiempao in from the back there to protect the Urshifu. You're going to lose something, and so I like this adaptation to kind of adjust the order that you're bringing Pokemon and have a team that can kind of pivot in and out a little bit more to give you the flexibility to kind of switch when you have a bad matchup.
I mean, we were talking about 2011 at the top of the round. That was when we first got introduced to Amoonguss. It's still here. And I think that game shows why it's so ever-present. Just being able to cause so many problems. Now with terrestrialization, it becomes a water type, and Ice Spinner not even threatening it. So Mao controlling the game with the Amoongus, a couple great switches, preserving the Flutter main too, which was a very different play
Time are
to
we sitting?
what we saw with just letting the Golden go and letting the Urshifu go down.
Ooh, Lando Iron Hands.
From Mao, he's leading with the Iron Hands and the Landorus Therian, and a complete pivot from the side of Abdullah, who has bought his Amoongus, and he's got his Urshifu in the lead. It will get intimidated for its troubles, not that it really matters, depending on most of the moves that it's choosing, but needs to be careful. I like this Amoongus Urshifu a whole lot more.
Yeah, it's just tough here because, again, there's fake out pressure from the Iron Hands. It's not like Urshifu can protect or anything. It's scarfed, and Landorus with potential Terraflying Terra Blast is threatening a ton of damage. I mean, there's a lot of ways this turn could go. I think playing a little bit more defensive here, Abdullah might have to opt for a switch because there is just so much threat of damage and one-hit knockouts coming out from the side of Mao here.
There's actually a lot that Mao can do on this turn, particularly with his terrestrialization. That could be absolutely huge.
Bye-bye, Amoongus.
Not feeling it this turn, just leaving the field, even though it can provide so much. Will get the Golden go in, so maybe trying to rely on the Ghost type to cause some problems that way. But an immediate terrestrialization in this game.
Terraflying.
A little bit in the previous one.
Oh
That
boy,
Landorus
this is gonna do
goes with
big
the
damage.
Flying, so trying to put down huge damage.
If Mao goes for fake out on Urshifu,
It does have the safety goggles too, so was never actually worried about something like that, that Amoongus on the field. The surging strikes are going to hit, but with them not being super effective, they don't even bring this Amoongus, Landorus below half.
Terra Blast.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's got to be.
Big damage time. Dang.
Massive opening turn from Mao. I love the Iron Hands and Landorus combination here. Just being able to cause problems. He gets to pivot his board too.
Yeah, we see the value there of that bold switch. You get to react to see what your opponent does. Mao gets to see the Golden Go come in on the switch, and now gets to bring in a Pokemon from the back in for free without any risk of damage. So he can afford to bring in a Pokemon that is a little bit on the frailer side, that can exert more offensive pressure. We saw last game where he was able to bring Fluttermane in this exact same kind of way. We might see it again here.
It really could start to up the ante, right? Just a big Shadow Ball into something like the Golden Go. What are you going to do? Keep it safe with the Amoongus?
Here we
Absolutely
go.
not when you're in the face of this Terra-flying Landorus. There is the Iron Hands there, which could try and slow the game down a little bit with something like a fake out onto this very, very threatening Landorus, but I really don't see a way that you shut down the Fluttermane too effectively right now. Amoongus can buy a little bit of time with something like the Rage Powder, but that little bit of time is very little indeed, Ray.
Yeah, and
that is one turn.
Yeah, and the thing is, this Landorus has safety goggles, so it can actually just ignore the Amoongus. It really doesn't care about the Rage Powder. However, the Golden Go does have a very unique Terra type. A lot of times on these bulky, nasty plot style of Golden Goes, you might see a Terra Water, but this Golden Go is actually seemingly a lot more offensive because it's so fast, so offensive, and it has a Terra type of flying, and so the Landorus, it can actually avoid any ground type damage altogether while also becoming neutral to a Fluttermane Shadow Ball.
Yeah, it would be able to, of course, avoid the ground type attack, in this case, Stomping Tantrum from that Landorus.
Interesting.
You're leaving the Amoongus. It's a really tough choice for Abdullah here on which one he goes for with the terrestrialization.
He went for Amoongus.
He lost to it in the last game, so he's trying it himself. Terra Water on the Amoongus to take some of these attacks potentially a little bit better. In particular, Terra Blast. It will
Moon
be
Blast. Whoa!
That's a whole lot of damage. Golden Go goes for the nasty plot. Will it be afforded an opportunity to use it? I'm just not sure. There's Terra Blast.
Yeah, great play.
An easy double target into this Amoongus.
But it lives!
It holds on and is able to land a Spore. I was worried he wasn't going to get to use this Golden Go, but Amoongus with that defensive terrestrialization has turned the tide of this game.
It really did.
Wow.
There is actually huge. Golden Go is now safe. The Fluttermane's put to sleep, so it's really not threatening here. And the Golden Go now finally, like you mentioned, Adam, it finally gets to take advantage of this nasty plot. Iron Hands could potentially switch in for Amoongus generator.
Remember, kids, do your calcs. Yeah. That was crazy. I wonder if there's a roll to knock out.
This is going to be a great finish.
That is one of the best uses of terrestrialization I've seen all weekend. He learned from Mao in game 1, and he's showing him how good it was in game number 2. Thanks for the idea, but I'm going to try it myself. That is huge from the Amoongus. Out it goes. It deserves Regenerator. After that last turn, Iron Hands comes in, as you said, to apply that potential fake-out pressure. The
Protect.
Lander's not having it. The Lander's just protecting this turn, which could be great for that Iron Hands, as we're going to see what the Golden Go gets up to momentarily. Fluttermane, of course, unable to stick this one out, as Golden Go makes it rain, taking advantage of that.
Probably going to do the knockout.
It's going to be an easy one over onto the side of the Fluttermane. So the fastest Pokemon on the field for Mao is gone. Its special attack will drop, but is still increased because of that earlier nasty plot.
Yeah, but here's what's interesting, because now Iron Hands gets a chance to come in. We know the fake out from Mao's Iron Hands is going to go.
Second nasty plot would have been funny. It would have been greedy though, because Fluttermane probably would have waken up, ruining it.
It's going to be a real photo finish.
It really is.
Honestly, if he brings in Iron Hands,
Hey, Baby Peach, welcome to the stream. We're just chilling here. Round 5. It's been a good fight. I kind of feel like Mao still has the advantage.
No Iron Hands though, as we see the Amoongus on this turn, so that is going to try and cause some problems of its own. I think the Iron Hands actually on Abdullah's side is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because Golden Go doesn't care about getting scored. It's totally immune to it. It's faster than the Landorus. I mean, Landorus, it's safety goggles, not assault vest.
Can just
so Golden Go still at +1 special attack. Should be able to knock out Landorus from this range.
Fake out.
Also has fake out available. This is going to be really interesting to see how this turn plays out.
Yeah, this is a big
call.
Ooh. But Abdullah's called it right. He looks real happy about that one as the Landorus leaves.
Wow.
So, the Amoongus protecting.
Okay.
Fine by Abdullah, because he was going to shut it down anyway. He was just going to land a fake out on it. And look what he's got out of this turn, Ray.
Oh, jeez, that's insane.
As it's time to keep on boosting. You, Yuki, and Scott were all talking about it earlier. Boosting up is so good in this format.
That was a nasty turn. I mean, this Golden Go is getting out of hand. It's just boosting its special attack.
I had a pretty bad day and found out talking about it calms me down. I'm sorry about your day. Yeah, generally talking about it like is very helpful.
However, this Amoongus is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this Amoongus not feeling as safe as it was when
And then you can just chill out with us here. We're just chilling, watching some Pokemon.
Really able to shut down something like this Golden Go on its own. This Golden Go
Trying to stay awake.
It's not like you can just drain punch off it because of that ghost typing. I really love that nasty plot from Abdullah, just getting ready to try and sweep through the end of the game, and you can see
Like it makes no sense to.
failed to double protect on Amoongus. That is going to take a lot of damage this turn. Make it rain.
Ooh.
So low. It's not enough for a clean knockout, but it's okay. It does get to activate its Citrus Berry, but I do believe that there's going to be some help going into that slot. As you can see, Mao was very scared. There's the wild
charge into Iron Hands.
Not very effective, not much damage, and a little bit of recoil. But before the Amoongus can cause any further problems,
Get out of here.
out of the game. We're now down to the last 2 for Mao here.
Yeah, Mao trying to call that Amoongus switch in with the wild charge there rather than focus on the Golden Go, but the Golden Go being faster than both.
I found out that warm milk makes me fall asleep. Cool.
I mean, even with those two, make it
I've heard that before. Honestly, find the Imperialism so relaxing. That's crazy. To me, it seems so intense. But I guess I am just kind of chilling here, relaxing, watching fights, so I can't blame you for feeling that way.
The continuous switching, actually, the Amoongus has been mad value for Abdullah in this game.
Like when you don't have anyone to cheer for it, like it's just kind of like sit back and chill.
Setting up some end games, some new routes that he didn't have access to in game number 1 with that Xianpao.
Yeah, the way Abdullah's piloted this game too has been incredible, and that Amoongus survival was huge, but even just the adaptation to go for a more defensive
Immediately fall asleep, and it turns out if I drink before I sleep, oh.
I think that's 2, but it contributed a lot more.
Yeah, that can happen.
Bit of regenerator health looks a lot better than last time, as it's going to be a protect onto that Landorus. Just not worried about it. Iron Hand
Shadow Ball?
able to get anything really
Dang.
unless it can land that wild charge. But there's the Shadow Ball into the protecting Landorus. It will wild charge. It's actually going after the Golden Go.
That did some big damage.
Not enough to really be threatening. There's the Golden Go activating its citrus berries, so feeling pretty good about itself at the end of this turn. And to be
I
honest,
mean, it's still like it recovers a lot.
just not sure if he's going to be able to keep going after that golden go, which is exactly what this Iron Hand wants to do with these wild charges.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough because Golden Go is going to be faster, because the Amoonguss can support it with Rage Powder, and even if Landorus were to somehow string along multiple protects in a row and Amoonguss were to go down to like a wild charge, you still have your Iron Hands in the back with that fake out pressure. I mean, Landorus is just going to have to get so many protects in a row.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot. It's got to be at least 2 or 3 to really keep this one going. Abdullah showing that game 1 doesn't matter, and he is able to bounce
Protect.
back. Gone for the second one.
It
It's
fails.
not able to get it. Landorus is exposed. Amoonguss drawing attention to itself with the Rage Powder. It is a water type, so it might not appreciate what's coming from this Iron Hand, but the Landorus left wide open for the Shadow Ball to fell it, even after the nasty...
Now that's honestly fine for Abdullah of Amoonguss going down. Follow up with a fake out.
See if he can clutch this one back. He will wild charge. The Amoonguss will take it thanks to the Rage Powder. The Amoonguss will get knocked out because it is now a water type. But it's still a massive golden goal.
Wow, that's a deep message. I think Imperialism is calming because things are randomized, and therefore it helps me accept that things are sometimes out of control, but ultimately everything will be okay. That's deep. That is deep. Yeah, I do like the randomization of it, because sometimes bad things can happen. Sometimes it's not going to be very effective. Oh boy. 2 close fights. So who are we still looking at? Cheppa, Laura, and Neil. So let's see. Cheppa. Oh wait, I didn't refresh it. Let's refresh. Come on, Cheppa. No, Cheppa lost and is eliminated. Dang, that's sad. Alberto did win, so Alberto survives another round, and Neil lost. Dang. So none of our cheerboard is undefeated anymore.
Yeah, but it looked so good for Mao at the start. He got that massive terror blast, terror flying into the...
Dang.
He was able to fell it. Abdullah got no value out of that Urshifu, really.
Imperialism makes my day. Also, the concept of wild Pokemon fighting for territory is very clever. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, I kind of tried to go for like a little story in it that, in the last one, where they've been doing it since the beginning of time. And like it was kind of like a mini world tournament. I don't know if I like showed that off as well as I could have, by naming like everything being a region. But I love making Imperialism. I do know I do kind of want to like do other things too. Doesn't mean Imperialism's done. I do want to like test out like other video ideas too. But Imperialism's still fun. We got at least to make it to the world champion, and I got a ton of like ideas as like one-off ones.
Yeah, I mean, both trainers can make the mix-up. I do want to focus on Mao, who had a really commanding win in game number 1. This game went a little bit longer, number 2, and was able
More race to level 100 with Kalos starter. Variety is a good thing.
And it's Iron Hand's Golden Go, so it looks like we're getting back to some earlier games in this set. There is already a change that you can see, though, with the Amoonguss in the back there.
Race to 100. It was fun. It does need to be a little bit like shorter. Because over an hour for one video is a long time, and I've already got ideas that should make it shorter. But it's also figuring out what Pokemon to do. Kalos starters could be cool. It's just I have to have the Kalos starters. Like, they have to be available. And they're not all available in Scarlet and Violet, I don't think. I could be wrong.
There's the fake out into the Iron Hands. That's not going to be given an opportunity to move. And Amoonguss is going to take
Ooh, eats that.
strikes with a plum. Not worried about it. really just going to take those pretty easily.
But yeah,
that's
race
a
to
huge
100.
amount of damage to recover with
I
a
definitely want to do some more of.
later. So a great switch in there is maybe going to cause some problems.
They're all available and transferable into Scarlet Violet?
Adjusting the ball,
Okay.
But I think this Amoongus can start to try and cause some problems.
Yeah, it's going to be another
Okay.
game with Blinks first.
Anyone know why I like a
has
baby
gone for the
character?
Amoongus,
I
but it
do
really
not.
just cannot safely stay in here because the Iron Hands is
I'm pretty sure
threatening
they're all in.
Amoongus.
Okay.
Amoongus even has
I'll take a look.
Storm to
There's...
threaten it, and so
I do know there's
really
a
are gonna
few
have to do
starter
something
lines
with
that don't
Landers
have
in the back, and
anything.
it's a great switch in, not only the Intimidate for the Iron Hands, but also a safety goggles. And so I think if Mal did bring Landers again, this would be a perfect time to get it in.
Yeah, I mean, the Landorus was in a tough position last game, though, and it's got to be revealed at this point. With the Protect from Urshifu, we're not getting switches, so we'll see how this one shakes out.
Volt
There's the
switch.
This could be the moment to see if
I've seen them all in Reg D. Okay.
switch, but it's giving up the heavy slam for his potential pivot. Let's see what it is from the side of Mao. I think it's Landorus. That's an easy lock-in right away to protect from the Spore, protect from the Wild Charge, and just keep on going. It is going to be the opposing Amoongus.
Amoongus.
Just as good a job as taking these.
Yeah, Amoongus is also an equally really good switch in here defensively. It can take whatever is getting thrown at it.
Yeah, the Amoongus
Okay.
goes to the Spore, and that is, of course,
I'll take a look at other Pokemon.
Amoongus, so no blinking coming through from the side of Mal there. A great switch. Not
I just started doing Pokemon again? Cool.
Maybe looking at terrestrialization from the side of Abdullah. Needs a way around this Amoongus. But
I gotta think of something to replace the Let's Go battles, or at least make the Let's Go battles more consistent between all of them. Because it kind of was just there. It kind of just made a round pass. It wasn't like too difficult at all. It wasn't like until we got to like the battles against the Ace tournament. It really wasn't anything too much.
At least you're immune to the opposing Amoongus by going for the Turret Grass, so it's still a bit of a safe play, even though it appears to be a pretty hard read.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hoping that the Urshifu stay. He needs to see anything but the Iron Hands in there, right? There is going to be the Terra Grass, so Rage Powder not going to be as big a factor. I mean,
Okay,
okay. Potential play for Mao.
Surging Strikes eats that.
Another great terrestrialization. Just being able to take these like an absolute champion, to be honest with you, as it's just getting brought down, not even at half yet. Not super effective trying to deal with something so bulky. Iron Hands goes for the heavy
That
slam.
doesn't do much.
It's gonna
Probably
do
was
a little bit
expecting
damage.
Flutter.
Spore heading towards the Iron Hands. That's where you terrestrialize into the grass.
And Leaf
Will
Storm.
Leaf Storm.
Oh!
Urshifu. Yes, you may give up your special attack.
Oh, Amoongus doing damage.
Yeah,
in Yokohama.
Big knockout for Abdullah, but if he does have Landorus in the back, getting Iron Hands to go for the Turret Grass for that turn to survive, you know, take the Spore and take the Surging Strikes. Now it's two Grass types. If Landorus is there in the back, it could come in and exert a lot of pressure. You do, of course, have Golden Go in the back, but that does have to watch out for a Stomping Tantrum prediction. However, Abdullah's adjustment going for Qian Pao in the back ensures that even if Landorus comes in, but it doesn't.
Oh.
Well, no Landorus in this game. Another Flutter Mane coming to the fore, and now it's a Grass type. This Iron Hand's got to be feeling pretty good. It was getting threatened by that Spore, not worried about it anymore. It does have, of course, the Assault Vest on it, so it's not too worried about that big damage coming out from Flutter Mane either. The Flutter Mane
I'd like an Assault Vest for physical attacks.
could get caught by a
That could be cool.
Yeah, this Iron Hands is going to be a problem. I mean, the Turret Grass is huge. Defensively, you get to bypass any Rage Powder and Spores coming out from the opposing Amoongus. It's so bulky. You can heal it back up with a Self-Pollen Puff. I mean, it's going to be so tough for Fluttermane to deal with it.
Yeah, but I mean,
everyone just being grass type.
Right? Like, we've seen how much it can do, and this it just feels really good. There's the Shadow Ball, of course, Fluttermane, the fastest thing on the field by a good margin.
Eats that. I call it the Riot Shield Assault Vest for physical attacks. Physical AV would be amazing. Imagine putting it on
This is a very strangely defensive, supported side of things.
Fluttermane. That could work out real well.
If this is the line that both trainers are going with, actually Abdullah's got the upper hand because he did way more damage.
Yeah, you can look at the Iron Hands. It gained so much HP this turn thanks to that Pollen Puff, Heavy Slam. It's going to actually be really close here. Fluttermane maybe can take another one, but even if it can, I mean, I don't know if it really matters, as Iron Hands is just too much when supported by this Amoongus. The fact that you have these two grass types out against Mao's Amoongus, which is just on the field, really not doing anything because these two grass types just don't care about it.
Well, the grass type's not too worried, but it could come down. You said it was going to be close, Ray. What if there was something in the back that could change those numbers and maybe...
Yo, this is
make
going to be
it
a
much
knockout.
easier looking knockout with something like that heavy slam. Chien Pao switches in for the Amoongus. Sword of Ruin lowering those defenses. That is a shadow ball into the Chien Pao. Wasn't Amoongus. Doesn't care about
Also,
that.
special attack Intimidate is emotional damage. Oh, that would be insane.
Mao is now down to just Amoongus and Iron Hands. Not the most prominent defensive, offensive Pokemon. They're way more defensive. And the Pollen Puff misses from the side of Mao. He was expecting the Fluttermane to still be around. This is huge. Abdullah, 4v2.
Yeah, and Golden Ghost still in the back. I mean, Abdullah has got this. The fact Chien Pao is threatening the Amoongus. I mean, Iron Hands can come in and deal with Chien Pao, sure. But you have your own Iron Hands, which is immune to Mao's Amoongus. I mean, it's just going to be
Iron Hands.
so tough for Mao to come back from this, especially with the Golden Go still in the back.
Yeah, the Golden Go's waiting to start tidying stuff up, right? I mean, at what
Yeah,
point
Golden goes just chilling.
Where does the damage come from this pack?
That's a great question, Adam. It's really only the Iron Hands, but I mean, Abdullah has an Iron Hands of his own to just match that damage, and it's supported by, you know, an additional 3 Pokemon that can do a lot more than this Amoongus can.
Well, Chien Pao is going to try to keep itself safe, just giving the Sword of Ruin ability over to the Grass-type Iron Hands that Abdullah has ready.
Okay, double checked in Scarlet Violet. We don't have Hoenn starters, Sinnoh starters, and lack most of the Kanto, Johto, Unova, Alola starters. It's kind of bad. I wish they were all there. Why can't they all be there? But maybe the DLC will change it.
The opposing Iron Hands into that protect, just trying to knock it out before it can do anything. As a heavy slam from Iron Hands goes into Amoongus, just about half, and a Pollen Puff, obviously going into that protect of the Chien Pao.
Leaks say they will all be there. Okay. So eventually we can get a race to 100 with all the starters.
I mean, he knows he's in all likelihood got this wrapped up. He's just making sure that, and there it is.
Yeah, Mao Harada.
Good game. Good game.
His first year, Ray. He took down his first event in a regional. He then went and finished up
Okay,
the invite,
stretch break, but after stretch break,
first year,
I'm down to do a fight. So, I will be right back.
What a story. Like you mentioned, first World Championship. I mean, to come this far, to qualify for the top cut immediately, not even dropping a match. We saw the adjustments he made between games 1 and then 2 and 3. He was able to come back from that loss. I mean, we talked about before the game, right? As a newer player, when you're on stage, if you get dealt a loss early, I mean, it's, you know, you might crumble under the pressure, but we saw Abdullah not at all. He adjusted phenomenally and really cleanly took that final game 3 where the pressure is at its highest. I mean, he was in control seemingly almost that entire game.
That is an incredible performance, to be honest with you. Like, game 1, it really just didn't work out, right? He didn't really feel like he had a handle in that game at any point. I was like, oh, is this what's going to happen in game 2? Absolutely not. No, he decides to lean into the Amoongus, and it was such a vital point of games 2 and 3. It just applied some weird pressure, and I think that is an all-time great performance to be one of our first names in Top Cut. He has so much to be proud of, and honestly, maybe putting a target on his back in its very, very first year.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because we saw that match could have gone the other way. It could have been Mao 2-0 if that Amoongus just got fainted, but Abdullah stayed strong and pulled that out.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this one shook out. We're way back in game number 1, if you can remember that far. This Golden Go got very little done. It did get a nasty pot up, but then it got Shadow Balled down. Mao was making great trades in that one. The Urshifu taken out by the Wild Charge. And that game was a lot quicker, I think, just back and forth. But really, Abdullah giving up more. In game number 2, there was some mix-ups. We saw a lot of pressure from that Landorus, but it just wasn't enough against the Amoongus, thanks to a defensive translation. And then this Golden Go, putting in work, making it rain all over the other side, and then able to tidy up with Shadow Balls. Game number 3. This was the big one. The Leaf Storm Amoongus takes out the Urshifu. Mao just not expecting that one. We get 2 weird grass types, but Sword of Ruin messes with the numbers really, really badly here. We saw that there was a play of just trying to keep your grass type safe. Can't keep it safe when you just knock it out like that. And Abdullah, in his first year, makes top cut at the World Championships in Yokohama.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
back.
incredible.
I'm back.
We just saw. I mean,
Okay.
the adjustments between not
So we
only
doing?
Game 1 and
Are we
2, but
doing
in
a battle?
Game 3, he made an additional adjustment. Even
We'll
though
pop
he
this
won
open.
Game 2, he realized there's still more
Pop
adjusting
this
to make
open.
to have an even better performance. And we saw the performance slowly got better. Lost Game 1.
Turn
won
on
Game 2 in a
online
very close
mode.
game, but then Game 3, I mean, just cleaned up.
Game 3 was an absolute masterclass. I was impressed with 2, but I was more impressed with 3. We do need to hear from one of our first Top Cut players, though. Let's throw it down to the stage for an interview with Abdullah.
Thank you, casters. Wow, Abdullah, you have made it into Top Cut. Can we give him a big cheer? There's a big crowd out here.
This will be the code. I'm ready to lose, but have fun. Let me know in the chat when you're about to type searching, or even if you when you click searching, if you type it in the chat.
After Vancouver, I kind of had a little self-doubt.
Have fun too. I'm excited. I love battling. So, but good luck. We're gonna just have some fun. I do feel very confident about this team. It's not a Reg D team.
100% you deserve to be here. That's the fighting spirit we want to hear, and we will of course be rooting for you through the rest of the tournament. Let's dial it back to that amazing best of 3 thriller that we just saw. I want to talk a little bit about Water Terror Amoongus, because in Game 1 your
Ooh, the matchups are already up too. Okay, searching.
Amoongus is the best Pokemon in the format, like, objectively.
Searching too. I love battling, but my Switch is in my room and I don't want to go all the way upstairs from my basement. It's okay. We still got time if you do change your mind. Okay. Parker will choose the battle rules.
You know, I got a little bit ahead of myself in Game 1, and I expected him to respect Amoongus quite a lot, because in the matchup, it's very,
So we got
tedious.
Joseph is playing Victor.
You have Landers, he had Landers.
Oh, I can't really see.
Other than that, everything just gets spored. So, I expected him to respect a lot more, right?
Alberto is playing Aurelian. Neil is playing Paul. No, we're gonna have a matchup of our board. And Guillermo is playing Utah.
I tried to catch it back with some wacky reads.
Oh.
I feel like Game 1, I really just threw away by not bringing Amoongus, but
Paul versus Neil.
I feel like I pivoted around it very well. Water Terror is very, very tough on Amoongus. So one thing people have
Run in my Series 2 team.
Ooh. Water on Iron Hands. My grass is still, is still Terra grass. I just love the spore immunity.
We got a
It's like
sand
that was a big
team.
edge in this matchup. And I feel like my team just deals with Amoongus very well. And these teams
Yeah, that is true, but and that does mean
it's very hard to deal with Amoongus, especially because you need to tear
the good thing about that is means one of our cheer boards are gonna qualify.
Otherwise, I feel like I played around Amoongus much better in second.
Sorry, I forgot to.
I
Oh.
really messed up by not bringing in Game 1. I disrespected Amoongus.
Oh no.
So respect Amoongus, that's the winning advice. I love to hear that. Unfortunately, we're going to
Okay.
have to wrap it up a little early here. Want to make sure you get nice and rested, but huge congratulations. They're all cheering for you. We'll be rooting for you in the rest of the tournament, so best of luck. We're going to kick over to the lounge for a little bit of a chat with some familiar faces.
We're gonna have to restart.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and I've got 3 wonderful friends with me, Yuki, Wolf, and Marcus.
It's okay.
And
We can back
we're gonna
out.
just talk a little bit about the tournament, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for joining
it
me.
was
First of all,
Paul
did you guys watch
Chua.
that last
I'm pretty
match? 'Cause I
sure.
thought it was insane.
It was
Yeah, it's Paul
incredible,
Chua.
and it was showcasing a team that we definitely respected, like in our.
Wolf is on
season,
stream.
So I thought it was cool to see it like at the top tables.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I think what was interesting about that match is how like the focal Pokemon of each game was different. Like in Game 2, I really felt like it was Goldengo, and then in Game 3, I felt it was Amoongus. And Game 1, I guess maybe Urshifu. It's kind of hard to say there for me at least, but yeah, I thought it was really interesting how things kind of changed as the set progressed.
I'll forfeit.
Very high-level play that we
I'm gonna lead with the same mons.
And very deservingly moving on to top cut. So yeah, really good match.
I want to ask you guys, because all 3 of you competed in day 1 yesterday, is the meta that you see in today's tournament similar to what you saw yesterday? Are there any big surprises? How does this tournament generally stack up to your expectations in terms of teams and what players are using?
I guess I can kick us off. So I feel like yesterday we saw like a lot more breadth. Like we saw like a lot of like different Ursaluna teams. We saw some Tornadus teams, and there's like a lot more variety. But I felt like today it's getting a little bit more centralized. Like I think we were a bit nervous about the spread of the kind of teams you would face because it's such an early format tournament. Like players only had about a month to prepare for this Population D. So I think today we are kind of seeing like the Iron Hands Amoongus combination, like outbulking opponents, kind of rising in popularity. I'm not sure if you guys agree.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that with day one in general, there is a lot of incentive for players to kind of be a little riskier because it's so difficult. Like when you think about winning the tournament starting in day one, you have to make it through day one, make it through day two, and then get through all of Top Cut. It's such a long road that I think players are incentivized to like do things that are wacky and catch their opponents off guard to try and get more of an edge. And in day two, the players, you know, they only have to win. I mean, only. It's still extraordinarily difficult, but there's 7 potential rounds that they don't have to play, and so they can.
Paul and Neil might be on stream. They could be, because neither of them have played on stream yet.
Opponents, then they make Top Cut, and then from there it's just a series of 1v1s. So I think there's incentive for players to play safer if they start on the second day of the tournament.
Yeah, I think going into this tournament, I had this theory that the metagame would be mostly centralized around like 15 different Pokemon that are like just one.
Oh, are we selecting all 6?
We've kind of been seeing that here, but at the same time, also with Pokemon like Pelipper, for example, making.
I selected 4 Pokemon.
Appearance not on stream, but like on the team, and it is undefeated so far. So there's definitely like some.
Oh no.
Picks that,
oh no. Okay, well, let's just play it out. Let's play it out.
Really well. We were trying to do the same thing with Gyarados, where we think it had a really good matchup against a lot of the top Pokemon. Well, we're on the couch here, not playing down there, so it didn't go exactly.
No, it's okay. Let's play it out.
Yeah, I think there's. Like
I don't know how good I'll do, but.
Mostly,
yeah.
15 Pokemon that are just so strong that you have to respect them.
Yeah, definitely. I want to talk a little bit about the niche picks because I think a lot of the discussion from the casters throughout the course of this tournament is, are we just going to see a standard core of 6 win the entire tournament? Is there the potential for something really unique? Bascu Legion, for example, is a Pokemon's been discussed a lot. We saw it a little bit yesterday. Hasn't made too much of an appearance today, but I'm curious if you guys had to pick like one unique niche pick that you think could win. Is there any that really jumps to mind?
Sorry, you're talking about one specific Pokemon or talking about composition?
One specific Pokemon.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'll save my rant because I talked about Azumarill pretty heatedly earlier.
Oh, the miss.
Talk their ear off about Azumarill, so yeah, maybe I'll reel to you.
That miss was huge.
Specifically that jumps to mind, I think I'm interested in Bramblegast. I think Emilio, I heard, is running that.
Yep.
If I'm not much mistaken.
Oh, the prediction.
I think maybe like a niche flying type. Like Roaring Moon isn't super niche, but it's also not very common. I think it's a Pokemon that has a lot of potential. We saw Terra Flying.
Okay, but reactivate my berry though.
Not a niche pick. I played against a Dragonite day 1, which was very, very powerful. That I thought was really strong. So I think flying coverage is really, really good right now, as well as Pokemon that happen to have kind of unique matchup spreads, such as Bramblegast. I think Regidrake was kind of an interesting one as well.
Interesting.
Top Pokemon, and saw a lot of play online kind of leading up to the World Championships, and I'm curious to see if it will perform here, or if it was kind of just a fad.
Yeah, I was gonna say
interesting.
Abdullah, I think, made a very good point that also we identified in our testing leading up to this tournament that flying coverage is just so important.
This is gonna hurt, but I live.
Can use a very strong flying type without.
I get up the Drain Punch. Let's go.
So I don't know how they're doing out there right now, but it's definitely a strong Pokemon that is not on the top of the usage list going into this tournament.
Yeah, I know.
And that's perfect. We're gonna get the spore off as long as it hits.
Probably not as
no.
But I think one thing that is fascinating, of course, is learning a little bit more about the preparation process, especially because the World Championships is just such a difficult tournament. You know, there were so many incredible players who were eliminated yesterday, but everyone has their own individual process. So
what's coming in next?
About how you guys approached this tournament specifically.
Yeah, I think what we really started, or maybe Wolf, I feel like you kind of kicked off the process for us.
Yeah, so Marcus was actually visiting me, and so we were working on things that we thought could be strong for the World Championships, and we ended up
Sandy Shocks.
A team kind of built around different
I don't even remember Sandy Shocks types. I think it's what, electric ground.
Farigiraf and Bascu Legion, with Bascu Legion being an incredibly potent Pokemon in the late game because of its attack Last Respect, which is stronger than more teams have fainted. We had this team, and it was really cool. We would kind of try and do a lot of offensive Pokemon up front, and then close with Bascu Legion and Farigiraf in the late game, because one of the main things that Bascu Legion is weak to is Sucker Punch, and so with Farigiraf's Iron Tail, or Armor Tail, you shut that down. But it was just really hard to play at the pace that we wanted to play at, because in order for Bascu Legion to get strong, you need your Pokemon to faint. And basically we were always caught between our Pokemon were fainting too fast, or they weren't fainting fast enough, and it just made the game.
It's gonna hurt.
And so,
but we eat that. The drill run will probably knock us out. Yeah.
Had a talk all together, and we were like, I think we need a new team. Like, I don't think this can win. And so we basically boot camped. We went to Enoshima Island, which is about 15, 20 minutes from here.
My favorite place in the world.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Not that we experienced that much of it, because we holed up in Gamer House, and we pretty much just spent a couple of, like, 16-hour days just, like, really thinking through what we expected to play against, what we thought was strong. We made a list of like, a bunch of different ideas, and in the end, we kind of came up with a core that I think, Mark, as you pointed out, that we kind of made a list of things that we thought were strong, and then in the end, we didn't really focus on Pokemon from that list, because we focused instead on, like, the defensive tools. Like, I felt really strongly that Iron Hands, Amoonguss, and Gyarados was a really good defensive core against, like, the Tailwind-centric teams that were popular leading up to the metagame, or, like, to the tournament, because
Wave crash, big damage, gets the knockout.
And we had a Fluttermane because it's such a strong Pokemon, added Chi-Yu because it, like, happened to fit the synergies well, and then Marcus...
It's gonna hurt whenever I get hit. Glare, ooh.
Out the team. So it was a really cool team that I think was really strong, but it was hard to pilot, and I think that all of us with the limited kind of experience felt that, because we finished the team on Tuesday.
Did we finish the team?
Yeah. I think the team had very good elements, but yeah, I think
gonna
all of us would like just a
hurt.
little bit more time to get.
Okay,
even more
what's coming
familiar
out
with
next?
running this core in this format. As some people have pointed out, this is actually a team that you could have used in the past in Regulation C. So we didn't use any of the new Pokemon that were introduced since the introduction of Pokemon Home. So yeah, we didn't have like the Landorus, the Urshifu Pokemon like that. So we had some experience using it, in Regulation C back in the day, but I think you had to play it a little bit differently. In Regulation D, because the threats are just much more offensive now. And yeah, I think it's still a strong core. Maybe I want to keep working on it, going into some of the future tournaments. But yeah, for this tournament, it didn't work out for us in the end.
One thing I want to touch back on is like the Basket Legion team we were working on, and I think it was like a good learning lesson for all of us in team building in like an early format where it felt like the
body
teams were
press,
a little bit immature when we
solid damage, drain punch though,
example, like, there was not, like, any
even
price
bigger
to the
damage.
PAL, so like you said, Sucker Punch
Okay, I just need to live with my Palafin. Wave crash. Let's go.
And yeah, I think Marcus also identified some issues we had against a popular team with Goldango and Regidrago. So I think we have a lot.
Play rough. We kind of eat those.
Like, how do you approach
kind of thick with it.
so early format?
Definitely. I want to get your guys' insight on where you think this World Championship is going. We just finished the 5th round of Swiss. Some players already qualified for top cut. It's going to be a pretty large top cut, right? About 32 players, going to be slightly under, but I have a couple of things that
Quagsire.
I'm interested in your guys'
Ooh.
opinions of. So the first is, what archetype do you think will win? We've seen different Tailwind teams early on. We saw Trick Room versus Trick Room matchup. Abdul obviously using kind of a rain kind of pseudo mode with Nasty Plot Golden Go. We've seen some of the balance teams similar to.
Actually, I don't know if I really wanted to protect there.
Win on stream as well. So any archetype that really sticks out to you guys as you think world champion winning?
We get it, but
yeah, I guess
at what cost?
I think my pick probably is something that Mao Harada just used on stream. Again, it's something that we respect in our team building a lot because we knew it was strong, but also because we knew there would be a lot of Japanese players using it. I think in like day 1, day 2 combined, there's probably 8 or 9 players using it. I think there's still 4 or 5 still alive.
Okay.
So from like a clear like quantity perspective, they definitely have a solid chance.
I just want Quagsire to yawn, then forfeit. Oh, Quagsire got the yawn. Well, actually, you still got to get the yawn.
I would classify it as something that we call typically like good stuffs, which is an archetype where there's not really one central thread for the team. Like, it's not like, oh, I set up my Tailwind or my Trick Room or my Rain or whatever and I win. It's more like these are all good Pokemon and they all kind of like work together and they just have really good stats and really good like attributes in general. I would say that good stuffs is probably my pick to win the tournament. I don't really believe in Tailwind because the main Tailwind Pokemon is Tornadus, who tends to use Bleak Windstorm, which I just think is a very inconsistent move. And
can I get the double? No.
Cut, a single loss of a set will mean they're out of the tournament.
Ooh,
so,
shift gear.
While it's possible, and Tornadus is very strong and has won the World Championships before, I just like have a. I think it's a little inconsistent because its main attacking move is just so inaccurate. And I think Trick Room is interesting as well, but I haven't seen that much Trick Room today, it feels like. Hard Trick Room, teams that are kind of dedicated to Trick Room is one thing, but what I think is strongest about Trick Room is a Trick Room mode. If it's not good stuff, then I would bet on like a Trick Room, like a team that has a Trick Room mode, personally. Like something with like Cresselia, Ursaluna, but other Pokemon that don't necessarily work There. I think that like the real winners of this tournament feel like Amoongus and Iron Hands, and so
wait, why did the Yawn fail?
Every archetype, which is why I feel like because they're flexible and like all types of speed control and stuff, that's why I think Good Stuffs is one of the strongest archetypes, is because it doesn't really need speed control in order to like win. Personally.
Yeah, I feel like being the third to talk about some of these hurts me a little bit.
I love Shiny Roaring Moon.
We'll start with you on the next one then.
Thank you, Aaron. No, but yeah, I was going to bring up the Amoongus and Iron Hands core. We saw it featured on both teams in the previous round, and I just think it's
it
so
is really
versatile.
cool.
It has the defensive capabilities to just like lock down some games with column pop.
Yeah, that was weird that Yawn failed.
You can slow down your opponent, but then it can also go on the offense. Yeah, we've seen Leafstorm Amoongus make a big impact here at Worlds, and also the Iron Hands tend to go like very offensively, I think. And yeah, that's just like a 2-mon core that you can complete in very different ways, but it's just like very, very strong. And I wouldn't.
Oh wait, because
finalists still a long way.
I totally forgot about the para because I haven't gotten paralyzed.
Definitely. The next question I had was looking more towards regions. Are there any regions in particular you think look really strong? Marcus, we'll start with you.
River Room's gonna get scary though.
I want to give a shout out to Japan. Of course, this is their home turf, but I also feel like they really put in the time and effort to adapt.
Just the world's luckiest Palathin, yeah.
In the West or in regions outside of Japan, which is the open team sheet, and I think they came up from talking to some Japanese players at the tournament and also before. They came up with some really clever strategies or ideas how to use the open team sheet and how to use a game 1 in a best of 3 to identify how are some of your opponent's Pokemon trained.
We got the Yawn.
Necessarily by, for example, with Fluttermane against Fluttermane, that's an important one, right? So is my Fluttermane faster than
that was a fun fight. I like Sandstorm teams. I'm not good at using Sandstorm teams, but I like them.
How strong is my opponent's Fluttermane? And then
I did have a lucky Paladin though.
To deduce how fast is it. So,
okay, let's take a look.
Applying some of these strategies from a region that
they haven't said who is going on yet, have they?
Best of 1 tournament format often.
I might be able to find out.
And yeah, I will be rooting for them on their home turf.
Let's see.
But yeah, anyone can do it, of course. Who made it?
Go on, Niels.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Marcus. I think Japan is definitely one.
He didn't say. He hasn't tweeted anything, so I don't know if Niels popping up on it.
Kind of regional rankings, not to be too controversial, is that Japan is at the top, alongside like Europe personally. Like I think Europe has some pretty
smacked
strong, regions. Italy in particular has been really strong, and then Spain as well. I mean, honestly, a lot of the European.
Partially just wanted to show off some of my buddies. Yeah, it was a nice team. I have a sand concept that uses Breaksin as a Trick Room setter. Oh, Breaksin? Not even Delphox? Interesting.
Events in North America, but events like international events as well. And we saw the U.S. pretty much dominate Oceania regionals.
I was gonna say, if you're going for a slow sand team, then you probably don't want to use this. But Houndstone is really good in Sandstorm.
So I don't think it's like the U.S. is like so much better than the other regions, but I think there's been
Delphox is too fast. Interesting.
Incredibly consistent this season. I mean, we just saw
interesting.
Win on stream and be one of the first players to qualify for the World Championships. Joseph Ugarte is one who's had like a ton of success and consistency this year. Emilio Forbes has been a player who players have been like are really aware. Nick Navarre as well is another player who's been very consistent, and it's just like it's a level of consistency that like I don't think the U.S. has seen very often in past years. And so even though normally I don't think that like I think the U.S. players in general tend to really hype up their own region, and normally I'm like, okay, maybe this is a little bit like maybe we're you know talking a little bit too much of a big game. This year, I think that it actually could be a U.S. player who wins the whole thing. I think a lot of players are looking very strong.
USA,
yeah,
USA.
I think, like I was on a segment earlier with Ray and Scott, and back then I talked a little bit about Japan that I think Marcus kind of dove deeper into. So I'm not going to go more into that, but I do want to bring up Europe again because I think we kind of underappreciate that they're the one region that gets 16 players in day 2. So again, from a numbers perspective, I think they're pretty advantaged. And there's actually a lot of phenomenal players. You know, like there's Victor Medina, who has gone top 4 through ICs.
Are we getting round 6 or is it lunch break? I'm assuming we're getting round 6 soon. The matchups came out, so.
The community aspects, I think I talked earlier about how Japan, as a grassroots, they have a lot of mechanisms to practice this open team sheet that they're not
Like, I'm
really used to, and I
assuming...
think they're pretty well prepared through
Oh,
that.
that's what we can do right now.
I think, you know, like Italy and Spain in particular have these really tight-knit
We'll count how many teams are remaining.
that's really what you need to get.
What were we saying last time? We'd be down to
Love it, guys. We are
like
going
56,
to have to wrap
58.
up because I believe we're ready to start the next round. Only 2 rounds left in Swiss
Oh, no.
before we determine the final
One,
elimination
two,
bracket for
three.
this World Championships. Yuki, Wolf, Marcus,
Only
thank you
2
so much for
undefeated
joining me.
players
It was so
remain,
much
but they're probably not going to
insight
put them on
what
screen.
Pro player is like and your
Oh, I know.
predictions
That's
for this tournament. It was really, really great to have
4
you all
more.
here, and I believe we're ready to throw it down to the
1,
casters.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Thank you so much, Aaron. And you are back here
11,
behind the desk.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 28. So we're down to 57.
No, the secret's out now, I think. Long ago.
100%. And speaking of Gastrodon, there is currently a Gastrodon and 1 in the tournament. So just 1 win away from
And then that means
that top cut at the Pokemon World Championships. And there, I believe, are another 2 Gastrodon
1,
at
2,
X2.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
It has eluded us
12,
so far.
13, 14, 15,
Maybe
16,
keeping it set for that,
17,
like, final moment, the pinnacle of the event this
17,
weekend. So, you know,
or
I'm happy to be
18
patient, to wait it out, to see it finally in, hopefully top cut.
can leave. So we're going to be down to like 49, 50 after this round.
It'll happen.
We will make it happen.
But focusing on
No, I can't math.
Day 2 has been so intense.
39,
Really nice
40.
diversity of players and archetypes, and honestly, for me, that winners in
Oh, math is hard.
Yeah.
What a beautiful moment for him to have his belief in himself reinstated. Amazing.
It's just a fairy tale story for him, really. It's
Math is
amazing,
hard
you
at
know,
this
to-
late.
it's
What time is
great
it?
For those of you that are new at home to kind of see
And then
how
1 round, boom, top cut. Yep.
and had so much
It's
success
2
not
o'clock.
getting his Worlds invite through that one
And we
regional
still have
performance
technically
where
2 more rounds.
first
See what I
regional
said?
he wins,
It'd be about
wins that.
3 something.
And then making up the rest of the points with these locals. It's just incredible to see. And then on top of that, to come into this weekend and have such an incredible run and then make it into that and then to the top
Which
of the
one's
tournament, which is just
Sempra?
amazing. So massive congratulations to him. But we can take a brief overlook at the Master Swiss rankings so far. and
Is
look at some of the
Sempra...
scores on the doors.
Yeah, and a couple of players also into that top cut alongside.
I'm going to find out top 8, then
Taro
sleep.
and
I don't
Yusuke.
blame you.
Amazing to have that 5-0.
Which one's Sempra?
Commanding presence that you've got going on. Again,
Because
taking
I'll add
Vivian
Sempra
Rogers
to the
a
board.
bunch of
Sempra's
former
one of the
team
top 4 players.
away from making it into that top cut. And number 13 there with Francesco. That's the.
I
that's the
think
team
it.
I wanna keep an eye
I
on.
think Sempra's
I think there's, you know,
Abdullah.
so many different regions here and representation. There's a lot of Japanese players in here, as you would expect, but there is a lot of representation from various regions, you know.
4 cheer
you
board on the
mentioned
top
there about
16.
Europe being a
Hey.
strong region, there's good
Just
representation
Alberto's
here.
out of it,
Again,
but
you know,
not
Wolf
out of the whole
mentioning
thing.
about how strong NA are this year. That there's a lot of strong NA players still performing super well in
Like,
contention to lock
Sempra's
in
cool.
that top cut for day 2.
Yeah, and I want to acknowledge as well, you know, Wolf talking about how the European players are generally quite strong, and we talked about the Italian and Spanish communities, but I want to acknowledge the German communities as well. You know, we've got Michael Couch there as well, who's done really strong to be in this 4-on-1 position, running a very cool team. And I think the German community, a couple of players, obviously Barish and I believe Selahattin came in as well through day 1 into day 2. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone the way for them, but the German community are also really good at this team building, encouraging each other throughout the tournament, and Europe is certainly looking strong. I was having a little bit of a chat with Guillermo and Alex Gomez earlier as well, and I think they were only at round
Yeah,
3 or 4,
Sempra
they
is
were really
Abdullah.
confident, really ready to try
I'm adding him.
very focused.
Yeah.
There will be 1 undefeated going into top 8.
So far, hopefully he can keep it going and have a
Well,
performance of the one
top
he
cut.
did last year. See the parents for round 6.
We're getting Shohei
We are going to be
and
bringing
Marco.
you the very top match there, where we have got Shohei Kimura versus Marco Hamantha Caldura Silva.
I'm going to add
Excellent
Sempra
match for us to feature.
to
You
it.
not being able to feature Marco at all this
Watch
weekend,
this
coming into
cause the
against Shohei, a
cheerboard
very well-known
curse.
Japanese player. Going to be an incredible match for us to get into. But before we
talk about that match in
Abdullah.
particular. We'll just mention some of the other
He played
matches
lights
going
out
on.
last round,
You
so
mentioned Alex Gomez
I think
as
it's
well there,
think
who's
it's
gonna be
deserved
announcing
to add him to the
from
cheerboard.
Ireland, representing Ireland there. One of the few players from that region, so really nice to see. Matty's had a great season this year, so to see him kind of continuing on into the World Championship.
One undefeated going into
really
Top
consistently, like
Cut.
he has been all season, really nice. But like you say, you know, all the players on this
Because
list
Top Cut's
here
going to be
are
like 32 players.
And Victor Medina, the player that Yuki was just talking about in the lounge. Again, really well-accredited player from Spain, has lots of top cup finishes against Joseph Ugarte, the player we got to cast earlier in that
Shoei's pretty
phenomenal match that
popular.
came right down to the wire.
They're
with
both
the
4-1
Thunderers.
too.
I mean, what a way to kick off our part of the broadcast this weekend. If that's how things kicked off, I'm sure the next game is going to be just as spicy.
Yeah, and getting on to the players themselves, you know, you've got Shohei, finished fourth at the Japan National Championships earlier this year, going undefeated in day one as well, only getting defeated in day two by the eventual winner.
I never pulled out my
of the
snacks.
tournament, so having an extremely strong run and showing in that tournament, and then coming into the World
Snacks.
Championships and kind of continuing
Snacks.
just in real fashion here. And obviously you know about Marco, previous IC champion, he was very, very accomplished there.
Snacks.
Representing the Italian region.
Exactly. Well, speaking of representation, let's go look at our players on the stage. They are already in team
Oh,
preview,
shoot.
getting ready for game one. The team
This is
are
already
very
starting.
interesting here. On Marco's side, we've got a lot of very standard choices in terms of Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Gyarados, but then we've got the Chi-Yu and the Roaring Moon.
Yeah. The one thing I would say about probably both players here is that there's been a precedent on how important speed control has been throughout this tournament, for whether that be
Roaring
Tailwind,
Moon's
whether
sick.
that be Trick Room, or
Like, it's such a
maybe
good
even
mon.
reliance on Ice
It
Blade
would be
to a
nice if
certain
it was
extent.
stronger,
But both players opting for neither.
but the design, and it's still pretty strong.
You've got, on Marco's side of the field, he has got the Gyarados, he's got that pseudo speed control and the Thunder Wave, so that is going to be something that he can utilize, and that pseudo kind of speed control with the Dragon Dance on the Roaring Moon. So he's got those kind of modes to give himself a bit of elevation in the match if he needs to. But you look at Shohei's team, he's got no speed control at all, so he's relying on more the natural speed of his Pokemon. Got very fast-paced Pokemon there, the Shenpao, the Fluttermane, very fast Pokemon, and then relying on that support network that you can get from the Amoonguss with the Rage Power, the redirection, the good defensive synergy as well that Amoonguss offers, and then that Iron Hands that we've seen perform
Roaring
so
Moon.
well today. Got that fake out support
And
that is
shiny is
really
just so
incredibly useful in
amazing.
this particular format.
Exactly, you're right. Marco's got these kind of nods to speed control, but nothing as strong as something like Tailwind or Trick Room. Shohei, of course, just going really onto how the Pokemon have been trained. But let's jump into it here. Our trainers are ready. We have got Fluttermane and the Chi-Pao out on the field for Shohei, and on the opposing side,
He's
on
also a
Marco's
French
team,
player.
Chi-Yu
Baked
and
good.
Iron Hands.
Yeah, both players leading out with big offensive threats. The Chi-Yu in a good position. It is going to have access to that Choice Specs item, so can do some big damage here, obviously, with the Beta Rune
Ooh.
ability as well. Going to be hitting that a little bit harder, but also benefiting from that is going to be the Fluttermane on Shohei's side, and also holding that Choice Specs item. So, again, going to be able to throw out a lot more damage than normal as long as that Chi-Yu stays on the field here. There is active fake out from that Iron Hand, so the Shenpao does need to be aware of that. Doesn't want that focus dash broken on this turn, so maybe we do see Shohei adjust here, maybe protect, or switch out just to reposition so he's in a little bit of a better spot next turn.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Chi-Yu leave the field as well. Like you mentioned, Lee, it's going to be able to allow that Fluttermane to benefit from its Beads of Ruin ability. Nice adjustment bringing in the Gyarados as well. Can throw a cheeky Intimidate down against that opposing Chi-Pao here, and then maybe able to apply some pressure with something like a Thunder Wave in that next turn and slow down both of Shohei's Pokemon that are really naturally very quick Pokemon.
Yeah, we are going to see a Terrestrialization this first turn, and it will be the Iron Hands going for that Terra Water type, giving it
That was a
taking
good
away
play.
those weaknesses to those big fairy type attacks that could be coming out from this Fluttermane.
Eats it. Ooh.
Exactly. It's also Pixie
Still a lot of
Plate
damage,
boosted,
but
so these fairy type
eats
moves are
it.
gonna be hitting even harder. So a nice Terra Water there from the Iron Hands, and followed up as well
Nice.
from the Chi-Pao. Actually, this Fluttermane, it's
Nice.
I'm getting my Fluttermanes confused. This one was holding the Choice Spec, so it was still a boosted fairy type move, but just wrong item. The Pixie Plate's on Marco's side.
Yeah, the
Good
Pixie
catch,
Plate,
Lee.
yeah, no, but it's too many Fluttermanes in this tournament.
They're
That's what it
everywhere.
is. But
Number
we
one
are going to
Pokemon.
see Marco take an early lead here, and a big drawback there for Shohei, losing that Fluttermane. Fortunately, not really getting the return he wanted. Great Terrestrialization from Marco there. Defensive Terrestrialization, you can see how that is paying off right now, taking an early lead and getting in a good position. Get the Gyarados switch.
Okay, what are we
now,
gonna see?
ready to go.
Another Iron
Get
Hands.
those big Thunder Waves off. But nice switch in from Shohei here, bringing in the Iron Hands, which is in a great position. Going to really pressure both that Gyarados and the Iron Hands now. And a water type with a big, you know, wild charges that can come out will pick up a knockout onto the Gyarados. Hasn't been affected by the Intimidate, and the Iron Hands on Marco's side already taking a good amount of damage, so probably in range from another wild charge, especially when supported by that Shen Pao.
Exactly, and Chien Pao in a great position now, Sword of Ruin ability lowering the defenses on the field. That's something that the Iron Hands can also benefit from with those wild charges that can target the Gyarados. It's going to be the Icicle Crash into the Iron Hands on Marco's side, not doing too much damage at all. Gyarados free to go for a waterfall, do a chunk to the opposing Iron Hands, but Iron Hands
Drain Punch.
for some big damage. The Drain Punch
Big
again,
damage.
not even getting near to the KO. Yes, the Iron Hands on Marco's side can recover a bit, but it's in a very vulnerable position, not doing a lot of overwhelming
Wild
damage.
charge, gonna knock out Iron Hands.
Iron Hands able to get the knockout.
Yeah, Shohei tying this up here, not doing anything, doubling down into that Iron Hand slot on Marco's side, just making sure that he got that Icicle Crash damage down enough to chip it down in range of that wild charge to close it up. But very brave of Marco to kind of leave both of his Pokemon on the field in this situation. You know, not wanting to switch out anything that he's got in the back. If you look here, he's got the Flutterman and the Chi-Yu. Probably Pokemon he doesn't really want to bring in to take damage. He wants to get them in fresh, like we're seeing here, in a great position now to start really putting on some pressure.
Just gonna Dazzling Gleam.
Shouldn't be too much trouble for the Flutterman, and the Shen Pao in a little bit of an awkward position. Remember, it has taken that Intimidate drop, so not going to be hitting as hard going into this next turn.
Indeed, and also Fluttermane and Chi-Yu are a match made in heaven if they're side by side on the field. So if you're Marco, you maybe want to get that Chi-Yu in, switch it out for the Gyarados to intimidate a bit later on.
Let's see it. I mean, Shen Pao's gonna live because of Focus Sash.
Something kind of Dazzling Gleam at this point will bring that opposing Chien Pao down to its Focus Sash and just deal a significant chunk to that opposing Iron Hands as well. There's the
So it's gonna bring it down to that.
We're going to see the Chi-Yu hit the field, boosting
Let's
the
go.
attack power of that Fluttermane.
Let's see it.
Going to be doing a lot more damage, and we are going to see an Icicle Crash come out from the Shen Pao into the Fluttermane.
Big damage, but not enough.
The Dazzling Gleam comes off, taking the Shen Pao down to that Focus Sash and picking up the clinch knockout onto that Iron Hand.
But Shen Pao is faster.
Able to move before the Fluttermane, but not able to get the knockout. Fluttermane able to retaliate with that Dazzling Gleam and gets the KO on the opposing Iron Hands. It does give Shohei the opportunity now to bring that Landorus
Lando.
the Intimidate down to really no avail, but possibly can apply some pressure, trying to maybe remove the Chi-Yu from the field as well, because it's lowering those special defenses to help the Fluttermane.
Yeah, the Fluttermane does need to be a little bit careful here, potentially of a Sucker Punch coming out from that Shen Pao, because it probably is in range of the Sucker Punch taking it down here, and if it does go down, then the Chi-Yu in a little bit of an awkward position.
I mean, it really doesn't have to worry about that though. Just go for the Icicle Crash.
Is terrestrializing into that flying type.
Terra Flying.
Will be hitting pretty hard if we see any sort of Terra Flying attacks come out of here, or even any ground type attacks onto both of these.
Icicle Crash. It hits, but the Chi-Yu.
The Icicle Crash, of course, not doing too much to the opposing Chi-Yu, but maybe we'll try and get a flinch a little bit later on. Dazzling Gleam cleans up against the opposing Chien Pao. It's down and out.
I'm surprised not trying to take out the Fluttermane.
Big damage. Chi-Yu, however, gets the edge, goes for the overheat, does get the knockout. So unfortunately,
But-
Landorus for Shohei not going to be able to move in this game one.
Yeah, very
Dang.
quick-paced game here. Marco
Clean,
having the speed
clean
advantage,
match from
Chi-Yu
Marco.
being able to knock out that Landorus. Big advantage coming out the traps and not stopping it all that whole game, taking an early lead in this first game.
I love that Chi-Yu. It's
Gonna
Pokemon Go
check
on
the
choice based on
board.
Marco's side, and you can see how much
Okay.
damage it's
Oh
able to deal.
no.
It doesn't have a sizable special attack in its own
Okay.
right, but with these Ruin on the field as well,
Unfortunately, Joseph has lost now 2 in a row. He's 4-2. Neil beat Paul. So Neil is in. Paul has to win one more. And Paul and Joseph could be playing against each other, which is scary. And let's see. Alberto has not finished playing yet. Guillermo has not finished playing yet. And Abdullah has not finished playing yet. A lot of people are Team Icicle Crash, but I prefer Ice Spinner. I mean, the extra damage can be so, extra clutch, though, from Icicle Crash. And the flinch. The flinch could be huge. Oh, no. We gotta be... Come on, Joseph.
Yeah, very fast, very offensive as well.
I don't need both of my coaches leaving.
I think one thing that's really interesting as well is kind of
But
how much
good job, Neil.
pressure Marco had from the very beginning. Like you said, yes, you switch out the Chi-Yu so you can reserve it for a little bit later, but then you bring in a Pokemon
So Neil is in, Abdullah is in, aka.
Slow down the opposing Pokemon, something like a Thunder Wave, is something that Shohei is then forced to play around, and then essentially Shohei now has to play defensively. Has to be
If Paul and Joseph play each other, that's gonna be so sad.
That Marco is currently piloting.
No, and I think if you look at Shohei's side of the field, there's a big reliance on the Iron Hands. I think he needs to get more out of his Iron Hands in this game in particular. I feel like
Yeah, but I mean Abdullah was already in. Like I added him after the fact.
For the water type, then you put yourself susceptible to those wild charges. The Gyarados doesn't like wild charges, so it feels like a
But
very good Pokemon.
my biggest vote was Joseph and Cheppa.
And alongside that fake out, it does give
So I'm still pushing extra hard for at least Joseph now.
tight spots because Marco is one of those really offensive players where he's not going to give you much room, whereas if you can create your own room with your fake out, I think you just got to maybe give Iron Hands a little bit more support than it had in that game. Don't let your Flutter Mane go down so quickly and get a bit of a return on that. Maybe even the Rapid Strike Urshifu is an option. I really like that for Shohei, and that might be an adjustment he does make going into this game too. But again, I expect Marco to come out the traps flying in this game too, as always.
This is such a tiny bag, but it's not ending.
Well, let's see.
Completely opposite to what I said. Marco coming out with a bit of slower lead here with that Iron Hands and the Amoonguss, and Shohei leading out with that Shenpao and the Flutter Mane.
Hey, slow and steady sometimes wins the race, Lee. You've got the Amoonguss there providing some nice redirectional support, or even some spores to try and shut down these offensive powerhouses on Shohei's side. You've obviously got the special attacker in the form of Flutter Mane, the physical attacker in the form of Chien-Pao.
Yeah, but I think the Iron Hand's in a great position here to still go for that terrestrialization here, you know, because then it takes away that weakness.
I don't think he did go for terrestrialization.
To really knock it out in one hit if you want, and you can also pressure that Shenpao as well. You're also getting the benefit of the Swords of Ruin that's on the field right now. The Amoonguss in a great spot as well because it does threaten with the spores. It's got the Rage Powder support, and it's not really too worried about what that.
Okay, there's a Terra.
Yeah, I mean, the Flutter Mane on Shohei's side does have a little trick up its sleeve in the fact that it is Terra Grass, so it doesn't have to worry about any of these spores coming its way, and that's exactly what Shohei has locked into here, just meaning the Amoonguss is a little bit less of a threat at this point.
If we see the terrestrialization
Energy Ball.
Side, but we don't this turn. The Energy Ball coming out, trying to catch that terrestrialization water.
Wow, made the read.
You do see an Icicle Crash followed up from that Energy Ball into the Amoonguss. It's a huge knockout.
It's a crit!
Turn one here, Marco losing that
no.
in devastating fashion.
Chien-Pao is here and means business. Heavy Slam.
That still did massive damage.
Either thanks to the Terra typing, but I mean, what an amazing critical hit from that Chien-Pao. That is definitely not what Marco needs and put a serious dent in his plans. Doesn't have.
Oh, the Roaring Moon is here
maybe
though.
To apply some pressure with the redirectional sport to allow the Iron Hands to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's a big loss for Marco there. Unfortunate, great for Shohei getting rid of the Amoonguss so quickly and effectively. You know, it really cuts down Marco's game options here. But bringing in the Gyarados now, it's probably the better option out of the Roaring Moon that is in the back. But you can utilize that Thunder Wave now, which is really nice. The Flutter Mane actually surviving there, the Heavy Slam, big survival because it gives him another turn to kind of get some extra damage off onto the field right now. The Intimidate really important against that Chien-Pao. That is going to reduce that attack power, so not going to be hitting as hard going into this next turn. Then the one thing that you could say Marco still has is in favor is that he can still terrestrialize, which might give him a bit of an edge to try and get that momentum swing like he had in that first game again.
I mean, that's the thing. You don't want to go for the Terra Water on the Iron Hands, though, when you've got a Terra Grass Flutter Mane with that Energy Ball opposing from you. Maybe the Gyarados, you know, it's running Terra Fairy. That could be an interesting change of events here. But going to be adjustments straight away from Shohei here. Iron Hands on the battlefield. As Gyarados actually leaves the field, says, I need to intimidate physical attackers a little bit later on. And we're going to see the Roaring Moon. Now, this is risky. I mean, Roaring Moon coming in, you know at least that the Flutter Mane, because it is choice spec, is going to be locked into that Energy Ball. You don't have to worry about any Fairy-type moves. But you want to make sure that it doesn't have to take any unnecessary damage in the next couple of turns.
Now, the choice spec's kind of a little bit of a hindrance here for Shohei. Not really getting the damage.
Still does big damage.
And the Iron Hands now going to go for a Drain Punch. Not picking up the knockout onto this Flutter Mane, but it gives Marco a lot of room. I think the switch here from Shohei to get his own Iron Hands onto the field does help alleviate the pressure here from that Roaring Moon and not allowing it straight away to come in and get that Dragon Dance off, which is probably something that Shohei wants to try and avoid if he can. Wants to probably try and switch out that Flutter Mane now, get the Chien-Pao back onto the field, and then it will pressure that, you know, the Roaring Moon the next turn and utilize the fake out, obviously stop it setting up itself.
100%. I mean, the Iron Hands joining on Shohei's side as well. You know, being able to apply pressure with that fake out is a little bit detrimental for a Pokemon like the Roaring Moon. I think we saw Marco go for the terrestrialization on that Roaring Moon. Going to be bringing into its flying type, loses its dark type weakness. That's always very good when you're in the face of something that can potentially drain punch you.
Yeah, the one problem with going for this flying terrestrialization is that it does give you a weakness to the moves that Iron Hands can fire out. So have to be a little bit more careful around it, but we are going to see the fake out this turn, stopping that Dragon Dance potentially coming out from Marco's side of the field as an energy ball follows up with that, but into that Iron Hands, will be able to take that once again.
Oh, that's so much damage.
As the Iron Hands now is going to go for another Drain Punch into the opposing Iron Hands and just chip it down that little bit further, maybe even putting in range from a Terra Blast coming out from this Roaring Moon the next turn. Actually, it's the Acrobatics, not the Terra Blast, so it is going to be with that booster energy. It will be hitting
We're gonna
a lot
see a
harder. The
swap.
damage
No.
is into that slot.
It definitely will be, and the energy balls just keep rolling down towards that opposing Iron Hands here. Fluttermane having a great time. It's on very, very low HP, but it's still been able to keep whittle away at this opposing Iron Hands. Possibly indicative of something that Shohei has in the back that doesn't want to face down against this Iron Hands. Could be that Urshifu Rapid Strike. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary water, electric type moves.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing that Marco's doing here, you can see he's not targeting into that Fluttermane, not really worried about the energy balls that are coming out. Quite happy to kind of allow it to sit on the field and just eat into Shohei's turns. He doesn't want to give him that free switch into the Shen Pao until he feels more comfortable in a position where, yeah, I'm ready for it to come in now. So kind of just avoid
Energy ball. It's still gonna do a bit of damage. Ooh, that does a lot of damage.
So can't ignore it for too much longer.
Yeah, exactly. Gyarados at risk of not necessarily being able to take another one of those. The Citrus Berry helping out, though, might just be able to push it over the edge from an energy ball in the following turn, but not if the Roaring Moon is something to say about it. It's going to go down into that opposing Iron Hands, however, and get the KO there. Once again, Fluttermane just
Bye-bye, Iron Hands.
Yeah, you know, the energy ball going to do a lot of damage to that Gyarados. The problem is the Roaring Moon here on the field, the opposite side of the field. You know, it hasn't got the Dragon Dance though, so it is going to be a little bit susceptible to the Shen Pao when it comes in. It is going to take big damage from the Icicle Crash still, so you need to worry about that. But it does have the ability to protect, and you can switch in the Iron Hands. We know the Iron Hands can come onto the field, probably take one more energy ball before it will go down to a second one after that. So maybe that's something that Marco wants to try and do, or whether or not he wants to protect his Roaring Moon this turn and maybe let the Gyarados go down and try and get maybe something like a Thunder
Just
Wave.
going for it. Oh!
Chien-Pao's very interesting because it can apply a lot of pressure for something like a Sucker Punch, but it's just going for a Protect here. Once again, Fluttermane going for the energy ball, finding his mark.
Is Gyarados gonna faint here? No, it holds on.
He was the saving grace here, able to allow Gyarados to survive this turn. The Roaring Moon,
But dang, if he would have went for something against the Fluttermane.
Gyarados free to be able to go for a waterfall, and it was a double up into that Protect. Great defensive play by Shohei.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you would say for your Marco now, he does have the play where he can still go for that waterfall this turn with the Gyarados and protect the Roaring Moon this turn, but no Protects coming out. Just going to continually see these energy balls come out from the Fluttermane. Will be enough this time to pick up the knockout.
And this Icicle Crash might knock out Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon's not the bulkiest.
When you've got your Fluttermane sidekick beside you to go with that energy ball, Icicle Crash is going to go down to that Roaring Moon and get the knockout.
Yeah.
Type will make it a lot more susceptible to those ice type moves. I mean, it was Dragon before anyway. It was just a bad time all around for Roaring Moon versus Chien-Pao, and now Marco really on the back foot here with just the Iron Hands.
Yeah, and it is
I think this is GG's. We're going into a game 3. These matches, stream matches, have been going slower.
Extremely well, and just shows you that just consistent damage throughout a game can win you a game by itself when your opponent is trying to maneuver their board position.
Okay, let's take a look. Who do we have to update still?
Exactly.
Alberto?
I mean, know what Shohei's fourth and final Pokemon is in this game too.
Oops.
The Fluttermane has just been an absolute powerhouse, sitting on the field at such a vulnerable position, but having that
Oh, I thought he
speed advantage,
forfeited.
the
Oh,
advantage as
yeah, he
well
did.
of the power behind that choice specs.
Alberto lost, so Alberto is off the board.
Stacking up those KOs, particularly into that Gyarados.
Yeah, an interesting game too, and great.
Oh, Guillermo also lost, so Guillermo's 4-2-2. And then Abdullah's not done fighting yet. We got a lot of 4-2s on our board, which is scary because it means that one of them's probably going to be playing. Lots of thinking.
You probably think it does with how probably the Moongus is trained, but these are making assumptions. Losing the
We're gonna see.
did put Marco on the back foot and had to make it limited the options that he had for switching.
It wouldn't surprise me if one of our 4-2s play each other.
The Roaring Moon, I do like that choice, but then you're not bringing the Chi-Yu there, and I think that the fact that the Fluttermane stats from turn 1 to the last turn on the field, just firing off those energy balls every single turn, taking advantage of, you know, any sort of terrestrialization other than that flying terrestrialization from the Roaring Moon. Otherwise, you know, it just stayed in the field too long. That massive survival there from the heavy slam was just so clutch for us.
I think as well, you know, that critical hit from the icicle crash, you could see from Marco.
I hope our 4-2 play each other, just so one can keep going. Well, what if we could get all 3 of them to keep playing, though?
Critical hit was unfortunate, but hey, we get a game 3. It's at the Pokemon World Championships. That means even more competitive Pokemon action here today.
I know it's riskier, but
going right down to the wire with 2 phenomenal players, so it'll be good to see what and if Marco adjusts from that lead from game 2, and if Shohei kind of sticks with his kind of main plan of going with the Fluttermane and the Chen Pao that worked out for him so well in that last game. Because I think Marco's probably game plan didn't work out as well as he wanted in that last game. Obviously losing the Amoonguss was a bit of a detriment, we have mentioned it, but it is a very pivotal Pokemon for him because it does pressure a lot of things on Shohei's side of the field. You know, once that Fluttermane locks into something, you can really abuse the fact that it's locked into
I can hope.
with your Amoonguss. Put it to sleep, rage powder it, whatever, depends what it locks into. But once you kind of
here we go.
move out that it's locked into, it's a lot easier from
Chi-Yu Amoonguss lead this time.
Well, it looks like we've got the same lead from game 2 out here for Shohei, that Fluttermane and the Chi-Pao. And on Marco's side, there's a treasure room Pokemon.
Fluttermane's gonna be strong though.
Yeah, and you know the Chi-Yu lead here, more similar to
Unless Chi-Yu swaps out.
A lot of offensive pressure to that Chi-Yu in particular, with those big fire type attacks, and also will damage the Fluttermane in respect as well with that support from the Amoonguss. I think Marco just needs to be a little bit more careful with the Amoonguss and not falling into that trap of getting taken down and losing at game 1 here. We are going to see the Chi-Yu
Let's
switch
see.
out, though. Turn 1 doesn't want to give that Fluttermane any more of a boost than it deserves as the Gyarados hits the field, getting that big Intimidate down. So important on that Chen Pao to reduce the damage from a potential.
It's gonna be nice and helpful. Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, Gyarados is like,
Okay, nothing too crazy.
Making sure the icicle crash
Sacred Sword.
It wouldn't anyway because it was a sacred sword coming out from that opposing Chi-Pao.
Wow.
Gyarados already having to access its Citrus Berry to be able to regain a little bit of HP from the onslaught coming out on Shohei's side.
But the spore.
Go for a spore now really doesn't have to worry about the offensive pressure coming out from Chi-Pao. That is going to be forced to take a guaranteed turn of sleep in the next turn.
Brilliant defensive switch there from Marco, getting that Gyarados in.
Ooh, Thunder Wave.
And the attack from the Fluttermane as well, and really capitalizing with that Amoonguss.
And then break this Focus Sash.
Getting that spore into the Chen Pao, the most
I don't really have a personal preference, but I guess I'm cheering for Marco just because it's the side that it's on our side.
and the ability to kind of boost the attack power overall.
Kind of makes it like hard to not cheer for the person like facing us. Okay, who's getting Thunder Wave?
Keep it out on the field, entertain it, keep it for later in this battle, and we are going to see the Amoonguss enter the battlefield.
Yes, of course, Chi-Pao's going to have to take its guaranteed turn of sleep here, allowing the Gyarados to go for a Thunder Wave. Will fall victim onto the opposing Amoonguss as Fluttermane has switched now to reset its move choice that it's been locked into. But this could mean that there will be less spores coming out from Shohei.
True, it's perspective. Yeah,
that
that did a lot of damage.
Yeah, another Pollen Puff, and obviously the Amoonguss cannot redirect the opposing Amoonguss.
Taunt. Yo.
Position. Probably don't want to switch it out, but you want to preserve it as well for later in this match. You know, it has taken one turn of sleep. It could wake up this next turn, but it is intimidated as well. So we might see Shohei withdraw it if he does suspect a Pollen Puff coming into that slot. There's a lot of things that he's probably got in the back that can switch in to take that a lot better than the Chen Pao there, but it does leave the door open for the Gyarados to also double in on that slot and really take advantage of this position. And then, especially if we don't see a Rage Powder coming out from that Amoonguss, but you do have
Bye-bye, Chen Pao.
Gyarados, which can potentially shut down any support options that Amoonguss is trying to
Into
as well.
Iron Hands.
Well, Iron Hands being the fourth and final Pokemon on Shohei's side.
This music is great for tournaments. Yeah, it's a pretty good song.
A little bit later. Love this taunt going down onto that opposing Amoonguss, meaning it cannot go for any spores or redirection. Pollen Puff only going to go into the Iron Hands for a little bit. That would have been able to get the KO against Chi-Pao if it had remained on the field. And as you can see, Shohei's Amoonguss unable to go for that spore thanks to the taunt.
Yeah, the taunt there is a great option from the Gyarados. One of the reasons why it's such a versatile support Pokemon. Got the option to just shut down that spore, protecting yourself as well. Pollen Puff going into that Iron Hands, not doing too much damage, but the chip's always appreciated there. But the Gyarados in a little bit of an awkward position itself this turn. Obviously, the Iron Hands does have Fake Out. It can stop it moving this turn, but it can also threaten with that big Wild Charge that it's got access to, and threaten a big knockout. And Marco really doesn't want to lose the Gyarados before that Chen Pao goes down. You need to keep that in Intimidate, and I think that's a priority from going into this next turn.
One of the issues you've got though now if you're Marco is the two Pokemon in the field are pretty passive. Waterfall's really the only offensive move.
Waterfall?
How little damage it is doing. Yes, you can try and do a classic
Didn't
counter
do
with
much.
that
Probably thought he was gonna swap.
Amogus there, but other than that, you're not really building up a lot of damage, not a lot of KOs, particularly when you've got the Iron Hands there, able to go for that.
And the Spore's gonna connect.
Regain a little bit of HP. It's gonna have to take a little bit of a nap
Looks
right
like it's gonna be Marco's to lose.
The Amogus and the Dragon, the Gyarados
And the
really, really
flinch.
both of these Pokemon.
Exactly, and I think that's the thing. I think Marco probably didn't want to fall into that trap again of switching something in that's a bit more frail in the back, like the Flutterman and the Chi-Yu. Take some damage. It would have been actually, in hindsight, a great switch in for Flutterman there. But because you don't want to risk it, you're taking it slow, you don't want to lose this third game, you're just making sure you've got everything set up before you get these Pokemon onto the field. But like you say, you need some offensive.
And now you go offensive and just clean up.
Keeping that Intimidate as well, which is great, and bring that Chi-Yu into the field, which does threaten that Amoonguss pretty heavily with those big fire-type attacks.
Exactly, and of course, knowing that the Amoonguss on Shohei's side is taunted means it cannot protect. So Shohei's going to have to switch it out in order to preserve it from the fire that the Chi-Yu is going to be able to deal out. It's also got its best buddy beside it. That Fluttermane is here, ready for action. Yes,
Okay, not gonna do anything.
Marco is definitely in a formidable position. I will say, though, the taunt's now been shaken off. That does mean that possibly the Amoonguss can go for a protect.
Yeah, it could go for a protect here, and it could definitely go for a spore here. That's something that Marco needs to be very aware of. Now, if you commit to this turn, you need to make sure that you are taking that Amoonguss down. That is the one thing, but if you do that, you're going to rely on that Iron Hand staying asleep, because if that Iron Hand wakes up, it can do some really big damage, especially to that Chi-Yu.
Interesting
well.
Terra.
So
Water
you don't
Chi-Yu.
wanna lose it at this point. So that beats a rune supporting your Flutterman. You've got the perfect ball position here. You want to take advantage of it. You've got it set up, and this is the time to kind of get that momentum swing that we keep talking about in these games.
100%. The clock is ticking down. Marco only has seconds to think how he wants to play this turn.
Okay.
Looks like it's going all into that opposing Iron Hands. Like you say, it's got to try and stay asleep here if you are Marco, and if you're Shohei, you're going to cross your fingers and hope it's able to wake up. We're going to see the Terrestrialization on that Chi-Yu. It's going to be that classic Water Terror type, the very defensive strategy here, just making sure it's not going to be weak to any potential drain punches coming out from the opposing Iron Hands if it was to wake up. But here's a Moonblast first of all.
Oh, almost one shots. Heat Wave. It misses.
It does miss. And onto the Amoonguss, but the Iron Hands left on the field.
Is it going to wake up though? Let's take a look. The
Stays asleep.
Oh, it was
Doesn't matter.
move out of the way, but unfortunately not enough to wake itself up from its slumber.
That's one of the problems with these lower accuracy moves. They can miss, and it's normally the target that you don't want it to miss there. But Chi-Yu in a great position here where it can provide some big supportive presence for both the Fluttermane and itself on this side of the field. The Iron Hand's in a really awkward situation now where it is going to go down to even the slightest...
Shadow Ball. That's gonna do a bit of damage. Probably not one shot. It does.
Pick up a big knockout.
Speeds are important there. Shohei didn't have any speed control options, but had a speedy Fluttermane in his back pocket here, able to get the KO on the opposing Fluttermane, but Chi-Yu finally able to fell that opposing Iron Hands. The issue,
boy.
however, is the speed of this opposing Fluttermane, and now you've got the Chien-Pao coming in from the back as well. But I think Chien-Pao is asleep, am I right?
Chien-Pao is still asleep, and it has its sash broken, so it's not in the best of spots right now. The Amoonguss ready to kind of come in if Marco wants it to, but opting, as we see for the Gyarados, probably more important to get that Intimidate down onto the field if the Chien-Pao does happen to wake up. It has taken one turn of sleep, so it potentially has the chance to wake up.
Coming down to the wire.
The runes activated, and this Fluttermane will be hitting a lot harder with that Chi-Yu on the field here. Now, whether Marco wants to switch the Chi-Yu out to take away the Beats of Ruin might be an option, and you go for the Waterfall into that Fluttermane to pick up the knockout, get the Amoonguss onto the field, and then you kind of preserve the Chi-Yu.
Shadow Ball.
For that. The Shadow Ball coming straight
Into
out.
Gyarados.
Enough to pick it up, but it does leave that Chi-Yu untouched, free to go for an attack if the Chien-Pao doesn't wake up this turn.
It stays asleep.
Beady eyes are down onto that opposing Chi-Yu.
Heat Wave hits.
That's a double KO. Marco Hermantha
And it's over.
into top cut.
Chi-Yu coming back with a vengeance there, taking
Yeah, that was a good battle. All of these matches today have been so good.
both Pokemon there.
Okay.
Taking Marco one step closer
Oh.
to claiming the World Championships. You know, doing so well.
Abdullah also lost.
For us to go into in round 6.
As soon as I put him on the board, he takes an L.
Marco setting himself up perfectly going into that last
But we do
round.
have
Feeling good about how he approached that game 3.
Oh, any cheat you doubters, speak now or forever hold your peace. That was phenomenal. Amazing to be able to see the Heat Wave get that double knockout right at the end and be able to support the Flutter Main.
I moved the 4 and 2s up on the board so we can see who we have to cheer for.
I love how he played the Among Us in that game 3 because I think after what happened in game 2 where he lost it in that turn
Okay.
one, it was really detrimental to his
Let's
entire
go back
plan. I think Shohei
onto the
probably made
game.
The assumption that you're probably going to want to protect it a little bit more than you did.
I don't know if I'll do another battle.
Probably saw the
Might
double
take
up into
another
partner
stretch.
slot. But you know, Marco reading
What are we
through that,
sitting at?
clear as
230?
day, just really taking advantage of that position, getting the spore onto the Chen Pal. And from that point,
The board doesn't understand. No matter how hard it tries, it can't boot Neil or Abdullah. It cannot.
Marco to kind of close the whole game up.
I can. Here. You know what? Right now,
Yes.
I'll go for the mystery gift.
Taking a closer look at that game 3 replay, obviously the Iron Hands has been a formidable threat throughout this entire set, but not able to get the victory.
Let's pull up the code.
Shohei at this point. Yeah, both Flutter Mains as well performed pretty well on both sides of the field. You know, proved really pivotal Pokemon for both players. Unfortunately for
23 World Championship
came onto the field. The speed advantage there
Gastrodon.
really showed through, and the Beads of Ruin boost really helped get
23
that knockout.
World
The Shadow Ball was really
Championship
important. I think the adjustment to game 3 was probably not the best one
Gastro.
from Marco, but again showing why he's such a good player, adjusting back to what he knew worked from game 1, bringing that
Done.
to you, and we did see it terrestrialize in that end game as well, which I don't know if it played much of a part really in.
There's a Grimmsnarl happening right now too, isn't there?
Just in case he needed it while he got the knockout with that heat wave.
Should
and that's
probably
the
get that
reliance he needed.
as
He needed
well.
those heat weaves to hit when it missed earlier on the Iron Hands. You thought, oh, it's going to be, you know, repeat it all over again, but no, they managed to connect in that last turn. That was really nice to see from. Moving on in this tournament.
Exactly, and Shohei's Flutter Mane as well was incredibly impressive, particularly running that Terra Grass and the energy balls that were just constantly rolling
Where-
towards Marco's team and not able to get the KO against
Where's
that
the
Pokemon Enhancement
Grimmsnarl?
despite
I
its
don't know
efforts.
the
I think the
Grimmsnarl
slot
code.
best obviously really paying off there as well and stopping the momentum that Flutter Mane was trying to gain, but the fact that Shohei had that Flutter Mane on, I think you said from the beginning of the match to
I
the
feel
very
like I
end of that
don't
game 2,
see
just
it.
meant that it was still a threat to be reckoned with and was still able to deal out big damage.
I did not see it. I didn't have time to see it today. Looks interesting. I gotta find Grimmsnarl.
For Shohei, you kind of don't want to be giving
Where?
any more of an advantage than it already has. So that's why we probably saw him withdrawing it a lot of the time, keeping it back until that Fluttermane went down. But, you know, what are my thoughts anyway? Let's hear from Marco himself because we have him ready on stage for an interview.
Oh, okay, I found it. I
Thank
found
you,
the code.
casters. I am joined by the winner
Oh,
of
thanks,
your last match, Marco.
Parker.
I've got to ask, you just top cut the World Championships. How you feeling?
It's really amazing because I worked for this in the last 3 years.
Hi.
I played in the Master Division
That's
World
it.
Championship in 2019.
20,
last year.
22.
Yeah, I was never able to make top cut. I did make top cut in 2018 in the senior division,
Champ.
but yeah, this is my first time.
Yeah, I know you've been working really hard at this. Now, obviously, you still have a couple rounds of Swiss left to play, but now that you've qualified for
Hey.
the top cut, how are you feeling about your chances
That's
here
cool.
at the World Championship?
Yeah, so while building and working on this team, I kind of wanted to basically have a chance into like most of the common teams. So yeah, I really think I have a chance, but yeah, of course.
That's
when
sick.
It comes to, like,
Shiny Grimmsnarl is pretty cool.
a single elimination tournament, like.
Yo, what if I take? Hear me out. Hear me out. I think I missed a gift Pokemon.
Well, I gotta ask about the team,
I'm not
because
sure.
in
I think I
Regulation
did
B,
miss
we've got
a gift
introduced to
Pokemon.
A lot of new Pokemon, but your team is entirely a Regulation
But what
C
if I
team.
take
What was
these
it like
gift
building that team?
mons
Walk me through the thought process that you
to
went
a
through to build this team.
Yeah, so I worked
competition?
with this team,
I got the gift Charizard. Oh wait, when does the gift Charizard already ended?
Gyarados, Spider-Man, Shiyu, Iron Man,
Or is that still happening?
and Among Us, which was also the same 5 that I brought to NIC, in which I made top 8. And then I realized, okay, in the last lot I probably want a Pokemon that's able to like fix all the matchups that I don't really like. So I tried Urshifu, I tried Landorus, so all these new Pokemon.
Did I
and
miss
yeah,
gift
really
Charizard?
figured out that it wasn't really the case, it wasn't really fixing anything. I was just putting like a 6 Pokemon
don't
that was
see
like
it.
a new one. only because it was like
unfortunately on
I
here.
realized that Roaring Moon was just better, so I decided to put Roaring Moon.
I feel like it's
And
still
yeah,
going on. I thought it was
feel
like
it was a
August
great
31st too.
great choice, and it really came in like a lot of
Let's
games.
see, Sarah
Yeah, the
B.
team seems like it's doing incredibly
Mystery
well for
gift.
ya. About that last match, you won in a dominating performance in that
So,
first game, but in game 2, you suffered a bit of a bad beat
Pichu.
there with
When
that
did that
conversion
end?
on Amoongus. But in game 3,
Oh, I guess I missed Pichu,
kinda
but
your
I couldn't have got
process
the code, I
between
don't think.
games 2 and 3 and how you were able to win that match after suffering that game 2 loss.
Bronzong. I missed Bronzong. That's what I missed.
So yeah, I figured out that I probably didn't want to like lose again to like the same lead.
Pikachu, I'm pretty sure I got. Lechonk, I missed. I went to GameStop. Oh, thanks. I went to GameStop and I was like, hey, you got any more of the Lechonk codes? And I thought they gave it to me, but they just gave me the Lechonk card.
First World Championship held in Japan in the video game championship history.
So that was pretty
What's
sad.
it like competing here?
I gotta say that I'm a really big fan of all the Japanese players.
Terra.
I really study a lot of their teams.
Dark.
I basically started when I didn't have the chance to compete in
1,
the
2,
event.
3.
I used to only play on ladder and also in
Sick.
IC, in the online IC. So yeah, I really like the way
Oh.
they play and the way they build. So yeah, I really feel like
Is
it's
it over?
like the best performance I ever had and probably the best experience in general in the World Championship.
That's awesome. Well, Marco, best of luck the rest of the way. We'll be rooting for you, but we're going to toss it to a break. Guys, don't touch that browser. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon Video Game World Championship.
Oh, Dark Terra. It's the opposite. How long do we have to wait? Oh, this is just replay. Dark Terra. 1, 2, 3, 6. There we go. Gastrodon, Grimmsnarl. I missed the Arcanine. Oh, I missed a shiny Arcanine. That's kind of sad.
And I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Yeah, that is the end there. That actually means that Abdullah is your Vancouver 2023.
I missed Bronzong. I got Palafin. I got,
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional
That's sad.
is
I did get Palafin.
unfathomable. I can't describe it. It's just so amazing. My experience with Pokemon so far has just been so amazing.
Because outside of the one shiny I have in this box, I also missed Rillaboom, unfortunately. So this is a shiny Finizen. I don't have any more room in my shiny box, so I had to put it here. I missed Arcanine.
That matchup goes completely differently the second time around. So I wasn't planning on trying to make it to Worlds, but after this experience, after the friends I've made and the time I've had,
Here's the
I'll definitely
Palafin.
consider it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the World Championship Series 2023 from Yokohama, Japan. With me,
And I'm missing Rillaboom.
Valiant Vish from the APAC region. Valiant, welcome back to Japan and for the Championship Series.
Yeah, glad to be here. Excited.
Amazing. So could you tell us a little bit about what team
You're
brought
missing
today
all the
for
viable mons.
Yes, so
Oh,
running
I mean, I can
Medicine,
just breed up my own Arcanine, right?
Lantern, and then 2 shadow Pokemon and
Like, I got this
Charizard and
Arcanine.
Shadow Venusaur. I think my sort of strategy is more.
These are my
sort of
two,
inspired from Rise to Occasion and what he ran at NAIC.
If you swap
with 2 shadow
these two
closes.
around,
And I
these are my two competition teams that I took.
So working out well for me so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say going
We're just
6-0
chilling here.
definitely seems like you're doing pretty well for yourself this today. It's potentially. Could you please tell us a little bit more about?
Yeah, but you can't stick it in the Cherish Ball. Yeah.
Maybe causing you a little bit of problems, or maybe some things that didn't.
But not everything got a Cherish Ball, which is weird.
No problems as of yet. I think I've made a pretty good.
I can also get my
I've had
Tatsugiri.
Decision point in my round 2, where I had to face a Dynamic Punch Metachamp. So I had to sort of finagle my way around it with Shadowzard there to close out the game. But no, nothing sort of special overall.
Let me-
I think the world's meta, it's in flux at the moment, and so you have to be prepared with a whole bunch of different ways to actually execute win conditions. So I think I'm prepared for that. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's pivot a little bit and talk a little bit more about Japan. So could you tell us a little bit more about your trip to Japan and how
I'm not gonna
since you got
accidentally
here,
send
maybe
it in
even
chat.
something about the venue that you really enjoyed?
Yeah, so it's my first time in Japan, and I've been here since last
shoot,
week.
I can't.
So just been doing a lot of traveling with my wife. Really enjoying. I was at
Grey
Go
Tusk
Fest
or Iron
at,
Treads from the
the
raid
Osaka
events.
Go Fest.
I wasn't
was
too
in
worried
Kyoto for
about like the smaller raid events,
couple of days actually,
like
and
that
now in
one,
Yokohama. So,
because I can get Iron
amazing
Treads or
place,
Grey Tusk whenever I
amazing
feel
food,
like it.
Amazing culture. Just glad that Pokemon, invited me out for this special occasion. So yeah, just grateful.
Yeah, very, very hard-earned trip all the way up to 6-0. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you next time at the World
Hey
Championship
guys, please
Series
don't
in
take my
Yokohama
code.
2023.
Also, no, I was not gonna try to. I did a couple attempts, but I was not trying to shiny hunt for that.
Congratulations, how you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling really good. I went 5-0 today. I only dropped one game all day, so I'm really proud of how I prepped and how I've been playing today.
What Pokemon have you got by your side at this event?
I've got Cresselia, Ursaluna, Fluttermane, Chiyu, Iron Hands, and Amoonguss.
That's a few old favorites, and then some new ones as well, like Ursaluna.
I got my Tatsugiri.
Yeah, Ursaluna, I just think it's one of the strongest Pokemon in Trick Room. It has immense team preview pressure if the opponent lets it get set up in Trick Room.
My little Tatsugiri. Would have been cool if it was shiny, but we still take it. It's because I signed up for the fantasy team and I was like within the first like 10,000 people. It's too late now, but I did get it. It's a viable Pokemon. I don't think there's anything really special with it. It's in a Cherish Ball. It's holding a big nugget with the OT Worlds 23, Draco, Muddy Water, Helping Hand, and Celebrate.
I love to hear that. Sounds like some great synergy on your team. Obviously, you must be ecstatic getting through to day 2.
Free money.
Tell us about the rest of your tournament experience. How are you finding
And it's gold, just like money. And it's got event ribbon. Tatsugiri the Festive.
Tokyo for a bit. Went, checked out Yokohama yesterday. It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this Worlds, and it's been, just such a fun, time to be here.
100%. Is there a particular Pokemon you think is going to go all the way? Would be
You celebrate in battle, it's OP. Ah,
well, I'm
sure.
It's, my own Pokemon.
We
but
can call it OP.
I think Bramblegast is a really underrated strong pick. We just, I've got, a friend running it, and he's doing well. So I think, that it's a very strong into like the tail.
We're still waiting 5.5 minutes until
I just think it's well positioned into the metagame.
the
Definitely one
round.
to keep an eye on as the tournament pans out. My last question for you: who is your favorite Pokemon, and why is it Gastrodon?
Well, unfortunately, my favorite Pokemon would have to be Alolan Vulpix. I just think, it's awesome. I've got a Vulpix Plus I've had since 2017, and I had it, when I got my, first breakout result, getting second at a regional. So,
I'll give you that. It's a pretty cute Pokemon. Not as cute as Gastrodon.
Gastrodon!
Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Pokemon trainers, we're going to carry on all the amazing Pokemon action here in Yokohama at the 2023
I can close
Pokemon World
this.
Championships.
Hello, trainers. We were back
Let's see if the round 7 matchups have been. Okay, they're in.
Let's take a peek at how it
Let's take a look at who Joseph is playing. Joseph is playing a guy named David Carer.
Day 2 Worlds invites, and of course,
Paul
and trainers were ready for the challenge.
is playing Kenji Yabata.
In the junior finals, we had a
And Guillermo is playing Nick Navarre.
took down Takumi M. In the senior finals,
And then, I mean, we can check out who Neil's playing. Neil's playing Marco. And
one player who brought the rain was Raghav Malavia. He stormed
we're
through the top 8 bracket with
Abdullah's
strong
playing
duo
Taro.
victories and was poised to take Palafin to the
Okay,
top.
let's find out how many.
We had Alex Gomez. Dondozo's friendship with Tatsugiri
We're very
was
cut
over,
down.
and Alex was instead
Oh,
running
Joseph
Dondozo
Ugarte's
with a
at
new
the
Dragon
bottom
friend, Dragapult. With NA
of the
taking
4 and
last
2,
two
but he can do it.
international championship
1,
titles,
2,
this was the
3,
time to end the
4,
streak.
5,
Friendship
6.
buff with Dragapult was
Wait, I
strong,
can't count.
putting in the work
1,
in game
2,
one against
3,
Ghost
4,
Pasteurization
5,
and
6,
Powerful Terrablast. In the second
7,
game,
8,
his strong fancy
9,
ball set the
10,
pace, and despite
11,
best effort,
12,
Iron Hand and Arcanine couldn't
13.
step up. Alex Gomez took the victory
13 to 14 people can get cut, like cut.
Claimed the title and trophy for Spain. The World Championship
Oh,
are
geez.
just around the corner,
But still,
and a new season of
Joseph
Pokemon
can do it.
begins. Make sure you're ready and
13,
check out
14, 15,
Pokemon.com/compete.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Out of 40. Did I say 40 was a possibility? Yeah. So, round 7, 40 players. 13 to 14 could be removed. So we're going to be down to 26 to 27 players after round 7. So we're top cutting with 27 players.
Is your first Latin American international champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania.
Which means we're going to get like 6 players, 5 or 6 players on bye for the first top cut round. We're going to be to top 32 after this round.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win
Top
two regionals in the same
32
year,
after
definitely.
this round.
It feels really good. It feels great. It really does.
And then we'll go down to
Kind of
6,
reaching, like, this culmination of old and new.
16, 8,
hitting their stride
4,
again
2.
and again, like, they just do it time and
So
time
top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4. We're going to have 4 more rounds. So we basically have 5 more rounds
I
left.
haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville regional champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon track.
I'll sleep after this round. Sleeping at top 32. I think I still got a bit more in me. I'm going to try my best.
The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
Maybe I'll wake up and it'll still be going. Maybe.
I have no idea how I'll hold up against him.
Maybe.
He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Dancing Rob and Emmy with I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah
I mean,
Bradner.
5 rounds left. And they're probably going to play like a couple. Like, I'm sure top 8 might get everyone.
But I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players.
Maybe not. Top 4 definitely will show all the players, though. Like, the both fights.
The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting
Is Emilio still in?
Winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really
Emilio's 5-1. Hey.
I think you have to be a little bit crazy.
You know what?
to
I'll
think
add
you
Emilio
World
to the board, too.
Championships, But I am a little crazy, so it would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything.
We'll add Emilio to the list. Top 8 might show 2 rounds. Yeah, I hope it's only 2 rounds. Let's see. I'm just taking a look to see if anyone else I want to add to the list.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
I don't
It is
think
day
so.
2, and the end of Swiss
Shilong,
rounds is right upon us.
Tang played really
We are
well
heading into Swiss
yesterday.
round
Maybe I add him
7,
too.
And and we've got another win and
Because I know he's rocking the same team as Justin Tang. So it'd be cool. Tang Gang.
5 wins or more today to advance on to the single elimination bracket. So we started the day with around 120-ish players or so, and many players have already secured
Just
their spot
adding
in that
people
bracket.
already in Top
Right now,
Cut.
they are playing for
Except I
potentially
also
buying
added
that first
Shilang,
round within
who
the
is
single elimination
playing
bracket. But there are many
Hirofumi.
players who are at 4 wins and 2 losses, and for those players, this is it. This is the round. If you win, your season continues. Your
Oops.
dream of world champion continues.
You guys
but
didn't get to see
if
the
you
list.
lose, that's it.
So we
And
got
does not get any
2,
more
4,
intense than
6,
this.
7 people on the list.
And especially when you take a look at who is right on the cusp of being able to make it in and still has that chance. It's a ton
Listen,
of
7
games
out of
I
40.
feel like you could
We have a
see
chance
out
at one of the winners being
finals
on our
of the World
cheerboard.
Championships. And this next one is no different. Heading into Swiss round number 7, we're going to be featuring Paul Chua, the EUIC champion of this year.
Oh boy.
Kenji Yabata.
We get to watch Paul.
From Japan Nationals.
If we count who got eliminated 12.
Paul Chua in particular, I'm so excited to watch.
Oh
This is one of
boy.
the most decorated players in the history of the
Oh
game.
boy, we get to watch our cheerboard.
Just for this round, and oh my goodness, I wish we could watch every single one of these games right now.
Yeah, taking a look across the board, we have a ton of European players. We've got Davide Carrere,
Guillermo, Paul.
Maurice Utek.
Okay, all of our 4 and 2 tier boards are on these key matches.
This season, Guillermo Castilla, the second place player from last year's World Championships. It's just like, it's so stacked. It's so stacked.
Yeah, I think 3 players that I'm watching out for in particular in this round are Paul Chua, Guillermo Castilla, and Hirofumi Kimura. All 3 of those players have made
Joseph.
the semifinals or better at previous World Championships, with Hirofumi finishing 2nd in 2019 and Guillermo finishing 2nd last year. I've made this point a bunch on stream, but essentially every World Championship victor in basically almost the past decade, in order to win Worlds, they had previously got in top 4 at a World Championship before or won the Japanese National Championships. And so those 3 players, if they advance, I would honestly consider as heavy favorites to win the entire tournament. Let's quickly take a look at
According to this,
point,
Joseph's still up
13
there
players
ranking.
have already advanced on into the single elimination bracket, and so they will be basically playing for seeding at this point, potentially a bye in that first round. All of those
Yeah, you
players
really,
under
like,
number
we're still cheering for our 501 boys to win, because if they win, they're very likely to get a bye.
I mean, just any way that you've been able to slice it for this competition, I feel like you can have just like such stellar storylines. Like Abdullah, first season of playing competitive, goes to his first regional, wins the whole thing, and has already made it into day 2 of the Top Cut of the World Championships. Like, it really doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, it's awesome looking at this top 13, and those are the 13 players that have already advanced on, because it's really evenly split, it feels like, between North America, Europe, and Japan. Within the European contingent,
5 cheerboard on top 16, yeah. Out of 7.
Marco Silva, we just saw on stream. He, of course, won the Oceania International Championships in 2020. Alex Gomez won the North American International Championships in 2023, the most recent one. We also have Victor Medina, who got top 4 at both EUIC and NAIC. And so those are really, I think, if people had to
We're
bet
just holding on, boys.
to win, they would
It's
be
3 a.m.
first names to come up on board. But Luca, of course, with the 6-0 record right now. And I've got my eyes on one particular player from Japan. That's going to be Kaito Ari, who, of course, is the Japanese national champion. And in my eyes, the favorite to win this tournament going into Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, when you talk about kind of the plot armor buff of either being like a Japan national champion or making it super far in a World Championships previously, I think Kaito Ari is definitely a safe bet. Because that no-item talent flame, like, again, I think that was like such a brilliant choice heading into Japan Nationals, and it paid off in such a big way. So I was actually kind of expecting maybe we get a chance to see a little bit more of that in this World Championship, but Tornadus is still the tailwind setter of choice.
Yeah, I think what I love about watching these top cuts always is just looking at the veterans versus the new guys. I think like Neil and Abdullah in particular are 2 players that are very new to the scene. I played against both of them at the Vancouver Regional Championships just a couple of months ago, and to see them make it all the way to top cut here is truly surreal. Abdullah, in his first season, won his very first regional championship, won 2 premier challenges, and then
oh boy, my brain. I think yeah,
made it through day 1 as well.
I don't remember how to pronounce his name. Might go completely undefeated into this top cut. Is he one of the undefeated? It's him versus a guy, Yasuke, I think, and Luca.
this year, he has once again made it through day 1, made it through the first Swiss bracket of day 2, and now is in that Top Cup bracket as well. And so I'm already so excited just from those first 13 players, but we have a lot more who are looking to join them now.
And a lot of players that did make it through day number 1. So talk about maybe a player being able to finally do that again. I think we have a really stacked number of players that really could get that accomplishment. But for the next two, it's going to be Kenji Yabata that did make it through day 1 of competition and will be battling it out against Paul Chua, your EUIC champion from this year. I can't wait to see how this match is going to go. There's some incredible interactions looking at just both teams that are going to play a huge role as we head over to the stage to get into Swiss round number 7.
I am really excited to watch Paul. I think having competed against Paul for over a decade, he is
Okay, let's go, Paul.
Time. And I think if you were to list the players who have not won a world championship but are really, favorites to win, I think Paul is easily on top of the list, maybe even number 1 on that list. He has top cut worlds multiple times in the last couple of years, of course, top 4ing last year and then winning EUIC this year as well. And so lots of pressure on the line.
Come
here.
on, Paul.
Paul's a player that generally uses fairly conventional team compositions, but can just pilot them better than.
I let my pure excitement keep me awake, but I don't know what effects this can have in the future. I feel that.
Throughout this tournament, he's got the Iron Hands and the Amoongus. That's a core that a lot of people have been talking about. He's got the Toy Scarf Landorus Therian, the Chimp.
We're just chilling. I'm not sleepy.
Really interesting Pokemon here.
Ooh.
Volcarona and Hisuian Arcanine.
Oh, Kenji's team is cool.
And then Grimmsnarl as well. So definitely a team that
Kenji's team is cool.
Featured too much throughout the course of this tournament and plays in a very
Like, I'm not like sleepy. I'm just like
Really
tired,
like
exhausted.
You talk about the double fire types, but what about Volcarona with the flame body? Now it's like Volcarona, Zapdos, 2 Pokemon that people started to put on their radar specifically for their abilities. And you can see the Terra Water being a great defensive Terra type for something like the Rapid Strike Urshifu on Paul's side.
Absolutely, yeah. Volcarona here has the Quiver Dance set, so it's Citrus Berry Quiver Dance, Flame Body, Water Terra. That's going to be really, really strong into Urshifu in particular. And this is the classic Light Clay Dual Screens Grimmsnarl. This is a set that I feel like we've talked about a bunch throughout the course of this tournament, but we haven't actually seen
it's like really unique. Grimmsnarl's cool. Don Solo. Hisuian Arcanine. Volcarona. And it's going to be pretty tanky. Like, with the screens and Cresselia. I told you Volcarona was my most viable plush. Yeah, Volcarona's got some viability.
So there's a lot of potential setup here on Kenji's side.
Not only that, though, but talk about the Choice Band Arcanine, too. Like, there's so many different things that Paul's going to have to play around, but I feel like when it comes down to an international champion,
it's so crazy that, I don't know what you want to do, but I have Gastrodon sitting on my chest. It's so crazy that we've only seen Don Solo and no Tatsugiri.
We see the Landers and the Fluttermane here for Paul.
So I was thinking if Paul really wants to deny a potential screens, you could go for something like a Iron Hands lead, but decides just to lead really aggressively with the Choice Specs Fluttermane as well as the Landers, locking in that Shadow Ball and U-turn immediately, saying, hey,
we had Kenji to the board.
So I'm just gonna try to
with his interesting team, sure.
This, of course, gives Grimmsnarl the opportunity to first set up one of its 2 screens. I think Light Screen here would make a little bit more sense just because the firepower from Fluttermane's definitely a little bit more scary. Get that first screens going, and then go from there. Now, the combination of Grimmsnarl and Cresselia is really passive, but I think Kenji's idea here is I'm going to take a turn or 2 to really get going, then start bringing out the Pokemon that can set up weather.
And Hisuian Udra is supporting my arm.
Arcanine can just deal lots of damage immediately as well. So I would expect a screen from Grimmsnarl here. You could go for a parting shot immediately as well, but we're going to start off with the Terra here.
Oh.
A Terra right away. An early committal to make
sure
that
Cress
can stick around. It's
Fairy.
Terastallizing to the Fairy type. Really nice way to make sure that you're not going to get chunked down too much there by the Fluttermane, but also
parting shot.
The Landorus, it's really risky knowing that you just want to make sure that you're not going to take too much damage from that either. So a parting shot, one way to be able to deal with the special attack output of that Fluttermane, but also rotating into something else.
Yeah, super interesting.
I'm holding my Volcarona tight.
Shot makes me think maybe Cresselia wants
I
to
don't have
consider a
anyone
trick
on
here.
me.
You can bring
I
in
can.
something that can
We'll
drive
add
under a
pop,
trick room
Leo.
like Rillaboom. So Rillaboom does hit the field.
We'll
and
add
the
pop.
idea is, hey, you know, like, it is Choice Spike Slaughter main on the other side. So once you get Trick Room up, you can really aggressively target that down. The Terra on the Cresselia here means that you, of course, will not take super
Rocky
effective damage
helmet.
from either U-turn or Shadow Ball. So Paul's going to be able to pivot out, but yeah, Rillaboom now in a pretty good spot. However, you, of course, could go out if you wanted to go for fake out until the next turn. Looks like Paul here is considering the Urshifu. I think if you bring out the Urshifu, I wouldn't be surprised to see Landorus just pivot back in the subsequent turn.
Great way to be able to deal with that attack stat of that Rillaboom, but it's a Shadow Ball as well. So what a phenomenal way for this Cresselia.
Doesn't do much.
Those hits as
And
Trick
Room.
Now Rillaboom is really set up for success here.
It's interesting because this kind of Grimmsnarl normally wants to prioritize setting up screens in the early game, but I think Kenji recognizes, hey, like, Rillaboom's actually a pretty solid offensive option right now. So this is why I think with Urshifu coming out instead of Iron Hands, it's just really weak to both Cresselia and Rillaboom. So you see Paul's opting for that Protect, but Kenji potentially can take advantage of that. Cresselia on his end, of course, has that Calm Mind, and the Flutter Mane is locked into a -1 Shadow Ball, so I think it's fairly predictable that Paul's going to want to switch it out right now. So that was a really nice turn one by Kenji.
Really nice, yeah, for sure. And I think one of the things that also is nice about like the Paul switch into the Urshifu is you do have the option to protect not just for the reasons that you mentioned, but also to start stalling out these turns of Trick Room. If you can play this defensively, you know that the Iron Hands is going to have a lot of bulk to be able to invest into this. Hopefully you're able to kind of get through that and then go ahead and hit hard yourself.
Yep, so Urshifu going for the Protect here. Like I said, I think this is a fairly predictable turn, so let's see if Kenji is able to capitalize off it.
No, the Moon Blast.
Into the Urshifu, so trying to get aggressive. It's not a Calm Mind coming out from Cresselia, but there's
But Woodhammer, Paul is making some hasty choices with, which makes me nervous.
Critically not a two-hit
Hey, but he made the right play.
Yeah, and even with the power up of the grassy terrain, just not enough to be able to get close to that two-hit knockout. So you're buying yourself a lot of time. But this Urshifu, does Paul really feel confident to be able to get an attack off? Is he expecting a switch here? He's hovering over so many different options.
Yeah, I think the Iron Hands here is a really free fake out onto the Rillaboom slot, so I wonder if Kenji ever considers switching out, but looks like the option is no, just stall to turn a Trick Room. But this is where
Lunar Blessing
is so nice, right? I think on a team like this, you just have so many turns to work with, and it's really hard to actually distribute damage consistently. So Rillaboom nearly at full HP is going to flinch. Iron Hands now, of course, is actually pretty fast under Trick Room, so that's helpful, but Surging Strikes in a Rillaboom, not exactly the strongest offensive option.
No, even with the critical hits, like, Rillaboom does not.
Honestly, if I was there, I would triple check that I clicked the right button.
But that's the other thing about
Yeah.
the stall that makes it so difficult for Paul. Do you just start running out of damage at a certain point?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that's why I wanted to see Calm Mind coming out from Cresselia earlier, because now I'm actually looking at Paul's team. I don't see how you can easily deal with Cresselia. Moonblast actually hits everything for really good damage, right? And so the question is, yeah, how do you get enough damage and how do you out-trade right now? Because Rillaboom is still putting on a lot of pressure and Paul just doesn't have the ability to really heal up very much. So I think he's probably going to angle for this situation where you stall out the Trick Room, and then ideally you have two Pokemon that can really threaten the Cresselia simultaneously to deny another Trick Room. By the way, also, the Surging Strikes does not go into Cresselia there. Targeted Rillaboom because Cresselia here is Rocky Helmet. You don't want your Urshifu to just
That's a great point. Absolutely. You saw that Landorus did take a little bit of chip when it did you try to U-turn, but that's a setup Cresselia right now. That Calm Mind.
That's
really
scary.
Try to power up these Moon Blasts, and you talked about it maybe not being a two-hit knockout, but I think with that power boost, it might be.
Yeah, I just think what makes the Fairy so strong here is there's no super effective damage from Paul's end, right? And normally it's like, okay, well, what's my strongest attack? I could just kind of use Surging Strikes onto it pretty consistently. So the main thing about Calm Mind Moonblast Cresselia here is that even after a couple boosts, it's not picking up big one-hit knockouts. And so one way Paul could potentially approach this is like target around the Cresselia and then get to an end game where maybe you do go for a lot of aggressive damage immediately. For example, Water Terra with the Urshifu, go for that Surging Strikes when you're confident a double-up will knock out into that slot. But I think right now it'd be probably not that great to target Cresselia specifically, especially with the threat of Lunar Blessing. So I think we saw Paul lock in that U-turn into the Rillaboom slot. The idea is to just kind of target around it. Rillaboom can still do pretty decent damage, but the Intimidate helps. And of course, Grimmsnarl is a super passive Pokemon, so that's not really going to provide Kenji too much offense in this late game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, you probably want to be able to make sure that, like, you can set up a screen too. Like, that's going to really make sure that the
Probably
Cresselia is not
sending
able
out.
to get taken out here. The Grimstar will
Grim.
come back out. It's gonna end up like
That doesn't do a lot at all. Wow.
Not outputting enough damage to really be able to deal with this, and the Lunar Blessing is gonna mitigate all of that damage and then some.
Yeah, the Heavy Slam at least actually is a super effective attack into the Cresselia, but it barely feels like that with how little damage it took. Like, I was thinking, okay, Fairy Terra, what's the best way to deal with it? Normally it's been like a Golden Go Choice Specs make it rain. Like, that's actual really, really good damage.
Yep.
So there is a super effective attack indeed, actually, but it just doesn't do that much, right? Like, Lunar Blessing almost can just shrug it off. And the thing is now, Grimstar can potentially...
Okay, but the Tailwind, or Trick Room's over.
My question here is, can you even knock out the Cresselia with the double up? You can, of course, go for the Water Terra Surging Strike, so that's what I'm thinking. Yep, Paul is thinking about going for it. This feels like it's all in on this play, basically. And it makes sense. The idea is, okay, I need to knock out Cresselia right now. If not, then I think I just lose the game. So Kenji here could offer something like a parting shot into the Iron Hand slot. If there is Hisu and Arcanine in the back, that'd be really interesting, because then you get the Iron Hands down to -2 attack immediately. So the Intimidate, of course, or the parting shots, the Reflex, that's not really going to help out against Urshifu. So now my question is, how much does Urshifu do? It has Mystic Water. It's going for that Water Terror as well. Can you get the knockout onto Cresselia with this double up?
It's going to be make or break here for Paul.
Yeah.
Crest outspeeds Iron Hand, which is an important note. That is true.
And fast. Like, this Cresselia is already starting to get out of hand with Calm Mind boosts. If you're able to deal with these physical attackers as well, then Cresselia is even more set up for success. As we see the Terra come through from the Urshifu, and we're moments away from being able to find out the answer to our question.
Reflect.
Reflect, though. You're standing in front of 2 physical attackers, and while it doesn't really help you from the Urshifu, it may be enough to stop you from any of that damage coming in from the Iron Hands.
Ooh.
But this isn't even close right now.
And the Rocky Helmet damage. So it's going to do a decent amount, but based off how much that Heavy Slam did earlier with Reflect up, now I want to say Cresselia is going to survive, so let's see.
I think Cresselia is definitely going to survive.
Close, okay.
I mean, the Rocky Helmet damage as well, like Urshifu is already going to be whittled down to
Moon Blast.
It's not even going to be a Trick Room here. It is just going to try to go for that damage
Oh,
onto
just
the
gets
Iron
the
Hands.
knockout. Okay, yeah.
And I guess we will never see whether or not the Heavy Slam is going to be able to finish the job.
The upside for Paul here is at least you've done pretty significant damage to the Cresselia, right? And so now you actually get the Flutter Mane out. And so there's actually a lot of great offensive positioning right now. And I think my question is, what is Kenji's last Pokemon? Because now you can, go for that Dazzling Gleam. You can just go for another Surging Strikes onto... I would think you'd want to target the Cresselia slot in case Dazzling Gleam doesn't get the knockout, because, of course, Grimstar can set up a Light Screen right now. So my main question now kind of turns to, okay, Paul has found a really effective way to deal with the Cresselia, finding a position to kind of deny Trick Room, saying, okay, well, if you want a Trick Room, you're just going to take up so much damage I can just Aqua Jet you the subsequent turn to finish you off. So you're not going to get that second Trick Room round, and Cresselia is not going to be able to just sweep. Really smart for Paul to time things in a way that Urshifu comes out basically as soon as Trick Room expires.
Yeah.
So now the question is, okay, Kenji, your Grimmsnarl's not really going to do that much damage. Rillaboom in the back, honestly, a really solid option. What is that 4th and final Pokemon as well? But first,
Okay, Light Screen's coming out.
Damage from the Flutter Mane.
May as well at this point, right? Because the Dazzling Gleam comes through, and
Cresselia lives.
able to take that, but Surging Strikes, it has to get another knockout here for Paul, and at least
And
the
bam.
Cresselia is
It's only one hit too, so he only takes one bit of Rocky Helmet.
This is why Rocky Helmet is an amazing item, by the way. We just saw Urshifu lose 2/3 of its health just from attacking Cresselia, right? And so that's such a good trade-off at the end of the day. Cresselia applied so much pressure here, and even though it only got that one Moonblast off, he got so much more value.
Why is it always the last match I say I'm going to watch is always the longest? We haven't even finished one round, one game.
out here, or is it going to be that 4th and final reveal?
That's a great question. Now,
I'm so curious.
The thing about Rillaboom is that it has a Figgy Berry, and you got him both screens up, right? And so, like, Woodhammer just does a lot of damage at this point in the game. You can easily go for a parting shot. Yep, it is going to be Rillaboom coming out, so you can parting shot onto one of the slots. Now, my question is, Rillaboom's HP is a little bit low. It's awkward enough where it's like, can you actually get that Figgy Berry to activate right now? Or is there a chance that the berry doesn't activate and you just get the knockout? Looks like Paul here is opting for the Dazzling Gleam and the switch, so you get an Intimidate off, but I don't think the Dazzling Gleam is going to knock out Rillaboom, especially with Light Screen being up, so I would guess that the berry is going to end up activating here. And then if you go for Woodhammer, you also take Recoil, but then that also might put you in berry range.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the math checks out about that, and so it'll be nice to get a little bit of recovery there for Kenji. But the switch comes through first, and I really like just the play of being able to get the Intimidate down, but I still wonder about what could be in the back here, because if it ends up being that Arcanine for some reason, you still might want to be able to have that Intimidate to try to start keeping that in check too. But we're about to find out as we see the parting shot come through.
You know what would be amazing right now?
Yeah.
Dondozo.
I was thinking actually the same thing. I was like, hang on a second. That's also a distinct possibility to be
It
able
is
to
the
enter into a
Dondozo!
match.
Oh my goodness!
And the
Dang.
Dondozo hits the field. It does have to take this dazzling gleam, but look at how
Eats
comfortable Rillaboom
that.
actually takes that and does bring it into berry range to get that recovery.
What a dream there for the
Ooh,
Rillaboom,
that's a
healing up
lot.
so much after being so low. There's going to be a wood hammer, of course, being intimidated, but that still does so much damage. And Dondozo
We've
looks
reached
so
stat
good
drop
right now. You just
cycling.
wave crash into everything. The one major threat to Dondozo in this battle, of course, was the Iron Hands. Now, the main thing is that Urshifu can at least resist the wave crashes, but my main question is, how in the world do you deal enough damage to Dondozo at this point? Light screen is up, Reflect is up, and so I think the Dondozo is just super well positioned right now.
And if it comes down to it, Dondozo could also try to hit a fissure. Hey, I'm just putting it out there that is something else
Okay.
that Paul does have to start to consider as a factor in this match. But what a great performance here from Kenji so far in this game number 1 to be able to play to the late game of this Dondozo after taking out such a big threat early on.
Yeah, the main thing for Paul to get around this Dondozo is you need to basically get Urshifu into the right slot and let the Urshifu take that wave crash, basically. Because Landorus and Fluttermane are not going to be able to take the wave crash as well. Rillaboom here able to pivot out, so what that allows you to do is recycle that fake out later on, potentially grassy terrain as well. And Grimmsnarrow now is able to continue going for parting shots. So there's the U-turn, allows the Rillaboom to
Just
survive. Of
lives.
course, don't want to take that super effective damage, so excellent switch by Kenji this turn.
Great job, and especially when the Grimmsnarl is kind of already done its job. The screens are going to be set basically towards the end of the game because of the light clay, and you don't really have to worry about Grimmsnarl trying to get anything
And
else
Grimm
done.
is
Just wanting
done.
to potentially go for a parting shot or a sucker punch. So great sacrifice to be able to get that Grimmsnarl in, and now Rillaboom.
Oh, wave crash goes into Flutter.
Such a good position. And that's a huge
Dang.
knockdown to Fluttermane too. There's not much else stopping Kenji from taking this game number 1.
Yeah, like the main thing in this endgame was, does Wave Crash go into the right targets? And honestly, Urshifu's pretty low HP right now, so it still takes decent damage as well. But Kenji now able to continuously heal up with this Dondozo. You can, of course, get critical hits onto the Dondozo with Surging Strikes, but Dondozo is just a fairly tanky Pokemon. This is also Choice Scarf Landorus, so you're not able to protect in front of this combination. And Rillaboom right now has a super free fake out.
Rillaboom can target down anything basically at this point and not have to worry about too much. Intimidate drop at least, like it's starting to keep the Rillaboom's attack in check, but you have to take it out and then still deal with the tanky Dondozo in the end. It's just looking insurmountable right now, bar maybe even a crit.
You saw Paul lock in the rock slide though.
Of
so
course,
yeah,
one of the mascots for the World Championship does well in the World's Championship. Yeah, that is pretty cool, Dondozo.
Enough damage right now, right? Especially with the Intimidate. I'm actually curious how much the -1 Wave Crash does to Dondozo. So Rillaboom here, of course, has the ability to go for a fake out onto either slot. But let's say you fake out the Urshifu, then the Landorus is going for rock slide. It's not going to do very much damage, but then it gives you the flinch potential right now. And the other thing is, you know, the Surging Strikes into Dondozo is still decent. So
Fake out into the Landorus.
And go into the Landorus slot. So no potential flinches from rock slide right now.
Not right now, but you still have to start whittling away at some of this HP, and the Rillaboom
Okay, that's
actually
not gonna knock it out.
Is it enough?
It's a bit of a roll.
Oh!
So close. I think it gets it.
Oh!
A huge knockout with the Surging Strikes, and that's a big threat taken off the board.
Now.
And just like that, maybe we are in a position
Now. How much is Wave Crash gonna do? And it lives!
Huge. That's absolutely huge. This Urshifu is so good against the screen setup because now you can just go for Rock Slide plus Surging Strikes. Dondozo's going to heal up so much every turn, so now the question is how much does the Water Terra critical hit Surging Strikes gets, right? I imagine
Wow.
Kenji, you want to first go for the Wave Crash, knock out the Landorus, and then it's a 1v1 Dondozo against Urshifu.
If we see a flinch, though.
The Dondozo can't protect as easily, right? Because the Urshifu's just going to break through it. But Dondozo's -1, the Wave Crashes won't do much. So here's the first Rock Slide. It's not very much damage, but of course, guaranteed crits right now coming out from Surging Strikes.
That, and plus, we're looking at the secondary effect.
Doesn't do a lot.
Okay.
But it's still going to put this Dondozo in a position where it may be able to get knocked out in the next turn. Bar a flinch that happens
Does
right
it
now.
flinch? Does it flinch on the Dondozo? Oh my gosh, I can't.
It flinched!
Oh,
what?
Whoa!
Everything that Paul has had to work against in this moment is starting to go his way, but he still needs to be able to do it again and get the Urshifu in a position to try to get the knockout onto this Dondozo. But you can see their screens, they're going to start to expire soon.
Paul's also running out of Surging Strikes PP, so that's another thing to think about. But, okay, here's Rock Slide. You have to imagine you just go for the knockout into Landorus. If Dondozo doesn't flinch this turn, I think he can continue to survive. And then the question is it just gonna hit a Fissure? Like, do we see this come down to a Fissure? Surgeon Strikes is doing a fair amount.
Wow, one more turn.
Just be enough, especially because you'll take a little bit of recoil from Landorus here. So, do we see a flinch right now? Oh my God!
Oh!
Fissure! He did not go for Wave Crash. That's the absolute right play.
Yo!
Too much damage. The first Fissure connects, and now it's Dondozo.
Insane. It breaks through the flinch and hits a fissure.
I don't think it can.
What a find! The Fissure through the flinch.
No way! This has gone so back and forth. Paul had been able to claw back from
Oh.
now Kenji has actually put himself in the driver's seat for this one, being able to get the Dondozo recovery. Just go for
Fissure, am I right? Yeah.
It's actually going to timer as well.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I think we'll see the game end.
Rock slide.
Does not get a critical hit. It just sucks no damage.
And it doesn't flinch.
No way! Are you kidding me? What? And we get more games of this? Are you serious?
And that was one game.
We have to talk about that Fissure because I was talking about, hey, you wave crash and Landers, just get that out of the way, but you know.
Okay, let's take a look.
Kenji, yeah, like, I was
Hey, Joseph won.
you just play the 1v1, but Kenji was like, oh, like Sergeant Strikes is actually doing damage or Landers isn't gonna do anything. I have to imagine he was first targeting Landers.
Guillermo's fight isn't done. We're watching Paul.
In order to fit the Fissure, that's 30% chance to connect.
Shilang is out.
Paul got the flinch. Kenji got the Fissure.
Um,
I can't believe that that's what came down to.
That game was so close though.
Abdullah also lost.
The way he recognized how big of a threat the Cresselia was, and then
Neil lost.
doubling and just aggressively targeting down was so
But
smart.
Emilio
That is
won.
one of the most wild end games I've ever seen.
This has been an incredible world
So,
far.
Joseph has
There's
made
so
it
much to be able to take away from the positioning. Kenji played just such a
to the
fast
top cut.
game, and Paul still ended up playing to his outs.
No one has been eliminated yet.
With the Fissure, oh my gosh.
That might be the most clutch
Check
Fissure I've ever seen in
cheerboard.
World Championship.
Yeah,
How does Guillermo not finish? I don't know. I don't know. We're still waiting. So Guillermo and Paul are the two matches that we're still waiting on. Joseph made it. Even though Abdullah and Neil lost, they already made it. It does like bring them down. Like it makes it harder for them. Emilio might get a first round bye. Oh boy, here we go.
But we are already getting into the second game.
Okay, it's going to be a run back here for Kenji. You see the Grim Snarl and the Cresselia on the field, but Paul is locked in so fast for this turn number one when he's got the Landorus and the Flutter Mane.
I think one thing that Paul is also probably thinking about is, hey, like, I have Iron Hands, and that can be really valuable into Dondozo, so maybe I can serve the Iron Hands a little bit more. I think Kenji in that previous game had an opportunity to maybe go for Calm Mind the turn that it Moonblasted.
Okay, we're getting a Terra, probably Fairy.
Cresselia just gets one extra turn to get going, start doing those, Calm Minds earlier and then get those Moonblasts earlier. Can you distribute more damage with that? So that's one approach, but we're going to see the run back here as Cresselia goes for that Fairy Terra.
Well,
light screen.
Big way, but this time around, Kenji's going to go for the screen. The light screen now is up as the U-turn goes into the
Ooh, that's still solid damage.
So, a bit of a pivot coming through as Grimstyle starts to take a little bit of chip. Paul now has an opportunity to try to weave in this Urshifu, but we haven't seen this Cresselia move yet.
Right, it's gonna be
Does it go for Dazzling? Ooh. Or Trick Room.
It's going to be the Trick Room to start. So this time around, this next turn you can consider going for Parting Shot onto the Flutter Mane slot and then bring out the Rillaboom. I think Paul here, considering just going for that Dazzling Gleam, saying, okay, even if you Parting Shot, I still get some free damage off. I think a switch also makes a lot of sense. Iron Hands being, super safe. I love the way how Paul's thinking about this. This is kind of how he approached that previous game as well. The main thing in doing this is now you open the door for Cresselia to start going for Calm Mind a little bit earlier, and that's what I was talking about in the beginning of this battle.
Yeah, it's still a really tough position to be in, but I think the other thing here too is Paul is trying to conserve the Terra. He doesn't want to try to commit that too early. He is vulnerable to a Moonblast coming through from the Cresselia just to be able to chunk down its HP. So just conserve the Terra, make sure you are able to weave it in at the right moment.
Absolutely. So I think, Kenji here, if he ends up going for Parting Shot into Flutter Mane and gets a Calm Mind off of Cresselia, that Grimstar then can pivot out into a Rillaboom. And Iron faster than Rillaboom under Trick Room, so can go for a fake out, but then Cresselia's looking really scary. So this is a pivotal
Let's
turn.
see.
Do we see a Calm Mind on the Cresselia, or is it just another Moonblast? First,
Okay,
it's gonna be a
parting shot.
and it does correctly go into Iron Hands. Not much reason to go for parting shot onto Urshifu other than to really reduce close combat damage, or you think Urshifu is going to switch out. But the Flutter Mane there, super safe target. I think Rillaboom is the perfect Pokemon to bring out in this position if you brought it in this battle.
Yeah, it's going to apply so much
There it
pressure
is.
to this Urshifu, so may as well go ahead and get the Rillaboom onto the field, set up the grassy terrain, get that HP recovery moving just a little bit, so that this Cresselia can...
Calm Mind. Oh boy.
Much earlier in this game number 2, and Kenji looking in such a good position right now in this Trick Room.
Yeah, so now you kind of feel forced to fake out into the Rillaboom slot. Oh, this is really interesting. Okay, considering fake out and close combat, just to really burst down onto the Rillaboom immediately. However, with no Terra, that does leave you vulnerable to this +1 Fairy Terra Moonblast. Now, Paul's Urshifu looks really bulky, so I'm curious whether or not that's actually even able to get the knockout. Kenji could also make a really clever play here to get around this specific option. I think it's really hard to go for it, but you could theoretically pivot Rillaboom back out into Gripstar just to conserve as much HP on it. But here's the fake out.
Fake out.
Just trying to take advantage of
Moonblast.
possible right now. But here's the Moonblast onto the Urshifu slot. How much does it do?
It lives!
There's that bulk paying off.
Absolutely critical, because now you get a chance to go for the close combat. At least Urshifu is be able to limit this Rillaboom's HP. It's already down to a quarter, and so that Rillaboom is in a better position to be able to help it out just a touch.
One thing that I was so curious about, I was like, does the berry activate right now? And it is just short of that range. Yeah, if the berry had activated there, I feel like it'd be so nice, but now the awkward thing about Rillaboom is you are a little bit vulnerable to just getting knocked out, and the main thing here is that Grimmsnarl has not set enough both screens yet, right? And so by going for that parting shot earlier and only getting one screen, Paul taking advantage of just the heavy amount of physical damage that he has. But Cresselia is still looking really good right now, and you know, if you get the knockout onto the Urshifu, that was kind of the main problem that previous game, and this time around Paul's already lost almost all of its health. But very critically, the Urshifu did have enough bulk to actually...
Okay, he's swapping out with it.
Rillaboom's going to pivot out here. It'd be really nice to have it for an endgame position, with be able to cycle
Ooh, Dondozo.
Dondozo going to be revealed much earlier in this game as well. It makes a lot of sense to rock the same 4 that you were able to win that first game with. But we do have the Landorus hitting the field now.
My body is officially very sleepy. Oh no. And it doesn't help with how long this exact round has been going.
I'm just gonna heal back half of my health anyway after the turn, and here's Moonblast coming out. This time
That's
with Iron Hands,
solid damage.
Pretty good damage across the board. I think the problem for Paul in this game is that you now cannot just go for the same Surging Strikes play that you went for earlier, right? The upside is that, hey, at least the Reflect isn't set up, so you're dealing decent damage with the physical attacks, but Cresselia able to just continue to chip away right now.
That Assault Fist is coming in handy, though, for the Iron Hands at the moment.
Definitely.
Like, it's still mitigating some of the damage coming through from that Calm Mind setup from the Cresselia, but you're still in such a tough position because you need to start whittling away at this Cresselia. Otherwise, again, it could get very out of hand for Paul to deal with.
I think one thing that Paul did incredibly well in the first game, and it feels like he's doing the same thing here, is how do I time things in a way where your Cresselia is really low HP as soon as Trick Room ends? Because then the idea is, well, then I can just knock out your Cresselia.
I guess it's better than
I feel like if 2 Trick Rooms go up
watch Guillermo's longer battle.
so I like the way
He might be done by now.
Switching Urshifu here is a little bit risky because it might just go down to a single attack here.
It very well could, but Terrestrialization is going to be committed onto the Landorus, so it's the Flying Terror type to be able to boost up something like the Terror Blast, which is one of the moves that it does have in its kit. Choice Scarf, though, like Landorus is still going to be
Curse.
But the Curse, one of the other tech moves on this Dondozo on Kenji's team, is going to cut its HP in half, and it's going to end up putting a Curse onto a Pokemon. And the Lunar Blessing, too, to be able to up the HP again.
Yeah, so Dondozo here boosting up, Cresselia also being able to heal back. That does actually mean that Urshifu comes out safely. The awkward thing about Urshifu is if you click Surging Strikes on a Cresselia, you kind of just faint from Rocky Helmet. Look how little that Terra Blast did!
That is one bulky Cresselia.
The board
right
is in
now.
Worlds.
But a big thing for Paul is that the Trick Room is over. So he can start to take advantage a little bit of the Choice Scarf that is on that Landorus, and also just the natural speed that this Urshifu has.
Paul is going for the double up on a Cresselia. This is what we saw him do in the previous game, and the idea is I need to knock out Cresselia right now, but I don't know. This is a really scary situation. I think getting that Curse off alone on Dondozo is so valuable as well because you're up against all these physical attackers as well. So we know it's going to be a double up on a Cresselia, but that Terra Blast earlier just didn't do that much. Oh, it's close. Okay.
I think it will get the knockout, though. One.
I don't think it.
No, because it's gonna faint.
Yep, exactly, and it survives. Oh, Paul decides to go for that rather than something like Rockslide. This now opens the door for a potential second Trick Room from the Cresselia. Does it go for it?
I feel like if it does, it's just in such a good position. With the wave crash from the Dondozo, we have
Doesn't do too much.
going to do in the rest of this turn.
Oh.
That's the second one, and Kenji has put himself in such a phenomenal position for this end game.
Oh my goodness, this Dondozo is looking so good right now. You've gotten that curse boost. This time Kenji still has all of his Pokemon as well. There's that Rillaboom waiting to come out and click Fake Out. Landorus just not able to do that much damage right now. And Fluttermane with that Choice Specs really the last Pokemon you want to bring out in this position. So you at least get Iron Hands out. Now the thing with Iron Hands is you can maybe go for something like a critical hit Wild Charge onto the Dondozo at some point. Right now it looks like Paul just wants to flinch the Dondozo and get a free switch into the Fluttermane and start applying more offensive pressure with Fluttermane. The upside with Fluttermane is that you at least have this Choice Specs damage, right? So you can go for something like Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam. Critically, it doesn't have something like Thunderbolt, which would, of course, hit Dondozo for super effective damage. But I think Kenji's in an amazing position right now.
Seriously, and the Grassy Terrain just expired. You still have the Rillaboom in the back. If you switch that in, Grassy Terrain is up once again to continue to heal up your Pokemon, especially with Dondozo and its bulk. Like
I think Kenji's got this.
Able to tank those hits so far.
This is an unbelievable set. You seeing Dondozo used in this way.
Oh, it's already 3:30.
Incredible. So we're gonna see the Fluttermane switch in right now, but Fluttermane with
I
Choice
told
Specs
you,
and no Protect,
3:30ish.
is the last Pokemon that really wants to be out in this situation right now. So Fake Out at least flinches the Dondozo. It's gonna buy some time.
Moonblast is gonna be big damage.
Moonblast here. Gonna go into the Fluttermane slot, basically just getting
Solid damage.
there. And now Dondozo, of course, can just look for a Wave Crash into that slot. So I think. Yeah, for Paul, I feel like you really maybe need a critical hit right now with something like that Wild Charge. It looks like content to just try to get the knockout. The way that Paul's approaching this is saying, okay, I'm just going to target around the Dondozo for now and then get to an end game where I can try to KO it, just like what we saw in the end of game 1. But now it's even
Kenji can
harder
only
because
benefit
Dondozo
me
is so
by
much
winning
more
at this
advantage with
point.
that curse
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what an incredible showing so far. And it's just so difficult to be able to come back from this position. But we've seen Paul get so close, especially in that game number 1. So he is definitely looking to try to repeat that here as the Landorus is going to hit the field and get Intimidate dropped down. But it's still about cycling through to get to that board position at the very end as we see the Wave Crash now targeting
Still did a lot of damage.
Able to hold on, but
But Heavy Slam's gonna knock out Cress.
that's one big threat down, 3 more to go.
Yeah, the main thing, and the reason why I stressed that getting up a second Trick Room was so huge for Kenji is if you look at the Pokemon that Paul has, you can't protect with Iron Hands, Fluttermane, or Landorus. So stalling out Trick Room is so much more difficult than it normally is, right? So now Kenji gets a free switch, and you can go into that Rillaboom, just go for a Fake Out onto the Iron Hands, and then go for Wave Crash with Landorus. I think that's one really safe option. You could go into Grimmsnarl and set up a Screens or Party Shot as well. I think that's another option. But I think bringing out Rillaboom right now to reset that terrain feels fairly strong. And then you can just play the game from there. But it's all about the Dondozo right now, so Rillaboom does hit the field. The awkward thing about this Rillaboom is just so close for the berry to activate, but I think it's still fine to just kind of get this recovery right now. And, of course, mainly support its partner in Dondozo. And the Wave Crashes are still just so strong right now.
Drain Punch.
You're just fine if Rillaboom is playing that support role. And you
U-turn.
need the extra HP for it to stick around, but it would be very nice if you did have that. And the Dondozo, though, like you're still threatening a knockout there onto the Landorus. The Fake Out is wonderful into the Iron Hand, so you know
Wave Crash gets the knockout.
Landorus is down, and just like that, Paul is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game.
I think it's over.
Kenji has to be able to taste Top Cut right now. This Dondozo hitting that Fisher in game 1 despite getting flinched and now looking for a victory. I think Kenji played the second game so well. And it's just really difficult. I think that single Calm Mind on Cresselia, applying a little bit more pressure. That's the play we were talking about going into that. That was the right adjustment, that parting shot turn, and then getting a second Trick Room up, getting so much damage onto Urshifu. Paul just let Urshifu take so much damage, so looking for that Drain Punch, but the Fluttermane right now looking to just get a super powerful attack off. It actually does have the
Add
energy
Kenji
ball.
to the cheerboard. I will.
Missed that as energy ball, so you do have a way to actually hit Dondozo for super effective damage. Okay, wait, that actually makes this really interesting, especially with Grassy Terrain being set up right now.
Yes, it does. I was looking at this choice.
Wave Crash.
First.
Lives.
Now in such a dangerous position, but after the Wave
Drain
Crash,
Punch. Oh, it lives.
That was going to be a huge knockout.
If you get that knockout, then you get a Choice Specs Grassy Terrain boosted energy ball into Dondozo. I figured Rillaboom could survive there, but that was
Wow. Woodhammer's gonna knock. Dang. I would like to thank my Volcarona plush for making that fissure hit. Wow.
At this point, Iron Hands can't take all three Pokemon all at once, but I really
Good job, Volcarona plush.
Okay, if I just get the knockout onto the Rillaboom there, then I get this energy ball into Dondozo. And yeah, I could actually win. And that little bit of grassy terrain recovery from the previous turn was what
And
allowed
that's
Rillaboom
it.
to heal up to the point where it could
Dang.
This set was
Well,
so close. It was a 2-0, but game 1 came down to hitting a Fisher.
I guess Kenji's being added to the board.
Came down to whether or not Rillaboom could survive that Drain Punch. Pokemon is a game with the thinnest of margins, and my goodness, was that a set.
That was a huge set. And like so much credit to Paul in that situation as well.
Who else are we looking for? Guillermo too. Guillermo lost to.
Already difficult enough, but Paul got himself so close to be able to get himself out of that situation. So much credit to him to be able to play.
But we can
out.
add.
Yeah, I really think this could be a tool in Paul's favor if Fisher just doesn't hit at the end of game 1, and in game 2, the Drain Punch just knocks out the
Kenji to the board.
But Paul did a really effective job in game 2 with
At 5 and 2. So
turn.
here is our new cheer board going into Top Cut.
Tech move that people have started to use going into this tournament specifically because Water Urshifu is everywhere. So the idea is, hey,
We're
because
sitting
Water
with
Urshifu normally uses Water
Joseph,
Terra, well, if I Grass Terra my Flutter Mane,
Abdullah, Neil, Emilio, and Kenji as our cheer board.
played it to a position where he's like, okay, this is my win con. If I get that knockout, I win.
My biggest cheer is we all have an elite team of 5 and only Neil and Joe were there originally. Yeah.
Teams have so much bulk to work with.
Yeah, you're splitting
Yeah.
hairs, with the HP, the damage rolls, all of that.
But like Joseph was the OG OG.
The fact that that hit, that was such a hype moment to be able to
Okay.
end game number 1. And what
I am gonna take a stretch though. Give myself a stretch into the final Top Cut.
I'm like, I need to take a breath because that was an absolutely crazy set. I really wish we got a third game there because I think both players were playing phenomenally. I think Paul, the way he maneuvered that matchup,
My brain needs it.
the world that can figure out how to play against that Cresselia specific. Because I thought Cresselia was such a major threat, right? But Paul managed to find ways to at least aggressively target down Cresselia, and even with that second trip from going up, being able to cycle in that lander,
Good night, Flygon.
Fluttermane and the lander actually survived these wave crashes was really
I'll stay strong for the rest of us. Hold on to the hopes of watching the Top Cut. What are we down to? Can I see? I'd rather. I'm gonna wait till the page update so I can see how many players are left. We're sitting at about like I think. What did I say? 26, 27 people left. So. Well, basically top 32 with some rounds of buys, which I think Emilio should get. The rest of them are probably gonna are most definitely gonna have to play all the rounds. So let me stretch.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that I had energy ball. So then I was thinking, do you ever bring out Grimmsnarl out there immediately? Because the fake
Let me
is not that important. What it allows you to do is just
get mentally ready for the final stretch. It's 4 o'clock. And Top Cut's just beginning. Hopefully Top Cut's just going quick. Even if they do multiple fights per round, hopefully they just keep it going. Okay, one second.
Yeah, I think if it goes down, I honestly do expect the energy ball, choice specs boosted, and terrain boosted to just get the knockout onto the Dondozo. So I cannot believe that set. Oh my goodness, this is what Pokemon Worlds is all about.
It really is though. And to be able to see Kenji as well make it through day number 1. Day number 2, now with a shot at the World Championship title, crossing that final hurdle into the Top Cut. Like, what a phenomenal performance so far that we've seen from our Japanese players.
Yeah, and I think this might be our first Dondozo on stream as well. You know, Dondozo's been one of the most prominent Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, but normally paired with that Tatsugiri for so long. Alex Gomez, who also is in the Top Cut of this World Championships, won the North American Internationals with Dondozo. But this Dondozo has Curse and Fisher. That combination is not common. It is not used very frequently. And Oh my goodness, just the fact that we saw one Fisher attempt and it hit on its very first try through Rockslide is one of the craziest things I have ever seen at Pokemon Worlds.
What an incredible performance, incredible match. I cannot wait to hear what Kenji has to say. So let's go over to the stage for that interview because I need a second.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I am here with Kenji. Congratulations. We all need to know what was going through your head when you used that fissure move.
矢端選手、おめでとうございます。G 割れについてなんですけれども、決まった時何を考えていましたか？
昨日の、地割れは 10% も当たりませんでしたが、今日の地割れは最高の場面で当たってくれました。最高の気分でした。
It felt great. Yesterday when I used fissure, it only landed about 10% of the time, but I think that the rest, I'm glad that it landed at a very critical point for me today.
Yes, we really loved watching your Dondozo. It also knows Curse. Can you tell us about your Dondozo and how you like to use it?
ヘイラッシャの使い方についてなんですけれども、技で呪いも覚えさせていたということなんですけれども、使い方について少しでも教えていただけますか？
ヘイラッシャは、単体で非常に
I have returned. I have made it.
呪いを使うことで、壁と合わせて大体の物理ポケモンを積ませることができます。なので、物理構築に対しては、ヘイラッシャを使うと決めていました。
Okay. So we're sitting at basically top 32, minus like a few players. Yeah, we're basically sitting at top 32, which is cool. Which means we have 4 rounds left. It also is like a big dependent on how many fights happen each round. So like I'm assuming like top 4 both matches are going to be played. Like why wouldn't you play that? Top 8 2 matches will probably be played.
You are very close, and you're home in Japan at a World Championship in Japan. How does that feel?
So that's 4 fights. Hopefully they'll be quick because like you already know like who's in it. Top 16 and top 32. I kind of hope that it's only 1 round, like 1 match each. But I could see top 16 getting 2. I mean, the more battles, the more fun. But I'm tired.
That this will be maybe the first and last time we'll be able to do this. So I'm very glad that I was able to win at this time.
There must be a lot of people here that are supporting you, or maybe people at home.
I got this game up, but I don't know if I really want to play any. I might save. Yeah, I'm really feeling it. Whoa, what happened there?
I'd like to thank my family, my practice team, and also everyone who has been supporting me.
Now we will support you going through the rest of the competition. What do you think will be your biggest challenge going forward?
今後の大会に向けて、何が一番チャレンジになると思いますか？難しいところは何になると思いますか？
We got at least 4 hours left. Which means 8 a.m. Oh.
I think that luck will play a big part in it. That's part of the Pokemon game.
That's true. There's also a lot of skill as well, and I know before we go to a break, there are a lot of people out there that are thinking, someday I want to be on that stage like you. What advice would you like to give to those people?
Oh, a break? I don't want to go to a break. Just keep playing.
そうですね。このステージに立つには、非常にたくさん、対戦し考え、そして応援を受けたどり着くことができました。このステージに立ちたい皆様は同じようにたくさん努力し、また運を高め、精一杯頑張るしかないかと思います。頑張ってください。
if you would like to stand on this stage, I think that it's important to practice a lot and think a lot. So if you want to do it, please keep doing your best.
Thank you so much. We loved watching your best. We can't wait to watch even more.
ありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
Rios
We're going to take a quick
versus...
break, but we will be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championship.
Oh, that was earlier. Oh, people commenting about Fissure. I don't think I can do that. My queue's late, but not staying until 8 late. Well, we'll see. I don't know if I can do it. Okay, we got a 5-minute break. Like, I'm feeling exhausted.
Phenomenon is a way to really let your Pokemon shine in battle. Once per battle, you can choose a Pokemon to terrastalize, which will stay terrastalized until the end of the battle. With 18 different Terra types to choose from, there's lots
It's gonna be sad if any of our cheer boards go against each other round 1.
A Pokemon's Terra type will change its offensive and defensive capabilities once terrastalized.
What might cause me to drop, honestly, is if our cheer boards all get eliminated. But I'm gonna try my best. I mean, I still want to see all these fights happen.
The Terra type is different than its original typing. If the Terra type is
We just gotta survive. I'm hoping that there's not too long of a break in between this and the next round. But the fact that they haven't updated the pairings makes me a little nervous. No, it's still round 7.
Can add even more offensive coverage to your team. Defensively, Pokemon will lose their original typing and become their Terra type, which can grant them different resists,
So we
utility,
got quite a
and
few
potential
6-1 people.
When looking at good defensive Terra type options, you're looking for a type that will help keep a Pokemon on the field to either deal damage or help set up for the endgame. So, how do you decide on a Terra type? For powerhouse offensive Pokemon, it's usually pretty easy. Whichever type you want to do the most damage.
Shout out to the people that are still that kept playing, like even after, like Barish still playing. He ended up going 4-3. Like, shout out to those people that kept playing, like even after getting eliminated. I know, obviously, like if your mind's not in it, like just being like, yeah, I can't do it. My mind's not in it. I cannot handle this anymore. Yeah, it's okay if you drop, but like having that like willpower to be like, nah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna try my best. I wanna just practice. That's all it really is. Practice. Stay on the main stage and just like be like, okay, I'll be back here next year, stronger and better than ever. Hey, it's Rotom Heat.
Can make a defensive Terra type even stronger. Since terrastalized Pokemon don't lose access to their abilities, Rotom can safely terrastalize.
I had a lot of fun running Rotom Heat with Garchomp.
Of a super effective ground type attack thanks to its levitate ability. Some defensive Terra types provide nice added bonuses on top of their resistances or immunities as well. For example, a grass Terra type.
Yeah, I mean, I've had that. So even like I played 2 regionals this past year, and I got eliminated like fairly early, but I kept going because like, one, like, what is stopping gonna do? Like obviously it gives you more time to explore the city you're at, but like I didn't plan on leaving the event. Like just watching Pokemon, I would have just stayed there. But it's practice. It's my first ever 2 VGC things ever. Like, need that practice so we can go into this upcoming year and make some waves.
But you have to invest in a particular Terra type as well as terrastalizing to unlock Terra Blast's true potential.
I'm ready for this break to end though.
More beneficial to their movesets, but if there's room for Terra Blast, it can provide great value to help shore up a lack of coverage on your team. Pokemon in Paldea will be caught or hatched from an egg with a Terra type that matches their original typing. You can change your Pokemon's Terra type by trading 50 Terra shards of the desired Terra type to the chef at the sushi bar and Medali's Treasure Eatery.
Let's see. Have they updated the tournament
Terra
pairings?
shards can also be found as item drops around Paldea, but you can also acquire them.
They have not. Oh no.
Raids are a great way of finding Pokemon that have unique Terra types
Oh
as well.
no. That means we're going to be waiting a little bit.
Terrestrialization allows for a lot of different Pokemon
Okay.
possibilities.
So,
For more tips on utilizing Terra types,
here are the
stay
seeds.
tuned for more competitive VGC matches.
Emilio's seed at 6. Should get the bye, I'm pretty sure. But maybe not. There's 26 players remaining. Which means there's 6... yeah, there's 6 buys. So Emilio gets the bye. Emilio automatically makes it to top 16.
Hey,
Joseph.
Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's
I have to wait for the round pairings to happen. I can't mentally like put these in. Neil is 11th. Joseph's 13th. Who else do we have? Abdullah is seated 9th. Emilio is seated 6th. And Kenji is the lowest seed. But that doesn't matter. Like, you're in now. It's win and continue. That's it.
7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters Division were Japanese, so Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This
for,
will be
for
what
all 3
decides the
divisions.
clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters Division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Pairings, please, please. No, please update.
Confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switching. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp. The crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because with
I'm so barely in it. We'll be back.
Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was
I'm also fading.
Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its
Very
success.
much so.
Do you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championship here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit.
The crit mattered.
On an incoming Mega Kangaskhan, lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back
Nice.
home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC.
I wonder how
history
either of
using
those two are currently doing.
#PlayPokemon.
Okay, we're back to the lounge.
Lovely look back at the past, but we're going to start looking forward to crowning a new world champion here in Yokohama. I'm joined by Scott, Aaron, and Rosemary. Guys, thank you for booking it over here after what was a pretty incredible last Swiss round of the day. How are we feeling? Don't say exhausted. I know that already.
No comment then.
Exhausted.
I took away your one word.
Yes.
Okay, Rose?
Exhilarated?
I'll take exhilarated. I like that one.
That's close.
Yeah.
Just a couple words, letters
Just
off.
a couple words off.
Thesaurus out, and we're putting in work. Scott, you've been able to chill with me, but how do you feel after watching it backstage?
I have a calm mind after that one, just like Griselia.
Ooh, that's a nice
That's
one.
funny.
Are you a Dragapult now? You clear? No good X joke.
It's got clear body, it makes total sense, and it's our producer's favorite too, so you knew it was going to be on the list.
Yeah, well, we all got it wrong, so anyway.
Come on, everybody knows that. Alas, we are going to be having a bit of a preview here of what's coming up for Top Cut. We got a lot to cover because we got a lot of players in this Top Cut. There has been some fantastic matches over the course of the weekend.
We still don't have
we've
the
had a big
pairings.
one today. I think that's a pretty fair statement to make. Honestly, let's just dive right in. Let's take a look at the 26 players that will be duking it out.
Show us the
for title of
players.
World champion. These are the only ones left who have a chance to claim it. This is
Heck,
in no
clear.
particular order. I do want to cover that. This is sort of in the order that they made
Two
it through and
Kenjis.
punched their ticket as we saw it.
Did I add the right Kenji?
Some of the players we saw earlier, some of them we saw pretty recently. 26 fantastic.
Wait, I need to
names.
make sure.
First thoughts.
I feeling pretty good about my Japan prediction.
Yeah, I did add the right
A lot
Kenji.
of, really strong players from that region and from all over the world. I think when you were talking earlier, maybe Europe didn't get enough attention because, I mean, I don't know if there's anyone from Europe that like shocks me to be on this list, but like nearly all of the players that I thought from Europe who had a decent shot at it did make it to the Top Cut.
Oh, like Alex Gomez, recent IC champion. I mean, they put up some big names there. Alex Gomez, Michael Kelch, Victor
Does it
Medina,
say-
a fantastic run at NAIC as well. Moving over to the other side, Marco Hermantha Caladura.
Where's
Silva,
the-
Federico
Whoa.
Camporesi, Leonardo Bononomi, just names.
So
we've
we
seen
got
at huge events, Anthony Luizza,
Italy, Japan,
Matty Morgan,
Italy,
just
Germany,
dropping
Japan,
out, making it into Top Cut,
US,
Nikolaj
Japan, Japan, Canada,
making it
Japan,
there, so
Canada,
names
US,
old,
US,
new,
Japan,
mixing up for Europe.
I
Spain,
think honestly, what also kind of jumps out to me is not even just the familiarity
France,
of the European names, but let's talk
Italy,
about players that are from the United
Spain,
States,
Japan,
North America.
Japan.
I had it on my predictions that North America would win the entire thing. I really believe that North America has had a lot of chances to prove itself, but has also shown just so much evolution in how they've approached
There
this
is still
game
quite a
over the
bit
course
of North
season.
America
They're
left.
looking strong heading into the World Championships.
It's been a pretty interesting one. We can actually get into a little bit of the numbers game, one of my favorite things. Scott and I have already done some quick maths today.
Hit us with it.
And we can break down by region who is being represented in this one. We looked at the 26, and there's your split. North America.
Wow, that is so...
Whoa.
7.
So even.
Only at 7, so slightly behind, but big names representing North America. Europe, the most represented with 10, which I think earlier in the day might have shocked some people, but Japan not far behind with 9. Immediate reaction to that?
I think North America, even though it's the least out of those three, is truly sending in some of the best. I think Joseph Ugarte and Emilio Forbes were
Joseph.
2 of maybe 5 North American players that I thought were good enough to win the entire championship. I'm not
Where did
surprised
my
to see
water
them there,
go?
but I love to see the split between these really old veterans. I think Emilio's a player that's been playing for over a decade, for example. And then you've got guys like Abdullah and Neo who just started playing in the last season or two, and they are here in their first World Championship Top Cut. I think when we think about Worlds and we specifically think about who is going to win the tournament, every world champion has really been a seasoned veteran for really the last decade, right? Like, we haven't really had a brand new player come up and just win the entire tournament, but Abdullah, a player from North America, Canada specifically, played lights out earlier today. I played against him a few months ago in the Vancouver Regional Championships. That was his first tournament ever, and I was like, I've never played against a new talent like this before. So my question is, can we actually see someone brand new rise? to the
Still
top?
no
Not a
update
player
on
that's
the
been playing for a long
pairings.
time, because I think that would be incredible.
My question is why not, right?
Why not?
Why
Yeah.
is that not possible? This year has been all about it. In North America in particular, 3 regionals taken down by brand new. Well, I guess when you look at like Justin Tang's second, does it count as a new player? I'm
I think
going
we
with
said it
yes.
counted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going yes. Like that makes sense to me. So that one's pretty interesting. But it is the smallest represented region, right? It's got a little bit more work to do. I think you're right, Aaron. The players that are representing it are the best of the best of the best. And is pretty interesting. Europe did feel a bit behind, but it's now got the most numbers. Where are they coming from?
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have been so surprised after the North America International Championships, right? Where I felt like I was smugly talking about how many North American players were doing so well at that tournament for like 90% of the time, and then
We're
we get to Top Cut,
surviving.
it's like, oh no, I see where it's going here.
Oh, we're
It's
surviving.
not going to be a North American victory. You know, two players who
Mentally, not completely, but overall, we're surviving.
both made it to the Top Cut of this tournament, and yeah, it's just a scary group of players, right? Where I don't think I would be surprised if any of the European players were to come out on top of this tournament. I think all of them would kind of be near the top if I were to hear all of them. I'm just really excited, and you know, I think it's fun too, right? We're talking about regions, but you know, I think some of the fun of competing from Europe, right, is they've got the inter-company or country rivalry there too, right? And there's a bunch of different European countries represented.
True, I'm alive.
Even in North America,
Yeah,
too, right?
we're both alive.
Canada making an appearance in the Top Cut, which you know.
I just wanted to get to the fights.
So it's all really cool to see.
Yeah, it's been a good year. We do of course have to touch on it. We're in Japan. They've managed to put 9 players into Top Cut, and the names are quite serious names in there. There's a mix of names I recognize from previous years, names that have been popping up this year for winning huge events. Those 9, I mean, it's not as much as Europe, but it still feels scary.
I think the 3 that I'm looking at in particular are Kaito Ari, who is the Japanese national champion, and there is this trend that in odd years of VGC, the Japanese national champion ends up just winning the world championship or making it to the finals. The Japanese national champions are so good at this game. We also have Hirofumi Kimura, who is a 2-time Japanese national champion. When he went to Worlds in 2018, I didn't do super well in day 2, then comes back in 2019 and almost wins the World Championship, getting second that year, and he is now in this Top Cut as well. And we also have Shohei, who has been a longtime veteran, I believe, just missed out on Top Cut last year, going 4-3. So those are, I think, 3 of the biggest names to watch out for. But
Okay.
I think the thing
I'm gonna
about
take a
Japan is
walk,
that it's just
like,
such a
around
field
my
of
room.
players. Like, I would not be shocked if
Keep me
any of the
awake,
Japanese players were still
because sitting here is not
Right?
working.
Same. I think when you take a look at how Japan is also always kind of applied their knowledge to the World Championships, we're noticing this at the very beginning of day number 1, that sometimes it's the Pokemon that you would expect to see at the World Championships, but with tech choices that maybe you didn't expect to see at all. Like, talk about the cursed Dondozo that we just saw. How many people had that on their bingo card as a Pokemon that could show up? And something that they're also really good at is playing under pressure. Think about, they have 1 tournament a year to be able to qualify. They know that that's their only shot, and they're all able to rise to the occasion, which I think speaks to your point, Aaron, that if they were able to get the national champion title, they know the pressure to be able to play through the World Championships too.
Okay, we've gone through the numbers. Now it's my favorite time of every segment where I get to put you guys on the spot. You've got 3 regions. You've all made compelling points about all of them. So now you have to choose which region's taking it, and just a quick why, which point, maybe a point from one of your colleagues convinced you. But Scott, which region?
I feel like it'd be a shame if I backed off my prediction now.
I found the tournament bracket.
Like Aaron,
I found the tournament bracket. I think someone made this on their own. But, okay. The people who get
with that sort of bubble a lot when I was competing, you know, my heart goes out to the people who kind of
round 1 bye,
get over that cusp. But I think even the other
Luca, Taro, Marco, Michael,
I think especially as we move to
Yusuke,
I think who wins in any given
Emilio.
team perspective is a little less cut and dry.
Neil is going to be playing someone named Maddie. So let's see. Emilio's got the bye, but Neil is playing someone named Maddie.
Already committed. I think I'd be very, now that the top cut players are face up.
Kenji is playing someone named Kaito.
You are not allowed on the fence, Scott. The fence is not your seat. You have to choose one. You're sticking with Japan.
Joseph is playing someone else named Kenji.
I think I was definitely on the Japan
And
train.
Abdullah
I
is
still
playing
am,
a
but
guy
there's
named
one
Scott.
player in particular from Europe, but I think
Ooh, bracket.
that's Alex Gomez. I think he is one of the biggest veterans in the scene. He has
Alex
top cut the World
goes
Championships multiple
Gomez.
times. The last time he top cut was top 8 back in 2019, and he had top 8 in the seniors division back in 2014 as well. This man was almost going
Unfortunately,
to the Worlds last year after he was
for our
eliminated,
bracket,
came back full force this season.
well, good news for our bracket is they're all kind of separate most of the way. So like Abdullah, Joseph, Kenji can all make it to the top 4 without battling each other. There is one match that's going to happen. If Neil wins, Neil will have to play Emilio next round, but they're in their own thing. So top 4 could be our cheer bracket. Could be.
It's a bold prediction. I give you a whole region to choose, and you just pick one player. That's big, Aaron. I respect that one.
Go big or go home, right?
Oh, okay. The world's mentality from Aaron. I like that a lot. Rose, you're up. What do you got?
I gotta stick to what I said before. North America. I really think that North America, this is their year to be able to shine. A lot of players eat, sleep, breathe playing Pokemon in North America, and I think a lot of players that you do see on that list not only were huge contenders in the day 2 race we had in North America, which was super intense this year, but also they
All of
just
ours
have
being
been
top bracket
able
would be
to put up
wild. It
consistent
would
top
be.
performances no matter what stage they have been on. But I'm also with Aaron on this one. I think if there is going to be a region to get an upset here, it would be Europe. I don't want to confidently put all of my eggs into the Alex Gomez basket. I think that's a little bit too hardcore for me. But I do think that out of all the regions, we have seen Europe just step up in such a big way. And because of players like Alex Gomez, like Eric Rios, that bring a ton of experience to the table, and the grassroots support that we see Europe have, I think that makes a very compelling and strong argument that Europe is very set up with practice in Regulation D to take the World Championships.
So I was kind of curious because all of our answers sort of a theme there. Would everyone agree that of all the regions competing today, that Europe impressed us the most relative to what we expected to happen today in this tournament?
That's a great way to put that.
That's actually an interesting question because I think North America, I really wasn't sure how they'd perform here. And to Rose's point, yeah, a lot of those day 2 players, I think it's really easy to get burnt out from the day 2 race, especially North America this year. All those players attended so many tournaments, maybe even double digits, right? Like 3 different internationals, probably 6+ regionals as well.
We're
I think
surviving.
one of the most difficult things about competing in a whole circuit of Pokemon, especially now that it's a whole year, is that you work so hard to get to Worlds, but then a lot of times it's really easy to burn out right before Worlds, get really frustrated. And this is a brand new format as well. You know, those players who were playing in day 2 had built up a lot of experience playing in Reg C specifically. So honestly, even though North America has the least out of all 3, I think to their credit, I was very impressed that the best players, especially players like Joseph Ugarte and Emilio Forbes, performed. I think Japan, everyone expected to do well, but yeah, for Europe to be have more players than NA and Japan in this top cut, I agree. I probably would not have bet on that. I would have bet on Japan having the most players.
It sounds to me like we got a couple of fence sitters and then Aaron pinning his hopes on one player. So not sure if the predictions are particularly
Can we get the pairings actually updated?
right now.
No.
I'm not going to wade in because I'm actually going to bring you guys some additional evidence to maybe change your mind.
Okay.
We've obviously been going through a bunch of fantastic games, and I want to start things off by looking at one North American player in particular. Really impressed me. I think we'll be able to take a little look back. For me, it's Abdullah. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Being able to, take down a really big opponent. His opponent, Mao, actually ended up in top cut as well. But this set, one of the most fun sets I've talked about in a while. The pleasure of casting with Ray. Game 1 did not go Abdullah's way, but game 2 and 3 definitely did.
To me, what was most impressive, and I played Abdullah at the Vancouver Regional Championship, his very first tournament. We played in day 2. It was the second round, and it was super close, but you couldn't tell that he was a rookie at all. Like, he was playing like a seasoned veteran. He read me like a book, and essentially, I think what I was really impressed with is his mental game in particular. I think that was showed in this set. When I played Abdullah, he essentially missed the rock slide on turn 1 that would have just won him the game immediately, but he didn't tilt. Like, I was amazed at the fact that he had so much mental composure, especially for a new player, because I think that's one of the most difficult things about competitive Pokemon, and he kicked my butt, and I was like, this guy is special. And this set, his risk versus reward, knowing when to make these really crazy reads to get back into the game, especially in game 2 when he just went for a nasty plot.
It's
with
such a long break.
It's incredible.
I don't know if I am going to be able to make it.
Ray was saying, I think Amoonguss is pretty good.
It's been
the same call
almost 30 minutes
you're definitely on the right
since
page.
the last
I think
round
that's
ended.
A world champion level decision.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by him as a player. I was kind of remembering back to the Vancouver Regionals too, where I was trying not to too openly, shamelessly root for Aaron there, and I saw a couple plays by Abdullah. I was like, oh crap! Like, I don't think this is going to work out the way that I want it to. Yeah, just so impressive for a first-year player. And another one, even though he's so new to the game, I think him winning this tournament would not be too surprising to anybody.
I would agree with that. I think when we take a look at all of the players that we've had a pleasure of watching this entire season,
Abdullah has stood out. We talked so much about some of the newer competitors that have come into the North America scene.
Yeah, I might have to dip
and
soon.
That's also happened as well in
I'm
Europe. And I think
trying
that
my best to
across
hold
the
on.
board, we've said this throughout
I might have to like
2021
watch it like
season. The play has gotten so good.
just
This is
in
the
my
highest
own.
level of competition that we've seen from VGC players in many, many years, and it's just going to get better and better.
I also want to call out,
Which
we looked at that
stinks.
replay, we obviously focused on Abdullah, but his opponent, Mal Harada, made it through to Top Cut 2, so was able to bounce right back and make it through. I thought game 1 in that was really comprehensive, right?
Because it is like it's fun chilling here and watching. It's just
Abdullah stole from him in game 2.
if it doesn't continue soon.
But I thought he played really well in that. In game 3, it was incredible.
Like they're stalling.
I sort of got an eye on Mao as well for that one. Just like, oh yeah, you lost to one of the best up-and-coming players, but you managed to bounce back and make it. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that Japan is maybe deeper than we're thinking.
I thought it was kind of cool looking at that match too, and both of the players. It's one of the few times we saw like an Amoongus.
Watching when I wake up is what I'm thinking. I want to watch the whole thing though, but that might be what I have to do too.
It's so difficult to knock off the field that we saw the poor
I'm
Amoongus
just
trying to knock
just
one
like
another out so frequently. But in this tournament, it's really
scrolling through my phone just to like
it's a weird thing to think about, but actually,
brain like
Amoongus
myself.
is a Pokemon you could use to differentiate yourself from your opponents a little bit, just because it doesn't have such a prominent place in the metagame anymore.
I mean, talk about Amoongus. How many different choices did we actually see on Amoongus? It's gone through so many different iterations of how it has evolved.
Like we're
over the course
hours
of the
away.
Season. Water Terra is very popular now, but also take a look.
Maybe I
at
hold
how
on.
we're seeing, like,
So like out of everyone on the board, I'm mostly rooting for Joseph. So maybe I hold on
for a bunch of different Terra options right now.
for like
really
the Joseph. Like if he drops,
We've seen a lot of different
maybe I
sets.
drop.
We casted a focus sash set, with Sludge
But I'll
Swallow
try.
and
I'll
Leech
try my
Storm.
best for the whole
Citrus Berry
cheerboard.
Feels like it's really popped back a lot more specifically. Rocky Helmet feels like an item people were really using earlier on. Mentor I feel like isn't really that existing with Haunt not being as prevalent. But I knew Leaf Storm Amoongus was already trending upwards, and we've seen a lot of it as well. But however, we've also
Now I'm just
seen the
playing
return of Pollen
like
Buff, right?
dumb
Pollen
little
Buff's
games on my
100%. That
phone.
was the standard set that we saw previously. Now you can kind of interject Leaf Storm into it. I think at one point, like Clear Smog had really taken off, but that was in Regulation C, and with Dondozo really not existing in this format nearly as much. At least Dondozo with Tatsugiri, you can drop that Clear Smog now. And Leaf Storm into Urshifu, it's so weird seeing an Amoongus get a one-hit knockout onto Urshifu.
Oh no, I love it.
I've been playing an idle game to keep me awake, but now I'm out of stuff to do there. That's what I swapped to, is a little idle game. It's great for the content, trust.
And I think just another one of those games where you're like, oh yeah, Japan's players are really, really tip-top when they get the ball rolling. I thought, I've been impressed all day, so I think every round that we bring up and take a look back at, I'm just going to say I was impressed. Let's just use that as a blanket statement so we can move on going forward. But
It's an idle game that I can
really, really fun to
affect.
see.
This turn was. This is the Amoongus.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. For context, this is turn 1 of the battle for those that may not have watched it. And Yosuke went for a Shadow Ball in front of an Inity Arm Rouge combination. Inity can go for Follow Me, redirect Shadow Ball away, and just take no damage. And went for Sludge Bomb. They basically perfectly calling outlet Inity.
There's a new one called Super Snake. Interesting. I'll take a look at that.
It's so hard to make.
Oh yeah, it's
Super
the hardest
Snake.
of reads, and I think backstage watching it, it genuinely took me a moment to
Super
process it.
Snake.
But when you're looking at Top Cut matches, when your tournament life is in a best of 3, sometimes that
Oh,
hard read
snail.
could win you a game that you're
I've got the
sort of
emoji.
looking a little bit out of.
Interesting.
And yeah, I was just impressed with the way that this whole set went.
Blocking my way.
Amoongus being able to hold on there.
Super
just
snail.
very
Yeah, my
smart
little
Bryce
emoji
also
that I
Luna
can't
that
even
key
click
to a
on
Pokemon
this.
that I think many
It's
of us
just
have sort of
completely
never
blocking.
taken
I kind of have to
ignored,
like go back
put in work.
Well, I think this
to the
was
website
Ursaluna as well,
so
that
I can
wasn't
see.
next to the Cresselia. And so that was really cool to be able to see the Ursaluna standalone.
But
If I remember the team correctly, I think it was Flutter Amoongus,
Interesting.
and he had Cresselia in the back, so the idea was like pivoting out Cresselia next to Ursaluna, which you use to reverse trick her potentially.
That's
at certain
right, that's right,
positions.
that's right.
So
yeah,
I
it's
think
bad
one
place.
of the questions I
It
had
is.
going into
It'd be
this
nice if it was higher.
Can Cresselia Ursaluna do well? And I think a
Or
lot of
overall, it'd be
players
nice
on
if I could
Japan
actually
would be
use it.
patient to lead that to the very top. if this man can predict like he did in that set, like he might just be world champion at the end of this. You're gonna have to get a lot of sets correct, but my goodness, the predictions were insane.
Yeah, I think that team archetype really needs it, right? Like I think we were all kind of expecting some amount of like the Japanese like Cresselia or Saluna thing, but one of the problems with it in this format is just that you don't get clean setups really ever, right? And like I think with the power of terastallization, you know, most teams have the offensive option just to kind of like power through and deny your trick room by blowing up the trick room setter. So how do you play around that, right? And ironically, I guess he was on the other side of that game where like actually I'll shut down your trick room instead. But I think it's like the flexibility that really matters, right? It's a team that requires a lot of adaptability, and I think it's going to be really
still
cool
going.
to execute it.
Let's see. I'm gonna keep updating the pairings because if the pairings update, then we know it's getting close.
I think normally when I think of Torkoal and that sort of team, either it's something like the opponent used, where it's like super hard trick room,
standings.
or you kind of have like the chlorophyll mode for the like the two-pronger with like the fast slow thing going on. I guess a little bit you get that from Fluttermane.
Okay, I guess we might not.
Just to see that because even though it's a
I guess
very much kind of an archetype we expect,
no more pairings are going to be placed here.
So players who are maybe preparing their teams expecting kind of like the more standard, like you run it once every 5 games on ranked battles.
So I guess we're just gonna have to like wait and like hope to see
time for the thinking caps. How much attention have you been paying?
The thing pop up.
How many Ursaluna have we got in there? Out of 26, I'll give you a little help.
2.
2 from Rose.
I think we only had 1 pop up on stream.
I don't know who else other than him is using Ursaluna. I'm gonna go with 1. He's the only Ursaluna player.
Oh, how many of the 26 remaining?
I guess the same thing, so I'll go at 3.
All 3 of you are incorrect.
We often are.
It's as many as 4.
Good night, Parker.
Yeah. 4 Ursaluna making it.
I'm gonna try to survive for the sake of our cheerboard.
Do you have the names of the other 3 players?
I'll try.
Okay.
I do think crucially by Price is Right rules, that's 1 for me, right?
Yes, that is.
I think so.
I was going to bring that up, but yeah, I think that's a win for Scott. You get a non-existent trophy.
Yeah, I don't need you to give me the trophy. I'll give it to myself. Yeah. I claim this clout.
The plaudits are all you need. The social media impressions have pleased Scott. All right, let's move on. Let's get to the region.
I didn't even see that. I'm feeling myself. I feel myself falling even faster now, so I think I might head off now. But I'll join again tomorrow / later tonight. Okay.
You know, just being able to really start racking up those big wins when you need them most. And I mean, his opponent in Shohei.
We're just gonna chill.
It was just another fantastic set that we had today.
That might be the other thing is now I can tell there's no one left remaining, which is gonna make it harder for me. So I might call it quits, but I'll try for 1 round at least.
His run at OCIC, especially in that finals, was absolutely incredible. And I think what's so fascinating is he just brought the same kind of balanced team. Like, that is a Reg C team, right? But he plays it so dang well and might be just the best pilot of that team in the entire world.
Yeah, I'm really glad we get the chance to talk about him here. We talked about Alex Gomez. I think he deserves the hype we just gave him.
Try to
I
survive.
think if someone else, to me, is a heavy favorite from the European region, yeah, I would be 0% surprised to be talking about him again tomorrow.
I feel like every time that he is in a tournament too, like he's always a favorite. He's just so consistently good at playing this game that it's never a surprise to see him at a top table.
It wasn't all plain sailing though. It wasn't a 2-0. I mean, Shohei's also going to be in Top Cup with him. Took it to 3 games. There was a lot going on, but Chiyu just really causing some problems there at the end. Nice to see Shohei bounce back from it though. I think that's a name that a few of us wanted to see make Top Cut. So another one of our late rounds where both trainers made it, and now we've got a little more information on them. I'm thinking, okay, they're another one you do not want to be going up against.
Yeah, I think the thing with Marco in that set that we just saw in particular was game 2. I believe he just got crit on a Moongus on the first turn and kind of just blew the game wide open. So one of the things is his team, of course, does have a lot of moves that can miss. There's the Heat Wave on the Chiyu as well as the Overheat. There's Thunder Wave on Gyarados, for example. So it is scary, but the nature of a balanced team like that, I feel like Marco just has more experience playing that than pretty much anyone else probably competing in Worlds, quite frankly. It's something like he had a lot of comfort with in Regulation C as well. So it's really cool that he's obviously made some adjustments for this format, but clearly is so comfortable with it.
I love it as a bet, right? Where, I mean, I think that probably even he would agree, right? That like maybe like the perfect team using the newly available Pokemon Regulation D's maximum power is a little bit higher.
Holding on.
But he's gonna be like, okay, well, your team might have more power available to it, but I'm going to use what I have perfectly. So I dare you to play well enough for that power to actually make the difference.
cool.
It's been a fantastic showing from a number of players. We're going to keep bouncing around the regions. We're not going to double up. One that we saw early in the real early in the day, in maybe arguably the set of the day, it really set the tone for us, was of course that first matchup of the day, and you brought him up earlier, Emilio. He's a name that's been doing well at regionals, been going on nutty undefeated runs for some reason, and just being able to make it. I think Emilio versus Eric Rios, yes, this didn't go his way. Eric didn't make it into top cut, so Emilio, with this unique Bramblegast as well.
Oh yeah, Emilio is rocking the Bramblegast.
A little bit wary of if that's what they hit on the pairings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we saw Emilio compete in the 2023 season, and even before that, looking back to his win at the Secaucus Regional Championships, he ended up going on something like a 35-37 Swiss round match win streak. And I thought that was incredibly impressive because, like, not only was his Secaucus run undefeated, but he did the same thing at Fresno as well. And just being able to have these consistent performances whenever he shows up is always super impressive. And with some more particularly interesting Pokemon, like the Bramblegast, but even one of the first players to make Glamora work.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny where in that match we saw on stream, he's got the Bramblegast. You have to face down the Air Slash Tornadus. I don't know if we saw any other ones on stream. It was kind of unlucky because that's the version of that Pokemon that's best into Bramblegast. So, of course, right, typical round one. I guess I'm half kidding, but I'm kind of wondering if the format of Worlds will work for or against him, right? He's in this single elimination stage longer than normal, so he's shown that he can go on these long undefeated streaks, so maybe it'll be good for him. But also, I think he's like comfortably the best Swiss player in North American history at this point. So maybe less of the tournament being Swiss is to his disadvantage.
Let it be known, I was one of Emilio's maybe 4 Swiss losses across 2022 and 2023, but the only reason I won was because I had a crazy strategy that he would have never seen coming, and now we're in open team sheets, so none of that can really surprise him. So, that being said, he is actually one of the most decorated veterans in this field. He started playing back in 2013 in the seniors division. I remember him and I actually competed against the regionals. He knocked me out in 2015 when he aged up to masters, and he's had so many tremendous performances, especially in the recent years, obviously getting second at Worlds in 2018, and winning 2 of the most competitive regionals across the last few seasons. That Secaucus tournament was unbelievable. I mean, it's the most stacked top 8 ever. He defeated 3 players, all who could be world champion qualifying players and, caliber players. Just really cleanly defeated all of them, and then at
Oh my, we're still in the chatting phrase.
For Worlds, but okay, I won. Oof. So yeah, he's tremendous, and rocking that Bramblegast, of course, I think that's a really unique pick.
Do you feel better for that, Aaron? You admitted to your loss to Abdullah earlier, and then you just get in the little tidbit about being able to take down Emilio.
I gotta get my wins where I can, because very few people have dethroned this man. He is so freaking good.
It's totally fair.
I can't be the only one giving myself clout, right? We're all just like trying to pull it in as much as we can there. I do want to comment. I love Bramblegast, right? Where I'm curious how it'll do, just because I don't think we saw nearly as many of like the Tornadus-centric Tailwind teams as I was expecting to. But I think that Pokemon can do a little bit more than that, right? And clearly he's gotten this point in the tournament where he's going to have ways to win other matchups. The only last thing I want to say about him too is, I remember one of the past events we did where one of our teammates, Sierra, was talking about him kind of being like the final boss. At the time, I was like, well, I mean, that seems like a little aggressive, right? And then, he just dominated another tournament, right? So, I don't know. I think I've really gained a lot more respect for him this year. I didn't realize how good he was, and I would never want to have to play against him in a single elimination match.
One thing I want to say is, there's that saying, like, they might be your favorite artist's favorite artist, and Emilio, people say, like, that's your favorite player's favorite player. Like, he works with some of the greatest players in the world, like Eduardo Cunha, who's last year's world champion, like James Beck, who got top 4 at 2 different consecutive world championships. When you have a group like that is also something that I think cannot be understated for the World Championships. When you only have a couple of matches left and you have some of the best players in the world to support you, to help you prepare for other matches, I think that is a huge advantage, and I think Emilio and his group might be just the strongest group, especially given their performances in the last couple of years.
I think you can say the same thing about Alex Gomez, though. To your point earlier about him being a favorite to win Worlds, he also has such a stellar network of people behind him to make sure that he's able to be as prepped as possible and also come up with these super unique strategies. So, much credit to all of these players that do have that Worlds caliber support behind them.
I I guess I'll be the one to say it too, right? And I know it's a little bit cheesy, but I do think that's like some of what makes the Pokemon World Championships great, right? This is both an individual game and a team game in a lot of ways. You know, very few players are really coming up with their team, all their ideas alone. You've got to test against other people, especially in this format, right? Where I think the power of teamwork is more important than ever in this format, where you didn't have a bunch of like
The nothing
official
happening
test
is
tournaments to go
killer.
after. Like, I think scrimmage matches against your friends and your rivals are even more important than ever. So I think it's cool, you know, kind of just to keep in mind as you watch these matches, right? You know, there's a group of people behind all of these trainers, and that's kind of what makes this game great.
Before we move on, Rose, is there any plaudits you want to give yourself? Anything you want to celebrate yourself? Because these two
Up
are just
next, top cut.
bigging
Yes.
themselves up over here, or are you going to wait
Give
for
me the
later?
top cut.
See, I like that. You could learn, you two.
I could, but...
You could, but you won't. Alas.
This is about our players,
It
right?
is about our players. So we're going to look at our player from round number 7. Another insane game here in Yokohama.
I don't know how I still have I don't know how we have our voices. Like, that was truly one of the craziest sets I think we've ever seen. And crazy in the sense, especially because even though it was 2-0 and it felt so one-sided for so long, it really just came down to one crucial turn.
It didn't feel like a 2-0. It was, I mean, Kenji versus Paul Chua, another one of those players that particularly North America really, I don't want to say relies on, but feels good about. Yeah, both games 1 and 2, pretty nutty to be watching, particularly game number 1. That was, I'm going to bring that up as a question later. It really was. Let's take a look at the
It was a
replay.
good game.
You can see exactly how we're feeling into this one. I know what play I'm excited to go, looking forward to.
Hey, hang on, give it 2 more clips.
Yeah, we're moving on
2
through.
more.
This was treacherous. Rock
That
slide
was
made
rough.
me very nervous.
Yeah, I think we should remember that when we see what we're about to, right? The rock slide, pretty critical play, or so it seemed.
Yeah, it looked like it could have caused some really serious problems on this one. The surging strikes is adding up. Oh no, how will he deal with this Urshifu? I wonder if there was something that could deal with it. It's not this turn, he gets flinched.
He just like nods his head too. He's like, yeah, okay.
Watch the player cam. He's so happy as that Fisher hits and Urshifu is felled, and it's just what a way to go that one step closer. Paul knows he's been caught by the funny button.
Yeah, one of the craziest things I've ever seen, where I think it's hard to tell out back here, but I feel like, you know, we're several miles away from the caster desk, but I feel like Rose and Aaron may still have heard me. I screamed so loud when that Fisher hit where I couldn't believe it. You know, I mean, you dream of like the crazy plays like that happening at Worlds, but you get to use Fisher once, you hit it, it's a game-winning move. Like, it just doesn't actually happen.
And for it to happen after the flinch as well, like, oh my goodness. I think, to zoom out a little bit, Kenji's team I really think is unique, right? I thought Grimmsnarl had a lot
His
of
team
potential
really
in this
is.
format, but we've seen very few Grimmsnarl teams, and his team's like, okay, I'm not really going to knock you out very quickly, but Dondoza just stays on the field for forever. Cresselia can heal up with Lunar Blessing, and Lunar Blessing is a move that I think is fascinating. It's a new tool in Cresselia's move pool, and we have not seen it in previous formats, and I think a lot of teams just can't really use it that effectively, but it makes so much sense on a team like this where you just struggle to deal more than 30 to 40% to a Pokemon on a given turn. And I think Paul, to his credit, actually played phenomenally around the team. The way like he maneuvered around Cresselia specifically I thought was brilliant, but even then, still not able to get the victory, and it was such a close set. But yeah, I love the Dondoza set, I love the Cresselia set, and it's just so interesting to watch.
The closest 2-0 I ever did saw.
Yep,
It's
it really was, yeah.
It was a pretty impressive one. I think, you know, being able to
A
take down
whole
Paul,
hour
I mean, we talk about the final
since the last round.
Kind of got to be in that discussion, right? I mean, he had to win. It was the win and in. But if you can take down Paul, that's a good little bit of momentum, a little confidence booster to take into the knockout rounds.
Yeah, I can admit, when you asked earlier what you're hoping to see later in the tournament, but yeah, you know, I kind of like to see Grimmsnarl and some stat increasing Pokemon. I may have been referring specifically to this team. I had seen it already. I was really hoping we could get it on stream. I just love it, right? Where, to me, I think if you're thinking about trying to solve a format that's kind of underexplored, where people's teams might not have kind of the completeness of answers that they normally do, I just think it's really hard to play against, right? Because there's a lot of ways you can kind of get caught, where, you know, Cresselia can, you know, not the most offensive Pokemon in the world, but like a little bit frustrating, can, you know, bullet boosted special defense become really difficult to knock out there. And
Okay,
then
back to just
teammates with Lunar Blessing.
chilling.
Can do the same thing on the physical side, boost its defense. I think there's just a lot of ways you can kind of get stuck if you don't have good answers. And yeah, I think Paul played it really well, right? But it felt like a really uphill battle to me, where you know, his opponent just like played his tools so well that it got tough. And yeah, I would be shocked if some of the players in Top Cut also just don't have a plan for this, because like, what is this team, right? This is not something that people were preparing for.
It's a solo Dondozo team, Scott. Do you not know this by now?
It's the curse that really, I think, makes things really interesting. It's the curse, the calm mind. There's a Volcarona on that team, although we didn't see that as well. That can boost itself. And I think to Scott's point, people will probably have played some games against Grimmsnarl compositions, but I think those Grimmsnarl compositions will use things like Golden Go or Galarian Moltres with Nasty Plot, for example. I can tell you I've played hundreds of games of Regulation D. I have not once run into Cursed on Dozo. Or, I mean, even this Calm Mind Cresselia, the Volcarona, it's like all three of those itself were already fairly weak. Now you have all three of those on a team plus Grimmsnarl. It's like, oh gosh, I haven't played against one of these. Now I have three of them. What do I do?
Yeah, I think, I mean, two more things about that. I mean, one is I love how that plays into open team sheet, right? Where, you know, if Grimmsnarl plus, like, more than one of those things is a real problem for you, it's really tough to prepare yourself to be ready for all of them. You know, it's easy to kind of just, like, get team turn zeroed and kind of wind up in a bad spot. I think the other one, because this is now 2 tournaments in a row where that solo Dondozo is maybe surprising us a little bit. I think it's pretty funny, right? I think kind of like all year players are complaining that they wish that there was like that bulky water type Pokemon in the format, and it just didn't exist. And
it was there all along.
Yeah, it turns out Dondozo's been around all year, and maybe we're just overlooking it a little bit because we're so fixated in that combination of Tatsugiri and Dondozo. And, you know, even though we're not going to see that combination in the top cut, you know, maybe Dondozo will, you know, get it done for Tatsugiri.
Oh, I mean, it was kind of about solo Tatsugiri at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. We said, okay, yeah, Dondozo, Tatsugiri together, great. What about only bringing Tatsugiri to a game? That's kind of cool. Just go for Icy Winds or Big Draco Meteors and just try to get big knockouts there. And people might not be expecting you to be able to just bring one piece. But the fact that it has now moved to the Dondozo and just being able to bulk down a bunch of these sets, I think is really phenomenal, and also a testament to how we usually see metas develop over time too, moving away from some of the offense and going a little bit more defensive.
How foolish we look thinking it was the Tatsugiri that was going to be the problem. There is one more, we're talking a little bit about Paul there. I want to talk about one more North American player, one that I think really had a trickier way to go about it, only getting there in the last round. It's going to be Joe Ugarte.
Oh my goodness.
I'm ready to talk about this one because
I'm ready to listen about this guy.
Reaction, guys. We've been joking and, let's be honest, memeing about this Pokemon all year. And it's now in Top Cut of Worlds. So, humble pie for all involved. I think that's a pretty fair assumption for
Now
most
I'm
of
going
us.
for my clout. Now I'm going to take my clout, thank you very much.
Okay,
when
let's have
I
it.
looked at the Treasures of Ruin, I said, okay, yeah, Chiyu, Chien-Pao, great. Okay, we're going to see a lot of those over the course of the season. Tinglu, yeah, showed up a little bit more than I had originally expected it to. I always thought that Wo-Chien was a World Championship winning Pokemon. I said that at the very first broadcast when Treasures of Ruin ended up being entered into the regulation, so that is my clout. Thank you very much.
Okay, when you say very first broadcast, do you mean San Diego Regionals?
No, but I mean like when the Treasures of Ruin got introduced.
Okay, so we'll figure out what regional that was. We'll roll it all the way back.
Oh, that's funny.
It's Charlotte Regionals. So let's get the Charlotte Regionals.
It's not
started as an
Charlotte.
Opening segment. Do you remember roughly
I don't
where it
remember.
was? You know what? I'm gonna check the tape.
really on this, man.
Yeah, he's really hunting this down.
I
You
believe
give them
you.
all their credit.
It's not
Well,
Charlotte.
I
Oh,
have
but
It was
I'm
after
under
Charlotte.
the magnifying glass.
I don't remember it. That's all I'm saying. I don't remember it.
All this, I believe you, and also I think
Oh,
it's really
okay,
cool.
Scott.
I'm the nice guy on the
Thank
team.
you,
I think
Scott.
we all think of me that way. I'm the nicest of all. I think that about myself. No, but seriously though, I really think it's interesting. Where like I'm shocked a little bit. Where I really wanted Wo-Chien to be good. I prefer the play style of using the more defensive Treasures of Ruin. I just didn't think it was going to happen. I think we were kind of talking in the run up to the tournament that we both thought Tinglu was a lot more viable than many of the players did. I'm kind of surprised that no one gave it a shot. Where I think that's a very like. There's something there, right? You can use it with stuff like Cresselia. Maybe we'll see later next season or something. But I'm really happy to see it. And I just want to say I'm pretty excited too because it'd be very funny to me if Joe were able to win the tournament with this Pokemon. You know, when people are entering their fantasy teams and you have to pick one of the Treasures of Room, I'm going to guess that the Wo-Chien choice is not going to be a very popular pick. So would really mess with a lot of people's totals, I think.
Did you go Wo-Chien on it for the fantasy team?
For the fantasy team, I didn't make one.
That is disappointing.
I'm hurt, Rose.
Yeah. So
I
hold
didn't
on.
have time for this.
But first of all, not only am I now a bad cop in my duo with Scott, which that's an interesting angle, but I was wrong. It was Fort Wayne, so somebody can start scrubbing through that VOD and
I wasn't
help us
there.
out. Then how did you say it?
Probably a YouTube video.
This is a lot of footage. You know what? I'm just gonna give it to you.
I'm gonna interject because I want to talk about Joe.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
I've
you,
been waiting
Aaron.
to talk about Joe because this man is one of, if not the most passionate guy I've seen enter the VGC space in the last couple of years.
100%.
He might actually be the hardest worker in the world that I've seen. And when I first met him, he was like, I don't want to just be good. I don't want to just be great. I want to be the greatest of all time. And that's really difficult when you have guys like Ray Rizzo, you have Wolf Flick, you have so many incredible players that really have, it feels like, cemented themselves in the upper echelon of VGC. But Joe has worked so hard. He's won multiple regional titles. He's gotten multiple top 4 finishes at internationals. He top cut the World Championships last year. This man is so impressive. And I want to call out his team in particular because I think it's really different from the teams we generally see from Joe. Joe likes to use really aggressive stuff. Wo-Chien is not aggressive in the slightest, and so I think it's fascinating to see the difference in play style, and this is not a team I would have expected him to bring to this tournament, so for him to have top cut alone, I am just so impressed by, and his drive, I truly don't think I don't think anyone in this world can match.
I'm glad we got to see the Wo-Chien, but it really wasn't the winning factor in this game.
Not in this set, that's for sure.
I'm glad he learned it.
It's the losing factor.
Yeah,
We're still
he
big
learned his
chillin'.
lesson going into games 2 and 3, though, so I'll give him that.
I was going to say, to tack on to Aaron's point, though, I think when Joe started as a competitor, even though he was able to find success in like Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, he was still very underrated heading into Sword and Shield and also Scarlet and Violet. He was still a player that people were looking at and going, yeah, like he's good, but he has proven he's great. 2 top 4 finishes at an IC back-to-back last season, EUIC and NAIC, and he's been able to take down a regional since then too, when these regionals have been even more stacked than they have ever been before. And he is definitely a person that you would back to win the whole thing.
I think what impresses me most about him is that, everyone wants to be the world championship, right? Everyone wants to be the very best, right? It's been ingrained in all of us here. But I think he's one of the few players I've ever seen who really has the vision to try to make that actually happen, right? He's not trying to win one tournament. He's not just hoping he's going to win. Like, he really is putting the work in and then planning in a way that, maybe someday will make him be the very best, right? I don't know if I've ever met 2 people I really thought had the potential to surpass what Ray has done. I don't mean that as offense to anyone, right? But, like, it's a ridiculous thing to try to do, and I think that he both wants it and is willing to work toward it in a way that really no one else I've ever talked to is really cool. However, I'm a little scared about this Wo-Chien thing. I remember when, it is kind of the joke member of this quartet, and if we think back a couple of generations, I do remember Tapu Bulu making it all the way to a finals and then losing. And I don't know if history's going to repeat itself, but, like, I have bad vibes.
Welcome back to Bad Cop, Scott. You're the one doubting the Wo-Chien. I do want to just add on to the Joe thing. Like, this season at the regionals, watching him go back-to-back final losses, for most people, they'd be like, okay, like, this is ridiculous. It's just not going to be my year. But I spoke to him after both of them, and I was like, oh, like, I'm sorry, like, how do you feel? And he was just like, it's cool, I got it next time. And I've just never seen, like, that fortitude from somebody to be like, I got it next time. After the second one, I was like, all right, he's got to be, like, annoyed by this. He's like, no, I'll get it next time. And, yeah, next time, he actually just didn't turn up and take down the whole tournament.
That's funny.
So when he turns around and says, yes, I'm going to win this tournament and I will be the world champion, kind of inclined to believe him, right? Like, he hasn't lied to me about it yet, so why would he lie about this?
Yeah, I think one other point, Joe has watched, I think, probably every World Championship match that has ever been streamed. And to Scott's point, right, like, you have to put in the work if you want to be the best, and Joe really does put in the work, I think, more so than any other player that I've met, maybe in my life. It is so impressive, and he's also really good at, like you said, bouncing back, right? He had a pretty rough start to the season from what I remember when Scarlet and Violet first came out, but really found his footing. I mean, second at 2 regionals, then first at a regionals, then top 4 at NAIC, and then now top cut at the World Championships, right? Like, that's a dream season for so many people alone, but I know Joe wants to win. Anything other than a victory, and he'll feel disappointed by it, but his mentality and his way let
We're still... It's actually been an hour
said,
since the last one ended, and we're still not getting anything.
I think my favorite recent Joe set is that top 8 at the North American International Championships, where he had just like a hysterically bad team matchup against an incredible player, a world's runner-up, and Jody Azzarelli, and maybe he got like a little cute trying to make the big plays, but Joe somehow survived what should have been an unwinnable matchup to get to the semifinals there. And even though he didn't get the tournament win, I just came off really impressed. Where, like, I think so many players are kind of just like half tried that round. Like, well, I can't win out of this bracket. But the fact that he had the game plan and figured it out, like managed to at least get one round further was really impressive.
All right, this is a lot of names that we've gone through, a lot of great plays, 7 rounds today that have just shown how good this tournament has been. I'm going to give you guys one last chance. I asked you for a region prediction earlier. Do you want to stick with that region? Do you want to narrow it down to a person? The final word from each of you before we go into Top Cut.
I don't know if I want to go down to a single player. I'm going to stick with Japan. Like I said, I think it's a little weak. Like, well, now that we have all this data, suddenly I'm changing my mind. I'm less confident than I was to start with. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to stick with what I said. I'm predicting Japan, but looking at this field of players, I'm just really excited. Where I think kind of no matter who becomes the world champion, I'm really going to respect the journey.
Yeah, I wish we had time to talk about every single player, and I wish we were able to watch games from every single player, because we talked a lot about the veterans, but there are a lot of new names. It's from EU in particular that caught my eye. There's also, for example, Scott Iwafuchi, who I believe is an American player who I've seen at a lot of different regional level tournaments, and for him to have made Top Cut here, really, really impressive. And so, yeah, wish we could talk about all of them, but at the end of the day, I do think experience is what it takes to win the World Championship, and I think Alex Gomez has maybe more experience than any player in this field. He is so hungry, and I think he's so motivated.
No, I'm cheering for my boy Joe.
All right, we got stick. Stick or twist, Rose?
Before I give my answer, I think that there are incredibly strong arguments for all of the regions that are being represented in the World Championship Top Cut. You could make a case for literally anyone at the Top Cut to win the World Championships, but I'm sticking with North America. I've been saying it all season. I'm gonna keep backing that up, and there's proof of this one. So you can go back and find it.
Okay.
But I really do believe that North America has just put in so much work. I mean, even just the argument about how Joseph Ugarte, again, eats, sleeps, breathes Pokemon. You can say that about so many of the players that are
I'm
in
excited.
the
Let's get to
from
Top
North
Cut.
America that have put in so much work this season.
Are you narrowing it down to Joe, or are you just sticking with North America as a whole?
North America as a whole.
Okay, so we've finally got all of you off the fence. We've picked something to make it
I was very...
Oh, no, Aaron, you jumped off the fence. You completely made that bet. The Alex Gomez will take this. You've been sleeping in it for a couple days. You're doing great on that one. But that said, we do need to get ready for Top Cut. I know all of us probably want to take a little breather, maybe try and figure out what we're going to be looking at in the Top Cut. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. Hopefully, the evidence I have provided will allow you to make some predictions. Don't be afraid to go post them on socials with the hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know if you think any of these guys are right. You can back them up as best you can. I think, Aaron, you're probably going to get a lot of people jumping on your Alex Gomez bandwagon.
Go big or go home.
I agree. I'm really proud of you for that. But we're going to throw it to a short break while we get ready for those single elimination rounds. It's Top Cut here at Worlds.
Haha. 15 minutes? Top Cut starting at 5 o'clock? Bro, there's no way. I don't know if I can do it on stream anymore, guys. I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna cheer for the people here, mostly Joseph. Maybe I'll stay up a little bit and watch it on my own, but I can't anymore on the stream. Oh, thank you guys for popping out. We'll be back again tomorrow, I think. But until then, everyone, for finals, we out.